Noble Wife Wants No Love Chapter 1 to Chapter 40. Rich female supporting character doesn't want to have love. Chapter 1. After hearing the news that Yang was back, Susani deliberately asked for leave from the crew and went home early to prepare. Yang was not often at home. He was busy with the company and spent most of his time either on business trips or abroad. Susani was busy with filming and was not at home all year round. In the 2 years of marriage, the two rarely saw each other. She heard that Yang would be back for a long time this time. Susani seized the opportunity and asked her assistant to buy a lot of Yang's favorite dishes and started to prepare dinner. High-end ingredients often only needed the simplest cooking method. Susani, who had been busy for 2 hours, opened the takeout app and ordered a table of seafood. At 8 o'clock, Susani sat at the table and looked at the gradually cooling dishes on the table in a daze. There was no movement at the door and there was no message on her phone. She knew that Yang had just returned to China and must have a lot of social engagements. At this time, he was most likely tied down by someone or something and could not leave. This kind of thing happened too many times and was too common to be surprised. It seemed that in this marriage, the woman was always at a disadvantage in front of the busy and strong husband. The role she played the most was to wait for her husband to come home at the dining table. There was no other way but to wait quietly. Susani patiently waited until 9 o'clock and called Yang. No one answered the phone. Looking at the cold dishes in front of her, Susani patiently put the dishes into the microwave and heated them up. She continued to wait. Finally, at 11 o'clock, there was movement at the door and the dishes on the table were already cold. Yang came home wearing the moon and stars. He took off his suit jacket and put it on his arm. Under the white shirt, his broad and lean shoulders showed a sense of strength. His eyebrows were deeply sunken and he was suppressing a sense of coldness and indifference. There was a faint smell of alcohol in the air. "You're back?" A hesitant voice came from the direction of the kitchen. Yang turned his head to look. Under the dim orange light in the kitchen, his wife of 2 years was looking at him in surprise. In a split second, Yang's originally cold facial features seemed to have been covered with a layer of frost. He leisurely glanced at Susani and a word came out of his throat, "Yes." "Have you eaten?" "I'll give it to you personally." "No need. Come here. I have something to discuss with you." Yang was sitting on the sofa, his long legs wrapped in his suit pants resting on the floor. His elbows were resting on his thighs, his body was hunched over, his head was lowered, and he was rubbing his eyebrows tiredly. When Susani walked to his side, she threw a document on the coffee table in front of her. Although it was a discussion, his tone didn't have the slightest intention of discussion. "Take a look. If you don't have any objections, then sign it." Susani saw the huge words, "Divorce Agreement," printed in front of her. "Divorce agreement? You want to divorce me?" Susani's voice trembled. Her brows were tightly knitted as if she had been greatly agitated. She looked at Yang in shock and bewilderment, and her eyes reddened. "Yang, don't joke with me. I prepared your favorite seafood for you. Also, are you tired from work? Do you want to take a shower first?" "I'm not joking with you, Susani. You should know why we got married 2 years ago. In these 2 years, we haven't done anything as husband and wife, and no outsiders know about our marriage. If we divorce now, you won't suffer any loss of reputation or assets. Also, if you don't understand the division of assets, I'll get a lawyer to explain it to you alone tomorrow." "I don't understand. I don't understand anything. Let's eat first, okay? Have a good rest after dinner. I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you." "Susani, I'm talking business with you. Don't be unreasonable." Susani was stunned for a moment. She clenched her fists tightly, and her eyes were filled with hot tears. She was puzzled and desperate. She didn't hide her sadness and grievance. "But why? We've been living well for the past 2 years. Why do you want to divorce me? What's the reason? Am I not good enough? Or did I do something wrong? You have to give me a reason." "Reason?" Yang looked at her for a long time and suddenly sneered. The coldness and sarcasm at the corner of his mouth made Susani's nose tingle. "I don't need to repeat what you've done behind my back all these years, do I? I don't want to say things that are too harsh, and I don't want to expose everything. A peaceful divorce will save everyone some face. But I don't agree to the divorce. I don't agree. I won't divorce. Susani tore the divorce agreement into two pieces. We're husband and wife. We've been living well for the past 2 years. Why do you want to divorce? Yang looked at her coldly and didn't stop her. I'll bring the lawyer over tomorrow. Have a good rest. I'll leave first. She didn't even want to sleep here. Yang put on his coat and left. Before he left, he looked back. Susani was squatting by the coffee table with her back to him. She was holding the divorce agreement in her hands and trembling silently. Yang's eyes darkened. He knew that Susani was deeply in love with him, but he didn't like Susani at all. If Susani hadn't been so reckless recently and almost killed someone, he wouldn't have proposed a divorce. This marriage was worthless and meaningless. If it continued, it would only end up hurting others and themselves. After a moment's pause, Yang left. The spacious living room exuded a sense of emptiness and coldness. Okay, stop laughing. You almost exposed yourself. Okay. Susani laughed so hard that her whole body couldn't help shaking. She complained, "You're so annoying. You don't even let me be happy about such a big thing." She sat on the sofa and looked at the divorce agreement that she had torn because of her excitement. She was no longer as sad and miserable as she was in front of Yang just now. The corners of her mouth were all the way to the back of her ears. I knew the divorce agreement would come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Little A, as long as you sign the divorce agreement with Yang, everything will be over, right? Yes. Yes. Susani smiled with satisfaction. 2 years ago, Susani opened and closed her eyes and transmigrated to this world. Not only that, but she was also bound to a system. Little A told her that she was a vicious female supporting role and that she would have a miserable ending. Susani closed his eyes and opened them. He almost left again. Little A gave her a chance to be reborn, and at the same time gave her 2 choices. First, in order to survive, you can bear the humiliation from now on and work hard to wash away your vicious image in everyone's eyes. Let everyone accept you and let Yang truly fall in love with you. Use the truth, kindness, and beauty of the world to get rid of the fate of being a vicious female supporting role. Susani seemed to hear the singing of the Virgin Mary. Here's a brief introduction about Yang. 28 years old, 3rd generation rich, net worth of 10 billion, 188 centimeters height, 18.8 centimeters size, handsome, single, 1 in a billion eligible bachelor. Second, you have nothing to lose. Continue to do bad things according to the character and plot. Walk the path of a vicious female supporting role, but everyone will spit at you and your husband will hate you. You will live with the image of a bad woman until Yang is willing to divorce you. Life was precious, but the value of love was even higher. The first sounds good. I choose the second. Little A, question mark. It doesn't matter if my life is comfortable or not. I just want to see what the divorce certificate looks like. Wasn't it just playing a vicious female supporting role who was deeply in love but did all kinds of bad things for love? She was too good at it. Susani believed that with her level of hate, it wouldn't be long before Yang would definitely choose to divorce her. Only a fool wouldn't choose something that she was 100% sure of. Sure enough, Susani had only played the role of a vicious female supporting role for less than 2 years when Yang, who rarely spent time with her, asked for a divorce. Her image couldn't be hidden by high mountains and far waters. How could she not be happy when her dream came true? Susani was in a good mood. She threw all the seafood on the table into the trash can, went into the room to take a hot bath, put on a mask, and drank some red wine to celebrate. Little A, you really don't want to save it? In fact, Yang is handsome, rich, and good in all aspects. Look at what you're saying. It's as if Yang is the only man in the world. Let me remind you, I've been in the entertainment industry for more than 2 years. What kind of outstanding man have I not seen? Why did he have to hang himself on a tree like Yang and give up on the entertainment industry? What's more? Susani looked at the charming woman in the mirror. You're so beautiful and so young. Why do you have to revolve around a man? Although Susani was vicious, she was a woman with deep feelings. She fell in love with Yang at first sight. Because of the family marriage, she was with Yang. Yang ignored her, but she was willing to endure it. In the entertainment industry, because of her background, no one dared to provoke her and she offended a lot of people. Yang wanted to divorce her, but Susani refused. She repeatedly threatened to commit suicide. In the end, she went crazy and still divorced him. Susani's ending. It's a long story, so I won't mention it. As for Yang, he could just be her infatuated supporting male lead. Anyway, he wouldn't have a good ending. As for her, she just wanted to divorce Yang smoothly. She would be hurt by love and never believe in love again. She would be heartless and only talk about money and not love. She would sit on a huge fortune and live the rest of her life peacefully. Her life was perfect. Yang was decisive. The second day after he returned to China, he prepared the divorce and rushed back to the apartment with 2 lawyers. This apartment was one of the properties developed by the Yi clan. It was called Yi Pin Lan Ting. Old Mr. Yi had given this apartment to the couple as a wedding gift. It was located in the city center, and it was convenient for them to rest. It was a high-rise apartment with a river view that covered an area of 420 square meters. It overlooked the entire city at a glance and had an excellent view. Susani liked this apartment very much. She wondered if she would be given this apartment when the property was divided. "Mrs. E, is there anything you don't understand about the division of property that I just told you?" Susani's eyes were red, and her face was haggard and pale. She hadn't looked at the 2 lawyers since she walked in. Yang crossed his legs and leaned back lazily. He looked at the divorce agreement from the corner of his eyes. There was a frightening coldness in his clean and long eyes. "If you don't have any objections, sign it." Susani cursed in her heart for being pretentious, but she still put up a last-ditch struggle. "No, I won't sign it." "Yang, even if I agree, Mom and Grandpa won't." "Have you asked for their opinion?" "If they find out, I'll explain it to them." "You don't have to worry about this." He had to act to the end. Susani looked at Yang with trembling eyes and said, "Hubby, I know I've done a lot of things wrong. I promise you, I'll change. I'll change everything. Let's not get a divorce, okay? We've already come to this point. Do you think there's any room for negotiation?" Seeing that Yang was indifferent, Susani's heart was dead. It was as if she had no choice but to accept this fact and couldn't fight back. She wiped her tears and said cruelly, "We can get a divorce. In addition to the division of property just now, I still want this apartment." "Okay. You can't tell anyone that we were married." "Okay." His heart was like iron. What a heartless man. Susani was at the end of the road. She didn't hesitate anymore. She picked up the pen and paper with trembling hands. A tear fell from her eye and hit the signature area, staining it with a big tear stain. The 2 lawyers looked at each other and saw the sigh in each other's eyes. After signing, she looked at the divorce agreement reluctantly. She looked at Yang with pleading eyes. Seeing that Yang didn't even want to look at her, she pushed the divorce agreement forward in grief and indignation. She bit her lower lip hard and cried, unwilling to say another word. The details were praised. The lawyer looked at Susani's signature and handed it to Yang after confirming that there were no mistakes. "Mr. E, please sign here." Yang held the pen and put it on the paper. Once the tip of the pen slid, a name would be printed on the signature area. Susani's fate would be cut off from the past. "Sign it, sign it. I can finally leave this godforsaken place." Yang, who was about to sign the divorce agreement, stopped and looked at Susani strangely. Susani looked at him sadly. He seemed to have heard something just now. Susani's voice? Yang looked at her with a pair of puzzled eyes. "Honey, you don't want to divorce?" Susani's heart skipped a beat. She held her breath and waited. Ba. God bless Jesus. God bless Jesus." Looking at Susani's tear-stained face, Yang was even more confused. Auditory hallucination, he rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Maybe he was too tired recently. Yang comforted himself. He took a deep breath and continued to sign the divorce agreement. I was scared to death. If he went back on his word and didn't want to divorce, wouldn't my acting be in vain? Yang's hand paused. After signing the divorce agreement, why don't we have a party tonight to celebrate? Let's find time to talk about the drama that directorly came to us 2 days ago. The male lead seems to be Han Xiao. I heard that there will be bed scenes and kissing scenes. Yang clenched his pen. Mango TV seems to have a new male idol talent show. There are more than 100 fresh meat who just graduated from college. I don't know if they are short of guests. Susani was looking forward to a beautiful future and was immersed in her own world. She did not notice that Yang's face was getting uglier and uglier. I guessed that in 2 years, at most 2 years, he would divorce me. I guessed right. Yang wrote F***ck on the paper. The new novel is a great success. The original author still has the same flavor. Jin Jiang did not open the comments. Everyone, don't give up on me. QVQ, your comments are the motivation for me to continue writing. The comments are random 100 red packets. Thank you for your support. Yang's rising sun also represented Yang's current mood. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. Yang didn't believe in ghosts and gods. He was more willing to believe that it was an auditory hallucination caused by his tiredness. If he wasn't hallucinating, how could such a bizarre thing happen? Mr. E, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? The lawyer also noticed that something was wrong with Yang and mistakenly thought that Yang was dissatisfied with the contents of the divorce agreement. Honey, what's wrong? Are you too tired? Why don't we do it another day? Susani said casually. If Yang really listened to her, he wouldn't have mentioned divorce. She had her own plans. What was the saying? As long as you have money, your husband is still in kindergarten. Susani's savings over the years and the money she got from the divorce, she couldn't even count how many zeros there were. Plus, with her current reputation and status in the entertainment industry, she wouldn't be afraid that there wouldn't be any young men chasing after her. As for Yang, who was destined to be smitten by another woman, he could be with anyone. After thinking about it, there was only one word to describe it: steady. Now that everything was ready, she just needed to wait for Yang to sign. Once they were divorced, she would be free to do whatever she wanted. Wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted? When she thought about the beautiful life in the future, Susani's superb acting skills couldn't suppress the smile on her face. He's so slow to sign. Even if he steps into the coffin today, he should sign it for me first. Listen, is this human language? Yang tugged at his tie uncomfortably and tried to respond calmly. I'm fine. Wow, this bastard is quite handsome when he's tugging at his tie. But this bastard will fall in love with another woman in the future, be intimate with another woman, hit me, scold me, and humiliate me for another woman. TSK. What's the use of being handsome? It's better to divorce such a scumbag as soon as possible. Out of sight, out of mind. Yang, the scumbag who was suddenly subjected to domestic violence, held his breath and remained silent for a long time. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the pen. Up until now, everything that had happened was attacking his rationality and understanding. Whether it was the fact that he could hear Susani's thoughts or the fact that it was about Susani. He tossed the pen aside. I'm not leaving. No more divorce? The two lawyers looked at each other. Yang said calmly, another day. Susani, murder is against the law. Murder is against the law. Susani, calm down. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Think about your young hunks and your husband who is still in kindergarten. They can't live without you. Don't be angry. Susani, who had been shocked out of her soul by Yang's words, came back to her senses when she heard the words another day. She immediately calmed her murderous heart. She put on a smile that looked like she was crying tears of joy, but in fact, she looked as if she had lost her parents. She was so surprised that she was choked with sobs. She looked as if she didn't know what to say. The two lawyers didn't make any comments on Yang's family matters. When Yang said that he wasn't leaving, they had already packed up their documents and were ready to leave. After all, their job was to divide up the property distribution problems caused by a divorce, not the neighborhood committee aunties. After the lawyers left, Yang covered his head with his hand and leaned back on the sofa. Maybe there was a blood clot in his brain, or maybe something had happened and he was sick. He looked in the direction of the empty space, but Susani's voice still sounded in his ears. What is he thinking about now? One moment he wants to divorce, and the next moment he doesn't. Did the water get into his brain? Although she didn't understand why Young changed his mind at the last minute, for Susani, this was something she had always dreamed of. She said, based on the current situation, "Hubby, are you okay?" Young suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her with confusion and inquiry. Susani recalled the role of the infatuated woman she had played in the last movie. She cried and laughed as she choked. "Hubby, I'm so happy that you changed your mind and didn't want to divorce me. Like hell. Is this bastard playing with me? I remember that I deliberately acted like a big shot, spread rumors, stole the show, and made things difficult for him. I've already sent someone to pass the news to him. It's impossible that he didn't see it." As she got closer, her voice became clearer. "On purpose. I've already sent someone to pass it to him." What did she mean? Young narrowed his eyes and looked at her carefully, as if he had never known her before. Susani had a bad reputation in the entertainment industry. She was known as the Black Widow, which was literally derogatory. Relying on her background, she was domineering, arrogant, and domineering in the entertainment industry and did whatever she wanted. She was a vicious female supporting character. Acting arrogantly was her character. Wouldn't it be a violation of her character setting if she was kind to others? However, because of this attitude problem, she had offended many people when she first entered the entertainment industry. Until now, her every move was watched by people from all directions. No matter what she did, there would always be people who would maliciously exaggerate and distort the facts and then condemn her. Fortunately, Susani had some acting skills. Although she couldn't compete for an Oscar for the time being, she was still much better than the stars who were now in the entertainment industry. She had a few good looks and career fans. Therefore, she was always able to get roles. Although her reputation was tarnished, there was no doubt about her acting skills. For example, some time ago, after the original female lead in Bebe's promotion was shoved into the cast by the producer, her acting skills were not good. She was criticized by the director for a long time and was replaced with Susani. It was obviously the director's fault, but as the rumor spread, it became Susani's fault for stealing scenes. Susani didn't take it to heart at all. She was even a little complacent, saving her the time to stir up trouble. She had seen through it. The entertainment industry was a place where people bullied the weak and feared the strong. They gritted their teeth and made up stories about you behind your back, but they still had to smile and call you sister in front of you. Originally, Susani had planned that after the divorce, it would be best if she could gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. If not, she would retire for love and leave a legend of being trapped by love for future generations to admire. Who would have thought that Young, this grandson, would change his mind at the last minute? My beautiful future has been ruined by Young, this bastard. If you don't divorce me, you'll regret it one day. Susani hid a wild beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws in her heart, but on the surface, she had a beautiful and moving face. She was like the queen's poisonous apple, harmless on the surface, but poisonous on the surface. He had been impulsive just now. He still had to divorce her. Whether it was that arrogant and domineering Susani who used her power to bully others outside, or this woman who didn't mean what she said, he couldn't bear it. Susani, I regret it. Let's get a divorce. Ah? This bastard is really playing with me. I'm going to smash his dog head. Young only felt a buzzing sound in his head, and he felt an intense pain. Just as he took out his phone and was about to ask the lawyer to turn back, the Empress Dowager called and asked the couple to go back to the old mansion. Young was a standard third-generation rich. Everything he had now was built on the foundation of his grandfather and father. It was said that wealth couldn't last more than 3 generations. However, when it came to Young, not only did the family not fail, but they even reached a higher level. They completely consolidated the family's position in various industries, and outsiders couldn't shake them. This time it must be because of the divorce. I got married because of the marriage agreement between old Mr. E and Grandpa. Yang's mother doesn't like me at all. When I go back this time, I might be able to persuade Yang to divorce her. If they can really get a divorce, she'll be my biological mother. Sigh, it's all this bastard's fault. If I could sign the papers, I wouldn't have to go back and deal with his mother. That auntie is too powerful, and I can't beat her. It's said that a large part of the reason for the poor relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is because of the son's inaction. I've been so miserable these 2 years. All the misfortune was caused by this bastard. I don't know if that woman will come and step on me today. I have to think of a way to step on her in advance. I can't lose out on a meal. That's why women get married for no reason. They have to fight with their mother-in-law and love rivals. They're fighting with each other over this bastard. They're almost cross-eyed. Give Yang some more time. If he doesn't divorce me, I'll let him know how vast the grassland is. Bah. That bastard who goes back on his words. The car slowly drove into the Yi family's mansion. Yang's face was pale when he got out of the car. His tightly clenched fists were slightly trembling, and the words "strangers are not allowed to come near" were written all over his body. The old butler went to greet him, but he was rebuffed. "Young madam, what's wrong with young master?" Susani was also confused. Ever since he got into the car, Yang's face had been as black as the bottom of a pot. It was as if someone owed him money. "Uncle Chenbo, don't worry. It's fine." "That's good. Let's go in. Madam has been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as Susani entered the house, she heard voices coming from the living room. The woman's voice was gentle and mellow. Her tone was slow and calm, and her voice was pleasant to the ears. Just from her voice alone, one could imagine how well-educated and gentle this woman was. "Mother, why did you ask us to come back?" Yang and Susani entered the house one after the other. The voices in the living room instantly stopped. Lady Yi was over 50 years old. She took good care of herself. Her shoulders were straight, and no one could tell that she was old. Her facial features were not harsh. On the contrary, at first glance, she gave off the feeling of a kind mother. She was very kind. Compared to the young and beautiful woman beside her, although she was not as young, she was more graceful and elegant. Lady Yi held the hand of the woman beside her intimately. She smiled and said, "Yongyan just returned to China yesterday. She brought gifts to visit me and Dad. I happened to have something to ask you, so I asked you to come back." She was Qin Yan, a famous fashion designer and one of the top print models. "Yang, long time no see." Qin Yan stood up gracefully, as if she was really just here to visit. "Cindy, I haven't seen you for a long time. You're getting more and more beautiful." Susani smiled politely and said, "You too. I brought you a gift. I don't know if you'll like it. I hope you can accept it. If you don't know if I'll like it, don't give it to me." Qin Yan said as she picked up a very expensive gift bag from the coffee table in front of her. She took out a jewelry box from it and handed it to Susani. "Open it and see. This box looks like an ordinary gift box, but this box is designed upside down. If I take it and open it, the card seat will be unstable, and the things inside will definitely fall to the ground and break. If I open it upside down, the things inside will hit the edge of the box after spinning, and it will still break. She gave me a show of strength as soon as she came in. What should I do? If it breaks, this woman will cry pitifully with red eyes and say something like, 'Cindy doesn't like my gift, you don't have to be like this. I really want to give it to you.' Then she will leave as if she has been wronged. His mother will definitely not let her. Then she will use this as an excuse to scold me. Yang, this dog man, is here, so I can't talk back. God, this is so disgusting. I can't suffer like this." White Lotus likes Yang, but she didn't confess earlier. Now she's being a mistress and scheming. I think the two of them are a match made in heaven. Get married early and have children. Don't come out and harm others. I'm so pitiful. Why doesn't this dog man divorce me? Why does he make me suffer like this? No, I have to think of a way. I can't be so passive. Otherwise, when I receive it later, I won't hold it properly. I have to strike first." Yang, who was beside her, heard everything clearly. His expression couldn't be described as ugly. Although he and Qin Yan didn't grow up together, they went to high school together. There was nothing but friendship between them. He knew Qin Yan very well. She was a pure and kind girl. How could she have so many malicious thoughts just because of a gift? The moment Susini took the jewelry box, Yang reached out and took it. He looked at Susini and opened the jewelry box. He wanted to let Susini see if Qin Yan was the person she thought she was. A clear green bracelet slipped out of the jewelry box. The moment it fell to the ground, it broke into pieces. Lady Yi was shocked. Qin Yan was stunned. Susini was overjoyed when Yang took the jewelry box. Now, she pinched her arm hard and cried, Yang, what are you doing? Even if you don't like what Qin Yan gave me, you don't have to be like this. Qin Yan really wanted to give it to me. Yang, it doesn't matter if your husband is a straight man. Bitch discrimination expert is online. I will update daily, tentatively every day at 8 p.m. If the flag falls, I will let everyone know in advance. Thank you for your support. I was suddenly feeling uneasy, but suddenly I was cured by everyone's comments. Thank you. I've sent red packets to those who commented in the previous chapter. This chapter will randomly give 100 red packets. Thank you for your immediate support. Thank you to the little angels who voted for me or gave me nutrient solutions. Thank you to the little angels who threw the landmine. 2 can't see me. 1 sweet cookie. Ling ling ling. Thank you to the little angels who gave me nutrient solutions. 59 bottles of Little Red Riding Hood. 23 bottles of Southern Tree. 20 bottles of iced peach oolong tea. 10 bottles of Zhaojun Fuji Huishua. 8 bottles of Royal Painted Brocade. 5 bottles of Bing Bing. 2 bottles of Sunshine Everywhere. 1 bottle of Susie, Amy, Little White Eye. Thank you very much for your support. I will continue to work hard. The broken pieces on the ground were like a slap to Yang's face. Yang's face had been ugly since he returned to China. Looking at Qin Yan's eyes, Yang couldn't help but think about what Susini had said before. He really couldn't believe that the person he had known for more than 10 years was the kind of hypocrite Susini had maliciously speculated. But everything in front of him made him believe it. Otherwise, how could such an expensive jewelry box break when he opened it lightly in his hand? Fortunately, I escaped. If it weren't for Yang, I don't know how to get away. That dog man is quite useful at critical moments. Hubby, this is Miss Qin's gift. Look. Susini picked up a piece of the jade bracelet from the ground with great regret and blamed him bitterly. Just by looking at this small piece, you can see how good the jade bracelet is. How could you be so careless? Yang, what's the matter? Why didn't you hold the jade bracelet properly? Lady Yi hurriedly smoothed things over and smiled at Qin Yan. Yongyan, I'm really sorry. Yang has been busy with work recently. He has been traveling all over the world. He just returned to China yesterday and is still jet-lagged. He didn't mean it. Don't take it to heart. Auntie will give you a better jade bracelet another day. Of course, Qin Yan wouldn't quarrel with Lady Yi because of a jade bracelet. She was very considerate. Auntie, I understand that Yang didn't mean it. I just returned to China 2 days ago and didn't come back often. I'm not in good spirits. As for the jade bracelet, this jade bracelet was originally given to Sini. What do you mean by giving me a better one? Lady Yi was very satisfied with her words. She patted the back of her hand and smiled. I'm relieved that you think so. Qin Yan was the only daughter of the Qin family. She was an internationally renowned designer and a famous print model. The jade bracelet she gave was really good. Before Su Sini and Yang came back, she specially showed it to Lady Yi. Lady Yi had countless pieces of jewelry. How could she not know the value of this jade bracelet? She immediately said it was too expensive. Lady Yi nodded when she said, Auntie, I grew up with Yang. When Yang got married, I wasn't in China. This jade bracelet is my wedding gift to Yang and Sini. Please don't refuse it. Lady Yi had watched her grow up. Qin Yan knew that Lady Yi liked her. Before Yang and Susini got married, Lady Yi had always treated her as her daughter-in-law. However, no matter how much Lady Yi liked her, it couldn't compare to old Mr. Yi's marriage contract. However, before returning to China, she had inquired about Susini. She was arrogant and domineering. Lady Yi didn't like her. Even Yang and her were only husband and wife on the surface. There was no true love. This jade bracelet was originally just a test. Now that it had turned into a pile of worthless pieces, Qin Yan didn't feel sorry at all. She only felt sorry that this jade bracelet didn't break in Susani's hands. Miss Qin, although this is all Yang's fault, when you go back, you have to ask the owner who sold you the jade bracelet what happened. The jade bracelet is so easily broken. How could the jewelry box be so careless? Susani emphasized the words, it's all Yang's fault. People really have double standards. If I broke it, Yang's mother would probably scold me. She's protecting her own son in every way possible. She doesn't even need to apologize. The atmosphere suddenly became cold. Lady Yi was born in a wealthy family. She had seen all kinds of people and things after being in the Yi family for so many years. Naturally, she knew what was going on. When she withdrew her hand from the back of Qin Yan's hand, the smile on her face faded a lot. Yang's face darkened. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Qin Yan's expression froze, but then she reacted and smiled as if nothing had happened. It's okay. If Cindy likes it, I'll send you another bracelet another day. How can I do that? This bracelet was broken by Yang. Of course, Yang should compensate me. How can I let you pay for it? Mom, am I right? Lady Yi sighed and nodded. Susani pestered Yang. Honey, you broke the jade bracelet that Miss Qin gave me. You have to compensate me, with an identical jade bracelet. At least 7 figures. Yang looked at her with undisguised warning in his eyes. He squeezed out a few words from his throat. Okay, I'll compensate you. Honey, you're the best. Susani was naive and didn't know anything. She smiled happily. Uncle Chenbo, quickly get someone to sweep away the rubbish here and throw it out. Otherwise, it won't be good if someone gets hurt. Her words sounded like she was implying something, but there was nothing wrong with it. It would be too narrow-minded to be calculative, but it would be too sullen to swallow it all. Qin Yan got up and said goodbye. Auntie, this time. I'm just here to visit you and Uncle. It's getting late. I should leave. She only said that she was leaving and didn't dare to show any grievances. Lady Yi asked someone to send Qin Yan out. Then she glanced at Susani and Yang. Yang, come with me. It's here, it's finally here. Maybe it's about forcing Yang to get a divorce. Mom. Do your best. If this succeeds, you'll be my biological mother. Yang, who was turning around, stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Susani, who almost couldn't hide the savage smile on her face. You come over too. Susani, seeing Yang and Susani enter the study one after another, Lady Yi was about to say something when Yang explained, we're husband and wife. There's nothing she can't hear. Lady Yi sighed. Then I'll get straight to the point. Tell me, are you planning to get a divorce? When Susani heard this, she was so emotional that she couldn't speak. After a while. Mom. This call of Mom was more sincere than before. Susani burst into tears and said sadly, you'd better ask Yang about this. Yang, tell me, what's going on? Tell me. Tell me that you hate me and don't like me. Even if you break off your mother-son relationship and can't inherit the Yi family's assets, you'll die. You'll divorce me even if you die. Yang clenched his fists so hard that the veins on the back of his hands popped out. This woman had been provoking him within his tolerance range. How hateful. After taking a deep breath, it took him a long time to calm down. He asked, how did you know about this? How did I know? The company's lawyer immediately told the old man who's recuperating on the mountain. If I hadn't found out and suppressed it, were you planning to act first and report later? After Lady Yi finished speaking, she looked at Susani. Why didn't you discuss such a big matter with me in advance? Mom, I know I didn't do well. I also know that I'm not as likable as Miss Qin. It's normal that Yang doesn't like me, but I'll change in the future. Trust me, please help me persuade Yang. I don't want a divorce. Susani deliberately mentioned Qin Yan so that Lady Yi would have a comparison in her mind. Look, you have such an excellent candidate as Qin Yan as your daughter-in-law. Why are you still tolerating me? Hurry up and ask your son to divorce me. Threaten him with your mother-son relationship. If he doesn't divorce, then break off your mother-son relationship. As for Yang's head, it buzzed in pain again. He would probably have a migraine in 2 days. Divorce involves a lot of assets. It's such a big matter, and you want to keep it from us? You've grown up and don't care about your mother anymore, right? Well said. This dog of a man is so arrogant. Mom, I'll take care of this matter. Lady Yi scolded angrily, take care of it? How are you going to take care of it? Yang argued, the assets have been divided by the lawyer. If you're still worried, I'll ask the lawyer to explain it to you alone in 2 days. Explain it to me alone? What about your grandfather? Have you thought about how you're going to explain it to them? Susani cried with ease, Mom, Yang, I don't want a divorce. I won't agree. I will never agree to divorce Yang. Even if you agree, Grandpa. Grandpa won't agree. Hurry up, and get the divorce done while Grandpa isn't around. Yang gritted his teeth, I'll personally apologize to Grandpa. I must get a divorce. Susani was disappointed and cried, Yang, do you hate me that much? I know I can't compare to Miss Jean, but I'm sincere to you. Although you haven't touched me all these years, you should know how I feel about you. What? I haven't touched you. Lady Yi was furious, Yang. What's going on? You've been married for 2 years. I suspect that he's not good in that aspect and has already obtained evidence. Otherwise, why would he turn a blind eye to such a beautiful girl like me? Mom, don't blame Yang. I don't blame him for not liking me. If you want to blame someone, blame. Yang said, shut up. Lady Yi said, shut up. Susani stood at the side aggrievedly. She wanted to say something, but her tears fell first and she choked silently. I'm so anxious. It turns out that Yang's procrastination is inherited in his family. Is such a small matter worth arguing about for so long? The study was silent for a while. The 3 of them calmed down and thought about it carefully. Lady Yi facebombed and pondered. Yang was also silent. After a while, Lady Yi took a deep breath and regained her calm demeanor. She said slowly, I don't agree to your divorce. Yang, if you dare to divorce Susani, you'll never call me mom again. Do you hear me? Yang stood there and did not say anything. Susani felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her head. Why was there something wrong with the plot? Why did it say, if you dare to divorce, you'll never call me mom again? Why was Lady Yi not playing by the rules? The nursing home said that the old man is recovering well and will be back next week. However, the doctor also said that the old man can't be agitated. Your marriage was also arranged by the old man, so you should know how high his expectations are for you. Do you understand what I mean? Susani felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She had forgotten about this. Grandpa's health is not good. He can't be agitated. But, we can get a divorce first, then hide it from the old man and be a fake couple for a period of time. Anyway, our married life for the past 2 years is no different from a fake one. If I can think of this, Yang should be able to think of it too, right? She looked at Yang meaningfully. Lady Yi said earnestly, Yang, you're all grown up now. You know what to do. I believe you should know what to do. Susani looked at him expectantly. Yang looked at her sideways. You want to divorce me so badly, heh? I know what to do, Mom. Don't worry. Crack, this was the sound of a dream shattering. Susani's face was lifeless. Susani and Yang left the study one after another. At the corner, Yang grabbed Susani's arm and pulled her into an unlocked guest room. Yang looked down from above. The air around him was heavy, giving people an indescribable sense of awe and fear. An inexplicable sense of oppression pressed down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Firstly, Grandpa's health is not good. The divorce will be postponed. Susani suppressed the sadness in her heart. Her eyes were shining as she nodded with tears in her eyes. Then you must remember it. Secondly, Grandpa will be back next week, so we have to stay at the old mansion for a while. During this period, you're not allowed to say anything nonsense to Grandpa, let alone mention that we haven't slept together in the past 2 years of marriage. We haven't slept together in the first place. Susani turned pale with fright. This bastard won't let me sleep in the same room with him, right? Will he want to do something to me? Susani stammered, hubby, isn't this not very good? It's far from the city, and you're busy with work. It's not convenient to live here. How about this, I'll be filial to grandpa for you, Susani, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. I'll never touch you. Susani blinked. Is that so? You can still hear what I'm thinking? Then can you hear me calling you? Bastard. Dog man. You're wasting my cabbage pig. You're a piece of cow dung on me. Flop. Do you hear me, you dead flop? Young. Susani. Young, don't worry, I'm not interested in you. I'll never touch you. Later, so fragrant hee. JPGA random 100 red packets. Thank you for your support carrot. Thank you to the little angels who voted for me or gave me nutrient solutions. Thank you to the little angels who threw the landmine. Yuli, can't see me. All beings, you painted brocade. Southern little tree 1. Yang and Susani had just stepped out of the study when Butler Chen walked in with a smile. He had been working for the family ever since old Mr. E was young. Even after so many years, he couldn't bear to leave the family. It could be said that he had watched Yang grow up. Lady E was sitting on the sofa and rubbing her forehead. Her head was throbbing with pain after talking to the couple. What a sin. Chen Bo, get someone to tidy up Yang and Sunny's rooms. When Dad comes back, they can stay at home for a while. Chen Bo smiled lovingly. That's great. Old Mr. E will be happy to hear about it. I'll make the arrangements now. Wait. Lady E stopped Chen Bo before he could leave. She thought for a moment. When Dad comes back, throw away all the entertainment magazines in the house. Don't let Dad see any of them. Also, don't let him know about any news about Sunny on TV. Susani was famous. Everyone in the E family knew about her, except for old Mr. E, who had been recuperating in the mountains for the past 2 years. Dad's health has just improved. The doctor said that he can't take too much stimulation. Please keep an eye on him. Don't let those messy rumors reach Dad's ears. Before she could finish speaking, Yang shouted angrily from outside the door, Susani. The two of them were stunned for a moment. Chen Bo was the first to come back to his senses. He smiled and said, it's probably young master and young madam fooling around again. Lady E sighed. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, what a pair of enemies. All right, you can go now. Chen Bo smiled and left. That night, Yang and Susani stayed at the old house. When the two of them first got married, they lived in the old mansion. Later, old Mr. E fell ill and went to the sanatorium on the mountain to recuperate. The two of them then moved to the apartment in the city center on the grounds that it was convenient for them to work. Although they lived together as husband and wife, Yang was busy with work and Susani was away filming all year round. She was often away from home for a month or two. The couple rarely got together and were often apart. They existed in name only. Being forced to live in the old house, if Yang was 180 times unwilling, then Susani was 360 times unwilling. However, she couldn't show any resistance. On the contrary, she had to be ecstatic and full of expectations. This was very sad. Fortunately, Susani was not a person who liked to be stubborn. She had been here for 2 years, so there was no harm in waiting a little longer. However, she was a little strange. Since Yang had already prepared the division of assets and the divorce agreement, why did he go back on his word at the signing stage? Little A, why do you think that bastard suddenly went back on his word? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. I don't know either. However, I suggest that the host doesn't always curse. It's not good. Don't misunderstand. I don't usually curse. Susani removed her makeup in front of the mirror and looked at her charming face in it. Her mood improved a lot. Except for Yang. He's such a bastard that he deserves special treatment. After removing her makeup and taking a shower, Susani swayed in front of the full-body mirror. With such a good figure and face, Yang's eyes were really lucky. When she walked out of the bathroom, she saw Yang sitting on the sofa, focused on reading a book. He was wearing home clothes, and his hair was still slightly wet. From Susanie's perspective, the Yang in front of her without his suit was less domineering and arrogant than he was during the day. He was more approachable. Susanie immediately thought it through. If they didn't divorce, then so be it. She just had to make him regret it for the next 2 days. What was there to be troubled about? It couldn't be easier to make a person, especially a man, hate her. She walked over excitedly and pulled the magazine from Yang's hand with a look of surprise. She sat on Yang's lap and secretly pulled up her sleeves, revealing half of her shoulders. Susanie used all her skills and pinched her throat as she said coquettishly, "Hubby, what are you looking at? When a man hated you, everything you did was wrong. Not to mention such a bold and explicit action." Susanie was such a beautiful girl. If she acted like this in front of other men, the man would not be able to resist. However, Yang was not an ordinary man. This man had a heart of stone and hated Susanie for a long time. Susanie still hadn't figured out why Yang hated her so much. But that wasn't important. "Get down." Yang didn't touch her at all. His expression didn't change, and his tone was cold as if he was in a world of ice and snow. Susanie could feel the anger and hostility that he was suppressing under his expressionless face. "If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move." Susanie insisted on lying on his lap and flipped open the magazine. It was an academic magazine, and the content was in English. She didn't understand the content, but she saw a picture of a female scholar wearing glasses on a page of the magazine. "Hubby, are you looking at her? Then tell me, is she beautiful, or am I beautiful?" Susanie was really superficial if the scholar only used the word beautiful to describe her. For people like Yang who read academic magazines, the disgust and contempt for Susanie in his heart would only be deeper. Yang didn't want to pay attention to her at all. He reached out and pushed her off his body, not showing any mercy to her. Susanie staggered and fell on the sofa without caring about her image. She angrily glared at Yang. But when she thought that Yang's brain was in the water, she didn't want to argue with a disabled person like him. "Hubby, don't be like this. Mom just talked to me. She said that Grandpa's health isn't good, and she wants us to let Grandpa hold his great-grandson as soon as possible." Susanie's attitude was ambiguous. She blinked her eyes and winked at him. The meaning of her words was obvious. Hurry up and push me away. Point at my nose and scold me fiercely. Say, Susanie, don't think that I will touch you just because you mentioned Grandpa. I won't touch you even if I don't have any descendants in this life. Then push the door open and leave. Have a big fight with your mother. Threaten her with the relationship between mother and son. You must divorce me. Just as Susanie was waiting excitedly, Yang's face was livid. He didn't know why Susanie would think that, but before he heard Susanie's words, he really wanted to do that. But when he heard Susanie's words, he inexplicably calmed down. He rubbed his forehead, which seemed to be splitting, and stood a meter away from her. He whispered, "Just stand there. Don't come over. If you have something to say, just stand there and say it. Why is this bastard not playing by the rules again?" Although she thought that in her heart, she still asked with concern, "Honey, are you okay? Do you have a headache? Do you want me to rub it for you?" "No." Yang took a deep breath. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Susanie's worried and agitated face. Although Yang didn't understand why Susanie was acting so strangely, he wasn't in the mood to find out too much for the time being. Grandpa was coming back soon. The old man's health wasn't good, so he couldn't be too agitated. Moreover, Grandpa liked Susanie so much that he would never allow him to divorce Susanie. Since no one else in the family wanted them to divorce, then they wouldn't divorce for the time being. He wanted to see what Susanie was up to. The clock slowly pointed to 9:30 p.m. The Yi family's old mansion was located in the famous Xianxia Bay Villa area. It was surrounded by lakes and mountains, far away from the city. The surrounding environment was very quiet. Therefore, only the sound of Yang flipping the pages of his book could be heard in the entire room. After failing to provoke and seduce him, Susanie hugged the blanket and decided to continue her pretense. "Honey, it's getting late. We should go to bed." She crawled under the blanket and pulled her long hair to her chest. She lifted the blanket on one side of the pillow and deliberately exposed her fair and delicate thigh. It was sexy and seductive. For the past 2 days, she seemed to be jumping at the bottom line of Yang's tolerance. However, what kind of person was Yang? At such a young age, he had followed his grandfather, who had experienced hundreds of battles in the business world. Which one of the people he met wasn't a 1,000-year-old fox? Her little tricks were nothing compared to his. Since Yang could tolerate it so well, she wanted to see how long Yang could tolerate it. When he couldn't tolerate it anymore, it would be the day of their divorce. Looking away from the magazine, Yang saw the erotic scene on the bed. His eyes darkened and his eyebrows sank. His slightly cold palms suddenly warmed up inexplicably, as if he was holding a ball of fire. The fire gradually spread from his palms to his arms and then engulfed his whole body. However, it was only for a moment. He forced himself to look away. "Put on your clothes." Susani smiled. "Why should I wear clothes to sleep?" She patted the spot beside her and winked at him. She could almost guess what Yang was thinking. This bastard must be thinking, even if I, Yang, sleep on the floor, sleep on the sofa, or sleep on the windowsill, I will never sleep in the same bed as Susani. Or, this shameless woman dares to seduce me? Ha, woman, I won't be fooled by you. After being married for 2 years, Susani and Yang rarely spent time together. In addition, Yang had always disliked her and was prejudiced against her. He didn't want to sleep in the same bed as her. She remembered the first night after their marriage. Yang looked at her calmly and told her that he would never love her in this life, let alone touch her. That night, he worked in the study all night. After moving out of the old mansion, Yang would rather sleep in the guest room than the master bedroom. He would rather stay in a hotel than go home. It was as if she was a scourge that he couldn't avoid at all costs. It was as if he wanted to be a widow for his virginity. Now in the old mansion, there was only one bed in the room. According to Yang's style in the past, he should have gone to sleep in another room. Haven't you always despised me? Hurry up and go sleep in the guest room. If Yang was unhappy, she would be happy. If Yang was happy, she would be unhappy. When he heard Susani's voice, Yang walked forward slowly and stood at the edge of the bed. He looked at her silently and scrutinized her for 2 seconds. Their eyes met. After thinking for 5 seconds, Yang lifted the blanket and went to bed. He even took away more than half of Susani's blanket. Half of Susani's body was exposed. When the cold wind blew, she shivered. There was silence in the room. For a moment, Susani didn't expect Yang's dislike for her to decrease. For the first time in 2 years, he was willing to sleep in the same bed with her. Her face fell instantly, as if she had swallowed a fly. He could tolerate it so well? Hubby, Yang opened his eyes. Go to sleep. After that, he closed his eyes. Susani lay down timidly. It was a little cold. Susani grabbed a corner of the blanket and pulled it closer to her body bit by bit. The blanket that she pulled over was still warm from Yang's body. Actually, she didn't really care about sharing the same bed with Yang, but it said that men are young and full of desire. This bastard hasn't had a woman for so many years. What if he suddenly gets enlightened tonight and makes an example of me? He shouldn't be that beastly, right? But if he's really that beastly, should I scream or not? Should I resist or not? No, I can't let this man defile my pure body. Susani grabbed the blanket and quietly moved away from Yang. Warning, your deeply rooted in love persona is about to collapse. Please remedy it. Susani quietly moved back to her original position. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. That's it. As long as Yang doesn't do anything, I'll sleep. If he really dares to do anything, Susani's gaze fell on the bedside table lamp beside her. This lamp should be able to do it. Just as she was about to sleep with this distance, the blanket was suddenly lifted. Susani was startled at first, then he sat up with the quilt in his arms and looked at Yang in horror. It's coming, it's coming. This bastard really does have improper thoughts about me. It's over, it's over. What if I get pregnant? The divorce will definitely be over. When I give birth, my body will be out of shape and I'll become an old woman. This bastard will continue to flirt outside and hit me, scold me, and humiliate me. No, no, I can't be wronged like this. Beast. Beast in human clothing. Yang got up without saying a word, his back facing Susani. In a place where Susani couldn't see, his face was pale with anger. Listen, is Susani thinking something a human would say? Improper thoughts? Is he crazy to have improper thoughts about me? Was he so desperate that he couldn't be picky? Yang regretted it. Long ago, he should have decisively divorced Susani. He shouldn't have delayed it out of curiosity. There was no movement for a long time. What? After probing with this word, Susani felt that it was a little ambiguous. She swallowed her saliva and changed her words. Hubby, what's wrong with you? You said that you don't want to divorce me, right? Susani went against her conscience and nodded. Yes. Yang turned around and forcefully suppressed his anger. His eyes were dark and unreadable as he stared at Susani. Looking down from above, a large shadow was cast over her. Yang's eyes were undoubtedly sharp. He looked her up and down and quietly thought for a while before saying, okay, then let's make a deal. Susani faintly smelled a bad premonition. She had a feeling that Yang's eyes were up to no good. Her rationality prevented her from agreeing, and she couldn't let Yang continue speaking. But her character couldn't be ruined. She asked softly, what's the deal? First, in the future, you're not allowed to accept any sex scenes, kissing scenes, or any scenes where you have intimate relations with men. Susani was shocked and hurriedly refuted, no, hubby, I'm an actress. The most important thing for an actress is her artistic integrity. The script was written by the director. I have to act according to the director's instructions. Besides, sex scenes and kissing scenes are actually harmless in the film industry. Everyone, I'm not asking for your opinion. In the future, let me read through your script. I'll bear with it. Yang raised his eyebrows. Second, in the future, you're not allowed to get too close to other actors and celebrities. Know your limits. Please remember, you're already 27 years old. Murder is against the law. Murder is against the law. Susani, calm down. You can't fall short at this time. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Don't be calculated with a 28-year-old man. Don't be agitated, don't be agitated. Third, Yang stared at her deeply, like a cheetah staring at its prey, watching her every move. You're not allowed to swear. Susani instinctively retorted, when did I swear? Is this bastard deliberately messing with me? Bastard, pervert, so what if I'm scolding you? What's wrong? Yang closed his eyes and endured it. He gritted his teeth and said word by word with difficulty. If you agree, then I can consider not divorcing you for the time being. Susani smiled, but in her heart, she asked little A, can I break this bastard's head? No, in front of your husband, you can't break your deep love persona. Susani endured it again and again. In the end, in front of Yang, she smiled ungratefully. With a feeling of wanting to break his head, she happily, humiliatingly, and gritted her teeth to accept this humiliating treaty. Okay, honey, I promise you. I promise you anything. As long as you don't divorce me, I'm willing to do anything. Is there anything in the room that I can use to break this bastard's head? Susani's eyes wandered around the room, staring at a vase on the table, thinking about the possibility of using the vase to break Yang's head. Yang followed her gaze to the vase, and his face gradually darkened. Also, I said that I'm not interested in you. To me, your body is no different from an auntie in the market, so please don't flatter yourself. His gaze fell on Susani's half-exposed shoulders. Her shoulders were fair and round, her collarbones were flat and sunken, and below her collar was a beautiful and alluring curve. Susani choked. What a pity, this bastard is blind at such a young age. Auntie in the market? Then if you have the ability, you can sleep with the auntie in the market. Yang's eyes darkened, and he turned away. I'm going to sleep in the guest room. When he opened the door, a servant stood outside and asked with a smile, young master, young madam asked me to ask if you want to go down for supper. Eating supper. Hee, bastard street punk. Eat sh*t. Yang raised his voice and said angrily, I'm not eating. One of the emoji giants here, eat sh*t jpg. The comments continued to randomly drop 100 red packets. Thank you for your support, thank you to the little angel who voted for me, thank you to the little angel who threw the sunshine is everywhere one. The next morning, Susani, who was still sleeping in bed, heard a knock on the door. Susani joined the crew late. In order to keep up with the filming progress, she filmed day and night. She hadn't had a good night's sleep since the start of the drama Bebe's promotion. When Yi-young returned to the country, she asked the director for 2 days off due to personal matters. Only then could she have a good night's sleep. Last night, she specifically told Chen-bo not to wake her up for breakfast in the morning. However, early in the morning, the knocking on the door was like a ghost. Susani tossed and turned, annoyed. She couldn't hear clearly what the person outside said. In a daze, she seemed to hear the words "Old Master is back." Old Master is back? Grandpa is back? Susani, who was on the verge of death, sat up in shock. She was hiding under the blanket. When the blanket was lifted, she sat up abruptly as if she had been electrocuted. Didn't he say he would return next week? Why did he come back today? Susani subconsciously looked around. She was the only one on the messy bed. Yi-young was nowhere to be seen. She slapped her head. She almost forgot that Yi-young went to sleep in another room last night. Sunny couldn't care less. She turned over and got up. As she walked to the door, she brushed her hair twice. She took a deep breath and opened the door. Chen-bo, what's wrong? Chen-bo, who was standing outside the door, smiled. Old Master came back early this morning. He's downstairs now. Madam asked me to wake you and young Master up quickly. Okay, Yi-young and I will go down immediately. Just as Chen-bo turned and went downstairs, Susani hurriedly opened the doors of the empty rooms next door. She looked in the 2 rooms on the left and right, but he was nowhere to be found. She went into the room and called Yi-young. However, she couldn't get through even after several calls. Where did this bastard sleep in the middle of the night? Looking around at the few rooms on the 3rd floor, the 3rd floor was divided into 2 directions, east and west. In the middle, there was a high living room corridor from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. There was no one in the 2 rooms on the left and right. They probably slept in the 2 rooms on the west side. Susani was barefooted and bent over, sticking close to the wall of the corridor as she walked towards the west end. She couldn't make a big fuss about it. She had to do it quietly. She couldn't let the people downstairs hear it. She also couldn't let the old man know that they were still sleeping in separate rooms after being married for 2 years. Faint voices could be heard from the living room. Dad, let me help you upstairs to rest for a while. It was Lady Yi's voice. Then, there was the sound of footsteps going up the stairs. Just then, the door closest to her on the west side opened. Yi-young stood at the door in his pajamas, his hair messy, looking like he had just woken up. The 2 of them looked at each other. The footsteps were getting closer and clearer. It seemed that they were about to reach the 3rd floor. It's over, it's over. I can't let Grandpa see us like this. Susani didn't have time to explain. After a run-up, she jumped onto Yi-young like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. She nimbly sat on top of Yi-young, her hands clinging tightly to his neck and her legs wrapped tightly around his waist. She looked like a sloth climbing up a tree. Early in the morning, Yi-young still hadn't recovered from his daze. His brain and limbs were still in the process of waking up. As soon as he opened the door, before he could say a word, a gust of wind hit him. His vision blurred for a moment, and then a huge force came directly at him. Yi-young, who wasn't prepared in advance, lost his balance and staggered back a few steps. His broad back hit the wall hard. He was almost crushed to death by Susani's move. Bang, the 2 of them bumped their foreheads against each other. Ouch! Yi-young's vision turned black, and his back hurt. Susani, who weighed at least 50 kilograms, was still clinging to him. After he recovered, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. Susani! Get down! What was she doing so early in the morning? Susani covered her forehead and kept hissing. She couldn't say a word for a long time. The footsteps at the stairs stopped abruptly. Yi-young, who was sitting on top of Susani, covered his forehead, and old Mr. E, who was being supported by Lady E, looked at each other. Grandpa? Susani, who was riding on top of Yang, turned her head and looked back. She pretended to be surprised. Grandpa, you're really back? Old Mr. Yi's return was a surprise. No one expected it, and they weren't prepared for it. The old man had suffered a lot when he was young. Now that he was old, his body's pain was exposed. 2 months after Susani and Yang got married, old Mr. Yi had to be hospitalized because of his health. Later, he was transferred to a sanatorium to recuperate. He stayed there for more than a year. Not long ago, the doctor announced that old Mr. E, who had been recuperating in the sanatorium, was getting better and could go home to recuperate. Old Mr. E couldn't wait any longer and went home early the next day. Of course, he didn't tell the E family about this. Old Mr. E was still a child and wanted to give everyone a surprise. He didn't expect to see this scene as soon as he came home. Old Mr. E didn't think much of it, but Lady E frowned. Seeing the two of them messing around so early in the morning, she opened her mouth to scold them. What are you two doing here so early in the morning? You didn't even put on your shoes. Come down. Susani withdrew her legs from Yang's waist. I knew Grandpa was coming back, so I was in a hurry and forgot to put on my shoes. Yang cares about me, so. Mom, don't blame him. Old Mr. E stopped Lady E from scolding them. He looked at the two of them kindly. Okay. Young people are all like this. Yang, hurry up and carry Sunny back to the room. It's so cold outside. Why didn't she put on her shoes? Honey, my feet are cold. Warm them. Yang looked at her in disbelief. He was so angry that he was about to explode. He warned her not to go overboard. Okay. Let's go. Old Mr. E chuckled and left with Lady E. It was obvious that he didn't want to get involved in the couple's business. He whispered, I haven't seen them for 2 years. How come they are so close? Lady E turned around and looked at the two of them with a complicated expression. She smiled. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Now that you've seen it with your own eyes, you can rest assured, right? Susani took advantage of the fact that old Mr. E was back and stuffed her feet into Yang's hands. Her feet were actually quite beautiful. They were delicate and white, and her nails were red and translucent. Yang felt as if he was holding a piece of ice. He covered her feet with his hands for a while with a dark face. Hurry up. Grandpa is still watching. Hurry up and carry me back to the room. Yang held her feet with one hand and her waist with the other. He suppressed his anger and carried Susani back to the room. Honey, I know you don't like me. But now that Grandpa is back, even if you don't like me, you have to cooperate with me for the sake of Grandpa's health. Yang was expressionless. Get down. Susani released her hands and slowly slid down from Yang's body. I know what I should do. But Susani, I'm warning you. Behave yourself in front of Grandpa. Susani pursed her lips. Okay. I'll do it again next time. Yang angrily went into the bathroom and washed his hands. After washing up, the two of them put on their clothes and went downstairs. Old Mr. E also came back to the dining table after a short rest and enjoyed the first reunion breakfast in 2 years. Susani looked at old Mr. Yi's silver hair and felt sad. When old Mr. E first came, he still had a head of black hair and was in high spirits. In less than 2 years, his hair had turned completely white under the torture of his illness. Grandpa, why didn't you tell me you were coming back early? Are you okay? Grandpa is old but strong. What could happen? Old Mr. E laughed and patted the back of Sunny's hand lovingly. Where's Yang? He'll be here soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang came downstairs in a smart suit. Even after the chaos just now, there was no sign of fatigue on his face. He walked calmly and steadily to old Mr. E. Grandpa. In the past 2 years, Yang's achievements had been sent to the sanatorium. Old Mr. E knew his progress and achievements very well. Old Mr. E looked at his grandson in front of him, whom he could trust to hand over the family business, and nodded. The satisfaction in his eyes deepened. Not bad. Old Mr. E had always been strict with his son and grandson. Lady Yi knew that when old Mystery said not bad, it was an affirmation of Young. Grandpa is very satisfied with everything except for one thing. I've been in the sanatorium for more than a year. Why haven't the two of you worked hard to give me a great-grandson? Grandpa, I'm busy with work and Cindy has to film. It's not a good time to get pregnant. We're still young. There's no rush. No rush? When Grandpa is in the grave. Grandpa, you'll live a long life. Lady E quickly tried to smooth things over. Dad, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Let's have breakfast first. Old Mystery looked at the two of them and sighed. Okay. That was the end of the matter. Breakfast was placed on the dining table. Susani sat next to Yang. Like many wives in love, her eyes were full of joy. Honey, what do you like to eat? I'll make it for you. I'll do it myself. I'll do it. Susani snatched the toast from his hand. She first smeared a thick layer of butter on the toast and drizzled a layer of honey on it. When no one was looking, she covered the toast with a piece and brought it to Yang's mouth. Honey, seeing that Yang didn't open his mouth, Susani asked curiously, Honey? Yang was a strange person. He was a ruthless person who could drink black coffee expressionlessly, but he didn't even take a bite of candy. It wasn't that she was allergic and couldn't eat it, but she didn't like it. Yang stared at her without blinking. His eyes seemed to be warning her not to do anything. However, Susani didn't want to let go of this rare opportunity. She pretended to ask, Honey, is it not to your liking? You don't like it? Yang's eyebrows could pinch a fly to death. After a while, he lowered his head and took a bite of the toast. After chewing twice, he suddenly stopped. He looked at Susani with eyes that were about to burst into flames. It was as if he had eaten a mouthful of oil but couldn't swallow or spit it out. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down violently. He swallowed the piece of toast in one gulp. Susani ignored the warning with every bite. The 2 pieces of toast were finished by Susani, one bite at a time. Yang's hands, which were hidden under the table, clenched and relaxed. Without a change in expression, he asked Auntie Zhang to bring 2 cups of coffee. One of the cups was placed in front of Susani. Yang slowly took a sip of the coffee. You like coffee, so I asked Auntie Zhang to make a cup for you. The black coffee didn't have any sugar or milk. It was so bitter that it made one feel nauseous. Susani smiled guiltily. I don't like. The coffee was delivered to her mouth. Susani's smile suddenly disappeared. Childish. 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 Can you be any more childish? Is there a need to be so calculative? You're so petty. Bastard, you win. An eye for an eye. Susani took the coffee that Yang brought over. Under old Mr. Yi's increasingly affectionate gaze, she finished the coffee. The bitter taste of the coffee on her tongue was indescribable. Susani experienced the taste of pregnancy in advance. She almost said goodbye to this beautiful world. Hubby, thank you. Just you wait. Old Mystery looked at her, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Yang wasn't like him or his father. He was like his grandmother. He had a cold face and a cold heart. If there was another person by his side to warm his heart, he would be relieved. Before we went to the nursing home, the relationship between husband and wife was so cold. Now that I'm back from the nursing home, their relationship is so good. Lady E had an indescribable expression on her face. She said with difficulty, feelings can be cultivated. Old Mystery didn't seem to notice anything. He smiled and said, that's true. Yang, who had taken his revenge, looked at the time on his watch. Grandpa, it's getting late. I'll go to work first. Have a good rest at home. I'll have a good chat with you when I come back. Go ahead. Yang got up and walked out. Hubby, your tie seems to be crooked. Yang looked down and was about to straighten his tie when Susani got up. With her back facing old Mr. E, she straightened Yang's tie. She accidentally used too much strength and strangled Yang. Yang almost threw up his breakfast. Yang coughed violently. Susani quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Hubby, are you okay? Yang suppressed his anger and pulled at his tie. A few words came out of his mouth stiffly. I'm fine. I'll go first. Wait. Susani looked up and pouted. Looking at Susani's oily mouth, Yang gnashed his teeth and said word by word. What, again? Hubby, kiss kiss. Yang was speechless. Susani, hubby, kiss kiss, hubby seems to hate me even more today, hee. Yang, very good woman. You've successfully attracted my attention. Something came up yesterday. I'm sorry. QAQ comments randomly dropped 100 red packets. Thank you for your support, thank you to the little angels who voted for me or gave me nutrient solutions. Thank you to the little angels who threw the grenade, one glowing egg yolk. Thank you to the little angels who threw the landmine, Swilder, big dick little mushroom, Manyo, blah 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 little lychee. Thank you to the little angels who gave me nutrient solutions. 59 bottles of yen fin, 20 bottles of pear, 17 bottles of flower of the other shore, 16 bottles of Swilder, 14 bottles of Choo Choo, 10 bottles of Isa not Xian, Chin Chin Chen, Guang, Moo Kuan, 5 bottles of Bing Bing and 1 sesame, 2 bottles of strawberry jam, hibiscus, and cis hen, 1 bottle of Iking Lon, Biming, summer, charcoal potatoes, zither remains, Momo, fallen leaves and autumn wind, Susie and Cece. Thank you very much for your support. I will continue to work hard. Of course, they didn't kiss. Thinking of Yang's constipated expression when he left the old house, Susani felt refreshed. Most of the grievances that she had been suppressing for the past 2 years had been released. Old Mr. Yi's eyes were full of kindness. Come, tell Grandpa. How did you two become like this? That's it? Yang's butter and honey toast? Or was it the black coffee that she drank without sugar or milk? Lady Yi came to Susani's rescue. Dad, you don't have to worry about the children. The most important thing now is for you to get better. Old Mr. Yi smiled. Alright, I won't worry about it. Cindy, don't you have any work recently? Yes, I have to go to the set later. Why didn't you ask Yang to send you off? No need, Grandpa. I'm going in a different direction from him. It's not on the way. Yang said. Susani was worried that Yang would kill her in the car. Moreover, their marriage was still a secret. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that their relationship would be exposed, she had to nip it in the bud. Grandpa, I'm done eating. Please take your time. I'll go to the set first. I'll be busy for the next 2 days. I'll talk to you when I'm done. Go. Work is more important. After Susani left, old Mystery put down his chopsticks and the smile on his face faded. The old man was nearing 70 years old. When he was young, it was difficult for him to start his own business from scratch. He had experienced countless storms and waves, and the degree of danger he faced was not comparable to what he was facing now. He was tired of the tricks that the younger generation played. He could tell what was going on with just a glance. How could he not understand the conflict between Yang and Cindy? The two of them are still like that? Lady Yi knew that Old Mystery had seen through her. Lady Yi remained silent. Old Mystery sighed deeply. Yang thinks that he can hide anything from me. And you too. How could I not know about the divorce agreement? Dad, you knew about it? How could I not know? Old Mystery sighed. I often wonder if I made a mistake when I asked Yang to marry Cindy 2 years ago. Did I delay Cindy? And Yang? Mrs. Yi put down her chopsticks. Don't think so. How can I not think? There was a long silence. Forget it. I won't get involved in their affairs. I'll let them make their own decisions in the future. Cindy has a bad temper. She has been spoiled by her grandfather since she was young, but she doesn't look like a bad person to me. If they really get a divorce, she will be very sad. I understand that you don't like her. Old Mystery laughed again. You guys really underestimate me. Although I have 1 foot in the grave, I can still take this kind of shock. Lady Yi laughed as well. The doctor told you to rest well, so we didn't dare to let you know about this. Okay, now you know. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll go upstairs and rest for a while. You can continue with your work. With Chen Bo's help, old Mr. Yi slowly went upstairs to rest. Lady Yi looked at old Mr. Yi staggering back and slowly sat down. Bebe's Promotion, which Susani acted in, was an urban romance workplace drama. The filming location was in the city, which was only an hour's drive away from the villa in Ranshui Bay. She didn't ask the crew to pick her up. She drove there in a low-key manner. Host, you haven't been vicious enough recently. Huh? Haven't I been vicious enough? She thought about it. Because of the Yang's matter, she had been quite quiet for the past 2 days. Before she came, Susani's vicious image stood firm. She was arrogant, and domineering. Her specific behavior was mainly shown as stealing scenes, snatching endorsements, slapping people in the face if they didn't agree with her, and shamelessly banning other artists. The way she dealt with things was simply taboo in the entertainment industry. In the entire entertainment industry, there were almost no stars who were on good terms with Susani. In terms of public opinion, Susani was a powerhouse. She was the first person to be able to make a few fans who were at war with each other unite. Therefore, under such circumstances, continuing to commit evil was more in line with Susani's pursuit of life than thinking of ways to clear her name. It's none of your business, and it's none of my business. She only wanted to live comfortably and didn't care about what others said. It had been 2 years now. She was very satisfied with everything now, except for Yang. Susani leisurely entered the set. The crew was in full swing, and she heard Jingdao's loud scolding from afar. Xianxia, you're back? Yes. Susani sat in front of the monitor and watched the second female lead make 3 NGs again and again. She smiled. How many times has it been? The person next to her whispered, 18 times 18 times? Susani mocked mercilessly. She's really a talent. Jingdao was a somewhat experienced director in the film industry. He had made a few popular dramas, but he still couldn't resist the power of the investors. At the beginning of the filming of Bebe's Promotion, several actors had been stuffed into the cast by the investors. The female lead with no acting skills, the second female lead who had switched to the film industry after singing and dancing, the second male lead who had a perfect love scene in the drama, and the second male lead who looked like he was going to explode at a glance. Not to mention the other supporting roles who had made appearances, several important actors had been stuffed into the cast. A good director was about to lose his integrity. After a week of filming, Jingdao was so anxious that he wanted to jump off a building. When he really couldn't continue filming, he went all out and used the consequences of offending an investor to forcefully break the contract and change the female lead. He signed Susani. Susani's reputation wasn't good, but her acting skills were good. Most importantly, Susani had a background and could resist the investors. This was the reason why Jingdao considered Susani. After 21 NGs, Jingdao reluctantly passed the role of the second female lead, Zhuorong. However, Susani looked very sad when she saw Jingdao's expression. She wasn't trained in acting and didn't have any acting experience. She was already lagging behind by a lot. She didn't work hard and couldn't even remember her lines. It was really tiring to direct the show. Originally, Zhuorong's acting skills had nothing to do with her at all. They minded their own business and didn't bother to pay attention to her. However, this person seemed to have a grudge against her from the moment she entered the cast. She was always at odds with her. Sunny, you're here? Susani smiled and said, I'm sorry, director. I've delayed you for 2 days. But don't worry, I'll definitely catch up with the progress today. Jingdao had always been kind to actors with good acting skills. It was just like how a teacher would always treat students with good grades when they were students. Of course I believe in your acting skills. Hurry up and do your makeup. Before she left, Susani glanced at Zhuorong, who was doing her makeup. Her eyes were still red. During the filming, she had been scolded by Jingdao a few times. It was very embarrassing in front of everyone. In the makeup room. Xianxia, have you been staying up late again? You have dark circles under your eyes. Susani sighed and said, yes, I haven't been sleeping well recently. Zhuorong glanced at Susani and very considerately gave her a bottle of concealer. Xianxia, this is the concealer my mother used. It's very good and will definitely suit you. Susani gave a fake smile and said, it's okay. You can keep it for yourself. Zhuorong smiled and said, I don't need it yet. I'm only 23 years old. The makeup artist said that I have good skin and can act without makeup. She was looking for trouble. If your skin is bad, you can use foundation to cover it up. If your acting skills are bad, how can you cover it up? I can scatter a handful of rice on the ground and act better than you. Susani was playing with her phone and sent a message to Yang, hubby, what time are you coming home tonight? Zhuorong choked. Susani was usually perfunctory with her, but she did not expect her to be so rude today and not give her any face at all. The grievance from being scolded by Jingdao just now came flooding back and she was so angry that her whole body trembled. How could a proud person like her hold back? Just as she was about to retort, Zhuorong's agent walked in and whispered something in her ear. It was because of these words that Zhuorong's anger miraculously disappeared. She glared at Susani angrily and suppressed her anger for the time being. How is it? Sini, are you ready? Come out and act if you are, Jingdao urged her in the makeup room. Sini stood up and said, okay, I'll be right there. Director, Zhuorong also stood up and whispered to the director, Director, I have something to do tonight. I don't have any scenes in the afternoon, so I want to leave early. Is that okay? Jingdao hated celebrities who did not want to study their acting skills and always wanted to take time off from work. His face darkened and he said, sure. Thank you, Director. Yang did not have the habit of reading private messages at work, let alone Susani's. At 8 o'clock in the evening, when he was standing in the crowded cocktail party with a glass of red wine, he saw Susani's message. Of course, he did not reply. All the men attending the cocktail party had a female companion, except for him, which made him look out of place. A waiter came up to him and said, Are you Mr. Yang? Mr. Song would like to see you. Although he said he was attending the cocktail party, he was actually there to talk about the project. He followed the waiter around the cocktail party hall and came to a room. Mr. Song Qingzhou, I've heard a lot about you. A young man in his early 30s greeted him. He was almost as handsome as Yang. Yang shook his hand calmly and said, Mr. Song, nice to meet you. The Chinese liked to discuss business over the wine table. Alcohol was a good thing, which could numb people's rationality and lower their vigilance. Song Qingzhou bargained with Yang about the project, but Yang rejected him with little effort. Although he drank a little, he did not lose his mind. For such a big project, the profit that he could get from such a small amount would be an unimaginable number. Seeing that Yang was so stubborn, the alcohol had lost its effect. Song Qingzhou gave the people at the door a look and immediately asked a few women to come in. Of course, these women were not ordinary women. The entertainment industry was a good place. There were many beautiful women who wanted to make a name for themselves. Yang leaned back lazily. He was a little drunk. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the women walking in. He could not help but smile. If alcohol did not work, he would use women. It was obvious that money was a good thing. A slim and sweet-looking girl sat next to Yang. Her facial features were delicate and her eyes were very clean. If he did not see her in such a place, Yang might have thought so. But he didn't know why, but under the dim light, he suddenly thought of Susani. She was enchanting and charming. She was especially sexy when she sat on his lap. Song Qingzhou introduced her. I think Mr. Yi is the only one who doesn't have a dance partner at the party. This is Zhuorong, a popular actress. Mr. Yi, nice to meet you. My name is Zhuorong. The name sounded familiar, but Yang couldn't remember where he had heard it before. He didn't say anything and continued to talk with Song Qingzhou about the unfinished business. Zhuorong was considered a B-list star in the entertainment industry. She was lucky to have a singing and dancing background. With her appearance and singing, she gained a large number of fans. Recently, she had hooked up with Song Qingzhou and had her first film in the film industry. Song Qingzhou had helped her a lot. Although they were in a consensual relationship, Zhuorong knew in her heart that Song Qingzhou had lost interest in her. Therefore, she had to take this opportunity to grab hold of another person. Before she came, she had asked about Yang. She knew that Yang was not someone she could let go of. She picked up a glass of wine and looked at him seductively. President Yi, I'll drink with you. The smile on her face was deliberately seductive. It was neither fish nor fowl. Yang glanced at her coldly. Although he did not say a word, his meaning was clear. Zhuorong was frightened by the look in his eyes. She did not dare to move. However, when she thought of her agent's advice, her heart became active again. Her face and figure were unmatched in the entertainment industry. Otherwise, she would not have been able to make it to the B-list in 2 years. Men were animals who thought with their lower bodies. They might be reserved for a while, but they would not be reserved for a lifetime. No man could resist the temptation of a woman. Zhuorong boldly approached Yang. Her strapless dress was very attractive. I've heard of President Yi's name. It's an honor to meet you today. It's really an honor for Zhuorong. The room was full of men who had revealed their true colors. Unfortunately, Yang was not one of them. He did not have a strong desire for women. When he smelled the strong perfume on Zhuorong, a strong sense of disgust rose in his heart. He looked at Song Qingzhou. I'm here to talk business. I'm not here to play with women. Zhuorong's face instantly turned pale. Her hand trembled and the wine glass in her hand tilted, soaking Yang's shirt. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I didn't mean it. Yang grabbed her hand that was about to touch his body. The disgust on his face was even stronger. Song Qingzhou knew that she had touched Yang's bottom line. If Zhuorong continued to stay, it would only make things worse. He waved his hand with a sullen face. Zhuorong had to leave. About an hour later, the door of the room opened. Yang had a jacket in his hand. The moment he stepped out of the door, his assistant took it. Mr. Yi. Zhuorong was waiting at the corner. The corridor was different from the room. A cold wind came from nowhere. It was cold in November. Zhuorong was wearing very little. The thin woman stood there with her arms crossed in front of her chest, shivering. When the evening wind blew, her hair was messy. Even her face seemed to have turned pale from the cold. Under the soft light, Zhuorong's face was not as charming as she was in the room. Instead, she looked even more pitiful and pitiful. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. She lowered her eyes. Her lips were trembling. Her eyes were full of grievance and despair. She looked like a rabbit that had strayed into a desperate situation. She was shivering and looked very pitiful. I know your shirt must be very expensive. I'll pay for it. Yang looked at her coldly. He was not moved at all. He had learned this from Susini. People's hearts were sinister, especially women. The woman in front of him was not good enough. Compared to Susini, she was much worse. No need. Yang lost interest and turned to leave. Mr. Yi. She stood in front of Yang. Her eyes were full of despair and hope. I know I'm asking for too much, but only you can help me now. I didn't mean to come here. Can you take me away? I don't want to stay here and be. Before she could finish, her face was full of tears. At the same time, Susini had finished filming her last scene. She was about to go back to her apartment to rest. Her agent, Anya, came to pick her up. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses and a wide hat. She looked even more like a star than she did. Susini read the entertainment news as soon as she got into the car. She asked in boredom, "Is there any news about me recently?" Anya had been by Susini's side for 2 years. As her agent, Susini had to fight for her. Birds of a feather flocked together. She and Manager fell in love at first sight and regretted that they had not met sooner. The only difference was that Manager was beautiful and charming. She was good at spreading her net. She had not even spread her net yet. "Miss, if you behave yourself, there won't be any news about you." No news, Susini was worried. She had tried to spread the news about her acting like a big shot and stealing the show to Yang, but Yang still did not agree to the divorce. How could she make him hate her more? Susini thought about it seriously and did not have any energy. "Sini, isn't this President Yi? Yang?" Susini felt energized at the mention of Yang. "The editor-in-chief of an entertainment magazine sent it to me. He said that Zhuorong sent these photos to several media outlets and spent a lot of money to get them to release the news. Susani looked at the photos on Anya's phone carefully. One of them was a photo of Zhuorong sitting next to Yang in a dark room. The light was dim, so Yang's expression could not be seen clearly. But from the way they were sitting, it was very ambiguous. Another photo was of Zhuorong standing in the corridor and talking to Yang. Maybe it was because of the angle, but in this photo, it looked like Yang was looking at Zhuorong with a very gentle gaze. The last photo was of Zhuorong after Yang left. The jacket on Yang's arm was draped over Zhuorong's body. 3 photos could explain a lot of things. Anya, who had been with men for a long time, could tell. But in front of Susani, she could not say too much. Sini, don't be angry. Let me ask. Maybe the person in these photos is not Yang. No, this is Yang. Susani sounded very sure. Anya, take me back to the old mansion. Quick. Although Sini and Yang did not announce their relationship, a few people close to Sini knew about it and kept their mouths shut for her. Anya was very clear about Sini's position in this marriage. Sini had been domineering all her life, but she lost all her dignity in front of Yang. She did not think highly of this marriage, but Sini, who was blinded by love, could not listen to her. Go back? What do you want to do? Anya, don't worry. I know what to do. Of course she knew what to do. She was even a little excited. Susani had suffered a setback in her relationship with Yang, which caused her to feel very inferior in front of Yang. Over time, she became very possessive and controlling. The insecure Susani would go crazy whenever she saw Yang talking to a woman, let alone these photos. An affair. She finally had a reason to make a fuss. Great. Translator, lawn editor, Ephidacia. After transmigrating, there was a rule. In order to maintain her persona, Susani could not ask for a divorce for no reason. If she wanted to get rid of the shackles of her persona, she could only ask for Yang himself. At that time, Susani thought that Yang would not tolerate her for too long because of how annoying she was. Who knew that he would tolerate her for 2 years? Now, her chance was here. That B***starred could not stand the loneliness and finally cheated on her. Zhuorong's acting skills were not good, but she did not expect him to like doing good deeds. Sini, listen to me. We don't know if these photos are real or not, but you should know that Zhuorong wants to use this to create hype. This is not as simple as it seems. When Yang comes back later, you must stay calm. Don't lose your temper, okay? If this is real, don't be sad. There are many good men waiting for you in the world. Listen to me. Don't hang yourself on Yang and give up on the whole forest. I've already helped you get the female lead role in Phoenix Road. This is a film with a strong female lead. The male lead is Han Xiao. You have a bright future ahead of you. Don't be impulsive, okay? Susani was comforted by Anya's words. Anya knew her best. An hour later, the car slowly drove into the Ishuibe villa. Susani entered the Gu mansion in a happy mood under Anya's worried gaze. It was 10:30 p.m. Everyone in the Gu mansion was asleep. The entire villa was not as noisy as it was during the day. Under the cool moonlight, the huge 4-story villa looked even more magnificent. Everything was quiet. Yang was not back yet. Susani did not disturb old Mr. E and Lady E. She went upstairs and waited quietly. What should she say first? Should she go straight to the point or use a roundabout strategy? It was so late, and the soundproofing in the room should be good. Should she quarrel with Yang? She could not quarrel at the beginning. She had a deeply rooted in love persona. If she quarreled at the beginning, wouldn't her persona be ruined? She had to ask first. Yang would definitely deny it. Then, she would throw out the evidence. Yang would definitely be speechless. After a short silence, if Yang admitted that he had cheated, she would ask Yang to break up with that woman. Yang would definitely not, and then they would quarrel. Xia. Yang and she would say, let's get a divorce. If Yi's. Yi was. Xia. Xia she was. She was. Yi was she to Yi was to Yi was to get a Lu for she Atlas. She of was of. If she was to get Atlas divorce, she was perfect, flawless, and invulnerable. She was just waiting for Young to come back, and then her scene would start. Susani's acting skills had been praised by a few directors she had worked with before. They said that she was a good actress. But now, Susani could not get into character. Her heart was pounding. She couldn't help it, she was too excited. Thinking about the next process and the divorce, she was so excited that she wanted to run 2 laps. Standing in front of the mirror, Susani looked at herself in the mirror. She did not look like a woman who suspected her husband of cheating. She messed up her hair, rubbed her eyes, and applied some foundation on her face. She looked even paler. She thought for a while and found some eye drops just in case. Everything was ready, except for the east wind. At midnight, Yang pushed open the door. The lights in the room were off, and the floor-to-ceiling window was left open. The wind blew in from the outside, causing the curtains to flutter. Under the cover of the moon, Yang saw the woman curled up on the sofa, hugging her legs. Susani? He turned on the lights. Susani, who was sitting on the sofa with her head buried in her arms, felt the light and looked up. You're back? Yang took off his coat and tie. Hearing Susani's unusual tone, he could not help but ask, what's the matter? Why are you only back now? Her voice was choked with sobs as she swallowed her grievances. Yang stood still and looked at her a few more times. I'm a little late because of work. What's the matter? If there's nothing, go to sleep. Yang turned around and went to the walk-in closet. He took his pajamas and was about to take a shower in the bathroom. Susani blocked the entrance of the walk-in closet. 2 lines of tears fell from her eyes. You usually get off work at 6, but you're only back at 12. Where did you go? Who were you with? Can you tell me? That was ridiculous. Yang could not be bothered with her and walked past her to the bathroom. Ouch. What kind of eye drops are these? It hurts. In a place where Yang couldn't see, Susani grimaced in pain. He raised his head and blinked crazily while fanning himself with his hand. Yang stopped in his tracks. What is this woman up to now? We're husband and wife. My husband came back so late and smelled of alcohol. Can't I ask? Yang said firmly. He was very impatient when outsiders asked him about work. Work has nothing to do with you. Don't ask. Nothing to do with me? Susani smiled bleakly. Okay, then let me ask you. Did you attend a cocktail party at Yonghe Club tonight? Yang turned around and looked at her. Are you following me or investigating me? Following? Investigating? I'm your wife. Can't I know your whereabouts? You're guilty. I knew it. There's no man in the world who doesn't cheat. Scumbag. Yang said, you're being unreasonable. I'm being unreasonable? Susani stopped him and bit her lip. You don't want to admit it. Is it because you're hiding something? What are you trying to say? I want you to explain. Is the person in these photos you? Susani threw the photos in front of Yang. They fell to the ground and scattered all over. I should have thrown them at his face just now. How can a scumbag be so righteous when he's cheating? This is a photo of you and another person together. What's your relationship? Why are you hugging each other? Why are your clothes draped over her shoulders? Susani choked. She widened her eyes so that she wouldn't look too pathetic. While Yang was looking down at the photos, she quickly rubbed her sore eyes. Ah, I must have taken the wrong eye drops. Yang, that scumbag, framed me. Now, she didn't need eye drops, but tears kept flowing out of her eyes. Yang looked at the photos carefully. It was indeed him. How did you get here? Susani couldn't stop crying. You admitted it, didn't you? The person in this photo is you, right? She grabbed Yang and hugged him tightly. She cried, Yang, tell me. Is this true? I just need one word from you. Susani rubbed her face against his shoulder and wiped her tears on his shirt. Quick, quick, quick. Quickly push me away, point at my nose, and say, yes. I did cheat on you. I couldn't stand the loneliness. I just like her. She's 1,000 times better than you. Then you left and went to find that woman. You didn't come back for the whole night. After you came back, you went against everyone's opinion and divorced me. Then I took the assets you gave me and left the Yi family heartbroken. After listening to the whole story, Yang was speechless for a moment. He really wanted to know what was going on in Susani's head all day long. He said in a low voice, "Susani, don't look for trouble. The person in the photo is indeed me." "What?" Susani suddenly looked up. Bang! She was caught off guard and directly hit Yang's chin. Hiss! Yang took a few steps back. He held his chin and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. "It's really you." Susani shook her head with tears in her eyes. She looked at him in disbelief and pointed at him with trembling fingers. She said sadly, "Yang, why? Why did you betray me? I love you so much. I've done so much for you. Why did you fool around with another woman? Let's quarrel. Let's take advantage of the atmosphere. Quick, quick, quick." Yang said angrily, "Susani, shut up." Susani pestered him endlessly. "Yang, tell me, is that woman really that good? Do you like her that much? How am I inferior to her? Tell me. I just happened to take the photo with her. There's nothing between us. It's already so late. Don't be unreasonable." "Nothing? Nothing? She sat on your lap? If nothing, you let her wear your clothes? Sit on my lap?" Yang angrily stuck the photo of the two of them sitting together on her forehead. "Look carefully. When did she sit on my lap?" Susani removed the photo from her forehead. Her questioning stopped abruptly. Oh, she was too excited. She saw wrongly. Since the fire was off, Susani simply calmed down and sat on the sofa. "Even if she didn't sit on your lap, you let her wear your clothes. Yang, you don't have to lie to me. I'm also a woman. Whether you like her or not, I can tell from your eyes. When I talk about her, your eyes are full of love and your tone is full of protectiveness. These are all your subconscious actions. You didn't notice it, but I noticed it. You can't leave her, right?" Yang almost laughed out of anger. Which eye of hers saw that his eyes were full of love and protectiveness? "Susani, are your eyes an emotional detector? How can you tell?" "Yang, let's not get a divorce, okay? I know you like her, but we are husband and wife. If you insist on divorcing me to be with her, Grandpa won't agree." Susani wiped her tears. "Do you still remember what you said when you put the ring on my finger when we got married? You said you would take care of me forever. Do you remember? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry up and say, that's all in the past. I only love her now. I want to be with her for the rest of my life. I won't marry anyone else but her." Yang looked at her silently and didn't say a word. Today, he wanted to see what kind of story Susani could come up with. Susani waited for a while. Seeing that Yang didn't say anything, she braced herself and continued, "Did you think of a way out when you were with her? Did you think of Grandpa, Mom, and me? Are you worthy of me by doing this? Did you think of her when you let her be a mistress?" Yang still didn't say a word. Susani didn't know if it was her imagination, but the look in Yang's eyes was exactly like how she usually looked when she watched others eat melon seeds and watch a good show. With that thought, Susani became weaker. She raised her voice to boost her courage. "If you break up with her, I can let bygones be bygones. I won't tell Grandpa and Mom either. We'll treat it as if nothing happened." With that, she paused and tried her best to hold back her tears. "If you don't agree, I'll ban her. Even if my reputation is ruined, I'll make sure she has no place in the entertainment industry. I'll even find someone to expose her and let everyone know that she's a shameless mistress who ruined a family. Do you want her or me? Yang, choose one." She glared at Yang with tears in her eyes. 5 seconds later, she lowered her head and sobbed silently. Susani cried for a long time but didn't hear Yang's movements. She hesitated and looked up quietly. She saw Yang sitting opposite her, looking at her calmly. Her words were very vivid. Her tone was rhythmic and impassioned, and it was very infectious. Her grievances and heartache were overflowing. She vividly portrayed the image of a woman who had abandoned her dignity for love. Of course, all this was before Yang heard what she really wanted to say. Have you said enough? If you've said enough, let me say it. Yang's tone was calm and clear. He didn't panic at all. First, tonight is a cocktail party. The reason why there's that photo is because we're discussing a project. Second, I don't know the woman sitting next to me. She's a partner who hired her to accompany us. This is the first time I've seen her. Thirdly, the suit that was draped over her body wasn't mine. I don't know whose suit it was either. Have I explained it clearly enough? Yang looked at her coldly. If you don't have any questions, then we'll call it a day. I'm tired. I'm going to take a shower first. Explain? He's explaining to me? Shouldn't he just leave impatiently and not say a word to me? When did he become so patient? He didn't cheat? Wait, does it matter if he cheated or not? Does it matter to you if he cheated or not? Does it matter if it's true or not? What's important? It's a fight. That's right. You keep saying that you don't know the woman and that the suit isn't yours. Do you think I'll believe such a coincidence? That's true. How could you admit it? No man in the world would admit that he cheated on his wife. You're still not willing to tell me the truth? Is it that hard to tell the truth? Yang covered his forehead with his hand and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. You want a divorce, right? Okay, I promise you. I'll prepare the divorce agreement tomorrow. Happiness came too suddenly and Susani almost didn't come back to her senses. What? Divorce, Susani. As you wish, we'll get a divorce. After work tomorrow night, we'll go to Mingchen apartment. It's still the same divorce agreement and lawyer. This time, we'll get a divorce. Yang used all the restraint he had in his life to say these words in a steady tone. Then he walked into the bathroom. This time, he would definitely not have any hesitation. Divorce, he must get a divorce. Divorce. Recently, Yang's assistant was a little scared. It happened that morning when he was waiting for President Yi outside the villa. Unexpectedly, he was greeted with Yang's unapproachable face. Yang's temper was obvious to everyone in the company. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, he would always scold them mercilessly if they made any mistakes at work. His expression was so ugly early in the morning. It was inevitable that he would be offended if he spoke rashly. Schedule. The assistant took out a document and said, "You have a meeting at 9:30 in the morning. The financial report for the first half of the year has been sent to your email. You have an appointment with Mr. Bean at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was set a week before you came back to China. You have a dance party at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You have a female partner, cancel the dance party. I have something on tonight." Okay, President Yi. Yang picked up his tablet and opened his email. He glanced at the financial report for the first half of the year while he was on the road. There was a stagnant and heavy atmosphere in the car. He read the document very quickly. He could read 10 lines at a glance, but all the words were imprinted in his mind. When the car arrived at the entrance of the company, he finished reading the financial report that was dozens of pages long without missing a word. The assistant got out of the car and opened the door. The bustling employees at the entrance of the building hurriedly made way for him. From the door to the elevator, Yang walked at a pace as if he did not recognize anyone. The meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning was long and boring. The people in the conference room had to force themselves to deal with Yang, who was obviously in a bad mood. As a new boss, he was very strict and could ask questions at any time. The meeting lasted until 12 o'clock. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief when Yang said, "Meeting adjourned." After returning to his office, Yang hastily signed a few documents. His assistant placed a few financial magazines on his desk. Just as he was about to put away the previous issues of the financial magazines, Yang's gaze froze. Wait. He took the entertainment magazine from his assistant's hand. Why is there an entertainment magazine on my desk? The assistant was shocked. I'm not too sure about this. Maybe the people outside mixed it up when they sent it in. President Yi, I'm sorry. I'll be more careful in the future. Yang did not say much about this matter. He only said, go out. The assistant left timidly. Yang left the entertainment magazine for no other reason than the huge headline on the cover. Why did the popular female star Susanie's crew make things difficult for an artist? Details the grudges between the two over the years. He flipped through it. He finally knew why the names were wrong sounded familiar that night. There was a report on Susanie on this entertainment magazine, which included the names were wrong. He had flipped through it some time ago, so he had an impression of the names were wrong. In the same crew, the female lead and the second female lead, the two of them knew each other. Was this a trap? Susanie, finally getting a divorce. He. Yang, woman, since you want to play, I'll play with you. Domineering boss's unfathomable face. Second update, 100 red packets will be randomly dropped. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the little angel who voted for me or gave me the nutrient solution. Thank you to the little angels who threw the landmine. Swilder. Divorce? Anya looked at her in disbelief, as if she was trying to make sure that the drunk woman in front of her was Susanie. So, Yang really cheated on you? Susanie downed a bottle of Rio cocktail and looked down dejectedly. She choked and said, that's not important anymore. What's important is that he wants to divorce me. When Anya knew that Susanie and Yang were married, she felt that they wouldn't last long and that they would divorce sooner or later. She clearly saw the grievances that Susanie had suffered in this marriage. She was usually so arrogant and domineering, but she was muddle-headed when it came to relationships. She was so submissive and went down the wrong path. When she heard the news of the divorce, she really wanted to drag Susanie into a private room to order 2 MB and open champagne to celebrate. Don't be muddle-headed when it comes to such things. If a man is unfaithful once, he won't use it 100 times. Cheating is unforgivable, understand? But, Anya was furious when she heard that. Don't tell me you still love him. Yang is not worthy of your love. Listen to me. When you get divorced, I'll send you 100 young men on my WeChat. They're much better looking than Yang's cold face. 100? Susanie was dumbfounded. She knew that Anya liked to cast a wide net and change boyfriends as if she were changing clothes, but she didn't expect that she had more than 100. Susanie looked at her with envy. Cindy, you know that I only have one manager, and you're the only celebrity under me. Whether it's in terms of income or fame, I'm not as good as you. But look at me, I can make so many men flock to me with just a flick of my finger, let alone you. Don't worry, when you get divorced, you'll regret it. You'll regret not getting divorced earlier. You're staying with the young in this world. I feel sorry for those men. How about it? Do you want to try? Who wouldn't want to? Susanie was in tears. Half an hour later, they left the bar quietly. Anya sent Susanie to Minchin's apartment and waved her phone. My little puppy asked me out. Call me if you're divorced. If you're not, don't disturb us. Thank you. After saying that, he drove away. Susanie sighed enviously as he watched Anya leave in a carefree manner. They were both women. In comparison, she was really miserable. Fortunately, this miserable life would come to an end tonight. Susanie went upstairs in a happy mood. Yang had not arrived yet, so she sat in the living room and waited quietly. 100 little fresh meats, and yet isn't lying to me, is she? She knows 100 little fresh meats? The clock was ticking. Susanie was immersed in the happiness after the divorce and did not notice the footsteps behind her. Actually, it's not necessary at all. We should keep the goodies within the family. The company just promoted a boy band not too long ago. Their legs are 1.8 meters long. I took a look at them at the company. Their bodies and faces are really amazing. After the divorce, I have to find a chance to get to know them. Thinking of this, Susanie couldn't help but smile like an ant. Who wouldn't like a clean, handsome, gentle, domineering and considerate boy? Just thinking about it made her feel, Susanie. A deafening voice rang in her ears. Susanie was shocked and almost jumped up from the sofa. She took a closer look and saw Yang standing behind the sofa. She didn't know how long he had been there. Bastard, you scared me to death. Are you trying to scare me to death by walking without making a sound? Yang walked around the sofa and sat opposite her. I've been here for a while. I didn't want to disturb you when I saw you in a daze. She glanced at the door. Where's the lawyer? You're alone? Yang raised his eyebrows. Who else could it be? Well, that's true. The lawyer had already divided the assets very clearly that day. This time, all that was left was Yang's signature, so there was no need for the lawyer to make another trip. Yang smelled alcohol in the air. Have you been drinking? A little. Susani lowered her head and sorted out her emotions. She cleared her throat and said, okay, take it out and sign it. Then we'll go our separate ways. Go our separate ways? Don't worry, I'll keep this a secret with Grandpa. In the eyes of people who know about our marriage, we're still husband and wife. We're not divorced. When Grandpa's health is better, we'll slowly tell him about the divorce. What do you think? Yang still looked at her without blinking and didn't say a word. In fact, Yang's eyes were very beautiful. His pupils were dark and translucent peach blossom eyes. When he looked at you from afar, his eyes seemed to be drunk yet not drunk. You would always have the illusion that he was looking at you affectionately. However, only Susani knew that this man was very cold to the bone. One word of impatience could send you to hell. Susani turned her head away unnaturally so that she wouldn't meet Yang's eyes. After a day and a night, I've thought it through. There's a saying that's right. Once you've been unfaithful, 100 times won't work. I can tolerate you not loving me, and I can also tolerate you being cold to me, but I can't tolerate my husband having a mistress outside. Don't worry, I'll keep your affair a secret. No one else will know about it. Her expression was cold, and her eyes were blank. She looked disheartened. Yang looked at her for a while and then handed a file to Susani. What's this? Divorce agreement? Under Yang's gaze, Susani opened the file and took out the things inside. Don't worry, it's not a divorce agreement. I don't like being the scapegoat, and I don't like being wronged. It's really unfair to accuse me of having an affair based on a few photos, so I went to find some evidence. Take a look. When she heard Yang say that it wasn't a divorce agreement, Susani didn't want to touch the things in the file. When she heard that it was evidence, she didn't want to look at it even more. There are a total of 10 photos here. There were a few more, but I think these are enough. Take a closer look. Susani had no choice but to look at the photos one by one. One photo was of Zhuorong sitting next to Yang. Another photo was of Zhuorong standing in the corridor talking to Yang. One photo was of Zhuorong draped over Yang's arm after Yang left. The other 7 photos were of Zhuorong talking to another man after Yang left. There were also 3 photos of the man draping the jacket over her. The evidence was clear and conclusive. I've done some research on Zhuorong. What's interesting is that I've found a lot of information. Zhuorong and you are filming in the same movie. There's an entertainment magazine that reported on you, and there's also an interview with Zhuorong. From the interview, it seems that the two of you have a good relationship. Cindy, it's okay to be friends, but you have to be careful. Don't make friends with just anyone. Susani wanted to say something, but she stopped. Host, you don't have any reason to ask for a divorce. I know. Actually, Yang is better looking than those male idols. I have eyes, I can see, I know. How can one Yang be compared to 100 male idols? Would you eat braised pork every day if it was delicious? Wouldn't it be better to eat 100 different dishes? Susani adjusted her mood, took a deep breath, and asked carefully with a hint of expectation, then, do you still want to divorce me? I'm arrogant, I'm selfish, I'm possessive, and I'm paranoid. I even doubted you in those photos last night and yelled at you. Look at how bad I am. Why don't you divorce me? If you divorce me, you can find another gentle and virtuous woman. Qin Yan is a good choice. She's a great girl, a graduate, a famous designer, and a model. Only a girl like her is worthy of you. So, hurry up and divorce me so you can pursue your own happiness. Yang lowered his head and turned the ring on his ring finger slowly. He chuckled and said, I didn't cheat on you. Why should I divorce you? Haven't you always wanted to divorce me? Don't you like me? That was in the past. Yang looked up at her. Now, I don't want to divorce you. Susanie's heart sank. Why? Haven't you always wanted to divorce me? Are you unhappy? I'm happy. I'm very happy. Susanie was so happy that she was about to cry. She sat beside Yang and hugged him, trembling. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. I should have tried to believe you. I knew it, you didn't cheat on me. Susanie's heart was broken into pieces. My male idols, my 100 male idols, my husband who's still in kindergarten. Susanie thought of the male lead's line in the previous drama. It was very appropriate. I have the world in my heart, but my wife is too fierce. My beloved concubines, please wait a few more days. I'll think of a way. Yang was so angry that he laughed. They hadn't divorced yet and she was already thinking about men. Did she think he was dead? He deliberately leaned close to Susanie's ear and said, I didn't know that people are sinister in the past. Now I understand that some things are not as simple as they seem. Take you for example. If it wasn't for that woman's scheming, I really wouldn't have known that you love me so deeply. In the entrance area. Why is this bastard's word so mushy? Susanie had goosebumps all over her body. No, I can't just sit and wait. I have to think of a way. Susanie thought about it but couldn't think of a good way. She made up her mind and closed her eyes. She pretended to hug Yang and cried, but in the past, I was arrogant. I was domineering in the entertainment industry. Some time ago, I almost pushed a female celebrity down the stairs. I also hate Qin Yin. I'm also a woman. I can tell at a glance that she's interested in you. I also don't like bathing, I don't like washing my hair, I don't like children. Yes. Hubby, I don't like children. I heard that giving birth is very painful. I don't want to give birth. Let's not have children in the future, okay? The Yi family had the throne to inherit. Yang could agree, but his mother, father, and grandfather would not. We're still young. There's no hurry to have children. Yang seemed to sigh. Mother is right. Feelings need time to develop. Don't worry, I won't easily mention divorce in the future. Susanie's heart was dead. My country is gone. It's starting. The melon seeds and stools are ready. Let's put on a show. On the first day of being on the list, 100 red packets were randomly dropped from the comments. Thank you for your support. The comments have been a little crazy recently. The same comment was dropped from 20 to 30 QAQ. When the comment was posted, it was not posted, but it was actually posted. What? You're not divorced? Anya sounded even more shocked than when she heard that Yang was going to divorce her when Susanie asked her out for a drink yesterday. She looked at Susanie like she was looking at an idiot. Are you okay? Anya, he didn't cheat on you. It was an accident that day. Swarong hired someone to take those photos. It has nothing to do with him. So what? He doesn't love you, so it's only a matter of time before he cheats. Susanie was like an 18-year-old girl yearning for love. He said that love can be cultivated with time, so I believe him. Anya looked at her hopelessly. Susanie, do you believe him? Are you stupid? Seeing Susanie's stubborn look, Anya sighed helplessly. She unlocked her phone and swiped her thumb across a bunch of names in her WeChat contact list. Most of those WeChat avatars used their own avatars. At a glance, all of them were handsome men with sunny and cheerful facial features. I thought that your divorce was a done deal, but I didn't expect it to not happen. Look at him. Isn't he 1,000 times better than your Yang? Anya opened one of the WeChat moments and zoomed in on the man's selfie for Susanie to see. Look at this, he's 21 years old, 188 meters tall, the school hunk. He was from the basketball team. Look at his abs and his face. Isn't he handsome? And look at this. He's 23 years old, 1.8 meters tall. This boy is especially gentle. Look at his smile. Isn't it sweet? And these few. Anya tapped open a few WeChat moments one by one and zoomed in on a few of their 180-degree photos for Susanie to see. This one is 20, this one is 22. They're so tender. They're all good boys. After saying that, he sighed. Apart from not being as rich as Yang, I think these people are better than Yang in every way. But you're so stubborn. You won't listen no matter what I say. Susani stared at the black screen of her phone and clutched her chest. She could feel her little heart beating like a war drum. Who the F***ck could stand this? Yang, he's fine. Anya, don't say any more. She really couldn't help but cry. There were so many young hunks in front of her, but she could only look at them from afar. How cruel. It was too cruel. Anya paused and locked her phone. Forget it. I know your character. Once you've made a decision, even 10 cows can't change it. Let's not talk about it. Susani reluctantly looked away and said, I don't have any scenes tonight. If there's nothing else, I'll leave by myself tonight. The driver doesn't have to send me. You have something to say? Susani nodded, her face full of happiness. He said he'll pick me up tonight. Pick you up after work? Aren't you in a secret marriage? Yang doesn't want to make it public. So be it. Anya rolled her eyes inwardly. Fine, I won't ask about the matter between the two of you anymore. Anyway, the result will be the same no matter what. Something seemed to have happened on the set. Zheng Dao was scolding people again. His voice could be heard from afar, and the crew on the set were all silent. Anya elbowed her. Zhuorong, what are you going to do? That woman doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Susani's expression changed quickly. She calmly leaned back and sneered. We'll talk about it tonight. Actually, Susani didn't have a reason to get even with Zhuorong. After all, she and Yang had a secret marriage. No one knew about their marriage, not even Zhuorong. At best, she was just like any other celebrity in the entertainment industry. She just wanted to hook up with a powerful single man. Let's wrap up. Everyone has worked hard this morning. Let's take a break after lunch and continue in the afternoon. At Director Zhang's command, the crew members swiftly wrapped up the work. The entire set was filled with the aroma of food. Zhuorong didn't have time to eat. While everyone was eating, she hurried into a dressing room and locked the door. How did it go? What did the magazine say? Zhuorong's agent was good at creating hype. Many celebrities had become famous because of him. He also thought that it was a rare opportunity for Zhuorong to hook up with Yang. He had confidently approached several magazine publishers, hoping for a win-win situation. However, he didn't expect that all the magazines that had been on good terms with him would change their minds overnight. They couldn't expose him. I've approached several magazine publishers, but none of them are willing to cooperate with us. Maybe President Yi knows about it. Zhuorong had been thinking about Yang for the past 2 days. When she saw Yang that night, he was calm and composed. His cold and disdainful eyes directly hit her heart. This was the first time that Zhuorong was so obsessed with a man. There were many actresses in the entertainment industry who married into rich families. She was recognized as beautiful. Why couldn't she be the next one? How is that possible? We didn't release these photos. How would President Yi know about it? We can't contact the magazine publishers. We can only contact some bloggers. I contacted a few marketing companies last night. We can spread the news tonight. Really? Zhuorong's eyes lit up. When the time comes, you have to keep calm. No matter who tries to get information from you, don't say anything. Wait for a day before you release a clarification statement. Got it? Zhuorong promised. Don't worry, I know what to do. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Susani had a scene with Zhuorong. Of course, this scene was actually changed by her and the director. Zhuorong's lines were not good. At noon, the director asked her to rehearse the scene with Susani in the afternoon. She hurriedly memorized the lines, but when it was time for the actual scene, her lines were full of mistakes and the number of NGs reached a peak. Zheng Dao was impatient and took a 5-minute break. Susani was also impatient. Zhuorong, do you know how to act? I'll have to trouble you to put in more effort, okay? Zhuorong stood on the spot and looked at her helplessly. She did not dare to talk back. Who are you trying to show this pitiful look to me? I have something to do later. Do you know that you're delaying me from work? I'm sorry, Xianxia. I didn't do it on purpose. I'll work harder later. Work harder? Susani looked at her critically. Her face was full of disdain. She was insufferably arrogant. Even a chicken can act better than you. With your acting skills, I advise you to change your career as soon as possible. Don't harm me anymore. Acting with you is a waste of my time. Looking at Zhuorong's pale face, Susani continued to say sarcastically, celebrities nowadays are getting worse and worse. Next time, I'll have to choose carefully. What if the person I'm acting with is someone who doesn't know how to act and doesn't study her acting skills? What if she implicates me? Zhuorong's eyes reddened when she heard such merciless ridicule and criticism. She was born beautiful and quiet, but when she cried, she became extremely weak. She was like a flower without branches to lean on, making people feel pity for her. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'll work harder. She kept apologizing with tears in her eyes. She looked really pitiful. Okay. Cindy, you're good at acting. You can help her. Zhuorong, if you don't remember your lines, you can just muddle through. I'll get someone to add in the post-production. Let's try to pass it in one take this time. Okay, director. I'll work hard. Susani turned around and rolled her eyes. After 10 NGs, Jingdao finally felt sorry for her. Susani finished her work. When she was about to call Yang to ask for his location, Anya angrily walked over and handed her the phone. Cindy, you have to tell the director about this. Find out who posted this video online. What video? Susani took the phone and looked at it. It turned out that someone had taken a video of her arrogant and despotic remarks about Zhuorong and posted it online. One was arrogant and despotic, while the other was delicate and pitiful. The contrast was so strong that there was a lot of abuse. Of course, this abuse was directed at Susani. Susani looked at the more than 10,000 comments under the video. She didn't click on them. Instead, she handed the phone back to Anya and said absent-mindedly, I know. I'll tell Jingdao later. Go now. Find the culprit while he's still around. Susani didn't take it to heart at all. She put her things in her bag and said, Yang will be here soon. It's the same if we talk about it tomorrow. Anya looked at her in disbelief. Susani. I really want to open up your brain and see what kind of rubbish is in it. It's in Yang's brain. Susani replied in her heart. The phone rang. Susani took it, turned around and said a few words excitedly before hanging up. She hurriedly put on her coat, grabbed her bag, and walked out impatiently. Anya, I'm leaving first. If there's nothing else, you should go back and rest early. Bye-bye. Hey, you, before Anya could say a word, Susani was gone. In a Bentley parked outside the set, Yang was flipping through a pile of information about Susani that he had asked someone to investigate over the past 2 days. His phone rang and the news feed lit up on the screen. There was an entertainment news notification on the screen. Yang glanced at it and caught a glimpse of Susani's name. He casually closed the folder and put it aside. He picked up his phone and clicked on the video. The car door opened. Hubby. Susani got into the car and said excitedly, Thank you for picking me up. I'll scatter a handful of rice on the ground. Even a chicken can act better than you. A sharp and mean voice rang out in the car. Susani blinked. Hubby, what are you looking at? Yang's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He held the phone horizontally in front of her. Mrs. E, you're so cool. Susani panicked when she saw the video. She looked at him pleadingly and explained, Hubby, this wasn't my intention. I just wanted to teach Zhuorong a lesson. I'm not like this when I'm on set. Really? Believe me. Yang took back his phone and scrolled through the comments section of the video. Susani looked at it anxiously. There was a strange suppressed excitement in her nervous expression. It's starting. It's starting. Hurry up and say to me coldly, what's there to explain? I didn't see it with my own eyes before. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Yang continued scrolling through the comments without batting an eyelid. Why is there no response? Was my words not vicious enough? You should have slapped Swarong ruthlessly just now. It would have looked more vicious and convincing. Yang raised his eyebrows, turned off his phone, and leaned back. I know you're not that kind of person. I believe you. Moreover, it's not a big deal. You just scolded a small celebrity. If anyone dares to bully you next time, you can hit them back. His nonchalant tone made it seem like he really didn't take it seriously. Susani looked at Yang in a daze for a long time. She swallowed her saliva and was dumbfounded. However, her reflexes weren't for show. She threw herself at Yang and sobbed, I knew that you would believe me. Swarong, that unscrupulous woman, only knows how to pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy. I just wanted to teach her a lesson. I didn't do anything wrong. Yes, you didn't do anything wrong. And those netizens. They scolded me. They're despicable. I'll sue them tomorrow. Susani choked. She looked up at him with tears in her eyes. Hubby, Swarong tried to seduce you. I don't want to see her on set anymore. He looked at her. Okay, then ban her. Susani wanted to say something but stopped. Why is Yang so vicious? Yang. As the Bentley slowly drove into the villa at Lishui Wharf, the Yi family's villa was brightly lit. As soon as they entered, Susani could feel the tense and stagnant atmosphere in the air. Uncle Chan and the other servants kept quiet out of fear, not saying a word. Susani and Yang looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What the hell is going on? Old Mr. Yi was sitting on the sofa in the living room, leaning on his cane. Lady Yi was sitting next to him with an equally serious expression. Old Mr. Yi, young master, and young madam are back together. Chen Bo emphasized the word together. Grandpa, Mom, we're back. Old Mr. Yi ignored him and said to Chen Bo, you can go back and rest. He wanted to talk to them alone. Chen Bo left with the servants. After everyone left, Old Mr. Yi looked at Yang and Susani. There was no smile on his face. Something was wrong. Susani had never seen Old Mr. Yi with such a serious expression since marrying into the Yi family. Even when Old Mr. Yi was hospitalized, he looked at her kindly and asked her if she was getting used to the Yi family and if Yang treated her well. She didn't dare to speak rashly. Yang broke the heavy atmosphere and asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? Lady Yi unlocked the tablet beside her and placed it on the coffee table in front of her. Take a look at this. What's going on? Yang picked up the tablet and Susani leaned over. There was a piece of entertainment news on the tablet. The headline read, The heir of the Yi clan had a late-night rendezvous with an actress. They're a perfect match. She's the next to marry into a rich family. It was even written 3 times to attract attention. Swarong had made a move. Since they couldn't find an entertainment news agency, they found an online blogger to expose this matter. After a few bloggers spread the news, this matter had already become a hot topic on the internet. The photos were blurred, but the faces of Yang and Swarong could still be clearly identified. Susani and Yang looked at each other. Old Mr. Yi slammed his cane on the ground twice and said, Yang, what's going on? Is the person in this photo you? And that girl, do you have anything to do with her? Now, in front of me, in front of your mother, and in front of Xianxia, say it clearly. Yang didn't feel guilty about something he hadn't done. He explained, Grandpa, the person in the photo is indeed me. I attended a cocktail party that day, and that woman was from there. She came over to talk to me and got someone to take the photo. The suit she was wearing wasn't mine either. As for who she borrowed the suit from, I don't know. I don't know who that woman is either. After he finished speaking, Yang glanced at Susani. Don't worry. I won't let Sunny down. Old Mr. Yi was doubtful. Really? Yang was neither servile nor overbearing. Yes. After listening to Yang's explanation, Old Mr. Yi seemed to have calmed down. He cleared his throat and said, Well. As long as you have nothing to do with that girl, Grandpa still believes you. He glanced at Lady Yi. Right? Lady Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before Yang and Susani came back, Old Mr. Yi was fuming. He kept saying that he would teach Yang a lesson. Yes. You watched Yang grow up. You know him best. Susani also smiled and said, yes, Grandpa. Yang said that he would treat me well in the future and wouldn't do anything to let me down. Cindy, speaking of which, Grandpa has something to ask you. Old Mr. Yi's expression was serious. Susani stared blankly. She had only spoken up for Yang. How did she get dragged into this mess? Cindy, Grandpa doesn't want to nag you. We are all your family. No matter what troubles you, you can drink or go out to relax. But you are a girl. How can you go to a bar to drink alone in the middle of the night? Huh? Old Mystery pointed at the tablet. Scroll down. Yang scrolled down. It was a photo of Susani getting drunk in a bar. He didn't know when it had been taken. Well, Grandpa, actually, I wasn't alone. I had a friend with me. Even if you have a friend with you, you can't drink in the middle of the night. There's always a what if? Susani lowered her head. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I was wrong. She had an idea and choked up. I also misunderstood that Yang was having an affair. That's why I went to drink in a bad mood. I won't do it again. Yang turned to look at her and asked with his eyes, just apologize. Why do you have to drag me into it? Susani avoided his gaze guiltily. She didn't dare to look him in the eye. Look. What are you looking at? Still looking. I'll twist your head off. What's wrong with a man taking the blame? Besides, it's your fault in the first place. You're petty. Is that so? Old Mystery glared at Yang and said to Susani, since you already knew about this, why didn't you tell Grandpa? You were letting your imagination run wild and feeling wronged. You just came back, and I didn't want to disturb you. You're not allowed to do this again. If Yang does anything to make you sad or misunderstand, tell me immediately. Grandpa will stand up for you. And Yang, if something like this happens again, resolve it immediately. Don't let me see any more rumors about you. Do you understand? Yes, Grandpa. I'll remember. This matter was finally resolved. Old Mr. E retracted his benevolence and said with a straight face, scroll down. Yang scrolled down. It was a video. Even if I scatter a handful of rice on the ground, I can act better than you. Sarcastic words could be heard from the video. Old Mystery had also seen the video of Susani mocking Swarong on set. Grandpa, this actress's acting isn't good, and she even tried to seduce Yang. That's why I was so angry and said those words. Even so, you can't say that in public. What can't be said in private? Old Mystery sighed. I know that your parents passed away when you were young, and it was your grandfather who raised you. He has always doted on you. You're a bit too arrogant, but you can't bully others like this. Look at how you bullied that young lady on set. Now that the video has been uploaded to the internet, you're still the one who's scolding you in the end. Don't you feel bad when you see those scolding you? Susani glanced at Yang and quietly tugged at his sleeve, begging for help. However, Yang only looked at her in the eye. He put his hands behind his back and turned his head away. He looked as if he was saying, don't touch me. Tut. Grandpa has always wanted to talk to you, but you know that Grandpa's health is not good, so I didn't have the chance. Now that I'm back, Grandpa will tell you honestly that I don't like the way you are. From today onwards, you have to change. You can't speak so rashly, you can't be rude, and you can't be uncultured. Do you understand? Susani tilted her head slightly. From this angle, she saw Yang's slightly upturned lips. That D*MN man was actually smiling. Laughing at me? Fine. Susani couldn't take it anymore. Husband and wife were bound together for good or ill. If you're heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. Susani lowered her head sadly and said, but Yang is doing this for my own good. He doesn't want me to be wronged. Old Mr. E and Lady E were surprised. For your own good? What's going on? Yang had a bad feeling about this. This is what Yang taught me. He said that it's just a small celebrity. If anyone dares to bully me in the future, I'll hit them back. If anyone dares to scold me online, he'll sue them for me. It's fine as long as I'm happy. Under Yang's gaze, which was gradually gnashing his teeth, Susani made up her mind and said, he also said that he'll blacklist that small celebrity for me in 2 days. Blacklist? Old Mystery looked at Yang. He couldn't believe that the grandson he had watched grow up would say these words. Yang, you said that? Even Lady couldn't help but be shocked. Yang, you child, how could you? Even Yang, who was at ease at the negotiation table, was now stunned by Susani's seemingly reasonable words, but in fact, they were distorting the truth. He couldn't say anything for a long time. That was indeed what he had said, but, Grandpa, Mom, Susani was the first to cry. Grandpa, Mom, I don't dare lie in front of you. Although Yang did say these words, don't blame him. Blame me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so arrogant outside. I won't dare to do it again. Susani. Why are you yelling at her? Old Mystery pointed his cane at Yang. Tell me, did you say these words? Did you teach Sunny? Grandpa, I did say these words, but what? Old Mystery was heartbroken. How could you say such things? Didn't Grandpa teach you to persuade people with reason, to treat people with courtesy, to be neither servile nor overbearing? You should be open and aboveboard. How could you become like this just because you have some power? Grandpa, it's not his fault. It's really not his fault. Yang only said these words for my sake. He was afraid that I would be bullied outside. Grandpa, I promise you, I won't do this again. Please don't be angry. Old Mystery sat on the sofa with Lady Yi's help. He sighed and shook his head. Yang had never expected Susani to do this to him. He glared at Susani and apologized in a low voice. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I'll be careful with my words and actions in the future. I won't say such things again. Susani also said, Grandpa, I'll be careful with my words and actions too. It was said that wealth could not last more than 3 generations. However, the Yi family's success today was due to the combined efforts of 3 generations and old Mr. Yi's teachings. Be careful with your words and actions. It's good that you keep it in mind. That night, after the one-sided questioning, Yang was called into the study by old Mr. Yi and scolded for a full hour before he was let out. As soon as he entered, Susani immediately went up to him. Honey, did Grandpa do anything to you? Yang's face darkened and he did not say a word. He took off his jacket and tie. Hey, I had a great time making a comeback. Are you laughing? Are you laughing at me again? Why aren't you laughing now? Weren't you laughing at me just now? Will Yang think that I, Susani, am a scheming woman? Then, he'll start to annoy and hate me from this moment on. Slowly, he'll want to divorce me. Yang pulled his tie halfway and hung it around his neck. He turned to look at Susani and said, Susani, Grandpa asked me to supervise you. Supervise me for what? Didn't you say to be careful with your words and actions? Grandpa asked me to supervise you so that you won't continue to be arrogant and despotic outside in the future. Host, you haven't been vicious enough recently. Susani, kill 1,000 enemies, but lose 800 of your own. Thanks to QAQ. Yang, come on, let's hurt each other. Yang was swift and decisive in dealing with the scandal. The next day, he posted a warning and lawyer's letter on the internet. At the same time, he also sent a letter to Zhuarong's management company, hoping that they could manage their artists well. Although the Yi clan's business had nothing to do with the entertainment industry, who would be so stupid as to offend the Yi clan for the sake of a small celebrity, Zhuarong's team was still allowing the situation to continue to ferment. They were waiting for the public opinion to reach its peak to issue a sincere clarification. However, before the statement could be sent out, she received a call from the company's senior management. The director, who had been troubled by his boss, was unhappy with Zhuarong. Zhuarong, who told you to create a scandal with Yang on your own? Have you reported this to the company? Have you gotten the company's approval? Do you know what kind of person Yang is? Did she really think that she had become arrogant after acting in 2 dramas? Let me tell you, the boss already knows about this. He is very angry. The boss said that after you finish filming this drama, you should rest at home. For celebrities in the entertainment industry, the most taboo word was resting at home. The entertainment industry was constantly changing. Only celebrities who constantly appeared in front of the audience would not be forgotten. After resting for a year and a half and coming back to the entertainment industry with a new batch of people, who would still remember you? The director did not give Swarong a chance and hung up the phone. Swarong was stunned. It took him a while to remember the situation on the internet. Swarong was pretty and didn't have any dark history in the past few years, so she was quite popular with the passers-by. In addition, the video of Susani's crew scolding her had been released last night, so many people had a good impression of Swarong. As soon as a few photos of her and Young were posted, the internet water army started to spread the news, saying that they were a match made in heaven. Many posts about the speculation and analysis of the two also popped up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Fans sent their blessings one after another. Some even said that from then on, the novel of the overbearing CEO and the small star had a prototype, and there were screams everywhere. Aren't the two of them too compatible? They're a match made in heaven. Our Rongrong has finally found a boyfriend. Our old mother shed tears of excitement. I hope that mystery will treat our Rongrong well in the future. A living boss. I can do this pair. Could it be that Presidente authorized these photos to be released? I have a feeling that Presidente saw the video of that evil woman, Susani, bullying Swarong on set, so he deliberately released it to give Susani a warning. Let's sit and watch Presidente slap Susani's face. This is going to be a good show, hee. These comments even jumped to Susani's Weibo. But before dawn, the plot was reversed. First, the Yi clan released a statement saying that it was purely for show. Then, Swarong's company released a clarification that the two had nothing to do with each other. The words for show were very interesting. If one carefully understood the meaning behind it, it could be said that Swarong had directed and acted on her own in order to get close to Young to create a scandal. Swarong's fans stopped commenting, the blogger who spread the photos deleted his Weibo, and several posts about the two of them were also blocked. The world was quiet. Swarong trembled as she read the comments that mocked her for not hesitating to create a scandal to get close to Young. In the past, it was not uncommon for celebrities to deliberately bribe people to create scandals with rich second-generation heirs. Those rich second-generation heirs would not notice at all, and even if they did, they would not care. 2 days later, the celebrity would release a clarification on Weibo, earn a wave of traffic, and successfully get away. Someone had done it before, so why didn't it work when it came to her? Didn't the company often turn a blind eye to celebrities' scandals? The door to the dressing room was pushed open. Susani walked in and sat in front of the dressing table. When she noticed Swarong's expression, Susani said sarcastically, "Swarong, why do you look so pale?" She thoughtfully passed the blush on the table to Swarong's makeup artist. "Put more blush on her. She looks better." The makeup artist came forward to put on Susani's makeup. "Oh, right, Swarong, I heard that you and the Yi clans. What's going on? Quick, tell me." Anya added, "Sini, didn't you see Weibo? The Yi clan has already clarified that it was purely for show. At the time, I thought it was strange. After all, they are worth billions. Why would they fall for a small celebrity? So it was all for show. Some people don't even look in the mirror. Are they worthy?" Susani suddenly understood. She looked at Swarong gently and said, "I see. Swarong, it's okay. Don't worry. Even if you miss this opportunity, there will be a next time. You will get a rich second-generation heir sooner or later." Her expression was arrogant and her tone was sarcastic. She wanted to tear her apart when she heard her words. She was a vicious woman. To make her less vicious, how could that be possible? What's more, Young, that be *starred, wouldn't know about it. The following period was peaceful. Half a month later, the filming of Bebe's promotion was completed. Susani, who was preparing to go home and lie in bed for a while, received a novel and script prepared by Anya. "I've given you the original novel of Phoenix Road. Read it when you have time. Don't say that we are not professional when you join the crew." Phoenix Road was Susani's next focus. It was a period drama with the female lead and the male lead was Han Xiao. Han Xiao could be said to be the male god of the entertainment industry. Such a heavyweight male star had been active in the film industry for a long time and was a frequent guest of big-screen directors. He rarely took on TV dramas. His looks and charm were impeccable. To be able to act with him was the dream of every female star. How could Susani not be excited when she saw that she was about to eat such a delicious bun? That night, she took out the original novel and read it carefully. Chapter 23, Shared Bath Chapter 47, Forced Kiss Chapter 89, The Big Wedding Night Chapter 128, Cold Mountain Temple on a Rainy Night Chapter 159, The Time of Making Love Together Chapter 207, Lingering in the Middle of the Night. Therefore, when Yang entered the room, he saw Susani sitting on the sofa with a book in his arms. He was concentrating on the book and occasionally let out a low chuckle that he probably didn't even notice. Susani. Susani turned a deaf ear. Yang frowned and shouted again, Susani. Susani seemed to come back to her senses. When she lifted her head to look at Yang, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Hubby? You're back? Yang glanced at her book. What are you reading? Susani generously showed him the novel. The original novel for my next drama. It's already so late. Hurry up and go to bed. Yang wasn't interested in her drama and immediately went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out of the shower, Susani was still reading the novel. She didn't even change her posture. Seeing that it was still early, Yang leaned on the other side of the sofa and flipped through the day's work. You want to be the empress, so I've conquered the world for you. Without you, what's the use of having this world? Oh my god, this line is too domineering. I wonder if when Han Xiao kisses me. No, I can't think about it. My heart can't take it. This is a feast of reunion after a long separation. In the gauze canopy, a sweet voice full of lust. When the time comes for this scene, should I scream? Sigh, it's so embarrassing. She leaned against his bare chest and looked at him with sincerity. It was a closeness that had never been seen before. She caressed the hideous, frightening, bone-deep knife wound on his wrist. Naked, closeness? Han Xiao definitely can't wear clothes in this scene. I heard that Han Xiao has an 8-pack. Maybe I can touch it then. No. Susani, you have to control yourself. But Han Xiao is really too handsome. I can't wait. Why can't the crew start work tomorrow? Yang looked at the tablet in front of him in a daze. He looked down at his lower abdomen and touched it. So what if he has an 8-pack? Look at Susani's useless face. Wait a minute, Yang glanced over. Susani, what's your next drama? Susani looked up and showed him the cover of the novel. The Way of the Phoenix. Is there a kissing scene? Susani blinked and didn't panic at all. She opened her mouth and said, no. Is there a bed scene? No. Then is there an intimate scene? No. Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at her suspiciously. Really? Really? So what if there is? I've already signed it. It's my freedom to act in any scene. How can I let you interfere? If you don't let me act, I'll go look for Grandpa and see if he scolds you. Yang put down the tablet. Susani, you have to understand that you're a woman with a husband. Don't be intimate with other men outside. Also, remember, you're already 27 years old. You'll be 28 in a few months. Don't be like those young ladies who look at men outside. Aren't you ashamed of being so old? With that, Yang got up and left, not giving Susani any chance to criticize him. Looking at Yang's back view, Susani took a deep breath. So old? Murder is against the law. Susani, calm down. Think about Han Xiao. Think about the kissing scene, bed scene, cold pool scene, and nude scene with Han Xiao. Don't be impulsive and kill Yang, this dog of a man. You 28-year-old old man, get out of my sight. I'll be 18 forever. 18. Because of Yang, this dog of a man, Susani didn't sleep well the whole night. She tossed and turned in bed because she was 27 years old. It wasn't until dawn the next day when she looked at her beautiful face in the mirror that she calmed down. So what if I'm 27? There are no fine lines or spots. As long as I take good care of myself, I'll be 18 forever. This dog of a man must be old and weak when he's middle-aged. No one will want him. At the dining table, Susani enthusiastically fed Young 2 pieces of butter and honey toast and made him drink a large glass of honey water. Only then did she let him go and smiled at him. "Hubby, be careful on the way to work." She pouted. "Kiss." Young stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at Susani's cunning eyes. He thought about the kissing scene between this woman and Han Xiao last night. He sneered and strode forward. He pinched Susani's chin with one hand and brushed his lips across Susani's pouted lips like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. It was as fast as lightning. Susani's eyes widened as she watched Young turn around and pinch her chin. That impeccable face magnified in front of her eyes. Of course, her pupils were also magnified because of the shock. The soft and numb touch on her lips was like an electric shock. The electric current spread from her lips to her brain, heart, and limbs. Her face turned red, her brain was buzzing, her heart was pounding, and her limbs were weak. Susani was dumbfounded. The kiss that quickly separated allowed Young to see Sunny's fair and flawless face up close. Even the fine hairs on her skin could be seen. It turned from white to red and slowly spread to the tip of her ears. Her blushing face and staring eyes, she looked shy and dazed. It was quite cute. Well, it could be considered cute for the time being. "I'm leaving." Young pinched her flushed cheeks and turned to leave feeling refreshed. Susani trembled all over. In the 2 years of marriage, Young was unwilling to share a bed with her. He disdained to have any physical contact with her, let alone such an intimate act like kissing. Because she knew that Young was a germaphobe, she was at ease and boldly teased Young. She had thought of everything. Why? Susani wrapped her arms around herself and choked silently. "I'm dirty." Bang, young master. "Young master, are you okay?" "Ouch, watch where you go." "Young, you call this dirty?" "Wait, thank you to the classmate who voted for me." "You spent a lot of money, thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, 1 fu 2, thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, 1 today, 1 Lujinjing 1007, he kissed you." Anya was holding a glass of red wine. Her freshly manicured red nails made the wall of the glass look very beautiful. Coupled with her bony and flawless hands, it was not gaudy, but had a flamboyant and coquettish beauty. "Cinny, trust me, he didn't kiss you because he likes you." "If it's not because you like me, why did you kiss me?" Susani said confidently. Her tone was extremely stubborn, and her face was full of disbelief. There was a smile on her face, as if she was immersed in some kind of beautiful dream. Anya glanced at her, exasperated. "Miss Sue, stop laughing. No matter how much you laugh, he won't kiss you because he likes you. It's said that women in love have 0 IQ. I didn't believe it before, but after seeing you, I believe it. Can't you be more mature?" Seeing Susani's absent-minded look, Anya said to her seriously, "Well, I'll analyze it with you. You and Young have been married for 2 years, and I know the number of times you've seen him. I believe you can tell that he doesn't like you. How long has it been since Young returned to China? Is there a month? 1.5 months. All right, 1.5 months. Miss, when I delivered the script and novel to you 2 days ago, Yang's expressionless face, the way he looked at you, and the distance between him and you, is that something a person who likes you would do?" Susani thought about it seriously and shook her head dejectedly. "So, I'm not trying to discourage you, but there must be some other reason. In short, it can't be because she likes you." After thinking for a while, Anya shook her head. "Young is an unfathomable man. If you want him to like you, you'll have to suffer a lot. If you listen to me, you won't fall deeper and deeper. I'm glad he doesn't like me." Susani cursed in her heart. Ever since Young stole her first kiss in the morning, Susani couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought about it. How could a person who clearly hated her so much suddenly treat her like a different person in such a short time? Unlike before, when she had nothing to say to herself, she even had a vague feeling that Young was going against her. But how was that possible? Was Young crazy? He couldn't figure it out, which was why he came to Anya, who had been through thousands of flowers and never touched a single leaf, to analyze it. However, this is also good. It's better than Yang's indifference to you. What do you mean? Haven't you always wanted to win Yang's heart? In the past, he ignored you. Now, you don't have to care about his intentions. A kiss is a kiss. This is the first step to closing the distance between you two. I believe that there will be a second and third step. If this continues, Anya pondered and came to a conclusion. From my experience, sooner or later, Yang will definitely fall in love with you. Susanie's expression was as if she had seen a ghost. Fall in love with her sooner or later, bah. Saying such ominous words in the middle of the night, who was she cursing? Congratulations, you're about to get what you want. Really? Of course it's true. Don't I have better taste in men than you do? Susanie's heart was as heavy as a grave. She was unwilling to admit Anya's conjecture. But when she thought about it, it made sense. When they got married 2 years ago, Yang did not even want to sleep in the same bed as her. Now, he was willing to kiss her. The qualitative change was too big. They had only been married for 2 years, and Yang had already kissed her. After a while, wouldn't he be sleeping with her? No, she had to get a divorce as soon as possible. Otherwise, as Anya said, if Yang really fell in love with her, wouldn't she be in big trouble? Anya's phone screen on the table lit up. She had received a voice message from WeChat. It was a 10-second voice message. She listened to it for a while and smiled. She also sent a voice message. Okay, I got it. Baby, I miss you too. Susanie shuddered at her coquettish tone. Anya sent the voice message and was about to exit WeChat. She glanced at Susanie and paused. Sunny, do you want to meet some new friends? She shook her phone. There was a string of handsome avatars in her contact list. Who wouldn't want to? Susanie burst into tears again. No matter how turbulent her heart was, she still had to put on a pretense. She endured the pain and refused. No, I'm fine now. Anya narrowed her eyes and looked at her suspiciously. Really? Yes, really. Anya raised her eyebrows. Since you don't want to meet new friends, I'll call a few friends over for a few drinks. Is that okay? Susanie opened his mouth to speak, but Anya directly sent a group message, Are you there? 5 seconds later, WeChat notifications started ringing. What was that saying again? As long as the sister was good-looking, she would fall for it with a single Are you there? She fell for it too quickly. This woman was too strong. Anya scrolled through the message list and chose 3 carefully. After chatting for a while, she sent an address and turned off her phone. I'll be there soon. Don't worry, the people I know are very reliable. They won't spread rumors. The whole process took less than a minute. Susanie was amazed. The owner of the private club they were in was Anya's old flame. God knew how she managed the relationship between men so well. Not only did they not hate each other after breaking up, but they could even become friends. She came to the club for a private meeting with men and got a 50% discount. Susanie waited anxiously for half an hour before the door of the private room was pushed open. The lights in the private room were dim, and 3 handsome boys dressed in bright clothes walked in against the light. Their figures were tall and straight, and their faces, which had not yet left the campus, were full of youthfulness, revealing youthful smiles. Were those a few boys walking over? No, they were youthful. Xianxia. The 3 boys greeted her. Let me introduce you. She's Susanie. You should know her. Of course we know her. The boy looked excited. We've watched all of Xianxia's works. Previously, the teacher used Xianxia's episodes to explain acting skills to us. We've always wanted to meet you. I didn't expect to finally meet you today. Listen, these boys and Young were all humans, but why were their words so different? Susanie's heart pounded when she was praised by such a good-looking boy in public. She was about to say something. Host, please don't ruin your deep love persona. I know. Don't worry, I'm a very professional person. Before I divorce Young, I'll respect my marriage. Susanie cursed in her heart. It was a very dirty curse. Thank you for liking me. Susanie put on airs and nodded indifferently to the boy. The boy was slightly stunned. It seemed that he had never been treated so coldly before. Embarrassment flashed across his face. Anya didn't find it strange and asked them to sit down. The boys were good-looking and knew how to talk. They drank, played dice, and told jokes. Anya couldn't stop laughing. "Cindy, why are you sitting so far away? Come and play with us." Susini sadly refused. "No, you guys go ahead. I'm not interested." Anya put down the dice and gave the boys a look. They understood and got up to sit on either side of Susini. Susini seemed to have smelled the scent of sunshine. "Xianxia, I've always heard about you when I was in school. I've watched many of your TV shows. When I saw you in person, I couldn't believe my eyes. You're much prettier than on TV." "Xianxia, I'm still studying at Beijing Film Academy. I know you graduated from Beijing Film Academy too. You're my senior. I wonder if I'll have the opportunity to act with you in the future." The two boys were handsome and sunny. It was rare to find them in the entertainment industry. At such a youthful age, with such delicate faces. She thought that although Anya was happy to be surrounded by so many men every day, she must be suffering and troubled. Now, it seemed that she was narrow-minded. She couldn't imagine Anya's happiness. "Xianxia, you've been in the entertainment industry for so long. Did anything interesting happen in the industry?" "Of course," said the other boy. "Didn't something happen a while ago?" Susini thought that the boy was talking about Yang and Zhuarong. "What happened?" "A while ago, Han Xiao bought a house in the city center." "What's wrong with a house?" "A house is nothing, but Han Xiao's house is comparable to a building in the city center." "Which house is so expensive?" asked Susini in surprise. "Where else could it be? In all of a city, only the clan's Pin Lan Ting would dare to be so expensive. Han Xiao actually bought a house there. I heard that the houses there are worth hundreds of millions. That's why it's on the hot search list." "Xianxia, you've been in the entertainment industry for so many years. Do you know Han Xiao?" Anya laughed. "Cindy will be working with Han Xiao in her next film. Do you think I don't know him? Is Han Xiao really that rich?" Anya interrupted. "Han Xiao has been in the entertainment industry for so many years. He can be considered a superstar in the film industry. He has won countless awards and is the box office champion. Do you think he's rich?" "Actually, there's nothing to be surprised about. Han Xiao only has one house. The Yi clan is the developer of Yi Pin Lan Ting. How many buildings does Yi Pin Lan Ting own? I don't even dare to imagine how rich the boss of the Yi clan is. I heard that the boss of the Yi clan is not even 30 years old. He's a real rich second-generation heir. He's been living a good life for so many years. I wonder who the lady boss of the Yi clan will be in the future." And Anya looked at Susini and smiled. "Then she will definitely be a peerless beauty." Susini glared at her. "Don't you know that the boss of the Yi clan is married?" asked the boy sitting next to Anya. "Married?" After the news of Han Xiao buying a house was exposed, someone dug up the background of the boss of Yi Pin Lan Ting, Yi Yang. They even found out that he's married. "Married? Who is it?" "I think it's a celebrity." "A celebrity? How is that possible? Why would someone of his status marry a small celebrity?" The boy sitting next to Anya took out his phone and opened the Weibo post that exposed the news. The post makes sense. If you don't believe me, you can take a look for yourself. Anya took the phone and browsed through it. Then she smiled and handed the phone to Susini. Susini took the phone with a skeptical look. In fact, the post did not mention who Yi Yang was married to. It only revealed that Yi Yang had been secretly married to a celebrity in the entertainment industry for many years. Of course, the comments under the post were more interesting. "Does anyone know how much the boss of Yi Pin Lan Ting is worth? Why would he marry a small celebrity? Is the blogger kidding me? I believe the blogger. So what if she's a celebrity? Beautiful. Which man isn't lustful these days? I'm the only one paying attention. A house equals a building? Yi Pin Lan Ting is so expensive? A house equals a building. It's so easy to earn money in the entertainment industry. Let me do the math. With my current salary, if I want to buy a house in Ipin Lanting without eating or drinking, I have to start saving money since the Stone Age. Blogger, have you forgotten how the clan slaps were wrong not long ago? How dare you spread such rumors at this juncture? Aren't you afraid that the clan will send you a lawyer's letter? For someone like Yang, even if he were to marry someone, he would marry a socialite of equal status, right? How could he find a wife in the entertainment industry? Blogger, you're right. Please tell me more. Who is this chosen woman? How could she be able to take down a big shot like Yang? Yang is my ideal type. He's rich, good-looking, and clean. A man like him is the chosen one. I worship him like crazy. Sigh, after hiding it for so long, I was still found out. I'll just say it. I'm Yang's wife who has been secretly married for many years. Susini. Susini and Yang had been secretly married for many years, and they had tacitly agreed not to mention this matter. For Susini, the advantages of a secret marriage outweighed the disadvantages. After all, a married woman wouldn't be able to touch any young hunks in the entertainment industry. Xianxia, you've been in the entertainment industry for so long. Have you heard of the celebrity that is rumored to be secretly married to the CEO of the clan? Of course I have. Anya smiled and said, we've even met before. You've seen him before? Was this Weibo post true? Is Yang really married? Anya, tell me, which female celebrity is so lucky to be married to the president of the clan? Lucky? Susini glanced at the little fresh meat and scoffed. Of course. The clan has almost no rivals in City A, whether it's in real estate or other industries. The clan's market value and prospects are immeasurable. The boss of the clan is able to manage the company so well at such a young age. Of course, he's very capable. Moreover, he's very handsome. It's a blessing to be able to marry him. However, Susini, the lucky goose, did not feel lucky at all. Instead, her interest in these young men greatly decreased after they talked about Yang. Shallow, at the same time, a group of people who had come to the club to discuss business had finished their discussion and were leaving with a person in the middle. When they passed by the door of the room, their footsteps stopped. Two security guards standing at the door came forward and asked, Mr. E, what's wrong? Yang frowned and remained silent for a moment. Then, he gestured for them to leave first. Even the two security guards were chased away. No matter how handsome Yang is, can he be eaten? How can one Yang compare to 100 little fresh meats? Shallow. Too shallow. There are so many women who want to marry Yang. Are they crazy? Who can stand Yang's temper? I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me for free. The little fresh meat continued to ask, Xianxia, and Yejia said that you've met before. Who's that lucky female celebrity? Yes, Xianxia. Do you know who it is? Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom. Susini really didn't want to hear about Yang's deeds, especially Yang, who had been praised to the heavens. What's so good about this man? Lucky? Pfft. Bad luck? Translators twos, it's S to be Yang's, S to be, to twos, she to be. Outside the door, Yang's black shirt was neat and tidy without a single crease. His tie was neatly tied around his collar. He looked the same as when he had just left the house. Now, he was leaning lazily against the wall. The corridor was dimly lit. In the half-lit, half-hidden shadows, where the light and darkness blended together, Susini couldn't see Yang's face clearly. She could only see a pair of deep, cold eyes. Susini's heart suddenly hung in the air. Yang. Why is this man here? Is he here to catch us in the act? She glanced sideways at the room. Calm down. Susini, don't panic. It's not a big problem. Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Susini with a gaze that didn't allow anyone to pry. What a coincidence. Coincidence, it was really a coincidence. After being married for 2 years, the number of times Susini and Yang could be counted on one hand. Now, it was to the point where they could bump into each other just by going out and turning a corner. Heaven and earth could testify that this was the first time Susini had been to this private club. The boys in the room were the first time she had come into contact with them in the past 2 years. How could it be so coincidental that Yang happened to block her at the door when she was going to the bathroom? Is Yang, this man, spying on me? Susanie's heart was in a panic. Wait, why should I panic? I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't even touch the hands of those boys. I'm upright and innocent. What's more, isn't it better if there's a misunderstanding? Yang is a notorious man. How could he tolerate his wife fooling around behind his back? With this thought, Susanie was suddenly enlightened. What a coincidence, hubby. Why are you here too? Yang looked at her with a heavy gaze. I'm here to talk about work. What about you? Susanie felt guilty and fell silent. As soon as she said that, the door opened from the inside. The young hunk sitting on Susanie's left came out with a smile. When he saw Yang and Susanie at the door, he froze on the spot. This was very awkward. Xianxia, how could the young hunk not recognize Yang? His eyes widened as he looked at Yang and then at Susanie. As if he had understood something, he opened his mouth and was so surprised that he couldn't say a word. Yang. President E. Susanie panicked and said, go in first. We have some private matters to discuss. The young hunk reacted quickly and hurried into the room. Quick. Hurry up and ask me who this man is. Then get angry at me and suspect that I'm cheating on you. She pointed at my nose and said, how dare you cheat on me and find a wild man to cheat on me? Divorce. After that, she wanted to divorce me wholeheartedly. No matter who tried to persuade her, it was useless. Hubby, let me explain. Susanie stopped talking and waited for Yang to scold her and interrupt her. I saw it with my own eyes. What else do you have to say? Divorce. Yang wanted to say something but stopped himself. He rubbed his temples where the veins were throbbing. Why are you here? I'm just here to have some fun with a few friends, that's all. Susanie's gaze was erratic and he did not dare to look at Yang. His secretive and hesitant manner, as if he was hiding something, was very suspicious. Have fun? Just Anya and a few of her friends. Yang, don't be angry. Quick. Don't be angry with me. Yang's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care. I'm not angry. You have your own social circle. I'm not interested in your private life, and I won't interfere. Why doesn't this dog of a man play by the rules? He saw his wife appear in a private club and didn't even ask about it. Isn't he angry? Let it go so easily? You trust me that much? It doesn't matter if you're being cheated on? Yang tugged at his neat bow tie with one hand. His originally cold facial features seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He glanced at Susanie coldly. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After that, he was really ready to leave. Susanie wanted to say something but stopped. Between being face to face with Yang or listening to a few young men praising Yang, she chose the former. The latter made her heart ache too much. Wait. Susanie stopped him. I'll go back with you. Wait for me for a while. I'll be right out. She pushed the door open and entered the room. Anya, I have something to do. I have to leave first. Anya, who was surrounded by 3 young men, was shaking with laughter. When she heard Susanie's words, she slowly stopped laughing. What's wrong? What time is it now and you're leaving? I have something urgent to attend to. You guys have fun. Anya got up and walked to Susanie's side. She asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Sue. Cindy glanced at the little fresh meat that he bumped into outside. I bumped into Yang outside just now. He saw it too. Don't let him tell anyone. Anya's expression turned serious. Don't worry, I know what to do. Okay, you guys have fun. I'll leave first. Yang's car was parked at the entrance of the club. When he saw Susanie leaving, the doorman opened the car door for her. Drive. Yang's voice was cold as ice. The car moved forward slowly. But what no one noticed was that in the square opposite the club, someone was hiding behind a big rock. They were a street away and they were taking pictures of Susanie getting into the car. There was an awkward atmosphere in the carriage. Yang, don't misunderstand just now. It's really just a few friends. I didn't misunderstand. Yang's words were cold and direct. After saying that, he turned his head to look out of the car window. His expression was dark and unreadable, as if he had no interest in talking to her anymore. Susani was happy with the silence. Sigh, what a bummer today. Forget it, I'll go to the office tomorrow to meet the new boy band and talk about Phoenix Road. I'll ask if I can get Hanjiao's WeChat in advance. Yang glanced over. Are you very free recently? It's fine. Susani broke the awkwardness. I just finished filming the last drama, so I want to rest for 2 days. I'll go to the office in 2 days, don't go to the office in 2 days. Attend a banquet with me. Banquet? What banquet? This so-called banquet was the birthday of the daughter of a longtime friend of the Yi family. The Yi family was invited. Old Mystery wasn't in good health, so he gave this task to Yang. Coincidentally, this longtime friend's daughter, Susani, happened to know Qin Yin. Susani really had a lot to say about Qin Yin. Yang is a master's graduate with a net worth of 10 billion yuan. Qin Yin is a famous designer and graphic model. The two of them grew up together and are a match made in heaven. Is Yang blind? How can he not take a fancy to such a good girl and miss the opportunity? However, it was precisely because they were a match made in heaven that Susani was envious and jealous. As long as Qin Yin was around, she would not be outdone and would often have conflicts with her. On the other hand, Qin Yin was smart, beautiful, meticulous, and scheming. Every time, she could turn hostility into friendship and quietly counterattack. In comparison, it was obvious who was better. From the last time she gave me the bracelet, I can see that she is very ambitious for the position of Mrs. Yi. Yang is married and still can't forget her. Just because of Qin Yan's infatuation, I have to add fuel to the fire. If Qin Yan and Yang become a couple, I will definitely give a big red packet to Qin Yan when they get married to thank her for taking over the business. Yang glanced over coldly. Looking at Susani's smiling face, he suddenly regretted it. This Susani might be a scourge. Thank you for your support during this time. I'll be entering V tomorrow. There will be a 10,000-word update and a red packet drop. If you like it, I hope you can support the original version. Thank you to the students who voted for me. It's worth it. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, 1 carat omega carat point, 1 manyo, LVTI's skirt. Before attending Anya's birthday party, Susani couldn't relax. Anya, help me order a gown that can dazzle everyone. Anya's voice was full of confusion over the phone. A gown? Why? What event are you attending? Why didn't I know about it? No. Susani couldn't hide her joy and smile. Yang said he'll take me to a party the day after tomorrow. I want to dress up and not embarrass Yang. Anya asked in surprise, a party? Yang is taking you? You haven't announced your marriage yet, right? It's a birthday party for the daughter of a family friend of the Yi family. Only insiders are invited. There are no outsiders. Anya was silent for a moment and said in disbelief, Miss Su, what kind of grudge do you have with that girl? Why do you have to dress up to steal the limelight on her birthday? How can you say that I'm stealing the limelight? Isn't this my first time attending a party with Yang? I have to dress up so that I won't embarrass him. No. Are you serious? Anya suddenly couldn't figure out Susani's intentions. You're stealing the limelight at a girl's birthday party? So what? Susani asked. Susani, if you didn't do it on purpose, then I really suspect that you have a low EQ. But you're not usually like this, right? Anya sighed. Is it true that love can lower one's intelligence? Oh no, with you as a warning, I don't think I'll ever get married. Don't worry about me. I'm just asking you, can this be done? Yes. Of course. Just do it. I'll take care of the gown for you. I'll have someone send it to you the day after tomorrow. Okay, send it to me as soon as it arrives. After hanging up the phone, Susani asked the beautician to come in and continue her beauty treatment. Miss Su, your skin condition is so good, just like an 18-year-old girl's. Her skin was white and tender, without a single blemish. Her cheeks were so smooth that even the tiny hairs could be seen. Her watery eyes were sparkling, even more so than an 18-year-old girl. This was exactly what Susani wanted. It was fine that Qin Yan liked Yang. She didn't mind. She even wanted to matchmake the two of them. However, she couldn't lose to Qin Yan from head to toe, even if it was just a strand of her hair. What's more, he was in the limelight at the banquet. Even Anya could tell that it was inappropriate, so how could others not? Qin Yan, that little white lotus, would definitely magnanimously say that it was alright. In comparison, Yang, that dog of a man, would definitely have a good impression of her. Then, their relationship would become more and more intense. When their love reached its peak, they would cheat on each other because of love. They would tie the knot forever and be together for 100 years. As for her, she was hurt by love. From then on, she no longer believed in love. She was heartless and only talked about money and not love. She sat on a huge fortune and played around in the human world, living the rest of her life peacefully. Wonderful. Anya was reliable and knew what she meant. In the end, she sent a Prada deep V-neck blue sequined haute couture gown to Susani. Susani stood in front of the full-length mirror and looked at the beauty in the mirror. Her slender neck had a deep V-neck, and her curves were beautiful. Her waist seemed to be too small to hold under the gown. The blue gown made her fair and translucent skin even more. When she was silent, she exuded a noble and cold aura. When she smiled, she was charming. The corners of her eyes and eyebrows were dyed with a touch of light red. When she blinked, her long and dense eyelashes seemed to be able to seduce people. The more you looked at her, the more stunning she was. Are you done yet? It's time. We should go. Yang was impatient waiting downstairs. He went into the room to urge her. When he opened the door, Susani was standing in front of him, holding the edge of her dress and looking at him. The sun was shining brightly outside the window. The fine golden particles in the air were like crushed gold foil floating around, shining brightly under the sun. Yang stopped in his tracks and looked at her from top to bottom. The rich color filled his eyes, and a touch of amazement bloomed in his eyes. After he looked at her for a while, Susani held the edge of her dress and walked in front of him. Yang, am I beautiful? If this bastard dares to say that you're not beautiful, I'll smash his dog head right here today. It's okay. Just as she was about to smash Yang's dog head, she saw that this dog of a man's eyes seemed to be on her, as if he didn't even notice her. It's okay? Since it's okay, why are you staring at me? Dog of a man who doesn't mean what he says. Yang looked away. Susani went forward and held Yang's arm with satisfaction. Her eyes were full of smiles. Let's go. As the only girl in the Qin family, Qin Yan's birthday party was held at a resort hotel surrounded by mountains and lakes. The scenery was beautiful and it was far away from the city. At the same time, to make the birthday party complete, the Qin family booked the whole place. When Yang and Susani's car stopped at the entrance of the hotel, Qin Yan smiled and went up to greet them. It was her birthday today, and she had dressed up meticulously. She was wearing a white dress and bright-colored high heels. She looked pure, gentle, and elegant. Even if she didn't wear any makeup, she was still pleasing to the eye and easily unforgettable. Qin Yan had grown up with Yang. She knew what kind of woman Yang liked. But when she saw Susani, who was dressed to the nines, the smile on her face froze on her face. Her initial anticipation dropped to the freezing point. This time, she had specially sent an invitation to the Yi family for her birthday party. Old Mystery was not in good health, so he would not specially attend a party for the younger generation. Lady Yi wanted to take care of Old Mystery, so he would not attend either. The only person who could possibly attend was Yang. All these years, she had never heard of Yang bringing Susani to any party. Moreover, their relationship as husband and wife had never been good. So, if Yang came to her birthday party, he would definitely go alone and not bring Susani. But she never expected that Yang would bring her here. Yang, Sunny, you're here? Happy birthday. Susani presented the gift and held Yang's arm intimately. She was almost glued to Yang's body. I carefully selected this gift for you. You'll definitely like it. As a woman, Qin Yan knew that Susani was provoking her. She glanced at Yang and took the gift without showing any expression. Thank you. You guys go in first. I'll come later. Then we'll go in first. After speaking, Susani held Yang's arm and walked in. Those who could attend Xianxia's birthday party were all people in their circle. They knew each other's backgrounds and were aware of each other's strengths. Therefore, Xianxia's group of childhood friends were sure that Xianxia would marry Yang when they grew up. After all, they grew up together. Xianxia was interested in Yang. This was something that everyone knew. But no one expected that Susani would become Yang's wife because of a marriage contract. Susani was also part of their circle when she was young. Unfortunately, Susani's parents passed away early, and she relied on old Master Su to support her. Her family declined, and later on, she could no longer integrate into their circle. 4 or 5 well-dressed young people at the table looked at the two of them. They turned around and discussed for a while before walking towards them. Wow, the show is about to start. Yang glanced at Susani and saw that she was smiling at a few friends who she hadn't seen in a long time. Birds of a feather flocked together. Yang's friends are probably not that good. I heard that they grew up with Qin Yin. When they see me, they must be feeling indignant for Qin Yin, right? They must be thinking that they were childhood sweethearts who grew up together, but their love was snatched away by a woman who came out of nowhere. Maybe in their eyes, I'm still Qin Yin and Yang's mistress. Later, these people will definitely put on an act and deliberately stir up trouble. They will definitely tell me about their childhood in front of me and ask me hypocritically, "Oh, you don't mind us talking about our childhood, do you?" If I say I mind, they will say that I'm narrow-minded. If I say I don't mind, these people will definitely get worse. Later on, they will definitely find a way to pull me away alone. They will use all kinds of language to humiliate and warn me. With my bad temper, I definitely won't be able to take it. Then, there will be a dispute. White Lotus's friends are also White Lotuses. When the time comes, they will pour dirty water on me and say that I'm an uneducated bad woman. Everyone will blame me. Yang, that dog, will probably look on coldly from the sidelines. Sigh, in this materialistic society, people nowadays are so scheming. Can't they be simple and kind like her? In this lively hall, Yang heard Susani's words clearly. Yang sneered in his heart. Susani's skin was extraordinarily thick. She had never communicated with anyone before, let alone had any understanding of him. She openly made malicious conjectures about others in her heart. Was this called simple and kind? His friends grew up together. Although they didn't contact each other after university, their personalities were already set. No matter how much they changed, they wouldn't be as scheming as Susani said. Yang, you're finally here. 4 people walked over, holding wine glasses and talking to Yang. 2 fair and clean girls, each holding a tall and handsome male companion, deliberately ignored Susani. Don't you know that today is Qin Yan's 25th birthday? It's almost dark. Why are you only here now? Miss Su is here too? She seemed to have just realized that Susani was here. She smiled and said, Yang, we haven't seen each other for a few years. You're getting more and more handsome. I still remember that when we played together when we were young, you said, I know. When we were young, Yang said that when Qin Yan was 25 and still unmarried, Yang would marry her. Susani took the opportunity to finish the sentence. Unfortunately, Yang was lucky enough to meet me. Qin Yan wasn't so lucky. She's still single now. The few of them were silent for a moment. Miss Su knows about this too? Susani seemed to be really indifferent. Of course I know. But I'm not a calculated person. What's past is past. How can I be angry about some things that were said when we were young? Hey, tell me anything interesting when you were young. The 2 girls looked at each other. Oh, by the way, you must have played such games when you were young. Marriage games, bridal room games. Was Yang the groom and Qin Yan the bride? The 2 girls who were about to say something hesitated. So everyone played like this when they were young? I thought I was the only one who played like this. Yang remained silent throughout the whole process. He suddenly felt that Susani's thinking was quite right. He would indeed watch coldly from the sidelines because there was no need for him at all. The two girls were speechless because of Susanie's words. However, the two men beside them smiled and helped them out. Let's not talk about our childhood. Young, let's go over there and talk. The two girls smiled and said, Miss Sue, it's boring for us women to listen to the topic of men having men. Yen Yen has a lot of friends coming for her birthday this time. How about I introduce a few sisters to you? The two girls' eyes fell on Susanie's dress, and undercurrents surged. Miss Sue, do you want something to drink? Here it comes, here it comes. I knew there would definitely be such a trick. This scene is classic and not outdated. Their eyes are fixed on my dress. Seeing that I'm dressed so well and so beautiful, they must have thought of a way to accidentally spill red wine on me and embarrass me at the banquet. Then, they will hypocritically say I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. If I get angry, they will say that I'm petty. It's just a dress. If I don't get angry, I will have to swallow my anger and sulk by myself. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are they acting out a strange story? Young, let's go. Young tugged at the tie on his chest and stood still. Red wine, thank you. A waiter shuttled through the crowd to deliver a glass of red wine. When he passed by the two girls, the waiter stumbled forward and the 3 glasses of red wine in his hand were about to spill on Susinie. Susinie seized the opportunity and pulled Yang's arm with force. When Yang's eyes were on the waiter, she caught him off guard and pulled him in front of her. Bang! The 3 glasses of red wine were all spilled on Yang's suit and did not splash on Susinie at all. Bastard men are used to block bullets. Yang looked at the mess in front of him and cursed in his heart. A very dirty curse. It's time for the first watch. There's still the second and third watch. Today's comments will randomly drop 200 red packets. Thank you for your support, thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending money, thank you to the little angels who threw the landmine, 2 little foxes from Nuanyuan, 1 Qingji and Circury. The commotion quickly attracted everyone's attention. The waiter was frightened and bowed repeatedly. Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. The girl who tripped him was originally waiting to see Susinie being splashed with red wine, but in the blink of an eye, the red wine was splashed all over Yang. The perfect opportunity to humiliate Susinie, this woman, was gone just like that. Sorry? How did you do it? The waiter's face turned pale. What kind of occasion was this? The foreman had told them yesterday. He knew clearly what kind of people would come to this occasion. 3 glasses of red wine were splashed. Not only could he not keep his job, but he would also have to pay for the suit. But the suit was so expensive. How could he afford it? What's wrong? What happened? Qin Yan, who was greeting the guests, heard the commotion and came over. She saw the glass shards and wine stains and asked in confusion. Yonyan, the waiter didn't hold the wine properly and splashed it all over Yang. What? Qin Yan looked at the red wine on Yang's chest and frowned. She was about to say something when the waiter apologized again. Miss Qin, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's my fault. I didn't mean it. Qin Yan was about to say something. It's okay. Susinie stepped out from behind Yang. She looked at the mess on Yang's chest and said to the waiter in a pleasant tone, You were careless. I believe you didn't mean it. Are you okay? The waiter shook his head cautiously. I'm fine. The people around whispered to each other. It's good that you're fine. Susinie smiled at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, don't blame him. It's just a shirt. It's not a big deal. Right, Yang? She said it as if Qin Yan wanted to make things difficult for the waiter. The aroma of the red wine lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang's face darkened, and he squeezed out a yes from his throat. In fact, Yang had already guessed that the waiter might have fallen down due to some accident before the 3 glasses of wine were splashed on him. He didn't leave because he still felt lucky and even a little curious. He wanted to see how Susinie would deal with this situation. He never expected that this was Susinie's way of dealing with the situation. Using him to block the wine, it could be said that he reaped what he sowed. Yang had nothing else to say. After being tricked by Susinie, Qin Yan reacted quickly and said to the waiter, It's okay. Just be careful next time. You can leave first. After that, she said to Yang, I'll accompany you to the room to change your clothes. TSK, TSK, TSK. As the host of the banquet, you invited a man with a wife to the room to change clothes. Is it time to go to bed after changing clothes? Yang pulled at his tie. His irritation was written all over his tightly knitted eyebrows. Just as he was about to change clothes with Qin Yan, he heard Susani's words. It was a coincidence if it happened once, but it was not a coincidence if it happened twice or thrice. No, you're the host of the banquet. You can greet your guests here. Let the waiter take me there. Qin Yan's smile was a little stiff. Then she nodded and asked a waiter to take Yang to the room to change clothes. Yang, I'll accompany you, you stay here. Yang was worried that before he calmed down, he would hear Susani's words again and lose control of himself. The broken wine glasses were cleaned up, and the wine stains on the floor were also wiped clean. After Qin Yan apologized to the guests around her, she chatted with a few friends who grew up with her. Finally, she walked in front of Susani. During the entire process, no one else from the Qin family came forward. Qin Yan's ability to take charge of things on her own was evident. Miss Su, thank you for accompanying Yang to my birthday banquet. Can we talk alone? Looking at the harmless smile on Qin Yan's face, Susani was a little unwilling. It was not worth it to scheme against each other for a dog of a man. It was better to drink and eat here and show off her beautiful dress to outsiders. But since they came to her door, she should not appear too weak. Okay. Miss Su, this way, please. The two of them came to a balcony. Outside the balcony was the hotel's garden. The garden was planted with all kinds of flowers. It was winter, but the flowers were still blooming. The flowers here were temporarily taken out from the greenhouse by the hotel. Perhaps seeing the surprise on Susani's face, Qin Yan explained, but no matter how beautiful these flowers are, they do not bloom in autumn. After being taken out from the greenhouse, I'm afraid that after one night, they will all wither. Just like people, whether it's making friends or falling in love, whether it's family background or moral values, we have to choose the one that suits us. That's why there's the phrase well-matched in social status. Don't you agree, Miss Su? Susani nodded and did not say a word, indicating that she wanted to continue watching the show. Yang and I have known each other since we were young. When we were very young, I played with him. The person you saw just now was a friend. When we were young, so many things happened. I think Yang himself probably doesn't remember. Qin Yan seemed to be reminiscing about the past. He said that when he grew up, he would marry me and treat me well for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, he fell ill later. When he came back, we were already grown up. When we were in high school, he didn't even recognize me, but I recognized him at a glance. Susani felt the same way and nodded. He sighed in his heart. This was a school story about reuniting after a long separation. Later, we went to middle school, high school, and university together. Although he was a few years older than me, we were almost inseparable in school. Yang was cold to others, but I know that he treated me differently from others. I don't know if he still remembers, but he once said that when I was 25 and still unmarried, he would marry me. Today, I am 25, but he married you. Qin Yan smiled at Susani. Don't misunderstand and don't take it to heart. I just wanted to tell you about Yang's past. Susani nodded. She couldn't help but ask, what happened after that? After that, Qin Yan smiled and unconsciously rubbed a bracelet on her wrist. After that, we majored in different majors. He studied finance and I studied design. We met less and less. Later, I went abroad and couldn't contact him for a long time. When I returned to China, he had already taken over the Yi clan's work. I only saw him once when I went to the Yi family. This was a campus urban novel about reuniting after a long separation. I thought that once I came back, we would have a chance. But I didn't expect Grandpa Yi to let you marry Yang because of the engagement. Qin Yan smiled bitterly. I know that Yang respected Grandpa and couldn't bear to disobey him. Back then, your grandpa was seriously ill and his only wish was to see you get married. Grandpa Yi didn't want Grandpa Su to leave with regrets, so he let you marry Yang. Did you know? I was really helpless when I heard the news. We are all highly educated people, but they still insist on marriage. I thought that Yang wanted freedom, but he could even accept marriage. He could even bear to marry a woman he barely met and didn't know much about. I don't know if he was prepared, but now it seems that he doesn't love you and isn't prepared to spend the rest of his life with you. Susani sighed. That was right. Yang, that bastard, didn't love her and was willing to marry her. Her great youth was ruined by that bastard. I heard that you like Yang a lot, right? Did being forced to like him count? Cindy, I know that you like Yang a lot, but you should know that love is not a matter of one person. It is a matter of two people. If your love is one-sided, you won't be able to get happiness in this marriage. Susani wanted to say something but stopped. What Qin Yan said was absolutely right, she understood the logic, but she didn't understand that bastard Yang. He kept pestering her and refusing to divorce her. Scumbag. Love is selfless. You can't be so selfish and make others suffer. You should let him go and let him find his own happiness. That's love. I'm not letting him go. I'm begging him to let me go. If I could mention divorce, I would have done so. Who wants to spend the rest of their life with that bastard? So you're saying that Yang likes you? Qin Yan touched the bracelet on her hand and smiled gently. He gave me this bracelet on my 18th birthday. I've been wearing it all these years. I can feel that he treats me differently. I believe that he loves me. Susani sighed. It turned out that this was a campus urban novel about reuniting after a long separation, a broken mirror, and a deep love story. In this life, Qin Yan would probably have to be with Yang. Qin Yan, you're wrong. He might not love me, but I'm sure that he doesn't love you either. If he loved you, why didn't he contact you when you were abroad? If he loved you, why would he agree to marry me? If he loved you, why would he bring me to your birthday party to give you excitement? I've heard so much from you. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't pester a man who isn't worth it. You can't see it, but it's ugly. Qin Yan's smile suddenly disappeared. Susani, what do you mean? I don't mean anything. I'm just giving you advice. You're the one giving advice to others, but you won't listen to it? So you don't want to divorce Yang? I won't take the initiative to divorce Yang. If you have a way, you can ask Yang to divorce me. What a joke. It would be over if she asked for a divorce, okay, it wasn't easy to get this life. She hadn't touched a boy band member yet, and she hadn't waited for her husband to grow up. She couldn't waste her life like this. Qin Yan looked at her in silence. No one knew what she was thinking. If I ask Yang to divorce you, will you agree? Susani replied provocatively, of course I'll agree. Qin Yan looked behind her. With just a glance, Susani understood. In front of Qin Yan, she rolled her eyes. Do you know that I'm an actress? I'm tired of these tricks. Just as Qin Yan was confused, Susani fell back and fell to the ground. The sound of footsteps could be heard clearly. Susani looked up and saw Yang standing at the door of the terrace, as she wished, with his bad friends, F4. Yang, you're here? With a crying face, Susani threw herself into Yang's arms like a little bird. She pointed at Qin Yan and covered her face, as if she had been greatly wronged. Qin Yan said that she wants me to divorce you. She wants to get back together with you. I didn't agree, so she hit me. Look, she slapped me to the ground. Let me see if there's a palm print on my face. Is my face disfigured? Susani raised his face to show him. Hearing this, Qin Yan instantly panicked. Her rhythm was disrupted. She looked at Yang in a panic and was helpless, afraid that Yang would misunderstand her. I didn't say that. Susani hugged Yang like a sloth and looked at Qin Yan with hatred. You said it, you said it. You want me to leave Yang, but I won't. I won't leave him for the rest of my life. One was known for pestering others endlessly, while the other was wronged and innocent. In the eyes of the audience, it was clear who was right and who was wrong. Yang looked at Susani's performance, speechless. How did such an exaggerated person survive in the entertainment industry? Were the directors nowadays blind? Susani, speak properly, what's going on? Yeah, Yonyan, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be afraid, we'll help you. F4 spoke up. I didn't. Qin Yan held back her tears and looked at Susini as if she felt no guilt. What a pitiful little stubborn person. Susini let go of Yang, who refused to let go. She swept away the exaggerated expression on her face, smoothed her hair, smiled slightly, and looked refreshed. It's okay, we're just acting. Susini wiped the non-existent tears on her face and said, I just talked to Qin Yan about my acting in the crew. She was a little curious on a whim, so she acted with me in the scene of stealing someone's love. How was it? Our acting was good, right? We fooled you all. Qin Yan, right? Playing tricks in front of an expert, playing tricks in front of me. Don't you think about who I am? I'm an actress. Trying to frame me? Dream on. The second update is here. There's one more update tonight. 200 red packets will be randomly dropped. Thank you for your support. Susini admitted that her acting skills were impeccable. She had acted out the scene just now with all her heart and had used all her skills. The last sentence was to give Qin Yan a way out. After all, this was her birthday party. She couldn't embarrass her in front of so many relatives and friends, right? I'll give her a warning today. If she dares to provoke me again, I'll tear her apart. Sigh, I didn't kill them all. I'm such a kind woman. Yang's eyebrows twitched as he looked at Susini. Qin Yan swallowed the bitter fruit she had planted herself. She forced a smile and said, yes. Acting? Qin Yan, I clearly saw. The gang of scoundrels immediately wanted to speak up. Okay. Qin Yan composed herself and tried not to embarrass herself in front of Yang. It's really nothing. I was just curious about Cindy's acting skills, so I played this farce. I still have something to do, so I'll go in first. Have fun. As soon as Qin Yan left, the four friends of Qin Yan glared at Susini and entered the hall with resentment. Only Susini and Yang were left on the balcony. As the autumn wind blew, the exotic flowers and leaves in the courtyard swayed. Susini shuddered. Happy? Yang pinched her cheeks, raised his head, and looked left and right. What are you doing? Yang had a faint smile on his face. I want to see if there's a handprint on your face or if you're disfigured. Susini slapped his hand away. Stop fooling around. Didn't I tell you that I was just fooling around with Qin Yan? Yang looked at her for a long time. Susini looked back at him without a guilty conscience. Bastard, why are you looking at me? Do you want to stand up for Qin Yan? If you keep looking, I'll knock your head off. Yang looked away helplessly. At least you know what's good for you. In the hall, almost all the guests who came to attend Qin Yan's birthday party had arrived. Qin Yan changed her embarrassed appearance and stood in front of a 10-layer cake with a smile and elegantly cut it. Susini looked at Qin Yan with interest. She smiled and wandered in the crowd. This woman must be tired of pretending, right? Yang, long time no see. A man walked over with a glass of wine. He smiled and extended his hand to greet Yang. He seemed to be an old acquaintance of Yang. Yang was stunned. He seemed to be trying to recall who this man was. After a while, he smiled and reached out to shake hands with him. Long time no see. Are you Mrs. E? When Yang got married, I was abroad and couldn't come back to attend your wedding. I'm sorry. Do you mind if us married men have a private chat? Of course not. Yang glanced at Susini hesitantly. I'm fine. You can go. What's there to talk about with a few married men? Yang turned and left. Susini looked at Yang and the men chatting on the side. She found a quiet sofa and sat down to rest. After the two farces just now, Qin Yan's group of girlfriends had a new understanding of Susini. They probably knew that she was not as simple as she seemed on the surface, so they did not dare to provoke her easily. Susini was also happy to be free. In this kind of occasion, it was hard to distinguish between people and ghosts. It was boring to chat with strangers and exchange meaningless pleasantries. She was bored and sleepy on the sofa. After a long time, the red wine in her hand was finished. When she was about to call the waiter, a waiter came to her. Thank you. Mrs. E, can I have a word with you? He lowered his voice. Susani raised her eyebrows and opened her sleepy eyes. It was the waiter who poured red wine on Yang just now. You're looking for me? What's the matter? The waiter looked around. Mrs. E, I just saw someone put something in Mr. Yi's wine. Susani was stunned and her expression turned cold. Are you sure it was my husband's wine? Yes. Do you know what it is? The waiter shook his head. Then do you know where my husband is now? I saw them enter the room at the end of the second floor. The end of the second floor, Susani raised his head and glanced upstairs. There was no other possibility for someone to drug Yang on such an occasion. It could only be because they wanted Yang's body. Qin Yin, could it be that she wanted to have sex with Yang so that she could blackmail Yang? If Yang really had sex with her, the Qin family would definitely make Yang take responsibility. Then, Yang would have to divorce her. Wouldn't that be exactly what she wanted? Susani looked in the direction of Qin Yin and saw two of Qin Yan's friends walking towards her with a smile. They whispered something in her ear. Qin Yan's expression changed and she quickly looked in the direction of the second floor. It seemed that Qin Yan didn't know about this. It was those people who acted on their own. Qin Yan's friends were even more unreliable than Qin Yin. This drug, what if something happened? Susani was a little hesitant. Although that bastard Yang deserved it, if he had sex with Qin Yan on such an occasion, wouldn't it be a slap to her face? Not only would she lose face, but she would also be criticized behind her back in the future. People would say things like, "This is Susani. She doesn't even know that her ex-husband is messing around with someone else right under her nose." No, she had to save Yang's life today. She couldn't let Qin Yan do whatever she wanted. After thinking it through, Susani said to the waiter, "How about this? Can I trouble you to do me a favor? Please tell me. I'll definitely help if I can." Susani whispered something in his ear, and the waiter looked hesitant after hearing it. "Don't worry. I know this will implicate you, but I'll arrange everything for you." With Susani's promise, the waiter nodded and walked towards Qin Yan with 3 glasses of red wine. There was a loud bang. "Why is it you again? Don't you know that my dress is very expensive?" While everyone's attention was on Qin Yan and her friends, Susani took the opportunity to go to the second floor. Upstairs, the room at the end of the corridor was unlocked. She opened the door with a gentle twist. There was no light in the room, only a half-open window. The moonlight shone through the dark night and enveloped the whole room. In the dim moonlight, Susani saw Yang lying on the bed at a glance. She hurriedly closed the door and walked to the bed. Yang's eyes were closed. He reeked of alcohol, as if he had fainted. Yang wouldn't get drunk on such an occasion. He could only have eaten something like the waiter said. After thinking about it, Cindy called the driver and asked him to go to the room at the end of the second floor. "Yang, wake up." She couldn't wake him up. Susani looked left and right. Fortunately, there was a private bathroom in the room. She took a glass of water from the bathroom and splashed it on Yang's face. Cough cough, Yang coughed and slowly woke up. Susani was pleasantly surprised. "You're awake? Quick. Get up, let's go to the hospital." "I don't know what those bastards fed you." Yang frowned. In the dim light, he couldn't see Susani clearly. His mouth was slurred. "Who are you?" "Who am I?" "I'm your father." Susani helped him up. "Why are your friends so indecent? They even resorted to such despicable means. Is medicine something that can be taken casually? What if something happens to you?" Yang was too heavy. His whole body was hanging on Susani's thin shoulders. She really couldn't support him. Before she could help him up, she was already panting from exhaustion. "Hey, don't sleep. Wake up." Yang leaned his head on her shoulder. A faint fragrance wafted from Susani's hair and neck, lingering around his nose. It tickled his Adam's apple and made his mouth dry up. His breathing gradually became heavier. What it evoked was a man's instinct. The restlessness in his heart made his body heat up inch by inch. Yang's eyes darkened. Susani's hand on Susani's shoulder tightened. In an instant, the world turned upside down. The difference in strength made it impossible for her to move. Looking at Yang's dazed eyes, Susanie's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she took a deep breath. Yang, calm down. Don't be rash. Take a deep breath and let go of me. I'll call someone for you. The two of them were only inches apart. Yang's eyes were looking at her like a wolf or a tiger. It was as if the person under his palm was already in his bag. Such a gaze and such rapid breathing made Susanie feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. Even her voice started to tremble. What kind of woman do you like? Qin Yan, do you like her? I'll call Qin Yan over for you, okay? Hearing the two words Qin Yan, Yang's gaze became even more ferocious. He suddenly buried his head in Susanie's neck. Aha! Yang, wake up! Susanie felt like she was a sheep in a tiger's mouth, waiting to be slaughtered by Yang. Why should I be a busybody? Why should I ask for trouble to save this B******? Yang's movements suddenly stopped and he lifted his head from her neck. Susanie's heart started to tremble. She blinked her clear eyes and looked at Yang pitifully. She choked and said, Yang, I'm scared. As she blinked, a teardrop fell from the corner of her eye and disappeared into her hair. That pair of watery eyes stared straight at him. They were filled with fear. Every time she blinked, a teardrop would fall. It was as if he was a scourge that she couldn't avoid. Yang's hand that was holding Susanie's wrist suddenly tightened. He gritted his teeth and his Adam's apple twitched violently. All of his desires had reached the peak. He really wanted to disregard everything at this moment and not consider the consequences. He wanted to cater to the most primitive desire in his heart, but he couldn't. He was a human. He had reason. He couldn't do that. In the end, little by little, under his strong self-control, he released Susanie's wrist and turned over to fall to the side. The crisis was resolved. Susanie hurriedly got up and looked at Yang who was lying on the bed like a dead dog. She was still in shock and took a few deep breaths. She was almost defiled by this B****** Yang. No, I can't stand this grievance. Susanie's hands were shaking. Host, please calm down. The most important thing now is, shut up. Most important thing? The most important thing now is to find a way to castrate this B***** so that he can't do evil in the future. She looked left and right and rummaged through the room to find something. In the end, she didn't find a knife. She only found a basin in the bathroom. She filled the basin with cold water and returned to the room. She walked to the bed and suddenly splashed the basin of water on Yang's face. Caught off guard, Yang woke up with a start. Susanie went back to the bathroom and the bed. Before Yang could react, she poured the basin of cold water on him again. After 2 basins of cold water, Yang really woke up. He lay on the bed and looked up at Susanie through the curtain of rain falling from above. Cough, cough, cough. Susanie, enough, really enough, cough, cough, cough. Susanie turned a deaf ear to him and went to the bathroom to get another basin of cold water. Susanie. Cough, cough. I said enough. No, you're not enough. Susanie picked up the basin expressionlessly. Susanie, I'll say it one last time. Enough, I'm awake. Cough, 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 cough. Susanie. This useless thing, his IQ was eaten by a dog. He was actually knocked out by a few pills. Don't tell others that you're talking about my husband in the future. Embarrassing. Something on the ground flashed in Susanie's eyes. She picked it up and saw that it was Yang's belt. Susanie was instantly furious. She pointed the belt at Yang and was exasperated. Look at you. Your belt has been taken off by him. Click, the door opened. The driver and a few others stood at the door and looked at Yang, who was lying on the bed in a sorry state with his shirt half unbuttoned. They then looked at Susanie, who had one hand on her waist and the other holding the belt. Sorry to disturb you. The driver closed the door behind him. Susanie and Yang looked at each other. Yang looked down at himself. Susanie looked at the belt in her hand and blushed. She seemed to realize something and quickly threw it at Yang. Hurry up and fasten your belt. She threw it at Yang's face and the end of the belt swept across his face. The area from his chin to his neck was red and swollen. Yang held his chin and trembled all over. He didn't know if it was because of the cold or the anger. Susini. This is not my belt. The third update is here. 200 red packets will be randomly dropped. Thank you for your support today. Love you. Thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine. I like Huainan's orange. Fleeting time when the E family's chauffeur came at a bad time. Whether it was for Susini and Yang, or for Qin Yan. When Qin Yan heard her friend say that Yang was waiting for her in the room on the second floor, she thought it was just a joke. What she didn't expect was that they actually fed Yang medicine. Yonyan, don't hesitate anymore. Who doesn't know that it was Susini who came between you and Yang? Susini is the third party, not to mention that Yang doesn't like her at all. They will divorce sooner or later. You can wait a few more years if you want. If you don't want to wait, you can go to the second floor now. You don't have to do anything with him. You just have to stay in the room for a while, and we will help you settle it. Just as Qin Yan was tempted, Yang's driver arrived and took the hotel staff straight to the second floor. They immediately panicked. What are you guys doing? The hotel staff explained, Miss Qin, this gentleman said that he was Mr. Yi's driver. Mr. Yi called him and asked him to come over. Qin Yan probably guessed that Yang had already woken up in the room. Regret flashed through her mind. The door opened. There was a small lamp beside the bed in the room, so they couldn't see the whole picture of the room, but they could see the situation beside the bed clearly. Yang was drenched, and Susini was standing beside the bed, holding the belt. The scene was somewhat explosive. The quick-witted driver closed the door behind him. Sorry to disturb you. The few of them stood outside the door and looked at each other. They had yet to recover from the shock. The driver coughed softly. Mr. E and Mrs. E are still very loving. Everyone had different expressions. Qin Yan knew in her heart that according to the situation inside, the matter had probably been exposed. If Yang did not believe that she was not involved, she had to think of a countermeasure. 5 minutes later, Susini came out of the room and sneered, Miss Qin, you're so young. How could you do such a shameless thing at your own birthday party? Be more polite when you speak. The gang of scoundrels loyally protected their master. I'm still being polite now. You'd better think about how you're going to explain it later. Sigh, she really overestimated Qin Yan. She thought that she was a king, but in the end, she was a bronze. She thought that she could handle Yang, but in the end, she had to put herself in danger. Given the current situation, it would be strange if Yang liked her. Xiao Zhang, Susini instructed the driver. Go and get a suit and a large band-aid. Okay, Mrs. E. Qin Yan asked nervously, what happened to Yang? Is he okay? He's fine. He just ate something that he shouldn't have. Susini glanced at the people with different expressions, especially the gang of scoundrels who drugged him. She turned around and went into the room and closed the door. The bed in the room was a mess. The wet bed dripped with water, which gathered into several puddles and spread everywhere. After calming down, Yang sat on the sofa with his head down. Susini glanced at him, turned on the heater in the room at the entrance, and went into the bathroom to get a towel and handed it to him. Go to the bathroom and take off your clothes. There's a bathrobe inside. Remember to dry your hair. Don't catch a cold. Yang was like a statue and did not take it for a long time. Susini really wanted to throw it at his head. But when she thought about how Yang was also a victim tonight, and that she was the one who poured the 3 basins of water, she dispelled the idea. Forget it. Since he's so pitiful, I won't argue with him. Susini walked over and helped him dry his wet hair with a clean towel. Yang's body trembled slightly. He slowly raised his head and looked at Susini without blinking. His dark and bright peach blossom eyes reflected an orange warm light, as if a cluster of fire was burning in his eyes. Susini blinked and looked back at him. Yang's hair drooped down. He did not have the arrogance he had during the day. Instead, he looked more pitiful. Susini couldn't stand this kind of gaze the most. She had always been obsessed with appearances, not to mention Yang's appearance. Under this kind of gaze, she actually couldn't stand it. The anger that was originally in her heart immediately dissipated. Ah, Yang, this dog man, actually used a handsome man trick on me. Are you cold? Wait a little longer. I'll turn on the heater. It'll be warm in a while. Susani helped him dry his hair and muttered, look at you. What kind of friend did you make? They drugged your wine. Is that something that can be taken casually? What if something goes wrong? Later, you should go to the hospital for a good checkup. If there really is a problem, it's early to find out and end it. You too. Even if it's a friend you haven't seen in years, you can't be so unguarded. Seeing that Yang's hair was finally dry, she said, go to the bathroom and take off all your clothes. Change into a bathrobe first, otherwise you'll catch a cold later. I'll ask the driver to bring you a suit. You can change into it later. How did you know? Yang, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his mouth. The waiter who poured the wine on you told me that he saw someone drugging the wine and asked another waiter to bring it to you. You drank it. That's how I found out. Are you okay? There was another long silence. Yang lowered his head and rubbed between his eyebrows tiredly. He got up and said, I'm okay. I'll go change first. As soon as he stepped into the bathroom, the driver brought the suit and the large band-aid that Susani had asked for. The temperature in the room slowly rose. When Yang came out of the bathroom in the suit, the warm air hit him in the face, instantly enveloping the bone-piercing chill. He could no longer feel a trace of coldness. Just now, Qin Yan said that old Mr. Qin wants to see you. What do you want to do about this? I'll do what needs to be done. Yang buttoned his shirt at his wrist. His expression was silent and unreadable. Let's go. Wait. Susani walked in front of him and smiled. Then she tiptoed and put a large band-aid on Yang's neck, which was hit by her belt. It was red and swollen from his chin to his neck. She covered the red and swollen mark tightly. Susani looked at it with satisfaction. Okay, let's go. The show was about to begin. Qin Yan's birthday party was grand, but it ended in a hurry. After Mr. Qin saw the guests out, old Mr. Qin asked some of his juniors to stay. The hotel checked the CCTV and found the waiter who had served Yang the wine. Under threats and promises, the waiter confessed everything. He pointed to Qin Yan's 4 friends and said, they asked me to deliver it. Qin Yan's friends didn't admit it at first, but when they found other drugs on one of them, they couldn't say a word of sophistry. Yang is here? Old Mr. Qin looked at Susani and Yang, who walked side by side, and asked worriedly, are you okay? Yang looked straight ahead and walked up to old Mr. Qin. It's nothing serious. How are you, old Mr. Qin? Good, very good. Old Mr. Qin smiled and said, it's good that you're okay. I just heard about it and was very angry. He glared at them and said, you guys, tell Yang about this. Qin Yan's friends looked around and blurted out the words they had discussed before. Yang, don't be so petty. We were just joking. Yes, we haven't seen each other for so many years. There's no need to make a big fuss over such a small matter. Can we apologize to you? Qin Yan also said, yes, Yang, this is really just a joke. I didn't know it would be so serious. Today is my 25th birthday. For my sake, let it go, okay? Susani broke out in a cold sweat. She was afraid that Yang, this bastard, would let it go because old Mr. Qin was here to accompany him. Old Fox and a group of little foxes. If they really can't handle it, why are they here? They just want to use their seniority to make Yang let it go. Old Mr. Qin sighed. Yang, I know I'm sorry, but today is Yonyan's birthday. It's not good for us to make a big fuss. Let them apologize to you and let it go, okay? I knew it. A group of bastards, ganging up to bully my husband? Bah. Susani was not as calm as Yang. Old Mr. Qin, you're an elder. I understand that you want to protect the younger generation, but sometimes you have to be reasonable. This matter hasn't been investigated clearly. How can you let it go? Is there anything else that isn't clear? Of course there is, Susani said. Everyone knows that your granddaughter likes Yang. Who knows if her friends drugged Yang to set them up? What nonsense are you talking about? We did drug Yang, but we didn't mean anything else. It was just a joke. Besides, you and Yang are already married. How can we set Yonyan and Yang together? Susani retorted, why not? Qin told me before that she can't forget Yang. She wanted me to divorce Yang and get back together with Yang. Qin expression changed instantly. Nonsense. I didn't say that. Susani took out her cell phone in front of her and played the recording. Yang and I have known each other since we were young. We played together when we were very young. He said that he would marry me when he grew up. He gave me this bracelet on my 18th birthday. I've been wearing it all these years. I can feel the difference in how he treats me. I believe that he loves me. The recording was of what Qin and Susani had said at the terrace garden. Qin expression changed drastically. She looked at Susani in disbelief and looked extremely flustered. Susani looked innocent. I accidentally pressed the recording button. That's why I recorded it. Don't you think that's infuriating? I recorded it. You didn't expect it, did you? Luckily, I was smart and had the foresight to hold back when chatting with my love rival. I didn't take it out at that time because I was giving you face. Who knew that you would try to make me a cuckold? I'm going to hammer you to death. Susani thought that she was in the right and raised her voice. If it weren't for the fact that the atmosphere didn't allow it, she would have even shouted with a loudspeaker. Old Mr. Qin, look, we have the motive and the evidence. I have reason to believe that this isn't a joke at all. They are in cahoots. They deliberately drugged Yang and made me a cuckold so that they could take the opportunity to make me divorce Yang. At this point, Susani sighed and held Yang's arm tightly. It's said that it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Old Mr. Qin, I'm not dead yet, but your granddaughter is already coveting Mrs. Yi's position. Do you think it's appropriate for your granddaughter to do this? Old Mr. Qin was also shocked by the recording. He looked at Qin and Susani. He trembled and didn't say anything for a long time. Qin tears streamed down her face. Everyone's gazes, regardless of whether they were good or bad, were like sharp knives stabbing into her chest. She never expected that Susani would record those words and play them at this occasion. She didn't care about anything and shed all pretense of cordiality. Qin couldn't stand being so shameless in front of so many people. She lifted the hem of her dress and left in tears. Old Mr. Qin, look, your granddaughter didn't deny it. It seems that this is indeed the case. Old Mr. Qin was angered by Susani's sharp tongue. He pointed at her and said, You have no right to speak here. Susani laughed. I have no right to speak? Do I have to invite Grandpa here before he has the right to speak to you? Old Mr. Qin took a deep breath and stopped pestering Susani. He turned to Yang and said, Yang, there must be a misunderstanding. You know Qin. She has a kind heart. She doesn't have any other intentions toward you. Susani said faintly, she doesn't have any other intentions. She just wants to be Mrs. E. You. Old Mr. Qin's expression changed drastically. He pointed at her and looked like he was about to faint. You're just pretending. You're so much younger than Grandpa. You're obviously healthy and eat well, but you're still pretending as if you have a heart attack. Qin's 4 friends quickly came forward to support the old man. Old Mr. Qin, are you okay? Sit down and rest for a while. Susani, Grandpa Qin is not in good health. Can you keep your mouth shut? It's my fault. We admit it, but it has nothing to do with Grandpa Qin. Don't talk nonsense. Old Mr. Qin took a sip of water and felt better. He looked at Yang with fatigue in his eyes. Yang, just say it. Can we forget about what happened today? Yang, who had been a spectator for a long time, looked up at his childhood playmates and was silent for a long time. It could be said that Yang spent his childhood with these people in front of him. He once had a happy childhood. His parents loved him dearly and old Master Yi was hale and hearty. Under the protection of his parents, he could do whatever he wanted to do and learn. He didn't have to be like other children who had heavy learning tasks. At that time, the Yi clan hadn't been completely handed over to Yang's father. Old Mr. Yi and Yi Yang's father worked together to conquer the Yi clan. Later, Yi Yang's father was unfortunately killed in an accident. Old Mr. Yi lost his son in old age and his health deteriorated day by day. His father was killed and his grandfather was critically ill. The only heir of the Yi family, Yi Yang, lost the right to play with his playmates. Primary school, middle school, high school, and university. In addition to specific studies, there were also heavy learning tasks. Old Mr. Yi held on alone for more than 10 years until Yi Yang could take over the company. Only then did he retire. At such a young age, Yi Yang was able to produce a perfect score that surpassed his peers. He held the Yi group in his hands. This was also the reason why old Mr. Qin was wary of him. If he dares to say forget it and slap me in the face, I'll drag that B** starred to hell with me even if it costs me my life. Yi Yang lowered his eyebrows to hide the smile in his eyes. When he looked up again, his eyes were full of sharpness. Old Mr. Qin, you're an elder. Logically speaking, I should give you face and let this go. However, I didn't expect Qin Yan to say such things to my wife. I can't accept it, so I can't let this go so easily. Old Mr. Qin said in a low voice, can't you just let it go? If you don't let it go, the cooperation between the Qin family and the Yi clan. I think we might need to renegotiate the cooperation between the Yi clan and the Qin family. Also, Yi Yang held Susani's hand and said in a cold and slightly mocking tone, Sini and I have a very good relationship. We won't get a divorce. We won't get a divorce in this lifetime. That's all for today. The lawyers and police will follow up on this matter. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Susani almost couldn't breathe. Yi Yang, that son of a bitch, actually repaid kindness with ingratitude. Sorry, it's too late. I'll make it up to everyone today. At this moment, the bastard who repaid kindness with ingratitude was holding her hand and leaving the resort with a gloomy expression. Almost all the people who came to Qin Yan's birthday party have left. In the dead of the night, the resort hotel far away from the city is brightly lit, but there is no noise. Susani's hand was tightly grasped by Yi Yang. Only when they got into the car did he let go of her hand as if he had just woken up from a dream. After the driver understood the cause and effect of this matter, he tactfully raised the front and rear fenders in the car. The backseat was spacious. Susani rubbed her palms that were hurting from Yi Yang's grip. She was still thinking about Yi Yang's words about never divorcing her. She asked carefully, you just said that you'll never divorce me. Is that true? In that kind of situation, he must have said those words out of anger. He deliberately wanted to anger old Mr. Qin and make Qin Yan give up. It's impossible for him to change his mind about me and fall madly in love with me just because I helped him today, right? It's over. It's over. Susani regretted it very much when she recalled how she had commanded the world in front of old Mr. Qin. If I had known that he would fall in love with me so crazily, I definitely wouldn't have been so stubborn just now. It was because I didn't want to be cuckolded and be in the limelight. Yi Yang glanced at him coldly. It's fake. Susani heaved a sigh of relief. Don't worry, it's still that annoying feeling from before. She forced herself to look sad and upset. Yi Yang, but I don't want to, Yi Yang interrupted her. Susani, thank you for everything you've done for me tonight. Susani looked as if she had seen a ghost. This man can actually speak human language? Yi Yang leaned back and closed his eyes. If it wasn't for you today, I might have, my chastity is at stake. Susani smiled and said, it's okay, it's nothing. Qin Yan likes you. Of course, I have to be careful about my rivals. Honey, you also saw that those people have ulterior motives for you. Once bitten, twice shy. You must keep your eyes open in the future. Don't be deceived by others anymore. It's so dangerous today. Yi Yang opened his eyes and looked at him deeply. He couldn't see the meaning in his eyes in the dim car. I always thought that seeing is believing, but now it seems that it's not necessarily true. Don't worry, I'll be more careful in the future. After a short pause, he asked, Susani, will you lie to me like they did? With a woman's intuition, Susani sensed that there was something unusual about Yi Yang's words. What does he mean? Testing me? Doubting me? Has this man's personality changed overnight and he's starting to be paranoid? She couldn't say anything definite. She had to leave herself a way out. She deliberated her tone and said, "Don't think too much. Even if I lie to you, it's out of goodwill. How can I harm you like those people? Watertight. Let's see what else you have to ask." Yang slowly withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and silently turned to look out the window. No one knew what he was thinking. On the way back to the mansion, he didn't say another word. An hour later, the car slowly drove into the family's old residence. Chen Bo greeted them. Yang asked, "Is Grandpa asleep?" "Old Master is still awake." Yang nodded and turned to Susini and said, "You go to bed first. I have something to discuss with Grandpa." Susini knew that he had to report to Old Master about what happened tonight. She nodded and yawned as she went back to her room. In the study, Yang recounted everything that had happened that night in full detail. After listening for a long time, Old Mystery sighed deeply. "What's your plan?" Yang's expression was unreadable. "The cooperation between the clan and the Qin group ends here. Hand over tonight's incident to the police." Old Mystery took off the glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at his grandson, who was becoming more and more mature. The satisfaction in his eyes became more and more intense. "The Qin group hasn't been doing well recently. Mistakes in management and investment have caused us to miss a lot of opportunities. Since you've decided what to do, just do it. Since the clan is in your hands, you're the only one who has the right to speak. You don't have to worry about Grandpa." "Yes, Grandpa. Have a good rest. I'll leave first." Old Mystery nodded and looked at his grandson, who was able to take charge at such a young age. He nodded with satisfaction. Susini didn't pay much attention to the outcome of the incident. However, when old Mr. Qin came to talk to Old Mystery the next day, and when old Mr. Qin left the family with an ugly expression half an hour later, she knew that the relationship between the two families had fallen apart. Old Mystery was recuperating at home. He didn't have many hobbies except for fishing in the lake in the backyard of the villa. Susini was listening to Old Mystery talk about his past with old Mr. Su when she received a call from Anya. She said that there was an emergency at the company and that she needed to go. Old Mystery waved his hand. "Okay, go ahead. Work is more important. Then I'll go fishing with you when I have time." After returning to her room and changing her clothes, Susini got into Anya's car. "What? Drugged? Are you serious?" In the car, Anya was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped when she heard Susini's description of what happened last night. Cindy was browsing Weibo out of boredom. When she saw that there was no news about her online, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Without looking up, she said, "Why would I lie to you? Of course it's true. You don't know, but this is the first time I've seen a woman who was so self-righteous about being a mistress. I thought she had a lot of tricks up her sleeves and prepared all kinds of countermeasures. But in the end, she's brainless. How boring. What about Young? How did he deal with this? What else could he do?" "He called the police." "Call the police? But I remember that the family and the Qin family are longtime friends. How could he be so merciless?" "To be honest, old Mr. Qin came this morning, but he left after half an hour. I think the relationship between the two families has come to an end. Which man can tolerate being drugged and schemed against? It's too embarrassing." Anya agreed. "You're right. I wanted to shine last night, but it's a pity that the dress you gave me was wasted." Anya turned the steering wheel and felt regretful. "If you had told me earlier that you were going to Qin Yan's birthday party, I would have sent you the shiniest dress and let you dominate the party. Forget it, it's all in the past. Save that dress for me to dominate the party next time. By the way, do you know why the company called me this time?" "I don't know. I just received the call at the last minute. I'll know when I get to the company." Anya frowned. "I have a feeling that it's not something good." The family's old house was an hour's drive away from the company. If they missed the rush hour, they would arrive in half an hour. Sky Entertainment was the company that Susini signed with when she first debuted. At that time, she hadn't married Young yet. Later, she and Young kept their marriage a secret and kept it a secret from the company. She chose this company because Sky Entertainment had a lot of big stars under it. It was also a well-known company in the entertainment industry. However, in recent years, there had been a lot of changes in the entertainment industry. After the senior management of the company changed, there were management problems. They couldn't keep the stars. Their contracts expired one after another, and there weren't many rising stars. Now, Sky Entertainment's position in the entertainment industry was declining day by day. This year, there was even news of layoffs. After parking the car, they went straight to the director's office. The director of Sky Entertainment was surnamed Zhao. His hairline reached the back of his head, and he was facing the crisis of being fat and bald, which all middle-aged people faced. When he saw the two of them, Director Zhao greeted them with more enthusiasm than usual. "Cindy, Anya, you're here? Come, have a seat." Cindy and Anya looked at each other. His attitude was a little abnormal. "Director Zhao, why did you ask me and Cindy to come over today?" Director Zhao personally poured tea for the two of them and smiled. "It's nothing important. Cindy just finished filming some time ago, so I came to ask if you have any ideas about work recently. There's something I want to discuss with you." Cindy came because of his appearance. Director Zhao was fat and bald, and he was dilly-dallying. She really didn't have the patience to waste time with him. "Director Zhao, if there's anything you want to say, just say it." Director Zhao pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, then I won't beat around the bush with you. It's like this. The company has a meeting in the next 2 days and decided to repackage you and change your image." "Repackage?" "Yes, Cindy. You also know that there's too much negative news about you right now. It's not good for your future development, so the company has decided to focus on promoting you in the near future. They'll set up a professional team to come up with a new plan for you. For you, the company has spent a lot of manpower and resources. You have to perform well." Susannee's first reaction was disbelief. Her second reaction was that there was a trap. She smiled indifferently. "Thank you for the company's promotion. You're an artist of the company, so it's only right for the company to promote you. However," Director Zhao smiled, "the company values your potential and feels that your personality is very suitable for variety shows. So, the company hopes that you won't develop in variety shows. In that case, the female lead role of Phoenix Road that you took on previously might need to be changed." Susanne understood the meaning behind his words. She was wondering why the company was so abnormal. First, they wanted to promote her, then help her clear her name. So, they just wanted to snatch Phoenix Road from her hands. Although Director Zhao was quite ugly, he had pretty good ideas. Snatch the show from her hands? Susanne leaned back. Snatch away my chance to call you daddy. Anya wasn't as calm as Susanne. She was instantly enraged. Director Zhao, what do you mean? You said that this show would be given to Cindy. Why are you changing your mind at the last minute? What do you mean by changing your mind at the last minute? I already said that the company is preparing to push Cindy onto variety shows. This way, it'll be easier for her to attract fans. Once she's on variety shows, how will she have time to film? The company is doing this for Cindy's sake. You guys are just looking at the benefits in front of you. In the end, you're still too young. Variety shows? Anya said angrily. Director Zhao, ever since Cindy signed with the company, she hasn't been on variety shows. Now, you're asking her to abandon all her previous efforts and start afresh in variety shows? This is the best arrangement. Anya sneered. What do you mean by the best arrangement? Don't be hypocritical. Tell me, who did you give Phoenix Road to? Director Zhao glanced at Susanne. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he took a sip of water and said, the company thinks that Hanqing is very suitable for this role. This is also the company's decision after careful consideration. Li Hanqing? Anya was so angry that she laughed. What acting skills does she have? Cindy tugged at Anya, indicating for her to calm down and sit down. A strong and vicious female supporting lead had to remain calm at a time like this. Director Zhao, I'll give up on the company's nurturing of me. I like acting and will only walk the path of acting in the future. Variety shows aren't suitable for me. Director Zhao was still trying his best to persuade her. This is the evaluation of you by professionals in the entertainment industry. You have to believe in the company's decision. The company won't do anything that's disadvantageous to you. So, this matter has already been decided? Yes, it has already been decided. Susani sneered. Director Zhao, since you've already decided, why did you need to discuss it with me? Why didn't you just inform me directly? I don't care how this Li Hanqing obtained the boss's favor. Phoenix Road, no one can steal it from me. Director Zhao was also angry. He said in a deep voice, Susani, this is the company's arrangement. You're an employee of the company and should obey the company's orders. This matter has already been decided. Decided? Susani calmly stood up. Don't think that I don't know what's going on? Do you think that I'm still a newbie who just entered the entertainment industry and doesn't know anything? I don't care how that Li Hanqing climbed into the boss's bed, but let me tell you, if any little bitch dares to steal it from me, I'll tear her apart. She dared to steal Xianxia from her? Was she tired of living? Director Zhao didn't expect Susani to casually mention the matter of her climbing into the boss's bed. He stood up and pointed at Susani. Susani, don't think that you can be unreasonable with me just because you're a little famous. Take back what you did on set. If you dare to cause trouble again, believe it or not, the company will freeze you. Susani stood up and glanced at him with disdain. Fine, then we'll terminate the contract. I want to see if this film can fall into Li Hanqing's hands. After speaking, she gave Anya a look and the two of them pushed open the door and left. Susani, you're really rebelling. Let me tell you, you have no future. If you don't accept it, then you can wait to be frozen. Susani was still in a good mood, but Anya was furious. She turned around and wanted to curse at Director Zhao, but Susani held her back. This is too much. What the hell? Sini, terminate the contract. You have to terminate the contract. If you want to steal the limelight, then so be it. Why did you say that you should change to a variety show? What a pretentious reason. It's disgusting. Alright, don't be angry. It's not worth it for a villain. I'll get my lawyer to come over in a couple of days to discuss the termination. I don't want to stay in this kind of rubbish company for a second longer. But you'll have to pay a lot of money to terminate the contract. It's just a termination fee. I can afford it no matter how much it is. That's true. Anya laughed. You're so rich. I'm actually worried about the termination fee. The elevator door opened. Susani stopped in her tracks. The elevator was packed with people. They were all young, energetic, and handsome boys. They were tall and slender, and their skin was so fair that it looked like water could be squeezed out of it. Their average age was no more than 22 years old. Hello, Xianxia. They greeted her in unison. Susani glanced at the whole scene in the elevator. A touch of redness spread from her neck to the tips of her ears. A gentle and reserved smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. You guys can go down first. Okay, Xianxia. The elevator door slowly closed and descended. Susani turned to ask Anya, who was in the elevator just now. It's the new boy band that the company recently promoted. What's wrong? Susani was silent. After a while, she frowned. After serious consideration, she said, How much do you think it would cost if I bought this company? Sorry, I deleted it a few times. I'm not satisfied with what I wrote, so it's late QAQ. 100 red packets will be randomly dropped if you leave a comment. Thank you for your support. I'll recommend a gay novel for everyone. If you like it, you can go and read it. I transmigrated back after becoming a big boss by, Shi text, Lu Tan transmigrated back. Before transmigrating back, she was the head of the Lu family and a highly sought-after master of medicinal cuisine. After transmigrating back, she became the poor girl who was neither loved by her parents nor loved by her parents. She also had a sister who always spoke ill of her and smeared her reputation. Everyone thought that Lu Tan would be the trash of society and the scum of the school for the rest of her life. However, the school gate was crowded with all kinds of luxury cars. Countless entrepreneurs, heirs of wealthy families, and big stars that could only be seen on TV were crying. Master Lu, save my life. Master Lu is a miracle doctor. I don't want to live without Master Lu's medicinal cuisine. Even the scumbag who was rumored to be even worse than Lu Tan said respectfully, "Hello, Mom. Everyone, is the world too fantastical, or are we fantasizing?" Rumor had it that third Master Qin was cold, heartless, and ruthless. He became the head of the Qin family from an abandoned child who was never valued. Everyone thought that he was heartless and only had power in his eyes. However, they did not expect that his tenderness was all for one person. Web link, I transmigrated back after becoming a big boss. Mobile phone link, I transmigrated back after becoming a big boss. Thank you to the students who voted for me. You spent a lot of money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the rocket launcher. Qiao Xingyang 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine. Emma's fish tofu 8. Child seeking pleasure 5. Clear water 4. Ukiyo-e and top hat 2. Muqingxi was fat mink 1. Chapter 19. Anya looked at her with a look that said, "Are you crazy? Buy a company? Are you kidding me? This isn't like buying clothes, jewelry, or bags. You can buy them for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands." Anya was afraid that she had been agitated just now. "Cindy, don't be angry and don't be anxious. That despicable person isn't worth your anger. The most important thing now is to quickly terminate the contract with this company. Your time is precious, you can't waste it on them." "I was just joking." Susani went back to the topic. "Don't worry, I'll find a lawyer tomorrow and terminate the contract as soon as possible. Then I'll talk to the cast of Phoenix Road." Anya wasn't a brainless beauty with big breasts. As a manager, she was very trusted by Susani. In the beginning, Anya was the one who came into contact with Phoenix Road. Later on, she signed the contract with the company, so she immediately agreed. All right. The two of them had a clear division of labor. The next day, Susani met with her lawyer and prepared the documents to discuss the termination of her contract with Sky Entertainment. It was a week later. The lawyer estimated that if Susani wanted to terminate the contract with the company this time, she could sue the company on the grounds that the company did not fulfill its obligations according to the agreement and diligently supported her to promote her acting career. However, if she won the lawsuit, the contract would be successfully terminated. If she lost the lawsuit, she would have to pay up to 8 figures of compensation to the company. Moreover, if they spent too much time together, it would definitely affect Susani's future work. In other words, while I'm in court with Sky Entertainment, I can't take on any TV series without permission? That's right. If you accept it, it will be considered a breach of contract. Susani thought about it carefully and asked seriously, "Lawyer he, I would like to ask, if I were to buy this company, how much would it cost?" Lawyer he, ? Miss Su was quite humorous. After sending off Lawyer he, Susani lazily called Anya. "Anya, how are things on your side?" Anya's exasperated voice could be heard. "Don't even mention it. The investor said that the contract is with Sky Entertainment and asked me to discuss it with Sky Entertainment. How can they not interfere in this matter? I reckon that Sky Entertainment has long been in cahoots with the investors. What about the crew?" The director said that he can talk to the investors. He doesn't like Li Hanqing either, but he hopes that you can settle the dispute with the company before you join the cast. Otherwise, he will be in trouble if something happens in the middle of filming. At this point, Anya sneered. "But I really don't get it. Are the investors blind? Anyone could see that with Li Hanqing's acting skills, she was going to be the female lead? Wouldn't that be bringing criticism to the show? In the entire entertainment industry, who else is more suitable for that role than you?" "I like what you said. Alright, stop being so smug. What about you? What did the lawyer say?" "Sky Entertainment didn't agree to a settlement. The lawyer said that we can only go to court. If we win, the contract will be terminated. If we lose, we have to compensate. I don't care about the compensation, but it's a waste of time." The two of them fell silent. Anya probed, "Cindy, why don't you go to Young about this matter?" "What?" Susani raised her voice. "You want me to beg him?" "No. How can I go to him?" "Why not? You are husband and wife. Now that you are in trouble, shouldn't he help you? You know that he doesn't like me. Why would he help me?" begging for Yang's help? Wouldn't that be asking for humiliation? No, absolutely not, she would never be wronged like that. Anya continued to persuade her. Cindy, don't blame me for bringing up your sad past. Right now, your family is weak. If you had some power, you wouldn't be in such a passive position like today. Thinking about it, Susani's parents died when she was young. Grandpa Su's health deteriorated, and the company's operations deteriorated day by day. In the end, when Grandpa Su passed away, he only left Susani some money that she wouldn't have to worry about for the rest of her life. In terms of connections, Susani was indeed weak. But asking her to ask Yang for help, impossible. Not in this lifetime, she had her dignity, even if you beat her to death, she wouldn't ask Yang for help. Phoenix Road will start filming soon. If the company really shoves Li Hanqing over, we won't be able to do anything in the short term. You and Han Xiao might miss this opportunity to work together. Thinking about Han Xiao, thinking about the plot in the novel, since ancient times, those who achieved great things didn't care about trifles. She really liked this script. The portrayal of the female lead would be of great help to her future image. She, Susani, had always been flexible. She had gone through so many ups and downs, suffered so much, and suffered so much. For the sake of her career, this bit of humiliation was nothing. Anya, I think you're right. Yang and I are husband and wife. If I'm in trouble, he should help me. How about this? I'll talk to him about this tonight. Anya breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, it's good that you've thought it through. At night, after Susani took a shower, she carried a plate of fruit and slipped into Yang's study. She gently placed the plate of fruit beside Yang's hand and said gently, "Hubby, it's been hard on you. Have some fruit." Yang was fully focused on the computer screen. He raised his head and glanced at it. Then, he looked back at the computer screen. However, he was stunned for a second. He raised his head and looked at Susani. A fragrant scent lingered around his nose. After the bath, Susani's skin became even fairer and rosier. The corners of his mouth curled up as he blinked at him. His eyes and eyebrows were full of amorous feelings. Yang, the unromantic man, leaned back and stopped working. He looked at her calmly. What are you up to now? I'll bear with it. Hubby, how can you think of me like that? I just saw that you're working hard and wanted to give you some fruit. The fruit is here. You can go out and rest early. Bastard, you don't know how to flirt. No wonder no one wants you. Susani didn't move. Hubby, are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders for you. I don't have anything to do anyway. After saying that, she rolled up her sleeves and wanted to massage his shoulders. Yang looked at her indifferently and continued to look at the computer screen. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Tell me, what's the matter? What can I do for you? Get out if you don't want to say it. Susani stood still and stammered, It's like this, hubby. I've recently taken a fancy to something, but I'm short of money. Can you help me buy it? Yang thought that Susani probably wanted to buy some jewelry or something like that. He didn't pay much attention to it. I'll give you one of my supplementary cards later. You can buy whatever you want. The supplementary cards don't seem to be enough. Yang was curious. What exactly do you like? What do you think of our company? Yang looked at her silently. 1 second, 2 seconds. Susani couldn't stand the awkward silence. She smiled and said, Hubby, what's the matter? Do you also think our company is good? Why don't you buy the company? I think you're dreaming. Do you think it's so easy to buy a company? In novels, the CEO buys the company just by saying Tianliang Wangpa. You're so wishy-washy. You don't look like a CEO at all. Hubby, our company has a lot of potential. Really? If you don't have enough money, I'll invest in it. How about that? Not good. If you have nothing to do, go to sleep. Don't mess around here. Susani silently rolled her eyes. Since you can't help me buy the company, can you do me a small favor? Yang looked at her in confusion. It's like this. I want to terminate the contract with the company, but the company doesn't want to, then let's go to court. Do you need me to lend you the company's lawyers? Thank you, but that's not necessary. I have my own lawyers. Then what else do you want? Forget it, forget it. Don't argue with this dog of a man. It's like this. Susini adjusted his mood and turned into a little white flower in a second. He complained to Yang, they bullied me. They said they would give me the script, but now they gave it to another actor. They even said they would ban me and freeze me. Hubby, I'm really scared. Her tone and expression indicated that she didn't win an Oscar. God had covered the curtain in front of the judges and forgot to lift it. Yang frowned. Speak properly. Susini cleared her throat. The director said that as long as I can solve the dispute with the company, he'll protest to the investors for me. But the company doesn't agree to terminate the contract. The lawsuit will take a long time. By the time the lawsuit is over, the crew will have finished filming. So, can you help me terminate the contract with the company as soon as possible? Terminate the contract as soon as possible? Can I? Susini looked at him expectantly. Take out your identity as the boss of the E-clan and bring 90 bodyguards to the company. Tell them that Susini is under my protection. Yang helplessly thought about the boss of Sky Entertainment. I remember that your company is Sky Entertainment. After thinking for 5 seconds, he nodded. Okay, I'll help you. Susini cheered. Even the dog of a man in front of her was more pleasing to the eye. Hubby. You're the best. I love you so much. Phoenix Road is saved. Yang raised his eyebrows. Wait, what crew? Susini's smile gradually disappeared. She said cautiously, Phoenix Road. Is it the script you read at home? Yes, what's wrong? Yang looked at her and remembered the bed scenes, kissing scenes, and erotic scenes that Susini was thinking about with the male lead. He sneered. I'm not helping. The smile on Susini's face completely disappeared. Hubby, why? No reason. I said I'm not helping, so I'm not helping. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Don't disturb me when I'm working. Is this bastard playing with me? Susini, don't be angry. Think about Xianxia. Think about the bed scenes, kissing scenes, erotic scenes between you and Xianxia. Hold it in. She looked at him pitifully with tears in her eyes. I'm your wife. Now that I'm in trouble, can't you help me? For you, this is as easy as blowing off dust. Yang said firmly, no. Why not? You're watching your wife being bullied in the company, and you're not going to do anything? Susini covered her mouth and cried. However, Yang's heart was as hard as steel in the face of the weeping beauty. If I say no, then no. Susini bit her lower lip. I threw away my self-esteem to beg him. I endured the humiliation. I humbled myself. I suffered all kinds of grievances and this bastard's insults. But he played with me. Yang. How infuriating. Forget it. I know you must have your difficulties. Since that's the case, I won't trouble you. Work hard and rest early. I'm going back to my room. Bastard, just you wait. Susini said disappointedly and left in a choked voice. After Susini left, Yang's mind was still spinning with Susini's last sentence. He couldn't read a single word on the computer screen. Bed scenes, kissing scenes, and passion scenes. That was pretty good. Half an hour later, there was a faint sound of footsteps outside the door, and Susini's emotional cries. Grandpa, it's not Yang's fault. He just doesn't like me, so he won't help me. Don't blame him. You're heartless, so don't blame me for being unjust. I'm not done with you today. Yang, Susini, King Bomb. Yang. Can't afford it. 100 red packets will be randomly dropped. Thank you for your support, thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending money, thank you to the little angels who threw the landmine, 10 Little Red Riding Hood, 5 parachutes, 3 flowers that break mountains and rivers, Su Lu, Shin 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 Yen, glowing egg yolk, he he he, step, mo shang hua, chatter chatter 1, chapter 20. Susini was in tears as she helped old Mr. Ian to the study. Grandpa, it's so late. Let me help you back to rest. She looked at Yang through her tears and lowered her head timidly. It's okay for me to suffer a little. Old Mystery patted Sunny's hand with his cane. Since Grandpa knows about this, I'll definitely help you. He looked up at Yang. Yang, what's going on? Why are you bullying Sunny again? Yang got up from behind the desk and helped the old man to sit on the sofa. Grandpa, why haven't you gone to bed yet? Old Mystery looked at the time. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. Tell me what's going on first. Sunny is your wife. How can you do nothing when she's being bullied to this extent? Grandpa, Sunny cried and interrupted Yang. She felt extremely wronged. Grandpa, it's okay. I can solve this matter myself. If the company doesn't want to terminate the contract with me, then I'll sue the company. The lawyer said that if I win, the contract can be successfully terminated. If I lose, I can also pay some compensation to terminate the contract. As she spoke, she raised her hand to wipe away her tears. I'm just a little sad. I've been in the company for so many years, but the company broke the contract and gave the script I signed to another actor. They even said that they were going to blacklist me. Yang, Old Mystery looked at Sunny affectionately. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you've suffered so much in the company? And you, Yang, what's wrong with you? It's not like you can't help Sunny as her husband. Why don't you help her? Yang sighed. Grandpa, Sunny said that she can solve it herself. Besides, she has a lawyer to help her. It's not a big problem. Yes, Grandpa. Sunny forced a smile, as if she was enduring the humiliation. I can solve it myself. Old Mystery didn't think so. She's a girl, but she's in contact with lawyers and negotiating with cunning companies. She's dealing with cunning old foxes. If you don't help her and keep an eye on her, what if she suffers? Suffer losses? Yang sneered. With Sunny's temperament, would she be at a disadvantage? It was already a blessing that he didn't cause trouble for others. I don't care about this. Help Sunny settle it. Didn't you say that you wouldn't help? Let's see what you're going to say now. Okay, Grandpa. I'll help Sunny with this. Sunny, give me your lawyer's phone number. I'll get the company's legal team to take over your case. They're all experienced lawyers. I'm sure they'll be able to settle it for you within 3 months. Yang emphasized the words within 3 months. Sunny was so angry that she ground her teeth. The filming will start in 3 months. What do I have to do? It's okay, hubby. There's really no need. Lawyer, he is also very experienced. With him around, I'm sure I'll win the case. It's just a pity about the script. I prepared for it for a month and memorized the lines for half a month. I put in so much effort, so I can't bear to part with it. What's with the script? Tell Grandpa about it. After saying that, Sunny forced a smile and said, it's like this. The company gave the role to another actress. I went to the director and he acknowledged my ability. He said that as long as I can settle the dispute with the company before the filming starts, he can help me get the role of the female lead from the investors. However, Yang also said that the lawsuit will take at least 3 months. After 3 months, the filming will start. I see. Old Mystery was deep in thought. Grandpa, this is just a small matter. It's really not worth your concern. It's okay. If there's no chance for this drama, there'll be another one. You're so big-hearted. Even after being bullied to this extent, you still have to swallow it down. How about this? Yang, help Sunny with the script. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Grandpa asked you to help me settle it. If you're so capable, refuse. If you don't, I'll tell on you again. Yang looked at her coldly. Sunny met his eyes and pretended to be understanding. She said hypocritically, Yang, if you think it's too troublesome, then forget it. I'm fine with it. Old Mystery said, this is not a big deal. Don't worry. He'll definitely help you settle it. Don't worry. Really? Sunny was pleasantly surprised and was very grateful. Yang, thank you. Sorry to trouble you. You're welcome, Yang said. By the way, honey, you said that you'll give me one of your supplementary cards. Will you still give it to me? Yang squeezed out a word from his throat. Yes. Old Mystery nodded with satisfaction. Yang really handled this matter well. Susani didn't know what kind of domineering aura he used. On the third day, she received a call from the boss of Sky Entertainment. The person who usually gave her the cold shoulder politely over the phone invited her to the company to discuss the termination of the contract. Susani took her lawyer and Anya to the company that afternoon. As soon as she entered the boss's office, she saw that Director Zhao was also there. The boss's surname was Gao. He was a middle-aged man who was almost 50 years old. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had the shrewdness of a businessman. He was an old fox. Susani sat on the sofa unceremoniously. She glanced at Director Zhao and smiled. What a coincidence. Director Zhao is also here. I came in a hurry. I wonder if I could trouble Director Zhao to pour me a glass of water. She was very arrogant. It's my pleasure. Director Zhao made a cup of tea for them and sat across from Susani with the boss. Sini, it's like this. 2 days ago, President Yi talked to me. He said, I'm not interested in what he said. You said on the phone that you wanted to talk to me about the termination of the contract. This is my lawyer. His surname is He. He will handle the termination of my contract. How about it? Have you prepared the termination contract? Lawyer He nodded at the two of them. Mr. Gao pushed his glasses up and smiled. See, I told you there was a misunderstanding. What termination of the contract? It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Susani looked at Director Zhao mockingly and said sarcastically, didn't Director Zhao say that if I didn't want to change my career, he would freeze me and ban me? I'm just a small celebrity. How would I dare to go against such a big company like Sky Entertainment? Director Zhao smiled apologetically. Miss Su, I'm sorry. I didn't know what the boss meant. The boss didn't ask you to change your career. You're just another female celebrity in the company. Phoenix Road is still yours. No one wants to snatch it away. No one wants to snatch it away? Why did I hear that the company put Li Hanqing in? Yes, but she's not the first female lead. She's the third female lead. Susani suddenly understood. So it was a misunderstanding from the beginning? Of course it was a misunderstanding. You were groomed by the company. How could we ban you? How about this? Let's not talk about the termination of the contract anymore. Let's just treat this as a bygones. How about it? Treat it as a bygones? Susani smiled. I can spit out what I've eaten, but I can't spit out the words that have entered my ears. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. I know why you're here today. Take out the contract and we'll sign it. Then we'll forget about this. Mr. Gao laughed in a low voice. Sini, the company still needs celebrities like you. Your departure is a huge loss for the company. Also, we've arranged many big scripts for you in the future. We're just waiting for you to sign them. If what happened yesterday offended you, Director Zhao will apologize to you and we'll forget about this. Okay? If this matter was settled so easily, she wouldn't be an evil supporting actress. She glanced at Anya and said helplessly, it seems that Mr. Gao isn't here to talk about the termination of the contract. If that's the case, I still have something to do. I'll leave first. Susani got up and pretended to leave. Wait. Mr. Gao didn't change Susani's mind. He sighed. Okay, since you insist on terminating the contract, let's go to the conference room. Susani was satisfied. She stepped aside and said, Mr. Gao, after you. 3 hours later, Susani and the others came out of the conference room. Mr. Gao, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Goodbye. Mr. Gao smiled and shook hands with her. Miss Su, you're welcome. I wish you a bright future. I'll treat you to a meal if I have the chance. Goodbye. Susani didn't say anything. Then she left with the lawyer and Anya. The staff of Sky Entertainment were shocked when Susani left. In the past year, the company had terminated the contracts of many stars one after another. Every time, it was either at daggers drawn or in court. It was the first time they had seen the two parties shake hands and reconcile. Director Zhao was full of anger today. Mr. Gao, this Susini, Mr. Gao glared at him coldly. You don't have to worry about Susini anymore. A new director will take over in 2 days. You'll be transferred to another department. Director Zhao was shocked. Mr. Gao, but Mr. Gao didn't give him a chance to speak. He turned and left. On the way back, Susini thought about how Mr. Gao had backed off just now. She still couldn't understand. That's strange. Although Yi Yang is rich and powerful, Mr. Gao is the boss of Sky Entertainment. Why is he acting so strange today? Anya asked her, you don't know? Susini asked in return, don't know what? Sky Entertainment has suffered heavy losses recently. They're looking for investment. What does investment have to do with Yi Yang? Before she could finish, Susini seemed to understand something. Investment? He's using investment to blackmail you? What else? How do you know? Anya smiled. Would you believe me if I said that I have a mole in the company? Yes. If that was the case, Yi Yang was vicious enough to cut off her escape route. She had underestimated him. Susini thought for a moment. Then I should really thank him. And you've worked hard recently. Please go shopping. I'll pay tonight. Anya raised her eyebrows. So generous? Susini took out the supplementary card that Yi Yang had given her. I have money. Usually, Anya wouldn't dare to go shopping with her. This woman didn't have any sense of rationality when shopping. Tonight, it seemed that Susini was crazier than usual. Please, this, and this. I don't want any of the items I mentioned just now. Wrap up the rest according to my size. The shop assistant smiled. Okay, Miss Su. Please wait a moment. Anya pulled her. What are you doing? You're buying so much? I'm happy. Susini handed the supplementary card to the shop assistant. By the way, pack these up and send them to Yipin Lanting for me. Okay, Miss Su. After being Yi Yang's wife for 2 years, she didn't get anything. It wasn't easy for her to get a supplementary card from Yi Yang. Of course, she had to use it to show Yi Yang her amazing purchasing power. Later, Susini returned home with a full load. She didn't have many things for herself in the car, but she bought many things for Lady E and old Mr. E. Mom, I bought you some gifts. I hope you like them. I don't need anything. Why did you buy these? Although Lady E said she didn't want the gifts, the smile on her face showed that she was in a good mood. I bought these for Grandpa. Old Mr. E asked in surprise, I have one too. Of course. See if you like it. I like it. Grandpa likes everything. I'm glad you like it. By the way, Grandpa, is Yi Yang back yet? He came back a long time ago. He's upstairs. Susini carried a box. I'll go up first. Old Mr. E waved his hand. Go ahead. Susini slipped to Yi Yang's study and knocked on the door. She carried the box to Yi Yang's desk and smiled gratefully. Honey, I went to the company today and successfully terminated my contract. Thank you for helping me. Yi Yang glanced at her. You're welcome. I still have to thank you. I used my own money to buy you a belt. It's a little token of my appreciation. Please accept it. She took out the box containing the belt and handed it to Yi Yang. The huge logo on the box was from a brand that Yi Yang had never seen before. Yi Yang took it graciously and asked, You used your own money? Yes. This belt is expensive. It's about 100,000 yuan. She deliberately emphasized the price. Most of Yi Yang's clothes were arranged by Lady E, but he knew a little about the price. It was not rare for a belt to cost 100,000 yuan. But how come he had never seen this brand before? He opened the box and saw an ordinary leather belt. It was not much different from an ordinary leather belt. Thank you. This was the first time he had received a gift from Susini. You're welcome. Susini took the opportunity to say, By the way, I used your supplementary card to buy something today. I spent a little money. You don't mind, right? Yi Yang knew that there was a spending message on his phone, but he had been busy all day and did not have time to check it. He asked casually, how much did you spend? Not much. Just a little over 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan was nothing to Yang. I know. You can keep the supplementary card and buy whatever you need. Thank you, honey. I'm going to take a shower. You should rest early too. Okay. There was a text message on his phone. Yang opened his phone to take a look. China XX Bank, your account ending with 2411 has been transacted at 2042 on October 20th. A total of 1,10,702.00 yuan has been transacted. Yang, ? He read the message back and forth a few times to make sure that he was not mistaken. He shouted, Susini. Susini, who was at the door, stopped in her tracks. How much did you spend today? Susini looked innocent. More than 10,000 yuan. More than 10,000 yuan? Then why is the spending message on my phone, more than 10,000 yuan? Yang seemed to have thought of something and asked, how much is more than 10,000 yuan? Susini thought for a while. I don't remember. I only remember that it was more than 10,000 yuan. Honey, you can't be so stingy, right? It's just a little money. If you can't bear to let me spend it, I'll pay you back. Yang covered his forehead. Forget it. Go and rest. Susini smiled. I'll go then. Yang glanced at the belt on the table. Wait a minute. He looked at Susini suspiciously. How much did you say you bought this belt for? About 100,000 yuan. Yang asked word by word, how much more? Less. Susini dragged her words and quietly slipped out of the door. 99,700 yuan. She slipped out. Susini. Susini, today, I spent 300 yuan to buy a belt for my husband. I'm so happy, 100 red packets will be randomly dropped. Thank you for your support, thank you to the students who voted for me. You spent a lot of money, thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, warm little fox one, thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, Yunlan 13, ha ha ha. Sugar-coated pancake, scarlet water, flower tea, 265275547, 29, Mango Man, Flaming Flame E, Carol Sith, Yunchi 1, Yang felt that he owed Susini in his previous life. In this life, Susini was here to collect her debt. Spending $1 million in one night was nothing. Since he had given the supplementary card to Susini, Susini could buy whatever she wanted and how much she wanted to buy. But after buying something that cost $1 million, she gave him a $300 belt. He was wondering why he had never seen the logo on a $100,000 belt before. He felt indignant. A $300 belt, how could Susini have the face to buy it? Maybe she wanted to piss him off, so she deliberately lied to him. Yang took out his phone to search for the brand of the belt. XX belt 10 years old store charm men's pants automatically buckle business leather belt genuine leather. The price was $299. It was really $300. Yang clenched his teeth and clicked on it. The online store's page was gaudy and full of dirt. A few middle-aged men who looked to be in their 40s acted as models. A line of huge advertising slogans was spread across the front page of the store. XX belt, gives you extraordinary restraint and ultimate freedom. Yang was speechless. He really wanted to know which store Susini bought it from. It must have been hard on her. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, a message about a coupon popped up. A 10% discount coupon has been sent to your account. 10% discount coupon. At first glance, Yang thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. A $299 belt for 10% discount. Yang looked at the belt on the table and then at the 10% discount coupon in his phone. A $30 belt, was it made of paper? Slap, he slammed his phone on the table. Yang had the urge to throw the belt in front of him into the trash can, but that would be too stingy and unnecessary. He was a man and could not be calculated with a woman. Yang forced himself to look away from the belt and focus on his work. 10 minutes later, Yang expressionlessly put the belt back into the drawer and continued working. At the same time, Susini, who had returned to her room to rest, was soaking in the bathtub, enjoying the comfortable experience of the hot water washing away the soreness in her limbs. The bathroom was filled with steam. There was no joy comparable to taking a hot bath after a crazy day of shopping. Host, this isn't good. Not good? What's wrong with it? You're deeply in love with Yang. How could you brush him off with a $300 belt? Susani picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip. You don't understand. This is the first time I've used my own money to buy a gift for a stranger. Listen carefully, I'm using my own money. Other than him, no other man has such an honor. So, the belt isn't important. What's important is my heart. Just based on my sincerity, its value is immeasurable. How can you say that what I'm doing is not good? She made a lot of sense. After the bath, Susani felt comfortable all over as she came out of the bathroom. She took out her laptop and sat on the bed, typing out her proposal word by word. At the same time, she called Anya. She had successfully terminated her contract with the company and had become a free person without any contract restrictions. Although many companies had extended an olive branch to her, she had rejected them all. She had her own plans. Since she could not acquire the company, she would set up her own studio. Anya, I want to set up my own studio. What do you think? Anya sounded shocked over the phone. Studio? I've been in the entertainment industry for so many years. I have money and connections. You also know many directors and producers. Although we may not get good scripts and important roles in the early stages like the other big management companies, we can do anything we want. If we succeed, we'll be able to do whatever we want in the entertainment industry. Anya thought carefully and did not speak impulsively. Susani continued, actually, a few management companies have contacted me. But I'm under their roof and restricted by the contract. It's hard to guarantee that something like Sky Entertainment won't happen again. Instead of being bullied by other companies, I'd rather do it myself. Great manager, and what do you think? Anya laughed. Since you've said so, what else can I say? You've always been my only manager. If you leave, I won't have anything to eat. Of course, I'll follow you. Okay, you go ahead. I'll follow you and continue to be your manager. Anyway, you won't dare to starve me to death. Okay, we'll talk about the details tomorrow. See you at the usual place. After chatting for a while, Susani hung up the phone. She looked at the plan on the computer and smiled. Little girl, the studio was prosperous in her previous life. In this life, she was standing on the shoulders of giants. How could she not manage it? When the studio was set up and had a certain scale, she would look for other little fresh meat to sign to her studio. Who wouldn't like those handsome, sunny, beautiful, and cute boys? Late at night, the city shrouded in the bright moonlight was still bustling. In the training room of Sky Entertainment, 5 tall and handsome boys finished their last dance practice with sweat pouring down like rain. They sat together, panting, and raised their heads to pour mineral water into their mouths. The whole training room was filled with a youthful atmosphere. At this moment, the clock on the wall was approaching 12 o'clock. In the entertainment industry, idol boy groups had become popular one after another in the past year. In order to save the company, Sky Entertainment, whose performance had been declining, had recruited 5 trainees. After half a year of practice and training, they had made their debut. Perhaps the market was saturated, or perhaps there were too many similar idol groups, and the fans had lost the novelty. As the company's new idol group, Big Five had been lukewarm. Xianxia, have you heard? The boy who was called Xianxia was sitting on the ground. His hands were on his knees and his head was down. Only half of his face could be seen. Because of the intensity of the training, he was still panting after a 5-minute break. His back was thin and his shoulder bones were trembling. Sweat dripped slowly from the ends of his hair down his cheeks and chin, and a large patch of the floor in front of him was wet. Xianxia turned his head. What? It was an impeccable face, with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a high nose bridge, and full of collagen hormones. At a glance, it was the arrogance of a teenager. Today, Susani terminated her contract with the company. Terminated the contract? As soon as that member said that, the other 3 members all gathered around. I didn't hear about this before. Why did she suddenly terminate the contract? I'm not sure, but Susani is really something. She terminated the contract just like that, and there was no dispute at all. Look at the person who terminated the contract before. He was in a lawsuit. And was delayed by the company for a whole year. He was badly hurt, and now he can't make a comeback. And half a year ago, I heard that in order to terminate the contract with the company, he paid a full $30 million in compensation. In the past 2 years, many people have left the company, and few people have risen. Well, the company, look at us now. We debuted for half a year, and besides practicing day and night in the company, what did we get? Let me tell you, I secretly asked the agent some time ago. She said that in the next 6 months, we don't have any jobs or plans. I think the company is going to give up on us. No way? Don't talk nonsense. Nothing is impossible. When you feel that a product is not profitable, the right thing to do is to stop the loss in time. The purpose of the company is to make money. It's just a businessman in nature. Then what do we do? You signed the contract. What else can you do? You can only continue to practice in this lousy company's practice room until the day your contract is up, unless you can terminate the contract with the company in advance. I want to terminate the contract too. I'm only 22 years old, and I signed for 5 years. 5 years later, I'll be 27. I can't keep wasting time with the company, but I don't have that much money to compensate the company. I heard that Susani terminated the contract without compensation. Without compensation? The company and Susani have such a good relationship? What do you mean by good relationship? Susani terminated the contract so smoothly because there's someone behind her. Someone? Who? Sugar daddy? Someone dug up Susani's background. Her family used to be quite powerful, and she knew a lot of powerful people. That's why she was so arrogant in the entertainment industry for so many years. No one dared to provoke her. This time, there's probably someone she knows behind the scenes mediating the termination of the contract. Then according to what you said, Susani is someone with power and background? Otherwise, why would Mr. Gao, that old fox, be so polite to her after terminating the contract today? That seems to make sense. Hey, Xianxia, don't you usually like Susani's TV series? Why aren't you saying anything? Xianxia, who quietly listened to the whole process, smiled, and his eyes were shining brightly. I'm listening. Sorry, this chapter is a little short. The next chapter will compensate everyone. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the students who voted for me. It's worth it. Thank you to the little angels who threw the grenade, warm little fox, 1 parachute. Thank you to the little angels who threw the landmine, Yunlan 7, 292, Step, Kong Kong, Bengren, Bengwen, Soy Milk Sauce W. Although setting up a studio was tedious, Susani had a certain amount of experience. She wasn't flustered and didn't know where to start. Other than a little trouble in terms of manpower, everything went smoothly. But what she didn't expect was that Anya would be so cunning as to poach several employees from Sky Entertainment. She even said to her proudly, Xianxia, don't worry, these employees are the real deal. After Sky Entertainment's top management changed, all of them came because of their connections. The company is in a mess, and these people have been thinking about jumping ship for a long time. I raised my arm and called for them, and they all came. Susani didn't know much about the employees in the company, but she trusted Anya. If Anya picked someone, they wouldn't be too bad. Who are they? Do you know about Chenemo? Previously, there was someone in the company who had a worse reputation than you. They said that she wasn't worthy of her position and was blacklisted by the whole internet. Under Chenmo's plan, she was completely cleared in all aspects. There's also the publicity team, the resources team, and the public relations department. A few core capable people all came to us. I gave them double the salary. Let me tell you, just wait and see. With Sky Entertainment's situation, it won't be long before they dig their own grave. Susani nodded thoughtfully. By the way, Anya seemed to have thought of something. Didn't you ask me to help you look at a studio before? I helped you choose one. You'll definitely like it. After various procedures and certificates were completed, Susani looked at a few studios. She wasn't satisfied with any of them, so she entrusted this matter to Anya. It's only been a few days. She already found one so quickly? Where? Binhai Building on Changning Road. Anya said meaningfully, it's very close to Yipin Lanting, and opposite is Yang's company. What do you think? It's a good place, right? I specially chose it for you. Thank you so much. Susani knew that Anya was being kind and didn't mean anything else. However, the company's address was right across from Yang company. She felt like she had to suffer in silence. Is there any other place besides the Binhai Building? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Susani wanted to say something but stopped. Forget it. So what if she was close to that D***MN man? She didn't have to go to the studio often anyway. It's fine. Let's go to the Binhai Building then. It's pretty good. After thinking for a while, Susani told her, how about this? I'm almost done with my work for the past 2 days. If we have time tomorrow night, I'll treat everyone to dinner. Then I'll be waiting for your feast. Don't worry, I won't forget about you. As a prospective boss, Susani spent a lot of money to invite her future core employees to have dinner at the Young Fu Club. The club was located in the center of City A, and the building was built in the European style at the beginning of the last century. After several changes, the current boss took a fancy to it and rented it for 10 years. Because it was a top-class private club, one had to be a member if they wanted to have a meal at the Young Fu Club. It was very simple to become a member. The entrance fee was 100,000 yuan, but they had to be recommended. After being led to the private room by the waiter, the employees were all speechless. Wow, I never thought that I would be able to eat at the Young Fu Club one day. No, I have to take a video and post it on my WeChat moments. Oh my god, I heard that the chopsticks are made of gold. Is that true? I feel like I'm dreaming. I heard that a plate of shredded potatoes here costs 3 figures. Don't look like you've never seen the world. This is the Young Fu Club. How can there be shredded potatoes for you to eat? Anya and Susani came in later and laughed when they heard this. From today onwards, we'll be working together. Don't be shy. Order whatever you want to eat. Today, our future boss will pay the bill. After saying that, Anya patted Boss Su's shoulder. Susani also laughed and said, yeah, we'll be working together in the future. Order whatever you want to eat. I'll pay for everything today. The waiter handed them the menu. Really? Then we won't be shy. Who told you to be shy? Hurry up. Anya stood up with a smile and introduced to Susani, Sini, let me introduce you. This is Chen Mo. I've mentioned him to you before. Susani suddenly understood. Chen Mo, nice to meet you. It's really fate. We used to be colleagues, but we'll still be colleagues in the future. Chen Mo was in his early 30s. He was no longer young and inexperienced. The words mature and steady suited him very well. Miss Su, may I? Susani interrupted him. Since we'll be working together in the future, you don't have to call me Miss Su. You can call me Sini or boss. Chen Mo was slightly stunned. He turned to Susani and smiled. Boss, please take care of me in the future. Of course. Then I'll put my innocence in your hands. As soon as Susani said this, everyone laughed. In their line of work, they had seen all kinds of people in the entertainment industry. Susani's arrogant and domineering persona was not enough to be seen in the entertainment industry. Fans might think that it was a black mark, but in the eyes of industry insiders, it was not even a speck of dust. Anya introduced the other employees one by one. Susani silently matched the names and faces of these people. In the future, these people would be her backbone. The studio's final stage depended on them. You guys eat first. I'm going to the washroom. Sini left the table and went to the washroom to touch up her makeup. Just as she walked out of the washroom, a tall young man rushed toward her. Even though he looked panicked, it was not difficult to see the young man's delicate facial features. Bang, one ran too fast and the other did not dodge in time. The two of them slammed into each other. Susani's shoulder was hit. She was unsteady and staggered a few steps back. Seeing that she was about to be hit to the ground, the thin young man reacted quickly. He grabbed Susani's arm and steadied her at a perfect distance. Sorry, The young man was panting. When he looked up and saw Susani, he was stunned. Sunny? Xianxia, is that you? Susani covered her painful shoulder. She had some impression of the young man in front of her who had obviously recognized her. He looked a little familiar, but she really could not recognize who he was. You are? The young man said excitedly, I'm Xianxia from Sky Entertainment's Big Five team. Susani suddenly realized. She was wondering why he looked so familiar. She had seen him twice on posters before, but she had never seen him in person, so she did not recognize him. Now, at first glance, he looked much better in person than in the poster. His eyebrows were straight and his eyes were bright. His facial features were exquisite, and his skin was like a peeled egg. His eyebrows gave people a very comfortable feeling. His body was lean but did not look weak. He had a unique youthful feeling and vigorous vitality. It was the aesthetic of young people nowadays. She had found it strange before. Such a beautiful, cute, handsome, and sunny big boy. How could he not become famous? Now that she saw him in person, it was even more strange. So it's you. After admiring his beauty, Susani saw his anxious eyes and said, I'm fine. If you have something urgent, you can go first. Xianxia's eyes were anxious, and he kept glancing behind him. His Adam's apple kept twitching up and down nervously, as if he had encountered something urgent. After looking anxious for a while, he seemed to be at his wit's end. Finally, he could not help but ask Susani, Xianxia, can you help me? Help? Susani frowned slightly. Logically speaking, if such a handsome boy like Xianxia asked for help, she would definitely not refuse. However, logic told her that people who dared to cause trouble at the Young Fu Club were generally not to be trifled with. Even though she was usually arrogant and domineering in the entertainment industry, there was a limit to it. The people she offended were not those that she could not handle. However, if she offended someone here, she was afraid that she would have to ask a Yang, that be asterisk starred, to bail her out. The company asked me to accompany a guest. They said that someone thinks highly of me and is willing to give me a role in a TV series. However, as soon as I arrived, they touched me and wouldn't let me leave. It wasn't easy for me to get out, so you can't. At this point, Xianxia shut up. He seemed to know that this was the first time he had met Susani, so he overestimated himself. Sorry, Xianxia, I won't trouble you. I'll leave first. After speaking, without waiting for Susani to reply, Xianxia did not hesitate and walked towards the exit. The corridor was empty, as if the encounter just now was really just an accident. When Susani returned to her room, she kept thinking about this matter. Anya saw that she had something on her mind and smiled. Where did you go? Why are you back so late? What happened? Do you know the group Big Five? Why wouldn't we know? Someone at the dining table said, this group was originally recommended by our team. There were obviously a few good seedlings in the group, but they never became popular. The marketing department analyzed that it should be because there were too many similar groups of young male idols. The market saturation caused them to fail. When I left my job, I heard some insider news that the company is going to give up on this group. They will choose 2 of the good ones and promote them to act in a TV series to see if they can become popular. Then, do you know Xianxia? I know him. He has a good foundation and is quite good in all aspects. He's also young, so the company will probably promote him into a TV series. I heard that he has a good personality and is a very obedient person. When he's in the team, he's the most serious. He's quite an outstanding boy. Susani listened thoughtfully. Xianxia, what's wrong? Nothing. Susani came back to her senses and smiled. I'm just asking. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, several employees said goodbye to Susani and left. Susani's car was parked in the parking lot in front of the Young Fu Club. When she was about to open the door with the key, there was a rustling sound from the taillights. A figure stood up shakily. Susani was shocked. Anya was also stunned. She turned on the flashlight on her phone and shone it at the person in the taillights. Who is it? When the light shone on the person, he reflexively raised his hand to cover his face. Xianxia? Susani looked at him hesitantly. When he heard Susannee's voice, Jiang Yan slowly lowered his hand and shone the flashlight on his face. It was indeed Jiang Yan, but he was different from the Jiang Yan she saw more than an hour ago. His originally clean face was now bruised on his brow bone and cheekbone. The corner of his mouth was broken and there was a blood scab. He looked very disheveled. She didn't know where his jacket was, but he was wearing a thin white shirt full of dirt and grass marks. There were also a few footprints on it. How did you become like this? Jiang Yan didn't dare to look Susannee in the eyes. He slowly lowered his head and said, I'm fine. I was just afraid of being photographed, so I didn't leave. I recognized your license plate number, so. Xianxia, can you give me a ride? Just like that, she hung her head and shivered in the cold wind of early winter. Her bruised cheeks and messy hair, in this dim and blurry vision, there was a kind of beauty of being abused, making people unable to help but have the desire to protect her. Not to mention Susannee, even Xianxia, who had been in love for so many years and had never been touched by a single flower, couldn't hold herself back. Sure. Hurry up and get in the car. Don't get photographed. Before Susannee could say anything, Anya opened the backseat door and let Jiang Yan in. However, Jiang Yan stood there motionless. He raised his head, and his clear and bright eyes were full of apprehension. He looked at Susannee, as if he was asking for her opinion. It seemed that if she said no, he really wouldn't go. Who the F***ck could take this? Get in the car. I'll give you a ride. Jiang Yan immediately smiled brightly. Thank you, Xianxia. They got in the car and left. What happened? How did you become like this? Anya had always been protective of girls. Such a handsome and young hunk being bullied in front of her made her heart itch and hurt. Jiang Yan forced a smile. The company asked me to accompany a client. I didn't agree, so, then the client called? Jiang Yan remained silent, indicating that he agreed. The **starred company. Anya scolded. They don't do anything. They'll go bankrupt sooner or later. Susannee glanced at the rearview mirror. Where do you live? I live in Huaming Park. Xianxia, if it's inconvenient, you can send me to a place with fewer people. I can take a taxi back. Huaming Park? Okay, we're going the same way. I'll send you back. The young man's eyes bloomed with a shy smile. Then I'll have to trouble you, Xianxia. No problem, it's no trouble. Hey, how's your team doing now? Not so good, Jiang Yan said. We haven't had any jobs in a long time. Anya sighed. You're such a good seedling. You can't be delayed by that rubbish company. Have you thought about terminating the contract with the company? Terminating the contract? Never thought about it. Jiang Yan shook his head. His voice was clean and had the unique coolness of a young man. When he said this, he didn't have any complaints. We can't afford the penalty. That's true. The topic ended there. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Huaming Park. Anya looked at the dilapidated old neighborhood inside. You live here? Jiang Yan smiled slightly. He didn't feel embarrassed about living here. He said frankly, I don't have much money for the time being, so I'll stay here first. Xianxia, thank you so much for today. Can I add you on WeChat? If there's a chance, I'll definitely repay you. It's okay. It's nothing. Anya took out her phone and added Jiang Yan on WeChat. Jiang Yan stared straight at Susannee. Okay, add me. Susannee and Jiang Yan added each other on WeChat. After getting out of the car, Jiang Yan looked in the direction the car drove away. He wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. He stopped trembling and stood there, silently looking at Susannee's WeChat profile picture on his phone. The faint light from the phone screen illuminated half of his face. The bruise at the corner of his eye was particularly obvious, adding a touch of wildness and arrogance to his deep-set face. On the way back, the more Susannee thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. She recalled the whole process of meeting Jiang Yan just now. Anya, don't you have a sense of déjà vu of a domineering CEO's wife? What domineering CEO's wife? Don't you think that everything that happened today was too dramatic? A hero saving a damsel in distress. This is too much of a coincidence. Dramatic? Are you saying that Xianxia did it on purpose? I don't know. Although I can't see anything wrong, I keep feeling that something is wrong. After thinking about it, she really couldn't figure out what was wrong. In the novel, Xianxia was just an insignificant cannon fodder. There shouldn't be so much drama. In front of a beauty, lust was like a knife above the character of the word love. She couldn't let it go to her head. It was better to stay rational. 3 days later, Susani's studio was officially established. A total of 15 employees, including Susani, started working. As soon as she started work, she encountered her first big event. What's wrong? When she arrived at the company, Susani felt that the atmosphere was serious. Something was wrong. Sunny, look. This was taken by a reporter when we were eating at the Young Fu Club. Anya handed a magazine to Susani. Susani took it. A few words were written on the cover of the magazine. A famous actor and an idol star appeared at the Young Fu Club in the middle of the night. Their clothes were disheveled, and it was suspected that they were having a private meeting in the middle of the night. The photo of Susani and Xianxia was censored. However, even a blind person could tell that the woman in the photo was Susani. Susani stroked the cover of the magazine and didn't say anything for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in public, she really wanted to hug the magazine and cry. God knew how emotional she was. Even the hand holding the magazine couldn't help but tremble. How long had it been? How long had it been? It had been 3 months. A whole 3 months. Her name finally appeared in the entertainment magazines. She almost thought that she was outdated and didn't deserve to appear in these unknown magazines. However, she didn't expect that things would turn around. The public hadn't forgotten about her. The public was still thinking about her. Seeing Susani's serious expression, Anya thought that she was worried about her scandal. But then again, even though Sunny always appeared in various entertainment magazines in the past, she had never been involved in any scandals since her debut. She knew that Susani liked Yang, so she didn't allow her scandals to appear in the tabloids. She didn't want Yang to misunderstand. Sunny, don't worry about this entertainment magazine. With us around, we won't let this matter continue to spread. Chen Mo said, Anya is right. Boss, don't worry. We have experience in dealing with scandals. We'll definitely help you deal with it properly and leave no traces behind. Susani's expression became even more serious. I know, but don't worry. It's just a small scandal in an entertainment magazine. It's not important. What's important now is that I'll be joining the cast next week. There will definitely be people slandering me on the internet. You have to be prepared. After pausing for a moment, she said, I'll take this magazine with me. I have something to do at home. You guys go ahead. After saying that, she hurried home with the magazine in her hand. Sigh. If she didn't do something recently, she would almost think that she and Yang were in love. After returning to the old mansion, Susani spent the whole night thinking about where to put the magazine so that Yang could see her scandal the moment he came home. The sofa? No, it would be too conspicuous on the sofa. It would seem a little deliberate. The bedside table wouldn't do either. It would be too obvious if she put it there. Looking around the room, Susani thought for a while and finally fixed her gaze on the trash can. That's right. The sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Susani hurriedly threw the magazine in his hand into the trash can and slipped into bed before Yang entered the room. Silence. Yang entered the room and looked at Susani, who was lying on the bed with most of her head buried under the covers. Why was she so quiet? Hubby, you're back? Yeah. Yang put down his briefcase and went into the cloakroom to change into comfortable home clothes. He sat on the sofa and looked at the documents he had brought back. How should I attract his attention? Yang raised his eyebrows. He knew that something was wrong. After being quiet for so many days, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Hubby, are you tired today? Do you want to rest early? It's okay. I'm not tired. What should I say to make him put his attention in the trash can? Trash can? Yang casually glanced at the trash can by his feet and saw a magazine inside. A magazine. He took a closer look and saw the words on the cover of the magazine. A famous actor and an idol star appeared at the Young Fu Club in the middle of the night. Their clothes were disheveled and it was suspected that they were having a private meeting in the middle of the night. There were also a few poorly arranged mosaic photos of Su Xinyi and a man acting intimately. Yang raised his eyebrows. So that's what it was. But he didn't say anything and continued to flip through the documents calmly. Hubby, I'm a little hungry. Can you help me get the biscuits in front of the sofa? Yang threw a bag of biscuits to Su Xinyi. Su Xinyi tore it open. Eating it this time would make her gain weight, but she couldn't care less. After chewing slowly, Su Xinyi climbed to the end of the bed and threw the bag at the trash can at Yang's feet. The bag landed outside the trash can as she wished. Yang subconsciously looked at the trash can, bent down, picked up the bag, and threw it into the trash can. This trash can, quick, quick, quick. Quickly find the scandal in the entertainment magazine. Quickly throw the magazine at me, point at me, and ask, how dare you fool around with a wild man behind my back? Who is the man in the magazine? If you don't tell me clearly tonight, don't think about sleeping. This bastard hates me so much. He might even ask for a divorce. Even if he doesn't divorce me, he'll still have a cold war with me. How many days of peace can I have? Yang sneered and walked to the Yi family's internal phone. Under Su Xinyi's confused gaze, he picked up the receiver and said, Aunt Zhou, the trash can in the room is full. Please come up and clean it up. Su Xinyi, ? She grabbed the blanket and gritted her teeth. Can't you see such a big magazine? Can't you see such a big few words? Bastard, are you blind? If you don't use your eyes, you can donate them to someone in need. I'm so unlucky to have married a blind man at such a young age. Yang's expression froze, as if he had discovered something. Under Su Xinyi's expectant gaze, he bent down to pick up the magazine from the trash can and casually glanced at it. Su Xinyi, how dare you fool around with a wild man behind my back? Who is the man in the magazine? If you don't tell me clearly tonight, don't think about sleeping. Xinyi, the little white flower in the wind and rain, the little drama queen, hesitated to speak. Why did this line sound so familiar, Su Xinyi? A little familiar, Yang, our hearts are as one, a thick and long chapter of 6,000 words. A random drop of 50 red packets. Thank you for your support. Is this man a roundworm? What a coincidence. What the hell? While Su Xinyi was still in a daze, Yang put down the document and threw the magazine in front of her. He looked at her calmly and urged, speak. In fact, this was not the only thing that made Su Xinyi dumbfounded. When she was looking for trouble, Yang had always ignored her and looked at her coldly as if he was watching a show. Every time, she always had the illusion that she was being stared at by the director when she was acting on the set. Who is the man in the mosaic? How did you know each other? How long have you known each other? What's your relationship now? Why did he get into your car with his clothes disheveled? Where did you take him to fool around after getting into your car? Tell me everything in detail. Yang spoke clearly and methodically. He was calm and did not have the anger that a husband should have when he suspected that his wife was cheating on him. Why aren't you excited at all? I still have to step in and bring up the atmosphere. Su Xinyi, who had many years of experience in film and television, was not to be trifled with. She immediately reacted and burst into tears. Lifting the quilt, she got off the bed barefoot and sat beside Yang with a frown on her face. Yang, listen to me. We're not like what's written, we? Yang keenly sensed this intimate address. Yes, yes, yes. That was the way to nitpick. Don't miss a single detail. Continue, continue. I'm talking about me and him. My relationship with him isn't like what the magazine says. We used to work in the same company and didn't have much interaction. That day was the first time we met alone. Alone? You let him ride in your car the first time you met him? You don't know, but he's quite pitiful. He's handsome, but he's never made a name for himself in the company. Handsome? Yang sneered. How handsome? Not handsome. Su Xinyi quickly tried to salvage the situation. He's not even half as handsome as you. My conscience hurts a little. He was being bullied and I happened to bump into him. You don't know how difficult it is to survive in the entertainment industry. If someone took a photo of him with a bruised nose and a swollen face, they would definitely write nonsense about it. He asked me for help and I was soft-hearted, so I gave him a ride back. There's really nothing between us. But I didn't see any bruises on his face in the photo. The photo is blurry and pixelated. Of course, it's not clear. Yang nodded. In other words, there is no evidence to prove that what you said is true. Good question. A person should be so strict. The pursuit of science requires evidence. Susani had a nervous expression on her face. Her fingertips were clutching the corner of Yang's clothes. She felt wronged and anxious at the same time. But she didn't continue to explain. She only said, Yang, believe me. I didn't. That was enough for her to say. She had aroused Yang's suspicion and curiosity and planted a bomb in his heart that could explode at any time. Although this was an insignificant matter, in life, it was often these small matters that forced people to make up their minds. Believe you? You can't even show me evidence. How can I believe you? Yang got up and picked up the magazine on the bed. I'll give you one night to think of how to explain it to me. Otherwise, this magazine will appear in front of Grandpa tomorrow morning. Susani looked at him blankly. Appear in front of Grandpa? What does he mean? Is he threatening me? Dogman, can't you afford to play with me? Tell your parents? Aren't you childish? This is between us. Grandpa is old and weak. Let's not trouble him with such small matters, okay? Yang nodded. Okay, I'll give the magazine to Mom tomorrow and see what she has to say. Old man, look in the mirror. You're already 1 year and 330 months old. You've been weaned for more than 300 months. You're still looking for your mother and want to drink milk. Mommy's boy, bah. There's really no need to do this. Why should we trouble our elders for such a small matter? You also know that we shouldn't trouble our elders for matters between us. Susani instantly understood. Yang was trying to settle the score with her. When she had asked Yang for help when she had terminated her contract with Sky Entertainment, she had asked Grandpa for help. He was indeed a dog man. He was so petty. It had been so long, yet he still remembered. Did he want to get back at her so badly? Don't you want to hear my explanation? I'll explain it to you. In fact, Jiang Yan was arranged by the company to drink with someone at the Young Fu Club that night. He didn't want to, so he was beaten up. That's why his clothes were disheveled in the photo. Besides, it wasn't just me and Jiang Yan. Anya was also there. If you don't believe me, you can ask Anya tomorrow. If not, I'll go to the Young Fu Club to find the surveillance camera for you. Susani gritted her teeth and explained clearly. Honey, is there anything else you don't know? I know clearly. Yang looked at her silently, as if he was considering whether to believe Susani's explanation. Susani really wanted to bite him to death for being so pretentious. Okay, I'll believe you for now. Don't get too close to other men in the future. It's okay if I see it, but if Grandpa and Mom see it, it'll be bad if they misunderstand. What do you think? This dog man is mighty. Threatening. Me. Life is full of ups and downs, I'll endure it. Just you wait. Susani wanted to smash this bastard's head, but she smiled and said, Don't worry, I know what to do in the future. Ding, she received a notification from WeChat. The room was so quiet that the notification sound could be heard clearly. The two of them both looked at the phone screen. Jiang Yan, Sini Jia, are you asleep? This was very awkward. Yang looked at her coldly. Susani picked up the phone from the sofa and explained, he must have seen the content in the entertainment magazine, so he sent me a message so late at night. You added each other on WeChat? Why is this dog man always able to find our blind spots? Only you know that we added each other on WeChat. Only you saw it. All you do is blabber all day long. Yes, Anya added me too. After that, she looked at Yang in confusion. Didn't you say that you wouldn't interfere with my social circle? I have a lot of male friends in my circle of friends, you can't stop me from interacting with them, right? Yes, I said that I wouldn't interfere with your social circle, but you should avoid some useless social circles if you can. These aren't useless social circles. Jiang Yan, he's quite good. Susani thought about Jiang Yan and thought about it carefully. He was good-looking, good at dancing, and humble. Perhaps he was a little scheming, but in the entertainment industry, who could survive without scheming? The most frightening thing was that people were stupid, not scheming, not guarded, and not knowing how to plan and fight for themselves. That night at the Young Fu Club, Jiang Yan rejected Sky Entertainment's arrangement. The consequences for him were obvious. If he wasn't banned, he would be shelved. Sky Entertainment was no longer a company for individuals. If you can find a way to make Jiang Yan terminate his contract, poach him, and train him well, a good seedling will eventually grow into a towering tree. When Yang heard this, he understood Susani's intention. He knew when to stop. Since you have nothing to do with him, this matter is over. There won't be a next time. Susani secretly rolled her eyes. At this point, the matter finally came to an end. Susani, who had lost the battle, got angrier and angrier the more she thought about it in the middle of the night. She recalled how Yang had pressured her step by step and learned her lesson. Next time, she swore that she would definitely get back at him. She also turned over and took away Yang's blanket. At this moment, Jiang Yan, who was at Sky Entertainment's headquarters, was sitting on the floor of the dance studio, staring at his phone without saying a word. However, the phone screen was black and there was no response for a long time. Jiang Yan. A member of Big Five ran over, panting. What's the matter? Just now, your agent informed me that you're leaving our team. Jiang Yan put away his phone and said frankly, to be precise, I've been shelved by the company. Shelved? What happened? His expression was calm, as if he really didn't care about this matter. Instead, he fiddled with his phone and said, I offended one of the company's investors, so the company wants to shelve me. F***CK. This sh**TTY company, how can they do this? Then what about you? I remember that you signed a 5-year agreement. It doesn't matter. 5 years it is. I knew that this day would come. I didn't plan to stay here anyway. There was still no message on the phone screen. Jiang Yan, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up and patted the member on the shoulder. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. From now on, Big Five will be Big Four. You guys do your best. I'm leaving. Where are you going? Where else can I go? Of course, I'm going to find a job to make a living. Jiang Yan waved his hand without looking back. I'm leaving. After leaving the Sky Entertainment building, Jiang Yan stood on the side of the road and looked down at the WeChat chat interface with Susani. On the chat interface, there was only the sentence he sent an hour and a half ago, Sini Jia, are you asleep? There was no response. He couldn't help but recall the scene of his encounter with Susani that night. He was chased, threatened, and beaten up. He was at a disadvantage the whole time. So, was he too embarrassed? Would someone like Susani look down on him because he didn't have any room to fight back? The words well-matched in social status seemed to be used in daily interactions. He was such a lowly person that anyone could step on. Was it because no one would take a liking to him? There was an endless stream of cars on the road, and the noise drowned out the notification sound of the mobile phone. But the vibration woke him up from his thoughts. His furrowed eyebrows relaxed in surprise. But when he looked at the screen, he found that it was not a WeChat message, but a mobile phone text message. It was an unfamiliar number. Kid, you've been banned. Shouldn't you go home? A brand new Maybach sped over and stopped in front of him. The window slowly rolled down a little. It was a place where the roadside lights and car light sources could not reach. Jiang Yan glanced at it, turned around expressionlessly, and threw the phone into the trash can by the roadside. I had something to do today, so I didn't update much. I'll make it up to everyone tomorrow. Thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, KXNMY1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, DNXIN Munan, yes French window, grape lava syrup 1. At 6:00 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Chen Bo, who had been like this for 50 years, got up and ordered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He also urged the servants to clean the house. The E family's old house occupied a large area, so it took a lot of time to clean the front and backyard. At 7 o'clock, Lady E came downstairs, dressed neatly. Chen Bo brought her breakfast. Chen Bo, Dad should be waking up soon. Please go and take a look. Alright, I'll go right away. By the way, have you made the bird's nest I asked you to prepare for Sunny yesterday? Chen Bo smiled and said, yes, it's in the kitchen. Okay, you go and see Dad first. Chen Bo went upstairs while Lady E slowly ate her breakfast. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she last felt the liveliness. She only remembered that ever since Bo Ming's death, there had been no warmth in this house. When Yi Yang grew up, he was busy with work and wasn't at home for a long time. Old Mr. E retired to recuperate, she was the only one left in the house. There was no one to talk to every day. Now, everything was finally over. Old Mr. E was getting better, the company was stable, and Yi Yang could go home every day. As for Sunny, Lady E smiled. Ever since old Mr. E came back, he had been smiling more and more, and his body was getting stronger. Now, Sunny could be seen chatting with him almost every day. This child was quite filial. Now, there was finally some noise and atmosphere in the house. It would be even better if he could have a grandson. The thought of this filled her with worry. She knew very well that Yi Yang and Sunny were a loving couple now, but they were just putting on a show in front of old Mr. E. They probably weren't even husband and wife yet. She had to find a chance to talk to Yi Yang. Just as he was thinking, hearty laughter and chatter came from upstairs. You're not allowed to do this again. Sunny helped the old man down the stairs, followed by Yi Yang. When Lady Yi saw him, she smiled and asked, Dad, why are you so happy so early in the morning? Old Mr. E sat down at the dining table. Sunny said that 2 days ago, Yi Yang gave her a supplementary card, and she accidentally swiped 1,000,000 yuan. Yi Yang sat down at the table expressionlessly. Sunny had specially brought this up early in the morning. How could he not know what she meant? Mom's impression of me must have worsened. Quick, scold me for being a prodigal. How dare you spend 1,000,000 so extravagantly? Yi Yang's knife and fork made a scratch on the plate. He knew that this woman would start stirring up trouble early in the morning. 1,000,000? Lady Yi looked at Yi Yang. Yi Yang nodded. Under Sunny's expectant gaze, Lady Yi smiled and said, this is nothing. It's only 1,000,000 yuan. I haven't gone shopping in a long time. Next time you go shopping, bring me along. Mom will pay for you. What else could Sunny say? She could only smile and say, thank you, Mom. Alright, sit down and eat. I asked Auntie Chen to stew some bird's nest for you. Lady Yi said to Auntie Chen, who was serving breakfast. Auntie Chen, please bring the bird's nest to Sunny. Bird's nest? Sunny was confused. Auntie Chen brought a jar of bird's nest over. Sparkling and translucent, the bird's nest was also mixed with some other rare and precious tonics. Sunny looked at the bird's nest in front of her and was stunned. Mom, this is for me? Madam made this especially for you, Auntie Chen explained with a smile. Especially? Sunny was flattered. What's going on? What happened? Mom's brain went into. No, why is she suddenly so nice to me? Wasn't she dissatisfied with me before? Shouldn't the plot be about finding out early in the morning that I squandered Yi Yang's 1,000,000 yuan, so he scolded me? Or is it about my recent actions in the entertainment industry, so he starts to criticize me because of my footsteps? Could it be that she's starting to be nice to me because she stood up for Yi Yang at Qin Yan's banquet last time? No way. After thinking about it, Sunny pushed the bird's nest forward with a fake smile. Mom, thank you, but I haven't been very. Yi Yang put the bird's nest in front of Sunny and interrupted her. You drank it. Do you want me to feed you? He picked up the spoon and put it in front of Sunny's mouth. No, I'll drink it myself. Sunny glared at him and took the spoon from Yi Yang's hand to drink the bird's nest. Oh no, my position as Mrs. E seems to be getting more and more stable. How am I going to divorce this dog of a man in the future? Old Mr. E looked at them with a smile and did not say anything. Lady E continued, I remember that Sunny's studio is right across from Yi Yang Company. You can ask Yang to give you a ride to work later. I can drive to the company myself. There's no need to trouble Yang. Also, I have to start filming in 2 days. I'm very busy. I have to go back to the apartment to pack at night. Mrs. E asked with concern as if she was chatting casually. Filming? How long will it take? I'm not sure. Maybe a few months, maybe half a year. It depends on the progress. Well, filming outside is different from at home. If you need anything, just call home. I'll get it ready for you. Thank you, Mom. I will. Susani buried her head in her breakfast. Lady Yi's words became more and more gentle, but Susani became more and more frightened. Old Mystery was already a hindrance to her divorce. Now there was another one. How could she handle it? If one day Yang does a good deed and asks for a divorce, will Grandpa stand up and say, if you dare to divorce Sunny, I won't leave you a single cent? Then Mom will stand up and say, if you dare to divorce Sunny, I'll cut off all ties with you. The scene was too beautiful for her to imagine. Are you done eating? Hearing Yang's voice, Susani came back to her senses. She looked down and saw that she had finished the bird's nest. I'm done. Let's go. I'll drive you. Susani felt that she might need to calm down and think of a solution. She stood up and said, Grandpa, Mom, I'll go to work first. Go ahead. After the two of them left, the dining table fell silent. After a long time, Old Mystery asked, what's going on? Lady E understood what the old man was asking. She said, ever since I found out about Yang's incident at Qin Yan's birthday party, I've thought it through. Some things aren't as simple as they seem. I misjudged Qin Yan, and perhaps Cindy as well. I used to think that Cindy didn't handle things well. Now that I think about it, I was prejudiced. Dad, don't worry. I'll treat Cindy seriously in the future. It's great that you think that way. Old Mystery smiled with relief. Along the way, Susani wanted to say something but stopped herself. Yang looked at the documents and didn't seem to care at all. Bentley smoothly turned a corner. As they were getting closer to the company, Susani finally couldn't help but ask, Yang, did you notice that Mom is acting strange today? Yang was absent-minded. Strange? What's strange? She doesn't usually treat me like this. She gives me bird's nest and shows me all kinds of concern. What's going on? Yang flipped a page of the document and finally lowered his head to look at her. Is it bad? Susani forced a smile. Okay. Then it's fine. But why did Mom suddenly? It's not really sudden. You've been doing well recently. Mom saw your good qualities and started to like you. Really? How am I worthy of Mom's love? Susani laughed dryly. I'll change what she likes. Yang turned to look at her with a smile that he didn't even notice. From your looks, to your personality, to your ability, to your filial piety, Mom likes them all. Susani felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. It's over, it's really over. I don't know if Yang can withstand the pressure from his grandparents when he asks for a divorce in the future. This dog of a man is decisive and resolute. He should be able to overcome the objections of the masses, right? The car stopped abruptly. Madam, we're here. Susani peeked out of the car window and saw that they had unknowingly arrived at her company. Xiaozhang, please turn on another traffic light. She turned to look at Yang with a smile. I thought you didn't want to announce our marriage yet? She looked like she was doing it for his own good. Yang closed the document and looked at the time on his watch. There's no time. There's an emergency meeting later. Let's go. No way. There were people coming and going outside. If they got out of the car, they would definitely be photographed. Susani refused to get out of the car. I'm not in a hurry. Xiaozhang, drive to the parking lot of Yang Company. I'll get out from there. The driver, Xiaozhang, looked at Yang. Yang nodded. 10 minutes later, Susani sneaked out of Yang Company's underground parking lot wearing a hat and sunglasses. She crossed the street and hurriedly entered her company. 2 consecutive losses. Dog of a man, just you wait. Susani, who was liked by her mother-in-law, came to the studio unhappily with a long face. She complained to Anya sternly, "Anya, something's wrong with my mother-in-law recently." Anya buried her head in private messages with her cute little puppy and didn't even look up. "What's wrong?" "She's too good to me." Anya sneered. Susani gritted her teeth. "I'm telling the truth." Anya looked up at her. "Alright, don't look for trouble. Since she's good to you, don't be stubborn. Be a good daughter-in-law and wife. Sooner or later, Yang will fall in love with you. Trust me. I'll be a fool to believe you. By the way, do you know something? Jiang Yan has been frozen by Sky Entertainment." Susani's attention was temporarily attracted by Jiang Yan. "Frozen? I heard it from the spy I planted in Sky Entertainment yesterday. Big 5 has changed its name to Big 4. Early in the morning, Sky Entertainment released an announcement saying that Jiang Yan has temporarily retired due to some personal reasons and that his return date is uncertain." Anya turned to look at her and spread her hands. Although not many fans pay attention to this, Susani knew that Jiang Yan would be frozen by Sky Entertainment, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. How many days had it been? She frowned and thought for a moment. "Anya, what do you think of Jiang Yan?" "Handsome." Anya praised without hesitation. "I'm serious." "Serious?" Anya thought carefully for a moment and temporarily put down her phone. "He's not bad looking, which is the mainstream aesthetic now. His face won't collapse in the next 10 years without plastic surgery. His body is the type that looks slim in clothes but muscular when naked. He should be able to easily wear those clothes that we don't understand the aesthetic of. He dances well and sings well. Overall, he's a good seedling worth cultivating." Susani raised her eyebrows. Such a high evaluation? She had never heard such a high evaluation from Anya. To everyone, she had an expression that said, "How dare you push such a person to me," or an attitude that said, "Don't waste my time, I don't have the energy to take over a piece of trash. Nonsense, I'm an agent. Of course, I have to have a sharp eye for people. But I think it's a bit strange. Jiang Yan has been in the company for 2 years, but he hasn't been popular." He flopped silently. "I don't know if the company is blind or if someone is deliberately messing with him. What if I want to sign him to our studio? What do you think?" "What do I think? Of course, I'll look with my eyes. Such a person with such potential must be taken over. But can you solve the problem of his contract with Sky Entertainment?" "There's always a way. You can contact him." "Okay." Half an hour later, Anya rushed to her office. "I can't find him." "You can't get through?" "I can't." "WeChat?" "I'm not replying." "Doesn't he live in Huaming Park?" "Ask him where he lives and go to his house to take a look." "I've already asked." "No one knows where he lives." "No one knows?" "No." Susani frowned. What's wrong with this child? She thought for a moment. Forget it. If you can't find him, you can put it aside for now. If you have news of him one day, you can contact him. Just remember this. By the way, I have to join the cast in 2 days. Are you joining the cast with me, or are you helping me develop the empire? Anya smiled and waved the phone in her hand. Of course I'm helping your majesty develop the empire and look for handsome men to fill your harem. Your majesty, when you're outside, remember to take good care of yourself. These words deeply touched Sunny's heart. She went back to the apartment to pack her things at night. She wore a hat, sunglasses, and a long trench coat that covered half of her face. She slipped into Yipin Lan Ting. Her apartment was located on the top floor of the building and had an excellent view. Yipin Lan Ting was the Yi clan's signature building. The staff here had all received professional training and had signed confidentiality agreements. They would never divulge the privacy of the residents. Therefore, when Susani entered the lobby and entered the elevator, she was not too surprised when a man dressed similarly to her appeared beside her. Those who could afford to buy a house here were either rich or respectable. It was normal for them not to want to reveal their privacy. Susani did not pry to see who the man was. She pressed the button for the elevator to the top floor. The man pressed the button for the elevator that was 3 floors lower than hers. The man got off first. The moment the elevator door closed, Susani felt that the man's back seemed familiar. She felt like she had seen him somewhere before. But soon, the elevator door closed, interrupting her thoughts. Susani, who did not know who the man was at that time, found out the next day. That man had successfully appeared on the entertainment news with her. Shocking. Han Xiao was meeting a female celebrity in the middle of the night. They were in and out of the same place. They were suspected to be living together. Han Xiao was now more attractive than money on the internet. Moreover, he had always said that he was single. Now, there were photos of him with a girlfriend? And living together? In an instant, the entire fan circle was in an uproar. Han Xiao's fans scolded the marketing accounts for making groundless accusations. Other fans were eating melon seeds and lamenting that a good man had been eaten by a toad. Susani, who had suddenly become a toad, was grieving and holding her phone, crying her heart out. She and Han Xiao were only 0.01 meters apart last night. No, she had clearly touched Han Xiao's shoulder. She had a chance to be intimate with Han Xiao, but she did not realize it. Susani's face was full of regret. It's okay, I won't cry. You just missed a chance. Next, you will have a chance to kiss Han Xiao, have a sex scene, and have a passionate scene. Susani wiped her tears and opened Weibo. She logged into her alternate account and started to fight with her fans. Yang heard Susani's words the moment he entered the room. He held it in for a long time before swallowing his anger and entering the room. What are you doing? Susani's expression was stern and indignant. There are marketing accounts saying that I'm living together with Han Xiao. How despicable. They took photos of my back and wrote nonsense, ruining my innocence. So, I'm using my alternate account to scold them. Yang went over to take a look. He saw Susani's fingers typing rapidly, not hiding anything in front of him. Susani is not worthy? Then, are you worthy? I have a set of keys, how many do you have? Susani is not beautiful? Not outstanding? When did you become blind? Who does Susani think she is? I'm telling you, I'm a fortune teller. Who do you think you are? Don't talk to me, thank you. I'm a clean freak. Who am I? I'm your father. After typing happily, Susani looked up with an expression that said, I'm the most innocent, I'm wronged, it's all their fault. She complained, hubby, their words are too vicious. Yang's feelings were extremely complicated after seeing Susani's words without any profanities. He really had to thank Susani for being merciful to him. Yang, actually, bastard, dog man, is also quite good. 50 red packets will be randomly dropped. Thank you for your support, thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending money, thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, Katayos, Ukiyo-e, I seem to have forgotten to take my medicine today, %%%%%%, Molo's penis one. Yang looked away from his speechless gaze. He didn't know if he didn't know, but now that he did, he realized that Susani was really kind to him. Look at them. Is this what they're talking about? Susani half knelt on the bed, holding up her phone and shouting at Yang. They said that I'm ugly, that I'm useless, and that I'm unworthy. Unworthy? I'm a B-list celebrity with good acting skills and good looks. How am I unworthy? Even if she wasn't in the right, she had to be strong and stand on the moral high ground. Yang, who was about to go to the cloakroom to change, heard this and stopped in his tracks. He turned around and asked her, it sounds like you want people to say that you and Han Xiao are a match made in heaven? Of course. Susani stopped abruptly and held back the words that she almost blurted out. Her momentum instantly weakened. Why do men like to go to a dead end? They're simply pestering endlessly. Of course, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that they're belittling me and saying that I'm ugly. They're attacking me personally. Look at my face. Cindy moved her face closer and slapped it loudly. I'm so good looking. How can they belittle me like this? I won't allow them to go blind at such a young age. Yang watched her performance, speechless. Susani lowered her head and continued to focus on the fan war. She typed quickly and didn't forget to complain. I didn't do anything. Last night, I only went to the apartment to get some clothes. I didn't even know that the person who entered the elevator with me was Han Xiao. These reporters secretly took pictures of my back and wrote nonsense. It's causing me a lot of trouble. She was worried. Han Xiao has always said that he's single and is very annoyed by scandals. He won't hate me because of this, right? We haven't even worked together and his first impression of me was ruined by a few marketing accounts and entertainment news agencies. If Han Xiao really has any misunderstandings about me, I won't let them off. Susani gritted her teeth as she typed. Do you need me to clarify this matter for you? Her fingertips paused, and she looked up at Yang and said, no need. How could such a small matter be worth your time? Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. You don't have to interfere. No one will know about our relationship. Yang knew what she was thinking, but he was too lazy to expose her. He went into the cloakroom to get a change of clothes. Cindy lowered her head and continued to battle with the netizens. If she didn't vent her anger, she wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. She would probably cry when she thought about it. Just as she was about to send a comment, she realized that the reply failed. The other party had actually blocked her. She was holding back her anger, but she couldn't release it. She almost broke her phone. I'm so angry. Cindy stomped her feet and beat her chest. She tossed and turned in bed. You blocked me just because you don't like me. Can't you afford to play with me? Yang really couldn't handle Susani now. He rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly, okay. Isn't it childish to be angry over this kind of thing? They're not as good looking as you. They're just jealous of your beauty. Why are you being so calculated with them? Isn't it degrading? Leave this kind of small matter to your studio. Go to sleep. Susani thought about it carefully. Yang's words made sense. Those who said that she was ugly were either blind or jealous. The former was pitiful, and the latter was just like Yang said. There was no need to be calculated with them. Have you thought it through? Susani nodded. I won't argue with them. Go to sleep. Susani thought that this matter would be over soon. She didn't expect that not only did it not stop, but it also became more and more serious. First, someone dug out the photos of Susani and Jiang Yin. Then, someone revealed that Susani had always been a sugar daddy. Therefore, even if Susani's reputation was bad, she still had a lot of acting in the entertainment industry. In order to make it real, the blogger who exposed the news posted a photo of Susani getting into a Bentley in front of a private club a few months ago. The Bentley's license plate was censored, but Susani's license plate wasn't. It could be clearly seen that the person in the photo was Susani. There was even a post detailing the men who had been under Susani's skirt all these years. The comments online were also quite interesting. Susani really knows how to have fun. First, there was the big boss, then there was the little fresh meat, and now she's even living with Han Xiao. Isn't she afraid of getting into trouble? So Susani is so young, but she's already been through hundreds of flowers without a single leaf sticking to her body? As a woman, I'm really impressed by Susani. She can actually make so many men run in circles. So what if she runs in circles? Didn't she still get into trouble? The man who drives a Bentley isn't someone to be trifled with. Susani is simply asking for death by making him a cuckold. As if I can smell the scent of gossip. The sister above seems to know who the big boss Bentley in the photo is. I have a seriously ill friend who wants to know who the big boss driving a Bentley is. Please send me a private message. Otherwise, she won't be able to rest in peace. She was very angry. If Susani really slept with these men, it wouldn't be a big deal. But she didn't even get any benefits. Instead, she got into trouble. When the public opinion reached this point, Susani roughly understood that someone wanted to mess with her and formed a group to slander her. With her many years of experience in the entertainment industry, she would definitely be implicated in her new show. Sure enough, I think the female lead role in Phoenix Road must have been obtained by sleeping with Susani. The director isn't stupid. Why would he choose an actress with a bad reputation over other actors? It's not like she's irreplaceable. I won't believe that there's nothing fishy about this even if you beat me to death. She snatched the female lead role in Phoenix Road. I have insider information. Originally, the actress from the same company as Susini, Xianxia, had already signed the contract, but Susini still snatched it away. Disgusting. The official Weibo account of Phoenix Road was already occupied by fans. They listed out Susini's bad deeds and demanded that the company change the female lead. They also threatened to boycott the show. If they didn't change the female lead, they wouldn't watch the show. It directly shot up to the top search. How is it? Anya's expression was unprecedentedly anxious. Chen Mo looked at the comments that were gradually fermenting in an unpredictable direction and said in a low voice, "This is definitely premeditated. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't have become like this in such a short time." After thinking about it, Chen Mo asked her, "Did the boss offend someone recently?" Anya thought seriously for a moment and said, "When does your boss not offend anyone?" Chen Mo. He had a good boss. He would be busy in the future. What's going on with Han Xiao? Nothing much. You also know that Han Xiao's scandals pop up from time to time. He usually doesn't bother with them. What about the crew of Phoenix Road? I've contacted them. They said they'll give an answer tomorrow. Give an answer tomorrow? What do they mean? Do they want to change the actress? Anya's temper had always been bad. Her good temper was usually only with the little fresh meats on her phone list. She immediately scolded, a bunch of short-sighted things. With that said, she stomped into the office in her high heels. "Cindy, we might be in trouble." Cindy held the phone and shushed her. "Okay, we'll talk when we meet." Susini hung up the phone and her smile gradually disappeared. "What's wrong?" Susini snorted and threw the phone on the table. The producer called. They said that the public opinion is one-sided and they hope that I can solve this matter as soon as possible. Solve it? Isn't this something that the producer can clear up with an announcement? Didn't they look for you first and then Xianxia? Why do you think? The producer did it on purpose? Susini smiled coldly. It's easy to guess that there are too many people who are jealous of this drama. The male lead is Han Xiao. None of the dramas directed by Su Siming are flops. It's a hot steamed bun. Who wouldn't want a share of it? Besides, we've set up a studio now and don't have anyone backing us. How can we fight those capitalists? Who says you don't have anyone backing you? Susini pursed her lips and said with disdain, I don't want to look for Yang anymore. They were husband and wife, but she didn't want to owe Yang too much. But, let me think about it. Anya was silent for a moment and sighed. Okay, you think about it. But no matter what decision you make, I'll support you. With that, she left Susini's office. Susini was the only one left in the office. She stood up and stood by the window. Opposite her was the headquarters of the Yi clan. She remembered that Yi Yang's office was on the 15th floor, directly opposite her. What was that D*MN man doing now? The D*MN man Susini was thinking about was coming out of the meeting room. His assistant, Zhao Ben, who had been with him for 5 years, handed him a document. He strode over and said in a low voice, President Yi, the situation doesn't look good. Yi Yang took the report and glanced at him. He quickly scanned it and closed it. Without saying a word, he went into the office. The document was about Susini's scandal that Yi Yang had asked Zhao Ben to investigate today. She was a kept woman, kept a young male idol, lived with a famous star, stole the show, and the producers wanted to change the female lead. Why didn't they call him when the matter was trending? President Xiao has replied. He wants you to rest assured that the female lead will not be changed. Susini will post on Weibo to clarify this matter on the day she joins the cast. Yi Yang said decisively, let them clarify it now. Zhao Ben was slightly stunned. Although he did not understand why President Yi would care about a small star like Susini, as an assistant, he was not in a position to say anything. Yes, I'll do it right away. The moment he turned around, Zhao Ben's sharp eyes suddenly caught sight of the man who was keeping Susini as a mistress in the document he had just handed to President Yi. Could he be talking about President Yi? Zhao Ben suddenly realized. However, on second thought, he felt that it was not right. President Yi did not seem like someone who would be willing to be cuckolded. Could it be? He could not figure it out after thinking about it for a while. He put this matter aside for the time being and settled the boss's matter first. The moment Xiaobin stepped out of the office, Yang got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to look at the office building opposite. He remembered that Susani's studio was in the office building opposite, but he did not know which floor it was on. This woman had always been arrogant, domineering, and spoiled. She could not bear to be wronged at all. He did not see her call about such a big matter. It seemed that she had grown up and become more capable. Yang did not want to interfere in this matter, but when he thought about how he was also involved in this matter, he decided to help. Otherwise, if the role was taken away, Susani would go home and tell Grandpa about it. He might even cry to him. Women were troublesome. He turned back to his desk and was about to open the document when his personal phone rang. It was Susani calling. Yang raised his eyebrows and waited for the phone to ring for 5 seconds before he slowly picked it up. Susani's voice came from the phone as if she had been wronged. "Hubby, I've settled the matter for you. The producer will not dare to trouble you again. You will start filming the day after tomorrow. Prepare yourself." With that, Yang hung up the phone first. "It's fine, dog man. If there's anything, call your husband." "Ah, women. Sorry for being late, I'll give everyone 100 red packets as compensation. I have something to do today and will try to update everyone when I come back. Thank you to the students who voted for me. It's worth it. Thank you to the little angel who threw the rocket launcher. Yang is so cute. 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade. Yang is so cute. 2. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine. Yang is so cute. 3. Ichimi 2, 265986061, Daytime Azure, A Cool Summer, Xian 1118, Step, Shui Xinma, 10 years, Ukiyo-e, Chin-shi Mama, Wang Xiaobai, Smile is just out of courtesy. 1. Susani, who had been hung up on, stood in front of the window with her phone in her hand. She stared at the building opposite her in a daze for a long time. What did Yang say just now? That the matter had been settled? The producers wouldn't dare to cause trouble for her anymore? Was that for real? Yang, that D*MN man, actually took the initiative to help her without her asking. Did the sun rise from the west today? Susani was beyond shocked. What the hell? Sini, the production team's official Weibo account has posted something. Anya rushed into the office with her phone and showed it to her. The official Weibo account for Path of Phoenix had posted something. This Weibo account mainly answered the questions left by the fans. It could be summarized into 2 points. First, Susani was the female lead of Path of Phoenix. There had been some changes in the role, but in the end, they still felt that Susani was more suitable for the role. In other words, Susani didn't snatch the script from anyone. Second, they acknowledged that Susani's acting skills were not bad. They asked everyone to be rational and distinguish between the roles and actors. Don't be impatient and wait and see. This Weibo post expressed the attitude of the production team. No matter how much they argued, the female lead wouldn't change. Because of this, the official Weibo account even locked the comments. The angry fans understood the determination of the production team to protect Susani. They all started to curse, saying that they definitely wouldn't watch the show after filming. They also wished the production team a flop. Sini, it's obvious that the production team wants to replace you. They insist that you have a problem with your style and will implicate the production team. I'm very curious. How long has it been? How did you resolve this matter? Susani read the Weibo post several times before saying in disbelief, Yang helped. Anya suddenly understood. She looked at her meaningfully with a "I knew you couldn't help it" look. See, what did I say back then? Susani was confused. What did you say? I said, Yang will fall in love with you sooner or later. From his indifference to helping you in everything now, can't you see anything? If Susani could not see anything, then she would have lived all these years in vain. For the time being, regardless of the reason why Yang helped her, he had already helped her. Compared to the past, his attitude was obviously changing step by step. Was it really like what Anya said, that Yang had started to have feelings for her and liked her? Wait a minute, before she could say anything on the phone, Yang said that it was done. Did that mean that Yang had been paying attention to this matter? Upon hearing this conjecture, Susani felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Was it because she had been too busy recently and had no time to do anything, so Yang felt that she had turned over a new leaf? Was she interested in him? No. Absolutely not, she absolutely could not let this matter continue to spread. Yang helped you with this matter. You have to thank him properly. Who knows, this might be a big turning point in your relationship. Susani was at a loss for words. She really wanted to shout at Anya that she did not want this turn of events, but she controlled herself and smiled. I will. At night, Susani returned home after a long day. She went to Yang's study and handed him the gift she had picked out from the mall. What is it? Susani smiled. It's a gift. Thank you for helping me with the filming crew today. She opened the gift. There was a delicately wrapped belt in the box. Yang's eyelids twitched when he saw the belt. He thought of the belt in his drawer that was worth 300 yuan and did not really want to accept it. He pushed the gift in Susani's direction. It's fine. It's nothing. You're welcome. Take the belt back. It's not necessary. I want it, I want it. Susani insisted and pushed the gift back. How can I not thank you for helping me so much? I carefully picked this out from the mall. It cost me almost 50,000 yuan. Yang now had a headache whenever he heard the word almost. Last time, it was almost 100,000 yuan. The actual price was 300 yuan. Now, it was almost 50,000 yuan. Wouldn't the actual price be reduced? 150 yuan? How much is the difference? Susani thought for a moment and said, 2,000 yuan, 48,000 yuan. Yang raised his eyebrows. Okay, I'll accept it. If there's nothing else, you can go back to your room and rest. Susani stood there and did not leave. Is there anything else? Hubby. Susani walked around the desk and stood beside Yang. She blinked and looked at him shyly. You weren't like this in the past. Why are you so nice to me recently? Have you fallen in love with her? Her tone was so sweet that Yang had goosebumps all over. He frowned. Speak properly. Susani said angrily, Aya, there's nothing wrong with admitting this. If you really like me, just tell me. Anyway, you know that I like you. Hurry up and push me away. Hurry up and say that you don't like me. Point at my nose and tell me to stop daydreaming. Yang and her eyes met. Susani's heart unconsciously raced. Don't get me wrong. It was not a romantic rush, but a scare. God bless me, Jesus above, although I'm loved by everyone, this dog of a man better not fall for me. He can't even have a little bit of feelings for me. Am I someone that a dog of a man can like? I really didn't like you in the past, but Mom was right. Feelings are nurtured with time. During this period, I've seen and heard a lot of things that are different from the past. My impression of you has changed. Susani blinked. Changed? Sure enough, it's because I've been doing less bad things recently. This bastard actually thinks that I'm a good person. Yang was satisfied and did not overdo it. If there's nothing else, you can go back to your room and rest. Changed your impression of me? You really think that I've changed? Naive. Today, I'll let you see what it means to be vicious. Hubby, I know that I've troubled you today, but there's something else that you have to help me with. Yang did not bat an eyelid. What is it? Susani's expression changed like flipping through a book. Someone started a rumor that I stole the female lead role from Xianxia. I feel so wronged. The role was originally mine, and Xianxia stole it from me. How could she accuse me and say it's my fault? Then what do you want? Although Xianxia didn't steal my role, she is still the third female lead. She's still the third female lead in the crew. When I start filming in 2 days, I'll be reminded of her trying to steal my role. I'll be unhappy. When I'm unhappy, I won't act well. If I don't act well, the audience will scold me. So you want me to kick Xianxia out of the cast? Susani's spoiled and arrogant expression was sinister and sinister. He gritted his teeth and fiercely said, she stole my scenes and dared to spread rumors outside. At the very least, she should be kicked out of the cast. Yang looked at her silently. Susani saw this and continued to attack. She said arrogantly, hubby, I'm your wife. I've been bullied to this extent. How can you do nothing? You have to kick her out. It's also a warning to others. Let them know that I, Susani, am not to be trifled with. If they mess with me again, they'll end up like Xianxia. There's no mirror. I don't know how good my acting was when I performed this scene. Under Susani's expectant gaze, Yang nodded and agreed with her. Yes, I think you're right. Susani looked at him in confusion. Xianxia is too vicious. She actually dared to steal your role. How can someone like her be qualified to act with you? She's simply a cancer in the entertainment industry. She must be banned. His tone was light, but it sounded convincing. Banned? Susani's lips trembled. She hesitated for a moment before she stammered and asked uncertainly, have you been provoked by something recently? Yang retorted, aren't I standing up for you? Susani wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, under Yang's gaze, she returned to her room dejectedly. 10 minutes later, Susani lay on her stomach on the bed and hammered the bed. In just 2 short days, she had lost 3 consecutive times to Yang. This D*MN man was getting more and more vicious. He was simply walking the path of a vicious male supporting character. He was courting death. He was simply courting death. That shouldn't be the case. Why was his character setting brought forward? Susani thought about it and finally decided that the reason was at Qin Yan's birthday party. At that party, Yang had lost face and saw the true colors of his so-called friend. He was deeply affected, so now he was starting to turn evil? Yes. That's right. That must be it. The more Susani thought about it, the more likely it was. Birds of a feather flocked together. Yang must have been attracted by her vicious temperament, so his attitude towards her gradually changed. No, she couldn't give Yang a chance to develop feelings for her. Fortunately, she would join the crew in 2 days. She would not be able to see him for at least 4 or 5 months with the excuse that the crew was busy. After 4 or 5 months, his feelings for her would fade. At that time, Yang's white moonlight would come back, and she would be free. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the divorce was right in front of her. Susani swept away the dispirited mood of losing to Yang 3 times in a row and cheered up again. Susani packed her luggage obediently for 2 days. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, after saying goodbye to old Mr. E and Lady E with snot and tears, she got on the RV and went to the filming location. The filming location was not far from a city. It could barely be considered the suburbs of a city. There was a film and television base, and the surrounding hotel conditions were very mature. The food and accommodation were not too strict. This was the first time that Susani and Yang had separated after sharing the same bed for a few months. She excitedly rolled around on the bed a few times. Thinking about the freedom and happiness in the next 4 or 5 months, her heart was blooming with joy. She only found out after joining the crew that the average age of the male actors who had a little bit of plot in the cast of Phoenix Road was 24 years old. What did 24 years old mean? It meant that more than half of the male actors in the cast were little fresh meats. This was a period drama, and there were too many youths in fresh clothes and strong horses. A large number of young actors were needed. And director Su Siming was a person who was very strict with the appearance and acting skills of the actors. In other words, to be able to enter his cast, one had to have good looks and good acting skills. She heard that this batch of little fresh meats was personally selected by him and the assistant director from the Film Academy. Most of them were youths who had not graduated or had just graduated, so their average age was 24 years old. Susani felt that she had seen more little fresh meats in this cast than she had seen in the past. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel emotional. But she could not do it now. She had to hold it in. On the first night, she had to call Yang to express how much she missed him. "Hello, hubby, what are you doing?" Yang said concisely, "Study. Working again." Susani felt that if this man continued to work like this, sooner or later, he would suddenly die. "I've arrived at the set. I'm calling you to let you know that I'm safe." Without Yang watching her, Susani did not need to act anymore. She only needed to work on her tone. "Got it." Susani looked at her nails in boredom. She took out the nail clippers from her makeup bag and put her phone in front of her. She said to the phone in an exaggerated and perfunctory tone as she cut her nails. Hubby, I've started to miss you on the first day of work. How about you? Did you miss me? Click, when I have time in 2 days, I'll ask the director for leave. It won't take long for me to go home. I'll be there in just over an hour. I'll go back and see you, okay? Click, Susani's voice trembled and she was about to cry. Hubby, if I can't go back, can you come and see me? I really want to see you. Click, Yang remained silent. Hubby, why aren't you saying anything? Her tone was full of grievance. Click, Yang asked her through the phone. Susani, are you cutting your toenails? Susani shrank her fair, delicate, rosy toes. Did this D*MN man install a surveillance camera in her room? Susani, Chocho, you guys, don't imagine the last scene. Tell me, I'm still your little fairy QAQ. Thank you to the students who voted for me. I've spent a lot of money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, one warm little fox. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine. Yang is so cute. 3 Harry Nouveau Riche, Chew. 1 Taro Ball, what was this? Were their hearts linked as one? Bah. Impossible, even if she was beaten to death, she would never believe that she and that D*MN man had a telepathic connection. If she hadn't checked the room before she moved in, she would have suspected that there were surveillance cameras hidden here. Putting down the nail clippers, Susani pinched her throat and said coquettishly, Hubby, what are you talking about? I'm eating potato chips. What toenails? Why would a beautiful fairy like me cut my own toenails? Alright, it's already so late. I won't disturb your work. Rest early. I love you. Mwax. Bye-bye. After that, he hung up the phone. What a hateful man, his image was almost ruined. There would never be a second person who saw her cutting her toenails. The next morning, the production crew held the opening ceremony. The day and time was calculated, and the crew and main cast arrived on time. The moment Susani saw Han Xiao, she knew that he was the man she had met in the elevator at Yipin Lan Ting that night. Speaking of Han Xiao, there weren't many people who didn't know him. He had been at the peak of his career since his debut. His first film with director Chen Mingyu had won countless awards. He had won the Grand Slam at numerous film festivals. His acting skills were recognized by all the directors in the entertainment industry. There were a lot of rumors about people becoming famous, but under such circumstances, Han Xiao was able to move forward steadily step by step. He kept a low profile and acted in a high-profile manner. In the past few years in the entertainment industry, no matter how good the paparazzi were, they could not dig up a single bit of dirt on him. His fans were sensible and not arrogant. He was the most popular celebrity in the industry. Han Xiao's acting skills over the years were all contributed to the film industry. His personal box office was one of the top in the mainland. Originally, he had stabilized in the film industry over the years, but just as everyone was guessing which movie Han Xiao would star in next, he unexpectedly announced that he would be participating in the production of Phoenix Road. This news shocked a lot of fans. Some of the fans would more or less think that a movie star was a level higher than a TV star, so they were very dissatisfied with Han Xiao's behavior of lowering his own style. Of course, there were also rational fans who expressed that as long as it was Han Xiao acting in it, they would support it. The rest of the fans were ecstatic. They could finally lick Han Xiao's face in front of the screen. The reason why Susani was able to pick up such a big loophole was because she had worked with director Su Siming before. At that time, Susani was there to save the scene. A small star who was shoved into the cast was dissatisfied with her part and forced to change it. After angering Su Siming, the small star broke her contract and left the cast. She even shamelessly said that in the entertainment industry, anyone who dared to play this role would be her enemy. How could Susani let go of such a good opportunity to make enemies? She immediately contacted director Su Siming to join the crew. At the end of filming, Su Siming promised her that he would make it up to her in the future. Susani didn't take it to heart at that time. Later, Sky Entertainment contacted her and said that Su Siming wanted to sign her as the female lead. Although there were many obstacles in the process, the female lead finally fell into Susani's hands. Susani stood beside Han Xiao. The man who used to be handsome on the screen was now standing beside her. She couldn't help but secretly glance at him. She could see that Han Xiao didn't have any makeup on. His skin was in good condition and there was no trace of blemish on his face. He didn't need to be adjusted to look on camera. To look at Han Xiao, Susani had to raise her head. She estimated that his height was about the same as Yang's. People like Han Xiao, who had been in the entertainment industry for many years, always had a strong aura that made people afraid to approach him. But the strange thing was that the pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his high nose miraculously neutralized the coldness that kept people away and weakened the sharpness of his facial features. When he was cold and silent, there was a strong sense of abstinence and fatal attraction that stirred people's hearts. Susani's little heart was beating fast. With just one glance, she withdrew her gaze and looked away. She glanced at the sea of young men behind her. They were all full of youth and handsome. Was this the heaven she was going to live in for the next 6 months? She could finally feel some of Anya's happiness. But there was a glaring gaze that was not very friendly. Susani had seen people who were against her, but it was the first time that she saw such a blatant hostility towards her on the first day of filming. Li Hanqing. As artists from the same entertainment company, the relationship between them could be summed up with the word competition. The female lead of the drama was about to be hers, but in the blink of an eye, she became the third female lead. No one could tolerate this. In the future, she would have a lot of fun in the crew. Susani calmly suppressed the excitement in her heart, as if nothing had happened. She followed the crew to burn incense and pray to Buddha, and received red packets. She could keep her composure, and Han Xiao was obviously even more so. During the whole ceremony, except for a brief exchange of words like and nodding with the director, he did not say a word and kept a certain distance from everyone present. It was normal for big stars to be cold and aloof. Although the male and female leads were cold and aloof, the other students who had been poached by director Su Siming from the Film Academy were full of youthfulness and dispelled the silence and awkwardness caused by Susani and Han Xiao. "Sini, let me introduce you." After the opening ceremony, Susani was quietly admiring the faces of a large group of young men, when she saw director Su Siming and Han Xiao walking towards her. "You must know this is Han Xiao. In the next 6 months, you will be partners." After that, Su Siming introduced Susani to Han Xiao and said with a smile, "This is Susani, the one who had a scandal with you some time ago. You two quickly tell me what happened at that time. I saw that the gossip magazine was quite accurate. Tell me about it." Director Su Siming was good at everything, but he loved to gossip too much. He could talk about all kinds of gossip in the entertainment industry. If he dared not to be a director one day, he would definitely make a lot of money by becoming a paparazzi. Susani knew that Su Siming had told her about it at the first meeting, not because he had low EQ, but because he wanted to get straight to the point and clarify the only misunderstanding between her and Han Xiao. This kind of thing, whether it was nonsense in the gossip magazine or a misunderstanding, it was better to clarify it in person than to be in a bad state and delay the progress in the future shooting. "Su Dao, don't make trouble. How can the entertainment magazine be true? This is the first time I met teacher Han Xiao. How can we have such a deep relationship?" After that, Susani reached out her hand to Han Xiao and said with a smile, "Teacher Han Xiao, this is all a misunderstanding. In the future, please take care of me in the crew." Her outstretched hand stopped in midair. Han Xiao's gaze fell on her hand. His gaze seemed to be hesitant, but it also seemed like she had made him unhappy. He was hesitant to reach out and shake her hand. It was so long that Susani's arm felt sore. "Teacher Han Xiao, do you think there's something? It's a misunderstanding. Happy cooperation." Han Xiao's words were concise and comprehensive as he nodded slightly. As for Susani's outstretched hand, she awkwardly retracted it. "Why don't you shake my hand?" Susani was nestled in the chair waiting for the shoot. During this time, she couldn't help but recall the scene with Han Xiao in the morning. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. When did I offend Han Xiao? She carefully thought about it. After thinking about it, the only interaction she had with Han Xiao was that scandal. I already said it was a misunderstanding. Why did he still treat me like that? Could it be that because of her reputation, even Han Xiao was avoiding her? Susani sighed sadly. If that was really the case, then, there was nothing she could do. Since she couldn't be friends, she could only lick his face from afar. "Cindy, come over for a moment. I have something to discuss." On the set, Su Dao called her from afar. On the first day of filming, the plot was actually quite scattered. Su Siming didn't arrange for her to act with the male lead. Instead, he arranged for her to act with the supporting characters. Susani got up and walked over to Su Dao. "What's wrong?" Su Dao glanced at Li Hanqing, who was sitting dispiritedly by the side. "It's like this. Hanqing said that she's not feeling well and hopes that the shoot can be brought forward. She wants to go back and rest early. Can you accommodate her?" "Not feeling well? Wasn't she fine during the opening ceremony? How did she become half dead in the time it took to have a meal?" Ugly people were always up to no good and were always up to no good. Li Hanqing was obviously hostile towards her. Just now, Anya had even told her on WeChat to be careful of Li Hanqing. This woman had a sugar daddy behind her, so she had to be careful of her. Sugar daddy? She was the kind of person who beat up people with sugar daddies. No problem. Alright then. Get ready to rehearse with Li Hanqing. We'll start in 10 minutes. Susani agreed verbally. She walked over to Li Hanqing and looked down at her. Su Dao asked me to rehearse with you. How about it? Can you hold on for a while? Although she had put on makeup, Li Hanqing's complexion and eyebrows made her look like a miserable female lead. She shouldn't be acting as the arrogant and despotic third female lead in this drama. She should be acting as the female lead who was shackled by fate in a tragic drama. The ratings would definitely be high. Li Hanqing lowered her voice and said, "I'll try my best, but Susani was instantly disgusted. Can you still act? Who are you trying to show that half-dead look to? If you really can't hold on, go to the hospital. You're making it look like Su Dao is so mean to you. If you're sick, why won't you go to the hospital and force you to act here?" Li Hanqing's face froze, but she immediately looked down. The crew members looked over at him. She was flustered as if someone had bullied her. "I'm sorry, Xianxia. I'm not good at acting. Please forgive me." "I know you're not good at acting. You don't have to keep saying that." Susani rolled her eyes at her. "If you're not good at acting, learn from me. Don't make trouble all day. Come on, let's rehearse the script." The film that Susani was starring in was about the female lead of a revenge plot. She was suppressed in the early stages and grew up in the later stages. Li Hanqing's character used to see her as a thorn in her side. Now that she was down and out, she naturally wanted to step on her. "Qi Mingyue, you deserve this?" Li Hanqing paused. Next, it was time for the third female lead to draw hatred. She wanted to slap the female lead. "Xianxia, don't worry. I won't really hit you." Susani's lips curled into a mocking smile. "I don't think you would dare." Hanqing, are you two done?" "Yes, director." "Everyone, get ready. We'll start filming in 5 minutes." The lighting and filming crew got into their positions and everyone looked at the middle of the set. Susani looked sad and angry. Li Hanqing's attitude was arrogant. She looked down at Susani and said the vicious female lead's lines. Her lines were really mean and vicious. But it was a pity that when paired with her pitiful face, it was really out of place. "Qi Mingyue, you deserve this?" If it weren't for Susani, the female lead scenes would have been hers. Li Hanqing raised her hand and slapped Susani's cheek. With that angle and that strength, if she hit her face, Li Hanqing's hand would probably be swollen for 2 days. Susani really didn't like it. Such an inferior method and outdated plot simply pulled down the IQ and level of the vicious female supporting characters. Susani raised her hand and blocked Li Hanqing's hand. She sneered. "You want to hit me? Let me teach you how to be a vicious female lead." Cut, Su Dao frowned. "What's going on?" Susani turned around and said, "Su Dao, Li Hanqing said that she hasn't grasped the role well and wants me to demonstrate it to her." Su Dao heard this. "Didn't you just rehearse?" "Su Dao, Hanqing's acting is bad. Give her another chance." Su Dao sighed and waved his hand. "Hurry up." Susani stood on the steps and looked at Li Hanqing arrogantly. I don't usually teach easily, but I have a good heart. Seeing your elementary school student acting skills, I'm afraid people will laugh to death. I don't want to be implicated by you. Remember, the vicious female lead is not played like that. First, your eyes must be condescending. You must look at the other party like you're looking at trash. You can roll your eyes, but don't roll your eyes like a dead fish's eyes. It's ugly. Second, your tone must be sarcastic. It's best to snort coldly to express your disdain. When you speak, you can use your expression. You can do some little bitchy actions. You can stroke your hair and sneer at the same time. I'm not asking you to flirt here. Finally, Susani smiled at her and raised her hand. Don't hesitate. The slap must be fast, hard, and accurate. Slap, she raised her hand and slapped down. Li Hanqing's fair cheek visibly swelled with the 5-finger marks. Susani covered her palm and looked at Li Hanqing with resentment. It was as if she was blaming her for being so thick-skinned that her palm hurt from the slap. She blindly shouted, "Hurry up and give me an ice pack. My hand hurts." Susani, I'll video call my husband tonight and let him see how swollen my palm is. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the classmate who voted for me. Thank you for spending so much money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, Yalu Moonwalk 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, Yang is so cute. 7. 3674239 Step, I'm so sleepy, don't ask me, chew. Little transparent, warm little fox, please call me to learn when you see this. 1. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The entire filming set fell silent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that everything was silent. From the moment Susani started teaching Li Hanqing how to act, everything happened in a flash. 3 seconds ago, they were still having a friendly exchange of acting skills. 3 seconds later, there was a loud slap. Susani's slap landed cleanly on Li Hanqing's face. No one responded for 3 to 5 seconds. Susani lost her patience and asked, "Where are the ice packs?" "Coming." The crew didn't dare to delay. They quickly ran over with 2 ice packs in their hands. They gave one to Susani and held the other in their hands, hesitating whether to give it to Li Hanqing. "Miss Li, I'm sorry. I get into character so easily. Why didn't you dodge just now? But my palm is delicate and I didn't eat much today. I don't have much strength. You shouldn't feel much pain if I hit your face." Susani carefully looked at Li Hanqing's red and swollen face. "But, Miss Li, your face is too delicate. I just touched it lightly and it turned red. Quick, use the ice pack." After that, she stuffed the ice bag in the staff member's hand into Li Hanqing's hand. Li Hanqing's face was burning with pain. She held the ice pack in her hands. It was early winter. She didn't know if it was because the weather was too cold or because the ice pack was too cold. Or maybe it was because of other reasons, but she was shivering all over. When Susani finally got the role of the female lead in this drama, Li Hanqing hated Susani to the core. She knew that she entered the company with Susani, but the company didn't care about her at all. When she asked anxiously, they gave her 1 or 2 unimportant roles and mediocre endorsements. On the other hand, Susani was invited to appear in one drama after another and became popular day by day. Until one day, she accidentally heard a rumor that Susani had a backer, which was why she could get so many contracts time and time again. As if enlightened, Li Hanqing suddenly understood that in this entertainment circle, where people laughed at the poor but not at the prostitutes, nothing was important except for being famous. Sure enough, in the first TV series after submitting to him, that person got her the role of the female lead in Phoenix Road and was even willing to help her deal with Susani. However, she didn't expect that Susani would be so stubborn that she was able to successfully terminate her contract with Sky Entertainment. The role of the female lead once again fell into the hands of Susani, and that person was not willing to make a move for such a small matter a second time. For Li Hanqing, she had to settle for the role of the third female lead, which was like falling from heaven to hell. She had been suppressing her anger, so she wanted to give Susani a show of strength and vent her anger on the set of the first scene. How could Li Hanqing tolerate this when she was slapped in the face before she could vent her anger? You did it on purpose. Susani took the handkerchief from her assistant and wiped her hands as if nothing had happened. She looked very shocked. How could I have done it on purpose? I just said that I was too immersed in the role. Don't be so calculative. Calculative? Li Hanqing suddenly had the urge to go up and tear Susani's face apart. She was the one who got slapped, and now she was being petty? Susani! You've gone too far. A few staff members made a prompt decision and tried to stop her. Miss Li, don't be rash. Xianxia definitely didn't do it on purpose. Susani looked at her ferocious face and shrugged. You're so arrogant and despotic when you want to hit others, but you're so angry when you're the one who got slapped. Li Hanqing, you should be like me and be kinder. Xianxia, you don't have to say any more. The director is watching. Susani looked at Su Dao and smiled. She walked over and said, Su Dao, I'm sorry. I was too immersed in the role just now. Su Siming coughed and said in a low voice, be more careful next time. We're in public and I saw it. It wouldn't be nice if I didn't stop you. No director liked someone who didn't have any acting skills and still liked to cause trouble. Su Siming had been in the entertainment industry for many years. He knew very well what kind of person they were. Susani smiled. Okay. Su Siming looked at Li Hanqing and said loudly, Hanqing, are you okay? Li Hanqing was so angry that her whole body was trembling. How could she be okay? Just as she was about to speak, Su Siming interrupted her. Since you're okay, then makeup artist, help Hanqing touch up her makeup. Hanqing, weren't you feeling unwell? Quickly go back and rest after filming. Okay. After saying that, he said loudly to the crew, everyone, get ready. We'll try to get this scene done in one take. The makeup artist came over to touch up Li Hanqing's makeup with trepidation. She braced herself and reminded her, Sister Hanqing, don't cry. Li Hanqing glared at the makeup artist angrily. Her assistant came over and whispered to Li Hanqing, Sister Hanqing, don't be angry. There are so many people watching. You know Susani's reputation very well. What she did will only make the crew hate her more. If word gets out, it will only attract criticism. Why don't we be more magnanimous and show everyone your magnanimity? But this anger, Sister Hanqing, is this anger or your reputation more important? The assistant saw that there was no one around and whispered in Li Hanqing's ear, I took a video just now. This sentence successfully made Li Hanqing fall silent. Yes, she had been climbing up the ranks all these years just to be famous. In the past, she had endured everything. As long as she could be famous, she was willing to do anything. Okay, I won't lower myself to her level. She's such an arrogant and despotic woman. I'll see when she's done. Li Hanqing looked gloomily at Susani, who was not far away. Find a chance to upload the video. Okay. Hanqing, are you done with your makeup? Yes. Li Hanqing suppressed all the anger in her heart. Her attitude was humble and there was no sign of unwillingness. I'm sorry, Su Dao. I took up everyone's time. It's okay. Since you're done with your makeup, Sunny, go. Try to get it done in one take. Susani smiled and returned to the set. Following Su Dao's order, the shoot resumed. This time, Li Hanqing had learned half of Susani's essence. The vicious female supporting lead's face was much better than before. In the end, the slap that was raised high in the air gently landed on Li Hanqing's face as she gritted her teeth. It was as if the autumn wind had brushed past her face, leaving not a single mark on her face. Cut, pass. Li Hanqing came back to her senses. Once again, she looked like a pitiful female lead. Comparing the scenes before and after, one could see the difference in character. Susani was really arrogant and mean. At least, in the eyes of those little fresh meats who had yet to come into contact with Susani, she had already been classified as someone who could not be offended or approached. Teacher Han, you have 3 night scenes tonight. You might have to work a little harder tonight. Han Xiao nodded at the stage supervisor who had come to inform him. Han Xiao, what do you think about the incident just now? The person who spoke was Han Zhao's agent, who was about the same age as Han Xiao. Han Xiao glanced at Susani, who was sitting in her chair and focused on reading the script as if it had nothing to do with her. His eyes were deep, but he only glanced at her once before coldly retracting his gaze. It has nothing to do with me. Outside the set, the on-set director was checking the extras one by one. Next, raise your hand when I call your name. Be thorough. The on-set director glanced at the extras who had raised their hands. They were tall enough and had good facial features. He made a tick on the list of crew members. Zhao Zi. Tick. Chen Xiaoxin. Tick. Zhang Sini. Tick. Several people clustered around an actor on set. Xing Dao, what are you busy with? The on-set director's surname was Xing. He looked up when he heard someone calling him. It turned out to be one of the supporting male actors. Teacher Han has 3 scenes tonight and needs a few extras to show their faces. I'll confirm it here. The male actor smiled and was about to leave when he saw someone standing out in the crowd. It was too dark, so he found the person familiar at first glance. However, he couldn't remember who he was or where he had seen him before. After some thought, he leaned over to Xing Dao's ear and whispered a few words. He glanced at the man who stood out in the crowd. Xing Dao looked over and frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. He walked over to the extras and asked, what's your name? Jiang Yan. Xing Dao found Jiang Yan's name on the list and made a tick. Okay, we have enough people for tonight. You can go back first. With that, Xing Dao led the extras back to the set. Jiang Yan stood under the mottled shadows of the trees and watched silently. As the female lead, Susini had to film almost all day. She had to film 2 scenes with Han Xiao in the evening. Sini, have you memorized the lines for scene 18? Susini had almost memorized all the lines in the script, so she nodded immediately. Yes. Su Siming nodded. That's good. What's wrong? Something happened, Director Su said concisely. You and Han Xiao's scene today has been changed to the 18th scene. I'll give you and Han Xiao 10 minutes to rehearse the scene. Later, you'll act directly. Is that okay, 10 minutes? You have 9 minutes left. Susini was speechless. He was still that familiar Su Siming. Thanks to her good acting skills and memory, she was able to accept Su Siming's sudden requests. If it were anyone else, they would have been scolded. She flipped open the script and familiarized herself with the scene for scene 18. Sini Jia, do you need a stunt double for the next scene? Your stunt double. Susini's mind was full of the scene, so she replied impatiently, why would I need a stunt double for filming? Okay, I got it. Han Xiao glanced at her and continued reading the script. After the stage supervisor left, Susini's startled eyes fell on the last line of scene 18, an affectionate kiss. There was a scene in the afternoon, and now there was another exciting scene in the evening. Was it really a good idea to go straight to the main point at the beginning? 9 minutes later, the two of them finished the scene, except for the affectionate kiss at the end. Susini was actually a little embarrassed to face such a handsome guy who was so calm in the face of danger. Mr. Han Xiao, why don't we try the kiss at the end? Han Xiao looked at the script calmly and said, no, we'll do it directly later. Susini wanted to say something but stopped. Do it directly? Was Han Xiao so serious when he was working? She wasn't ready yet. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Susini shook her head hurriedly. No problem. She hid her face under the script. The next kiss would be her first kiss, and she had always protected it well. Was she going to give it to Han Xiao in front of so many people today? Susini's heart suddenly jumped when she thought of this. No, she had to calm down. She looked up and stole a glance at Han Xiao. Her heart was racing. No wonder he was the idol of the entertainment industry. This man was so handsome, he was on par with Yi Yang. Wait, why did she think of that man at such an occasion? Even 10 Yangs couldn't compare to Han Xiao. After silently cursing that man 10 times in her heart, she adjusted her mood. Sini, Han Xiao, are you ready? Yes. The two put down the script at the same time and came to the set. The first scene was actually not easy to act out. The male and female leads were at each other's throats because of the Jiangnan flood. They each came up with their own strategies and did not give in. Susini had a lot of lines to refute this argument, and he also had a lot of requirements for his aura. He could not be weaker than Han Xiao, and he could not be stronger than Han Xiao. He had to create a feeling that they were at daggers drawn but were equally matched, and there was no winner or loser. Jiangnan is flooded, and there are many victims. The people have no way to make a living, and there are many hungry people. There are diseases everywhere. Your Highness, you don't want to help the victims and study the epidemic, but here you are talking to me about how to deal with the victims who trespassed into Chang'an? Susani frowned and looked up at Han Xiao. She didn't back down at all, and her words were aggressive, as if she was going to cut off all means of retreat. Cut, pass. Su Dao's face was full of excitement. After all, for a director, what could make him happier than passing a scene in one shot? He didn't choose wrong. Susani. Sini, Han Xiao, please prepare for the second scene. Susani thought about her performance just now. It should have been very good. She asked with the mentality of being praised, Teacher Han, was my performance just now okay? Han Xiao had also seen Susani's TV series, and he had heard that her acting was good, but now that he was facing her, he was still surprised. Susani's acting wasn't at the peak, but she shouldn't have been stuck in the role of second or third lead all these years. Only now did she get her first female lead role. With such acting skills, she should be the female lead. Not bad. What was it like to be praised by the Grand Slam Best Actor? It felt so good. Half an hour later, Susani and Han Xiao changed and prepared for the second scene. This was a scene of the hero saving the damsel in distress. The last kiss in the scene was the beginning of the relationship between the male and female leads. Susani changed into a torn and ragged dress. Because of the needs of the plot, the makeup artist put a lot of blush on her cheeks. Her eyes were full of seductive waves, trying to create the appearance of a woman who had been drugged. Susani staggered forward. In this noisy brothel, Susani tried her best to avoid the eyes of the crowd. Seeing that someone in front of her had noticed her, Susani was shocked. She turned her head and wanted to avoid it, but when she turned her head, she directly bumped into Han Xiao's chest. She looked up in shock. Han Xiao frowned and pulled her behind a pillar. He looked around and whispered in Susani's ear, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The tortured Susani's eyes were like silk. Her bright red lips were slightly open, and the sweet and warm breath she exhaled sprinkled on Han Xiao's Adam's apple, causing him to move up and down violently. Like a vixen. Han Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank. His palms, which were holding Susani's arms and waist, suddenly became sweaty. He knew that his next step was to lower his head and kiss her. Kiss her in this brothel that was filled with the smell of rouge, powder, and alcohol. But, when he came into contact with Susani's tear-filled eyes and slender waist, his heart started to beat violently uncontrollably. The physical fear made him release Susani's arms and take a few steps back, away from her. It was as if in Han Xiao's eyes, Susani was some kind of flood beast that he couldn't avoid. Cut, Su Dao took off his earpiece. Han Xiao, what's the matter? The staff at the scene looked at each other. It seemed like nothing had happened just now. Outside, the manager, who was breaking out in cold sweat, hurriedly apologized to Su Dao. I'm sorry, Su Dao, Han Xiao might be a little uncomfortable. This is just a kissing scene. We'll be done soon. Han Xiao, can you hold on for a while? Han Xiao waved his hand, took a deep breath, and said, sorry, let's use the stunt double. Stunt double? Susani, who was suddenly despised, looked at the stunt double in front of her, whose back view was somewhat similar to Han Xiao's, but whose face was ordinary. She didn't say anything for a long time. Not only Susani, but the staff of the film crew were also stunned. If it wasn't necessary, Su Siming's films would definitely not use a stunt double. Moreover, it was a kissing scene. Moreover, Han Xiao's professionalism was obvious in the industry. A kissing scene shouldn't be necessary, right? Could it be Han Xiao's refusal? To kiss Susani could only be because he saw Susani's arrogance in the afternoon and didn't want to have intimate contact with her. Apart from this reason, there was no other reason. Since Han Xiao hated Susani so much, there was going to be a good show to watch. Su Siming saw the look on Sini's face and knew that she wasn't in a good mood. Sini, why don't you use the stunt double as well? Susani wanted to say something, but hesitated. Okay. After finishing the last kissing scene with the stunt double, Han Xiao didn't say a word. His face was ashen as he left the set and went to the waiting room to rest. Han Xiao, what's going on? Didn't I go to the doctor with you before? The doctor said that you're almost recovered. You've also been in contact with other women before. Why are you still like this today? Han Xiao buried his head in his hands. After a long silence, he lifted his head. His eyes were red as he looked at his manager, Luo Jia, who had been with him for 10 years. He was at a loss. I don't know. If Han Xiao didn't know, Luo Jia wouldn't know either. He made a guess. Why are you so afraid of Susini? Is it because Susini slapped Li Hanqing today that you're repulsed by her? Han Xiao looked extremely upset. I really don't know. I don't think I'm repulsed by her. He just couldn't help but want to get closer to her. But once he had such a thought, he was so afraid that he just wanted to push her away. Just what? Han Xiao didn't say. Luo Jia sighed and went forward to hug Han Xiao. It's okay. Let's go see the doctor again. The door of the waiting room was half closed. When Susini returned to the hotel, she glanced inside and saw the two of them hugging intimately. The first thing Susini did when she returned to the hotel that night was to tell Anya about what had happened. What? Han Xiao actually pushed you away? But I heard that Han Xiao is quite friendly in the production team. How did you offend him? Me? Offend him? Susini thought for a moment. He probably saw me making things difficult for Li Hanqing this afternoon. But did he have to go that far? When I passed by the waiting room today, I even saw his manager hugging and comforting him. Why? Did he get hurt from kissing me? Manager? Are you talking about Luo Jia? Yes, that's him. The two of them hugged each other. Anya frowned and was silent for a moment. What's wrong? Anya hesitated. Do you know that Luo Jia is gay? Gay? Susini didn't come back to her senses for a moment. When she finally reacted, she exclaimed, Gay? Keep your voice down. How did you know? I'm the same as him. We're both managers. Who in the industry doesn't know about those rumors about him? If he's gay, then Han Xiao. Susini shook her head. He's definitely just comforting Han Xiao. Actually. Anya stammered. There are also rumors about Han Xiao and Luo Jia, but they're just rumors. There's no evidence. Then I might have seen the evidence tonight. Considering that Han Xiao didn't want to have any contact with her today, and that he would rather carry the Su Dao than kiss her tonight, Susini couldn't help but guess that Han Xiao really liked men. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. All these years, Han Xiao didn't have any scandals. The paparazzi had never taken any intimate photos of him with other women. He hated scandals. Could it be that he was really gay? Thinking of this, Susini covered her mouth and almost exclaimed. Although this kind of thing wasn't hard to find in the industry, if it got out, it would have a huge impact on Han Xiao's acting career. But it wasn't his fault that he had a sexual orientation. Are you sure it's the two of them? Of course I'm sure. I saw it clearly, okay? Susini thought about it and said, forget it, don't talk about it. So what if it's true or not? There's nothing wrong with liking someone. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Okay. By the way, did you know that there's something very interesting today? In order to divert attention, Susini told Anya everything that happened in the afternoon with Li Hanqing. On the other end of the video call, Anya trembled as she listened. That's how she should be treated. You don't know how arrogant Li Hanqing was when she stole your script. This kind of person does whatever she wants just because she has someone backing her. Don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about you. Susini smiled. I know you don't mean that, but I did have a good time today. After losing to that B***star Di Yang 3 times in a row, the anger that she held back was mostly dissipated by Li Hanqing. Who asked her to be so blind to have fallen into her hands on the first day? But don't be too proud. Li Hanqing will definitely use this matter to stir up trouble. Am I afraid of her? She had disappeared from those cheap magazines for too long and was anxious. If Li Hanqing could really add fuel to the fire, she would have to thank Li Hanqing. I know you're not afraid of her, but we have to be prepared to be slandered. Then I'll have to trouble you. When I get back, I'll give you a big red packet. I've been waiting for you to say that, boss. Okay, I still have an appointment tonight. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Susani laughed and scolded, forget your friends when you see a girl. After the video call ended, Susani shook her head and forced herself to drive the matter of Han Xiao out of her mind. After adjusting her state of mind, she looked at the time and calculated the probability that Yi Yang would be at home now. Today's incident with Li Hanqing, she couldn't let it go. Half an hour later, she made a video call. The first one was not picked up. Susani continued to call the second one. The second one was still not picked up. Susani persevered and called the third one. After 3 consecutive calls, Yi Yang picked up the video call. Looking at the floor-to-ceiling window behind Yi Yang, Susani knew that this person was still working in the study. What's the matter? Very good, he still looked like that. Susani sniffed and put her palm in front of the screen. Yi Yang, look, what's this? Through the screen, Yi Yang didn't know what she was up to. Palm. Look carefully. Yi Yang didn't want to continue playing riddles with her. There was a lot of work piled up tonight and he had to finish it as soon as possible. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Wait. Susani looked at him with a defeated expression. Can't you see that my palm is swollen? Yi Yang said. What's the matter? Just say it. Susani pointed at the swollen area in her palm and said, today was my first scene on set. It was a scene with Li Hanqing. Hubby, you know that Li Hanqing stole my role before, but I stole it back. Although the female lead was originally mine, Li Hanqing is really vicious. She has always hated me. This afternoon, during the scene, she wanted to slap me. Yi Yang looked at the sofa and asked, what does this have to do with your palm? It has a lot to do with it. Susani said eloquently. You weren't there, so you don't know. I was almost scared to death by Li Hanqing. Her face is really scary. Fortunately, I reacted in time and stopped her when she wanted to hit me. There were so many people watching, how could I be at a disadvantage? Also, Li Hanqing's acting is really bad. In order not to delay the progress of the filming, I kindly taught her how to act. I was too immersed in the scene and gave her a light slap. But I didn't expect her to be so thick-skinned. My palm is swollen now. Yi Yang was speechless. Susani always refreshed his bottom line. Susani deliberately raised her voice and said coquettishly, hubby, look, it hurts so much. Yi Yang was speechless. Aren't you going to comfort me? Today, talk to me nicely. Susani coughed twice. I suffered so much today. Aren't you going to comfort me? Yi Yang leaned back and tugged at his tie. Apply more ice packs. Can't you comfort me more? Drink more hot water. Bastard. Thank you, hubby, for comforting me. Hubby, I miss you. We've been apart for 2 days and I miss you. I really want to go back and see you, but Su Dao doesn't allow us to take leave at will. So, can you come and see me? Cough, cough. The sound of coughing came from Yi Yang's side. Susani trembled. It was old Mr. Yi's voice. Old Mr. Yi was also in the study. Did Grandpa hear everything they said just now? Yi Yang, that bastard, didn't remind her, he did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. Susani gritted her teeth. Yi Yang held back his laughter and said seriously, Susani, Grandpa is also here. Susani suddenly interrupted him. I know. I miss Grandpa too. Tell him that I'll go back and visit him when I have time. After saying that, she sighed and took a deep breath. Her mouth didn't stop moving and didn't give Yi Yang a chance to speak. I really didn't expect Li Hanqing to bully me this time. 2 days ago, when you said that you wanted to ban Li Hanqing, I put in a good word for her and stopped you. But I didn't expect her to be like this. Sigh, forget it. We used to be in the same company, so I won't argue with her. Hubby, don't think about banning her. She's actually quite a nice person other than being a little arrogant and domineering. Okay, hubby. Someone's calling me outside the door. I'll talk to you later. I'll hang up first. Love you, Mwax. After a series of swift operations, Susani simply and crudely hung up the video call. The phone screen went black. Old Mr. E, who was sitting on the sofa, listened to the whole process. His attention was attracted by Sini's last sentence. He immediately asked, Ban? Yang, what's going on? Yang looked at old Mr. E and said helplessly, Grandpa, let me explain, 7,200. Thick and long. Quick, praise me, hee hee. 50 red packets will be randomly dropped. Thank you for your support. Although it's a film crew acting, the process of the film will be like this chapter and won't be written in detail. In addition, there won't be any sexist elements in this story. Everyone, restrain yourselves. Wax. Thank you to the students who voted for me. You've spent a lot of money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine. Don't have money to spend on doubles 11. Yang is so cute. 1. Ever since Yang's father passed away in an accident, Old Mystery had basically raised Yang single-handedly. The Old Mystery had entrusted the future of the E family to Yang and devoted all his efforts to nurture him. Therefore, Old Mystery knew very well what kind of person he was. Seeing that Yang could take charge of the E clan on his own, Old Mystery retired and spent the rest of his life at home. He gave Yang sufficient power and no longer asked about the company's affairs. However, recently, when he was fishing with his old friends, he kept hearing the old guy's gossip. He said that Yang had invested 30 million in a drama for a certain female celebrity in the entertainment industry. His words were evasive and hinting at something. Of course, the old man could guess who this female celebrity was. Who else could it be other than Susani? Money did not matter. What the old man did not understand was that Yang had only married Sini because of a marriage contract. He did not have any feelings for Sini. During the 2 years he had been in the sanatorium on the mountain, the two of them had not spent much time together. There was no chance for them to develop feelings for each other. When he came back from the sanatorium, the two of them were stuck together like glue. They were as loving as a couple in love. Now, they had even spent 30 million yuan on Susani. The old man was very experienced. How could he not see that these two people were just putting on a show for his own body? Today, he came to talk to Yang mainly because of this matter. Grandpa, let me explain. Yang, who was played by Susani, said helplessly, I was just saying it casually. Just saying? You have to take responsibility for anything you say. If you can't take responsibility, don't say it casually. Yang nodded. Yes, Grandpa. I'll remember that. You're all grown up now and have your own ideas. I shouldn't interfere with you, but there's something I want to ask you. What are your feelings for Sini? Grandpa, she and I, don't pretend to be a loving couple in front of me, Old Mystery interrupted him. I'm not old enough to see that you two are acting in front of me. Yang was silent. Grandpa is old, and sometimes he's muddle-headed. When I asked you to marry Sini, I didn't consider your feelings. It's my fault. I hope you can forgive me. Grandpa only wants to ask you now, what exactly do you feel about Xianxia? If you don't love her, then you should make it clear to her as soon as possible and cut off her thoughts. Don't continue to tie her down and delay her. You want me to divorce her? This is a private matter between the two of you. Grandpa has no right to interfere. If a divorce can free the two of you, Grandpa will definitely agree. Don't underestimate me and think that I'm old and my body can't take any stimulation. What haven't I seen before? I can still handle such a small matter. Divorce, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Ever since Yang heard Susani's inner thoughts, he had deeply understood this saying. He recalled his unwavering determination to divorce her in the beginning. Now that he thought about it, that thought seemed to have disappeared. He had never seen a woman as noisy and dramatic as Susani. His boring life seemed to have an unprecedented experience. She wanted to divorce him so that she could keep young men as her mistress. This ugly woman had such beautiful dreams. Grandpa, I was busy with work in the past and neglected Sini. After spending some time with her, I calmed down and thought about it. I didn't do enough in the past. I'll try my best to make it up to her in the future. Make it up to her? Old Mystery was slightly stunned. You're not lying to me, are you? Why would I lie to you? Yang lied through his teeth. Ever since I found out about her inner thoughts, I realized that she's very good. She's completely different from other women, so don't worry. I'll cherish her in the future. When he said this, Yang's tone was sincere and his eyes were firm. He didn't seem to be lying. Old Mystery smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Of course I'm happy that you think so, but you can't force yourself to do anything. But since you've already said so, then let's see when it's better to make your relationship with Xianxia public. I've seen those groundless rumors about Xianxia online recently. She's your wife, so you should protect her and not let her get hurt. Yang knew that as long as he dared to disclose their relationship, Susini might start researching 100 ways to die from Detective Conan. I'll listen to Sini on this matter. Okay, then you can ask Sini another day. I think she'll be very happy. By the way, Sini just said that she misses you. If you have time, you should go to the place where she's filming and see her. I've seen her feelings for you all these years. She's perfect as a wife. You should learn how to be a husband. Go to the film studio to see her, Yang smiled. Of course. When I'm done with my work in 2 days, I'll definitely go to the film studio to see her. The filming of Phoenix Path was quite intense. It could be described as day and night. Everyone was suffering. Luckily, Susini was interested in acting. She knew her lines by heart. She never failed more than 5 takes. Occasionally, she had fun to pass the time. Therefore, she didn't feel tired at all. She made 23 NGs in one scene. She's really a talent. I can pick anyone in the crew and they can act better than her. I really have to hand it to director Su. Nowadays, anyone can join the crew to act. During Li Hanqing's 23 takes, Susini watched while eating sunflower seeds. From time to time, she would make sarcastic remarks to Li Hanqing. When Li Hanqing heard Susini's sarcastic remarks, she gritted her teeth in hatred. However, she was right. After failing so many takes, she couldn't take it anymore. When it came to Susini, Su Dao's feelings were like that of a form teacher towards a student who had good grades but didn't want to be disciplined. He loved and hated her, but he couldn't do anything about it. He only glanced at her, hinting for her to restrain herself and not go overboard. Nowadays, people aren't allowed to speak the truth? Fine, fine, fine. I won't say any more. Can you guys hurry up with the filming? I've been waiting for half an hour for this scene. Susini continued eating sunflower seeds. Hanqing, focus. If you forget your lines again, count them. Do the post-production dubbing, okay? Li Hanqing's eyes were hazy with tears. She nodded with an aggrieved expression. Susini rolled her eyes. She had Little White Flower's illness, but she didn't have Little White Flower's life. After Li Hanqing finished counting 5 times, Su Dao helplessly said, "Cut." She passed this line. A young hunk who was waiting for his scene in the filming area came over and struck up a conversation with Susini with a smile. "Teacher Su, my name is Xianxia. I have a scene with you later, but there's something I don't quite understand. I'd like to ask you for advice. Can you explain it to me?" Susini glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. He was bright and handsome, confident and bright. His palm-sized face had exquisite features. His skin was so soft that it looked like water was oozing out of it. His eyes were shockingly bright. He was the same age as the 2 boys that Anya had called over at the nightclub. Susini threw away the sunflower seeds in her hand. "Just call me Xianxia. You don't have to be so formal. What do you not understand?" Qinshu's eyebrows relaxed. He smiled and handed the script over. "Xianxia, I don't quite understand what kind of emotions I should have when I act out this part." Susini glanced at the circled section in Qinshu's script. "It's like this. Although the script doesn't explicitly state your psychology, it's obvious that the character you're playing has a love-hate relationship with me. You're burdened with a blood feud, but you're gradually attracted to me. You hate yourself for being so easily swayed. Think of it this way. It's like you have 2 personalities. One says she wants to kill me, while the other can't do it. Show the conflict between the character and the rage you feel after the conflict. That's about it." Xianxia seemed to have suddenly understood. I understand, Xianxia. Thank you for your advice. I would like to add you on WeChat. You're my senior. I don't know anything yet. If I encounter something I don't understand in the future, I'd like to ask you for advice. I wonder if you could. Sure. Susani generously took out her phone and added Xianxia on WeChat. Thank you, Xianxia. Don't worry, I won't disturb you too often. It's fine. Susani waved her hand casually. It's fine even if you disturb me too often. She took a deep breath. It was the scent of sunshine and hormones. Cini, Han Xiao, are you two ready for the next scene? Ever since Susani guessed that Han Xiao might be gay, Han Xiao was a little, how should she put it? She wasn't as bold as before. After all, his sexual orientation wasn't that of a woman. If she kept flirting, Han Xiao would probably feel disgusted. It was better to keep a distance. After all, he might be her boyfriend's manager. Luo Jia was watching from the side. Su Dao, can I use a stunt double for the scene between me and teacher Han Xiao later? Stunt double? Su Dao frowned. What stunt double? Susani pointed the script to him. Here, in the end, Qi Mingyue and Xiao Jingheng fall into the water together. The two of them hug each other intimately, and the identity of the female lead is exposed. The exciting female lead dressed as a man in a circus. Is there a problem with this plot? A stunt double? Su Dao, teacher Han Xiao already asked a stunt double for the kissing scene on the first day of filming. The female lead's body will be close to each other in this circus scene. It will definitely be uncomfortable. Call the stunt double over first, just in case teacher Han Xiao calls for it later. I'll be even more embarrassed. Su Dao could command anyone in the crew, but he was wary of Han Xiao, the best actor. After all, it was beyond his expectations that a heavyweight best actor like Han Xiao would agree to act in his TV series. Okay, then I'll ask the stunt double to wait. Han Xiao's makeup artist was touching up his makeup. He looked at the scene he was going to shoot later and frowned at the last scene. Luo Jia saw that he didn't look good and asked, "What's wrong? You still can't get used to it?" Han Xiao sighed. I'll try my best. If you can't, then let the stunt double do it. Han Xiao didn't say yes or no. He knew in his heart that he had to pass this stage today. It wasn't just because of his professionalism as an actor, but also because of his fear of women. He had to overcome it. All the crew members on the set were in position. Susani and Han Xiao stood by the pool that had been built. They were surrounded by green cloth that was used for post-production effects. Cini, are you ready? Yes. Where's Han Xiao? Susani was the closest to Han Xiao. He could see that Han Xiao didn't look too good at the moment. He took a deep breath and nodded at Su Dao. Okay, everyone, take note. We'll start shooting in 5 minutes. Everyone, check carefully. Han Xiao looked at the pool beside him and thought about the plot and the script. The last scene was when he jumped into the pool to save Qi Mingyue. Teacher Han Xiao, don't worry. I just told Su Dao that we'll use a stunt double for the last scene. Susani looked at him with a smile. Under her clear gaze, Han Xiao's heart was suddenly touched. He instinctively avoided Susani's eyes and secretly adjusted his breathing. No need. Susani looked at Luo Jia. Teacher Han, are you sure you don't need it? It's actually fine. If you don't want to have any intimate contact with me, we can use a stunt double. You don't need to force yourself. Susani was always gentle and patient when it came to good-looking people. During this time, everyone around Han Xiao who knew about his situation had been advising him to work hard to get through it. However, no one said that he didn't need to force himself. It was clearly winter. He was clearly nervous and at a loss for the intimate scenes, but Han Xiao felt unprecedentedly at ease under her clear eyes and gentle tone. That fear also seemed to lessen a lot. He forced himself to look at Susani. I'm an actor. This is what I should do. Okay. Li Hanqing finished filming but didn't leave. She stood to the side to watch the show. With Han Zhao's dislike of Susani these days, there would be a good show to watch in the following scenes. All departments, get ready. First scene of Phoenix Road, action. There were many assassins. Susini and Han Xiao fought with all their might. Arrows shot out from the shadows towards Han Xiao. In order to save Han Xiao, Susini suddenly pushed Han Xiao away. However, she was hit by an arrow and fell into the pool. Han Xiao beheaded the remaining assassins one by one. He jumped into the pool without hesitation and swam towards Susini. Susini's eyes were closed in the water. The arrow wound on her chest bloomed like a red flower in the water. Han Xiao struggled to open his eyes in the water. He looked at Susini, who was held in place by the staff, and his limbs gradually stiffened. The two were still in the water. What's going on? Su Dao, who was beside the camera, saw that Han Xiao was not moving forward and frowned. However, he saw from the camera that Han Xiao suddenly swam towards Susini. He held her in his arms and swam towards the light on the surface of the water. The two came out of the water. Cut, very good. Pass. It was early winter and the weather was cold. Susini and Han Xiao were both soaked. Their assistants brought them clean blankets. Han Xiao let go of Susini's hand as if he had been electrocuted. Are you okay? Susini shook her head. Sini, Han Xiao, today's scene is done. Okay, you two should hurry back to the hotel to take a shower and change. Don't catch a cold. At Director Su's command, the assistant escorted the two drenched people out of the set in a hurry. Li Hanqing saw that Susini's scene was successful and stomped her feet angrily. Su Dao was very satisfied with the result. Han Zhao's pause just now was like the finishing touch, making today's scene more interesting. Okay, that's it for today. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Let's pack up. The crew cheered and started to pack up their equipment to return to the hotel. Chen Yang, they're here to clean up the set. Pay them when they're done. Keep an eye on them. The stage supervisor named Chen Yang nodded. Okay, director. The 5 people who followed the stage supervisor started to clean up the set. The large logs and plastic boulders had to be moved out. These were props for the film studio and would be used by other crews tomorrow. Chen Yang stared from the side. Out of the 4, 3 of them were tall and strong workers. Only one of them was skinny. He silently carried the heavy log on his skinny shoulders and walked out. He was a fair and clean boy and was quite handsome. He looked familiar, but Chen Yang could not remember where he had seen him before. Half an hour later, the set was cleaned up and Chen Yang paid them 50 yuan each. Thank you for your hard work. Zhao Long, here's your pay. A man stood up. This is yours. Chen Xiao, this is yours. Zhu Yonghui, this is yours. Jiang Yan, Chen Yang asked him, have I seen you somewhere before? Jiang Yan looked down and shook his head silently. Maybe I saw wrongly. Chen Yang handed the 50 yuan to Jiang Yan. A pair of slender hands covered in scratches took the crumpled yuan. Jiang Yan looked around the empty set and silently left with the other 3 workers. At night, Susini finally returned to the hotel. After a shower, she lay comfortably on the bed. After a tiring day, she really did not have time to think about anything else. Just as she was about to fall asleep, her phone rang. Susini opened her eyes in a daze and picked up the phone beside her pillow. It was a photo sent by Chen Shu. It was so late, why was he looking for her? Susini opened WeChat. The moment she saw the photo, she woke up. Chen Shu sent a photo of himself with his upper body naked. His shoulders were wide, his waist was narrow, and his abdominal muscles were distributed in blocks. One look and one could tell that he was very powerful. But soon, the photo was taken down. Then, Chen Shu sent a message, sorry, Sini Jia, I sent it to the wrong person. Susini was silent for a moment. Then, a trace of disbelief appeared in her heart. This little fresh meat looked sunny and innocent, but he was very cunning. How could he send his nude photo to the wrong person? He did not delete it immediately after sending it to the wrong person and only did it 2 minutes later. Sure enough, no one in the entertainment industry was simple. Susini replied, it's nothing. Chen Shu replied again, Sini Jia, you're still awake? Did I disturb you, Susini? No. Chen Shu, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to complete that scene. Susani, you're very perceptive. Xianxia, let me treat you to a meal next time. I really want to thank you properly and ask you for more advice. Susani, I'm busy with the set recently. Let's talk about it when I'm free. Xianxia, okay, I'll take note of it. It's late now, you should rest early. Susani turned off her phone. This plot development was a little familiar. If she guessed correctly, was Xianxia going to recommend himself to her host, Yuri Yang's wife now? You can't do such things that ruin your image. Okay. Susani laughed. Look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of person? Don't worry, marriage is still sacred in my heart. I just feel that Xianxia is ambitious and scheming. We're just taking what we want. For some reason, Susani suddenly thought of Jiang Yan. That unlucky kid was hidden by Sky Entertainment. She didn't know where he went. Little I couldn't help but remind her, this person is obviously up to no good. He definitely wants to use you to climb up the social ladder. Wake up. You make it sound like I'm a good person. Don't worry, I know. Susani seriously thought about the photo that Xianxia had sent her by mistake. After I divorce Yang, maybe we can communicate with Xianxia, this little fresh meat. Feeling sleepy, Susani yawned, turned off her phone, and went to sleep. The next few days of filming were peaceful. Although Li Hanqing appeared in front of her from time to time and acted like a demon, Susani wasn't one to be taken advantage of. Every time she fought back, the relationship between the two became more and more intense. They were almost like fire and water. Susani was waiting for Li Hanqing to make a big move. Xianxia, have you heard? The investors of the film might come to the set today. Why are they coming to the set? Probably to see the progress of the set. Susani didn't take this to heart. After all, there were investors every year. Every time they came to the set, they just went through the process and took a look. Could it be that they could really pick out the thorns of the famous director and the Grand Slam Best Actor? However, what Susani didn't expect was that the investor and Li Hanqing were a little interesting. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the set was suspended. According to Su Dao, the investor of the film and television would come to the set to take a look. This time, it was the investor, President Sunday. President Sun had invested 10 million yuan and was considered a bigger investor. At the same time, he also came to the set to take a look on behalf of the other investors. President Sun, you're here. Although President Sun was rich, he was almost the same as all the fat middle-aged people. He was bald, had a big belly, and had no taste. It was very real. Susani looked at him critically. This person had the words "I'm rich" written all over his body. Su Dao, hello, hello. I didn't disturb you this time, did I? No, it's fine. That's good. When I was talking to Hanqing yesterday, I was still asking her about it. I was afraid that I would delay the progress of the set. President Sun looked around. Where's Hanqing? Everyone understood and didn't say anything. President Sun, I'm here. Li Hanqing walked out from the crowd with a smile. Li Hanqing didn't have any scenes today, so she put in a lot of money. She changed into a cheongsam that showed her figure and swayed on the road. Her makeup was exquisite, and she smiled as she walked to President Sunday. I've been waiting for you for a long time. President Sun smiled and introduced her to Su Dao. Su Dao, this is the child of one of my relatives. Please take care of her in the future. Investors always had a few relatives and nieces. Su Dao was already used to such things in the entertainment industry. Su Dao brought President Sun around the set, and Li Hanqing accompanied him. Su Dao, I've seen your set. I'm interested in the process of your acting. I wonder if you can direct a scene for me to see? Of course. Li Hanqing sat beside President Sun and smiled. President Sun, you don't know, but in our set, other than teacher Han, Xianxia's acting is the best. I've been learning from Xianxia. Why don't you let Su Dao direct a scene for Xianxia? You can watch, and I'll learn from him. Susani looked over. Li Hanqing, this little B*TCH, was looking for trouble for her. With a beauty beside him, how could President Sun not agree? He smiled and said, okay, then I'll have to trouble Su Dao. He was obviously making things difficult for her. Su Dao frowned and gave Susani a look that said, "Can you do it?" Susani said lazily, "I'm sorry, President Sunday. I'm not feeling well today. If you really want to watch a show, why don't you let Hanqing act? Her acting has improved very quickly recently. She used to NG 20 to 30 times, but now she only needs to NG 10 times to pass." Many people at the scene held back their laughter. "You." Li Hanqing frowned and said coquettishly to President Sun, "President Sun." President Sun patted the back of her hand and gave her a reassuring look. Okay, I understand." He said to Director Su, "Director Su, I didn't come here just because I wanted to. You know that the other investors don't have the time, so they asked me to come and take a look. After all, we've invested nearly 60 million. With such a large amount of money, you have to let us see the results and give us some confidence. What do you think?" The investors were on the left, and the actors were on the right. Su Dao was in a dilemma. Susani saw the situation and rolled her eyes at the cheating couple. "Okay, Su Dao, it's fine. I'll do it. Which scene should I direct?" "I'll do it," Han Xiao stood up and said, "it's the scene that Cindy and I are going to film." "Okay." Su Dao smiled. With Han Xiao around, President Sun and Li Hanqing wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. Li Hanqing looked at Han Xiao and secretly gritted her teeth. "Cindy, go and do your makeup and change your clothes first." Susani got up and walked out. The makeup artist followed beside her and looked at her worriedly. "Cindy Jia, that Li Hanqing is obviously looking for trouble with you. How can you really do it?" "What else can I do? This is my job." Su Dao said pass, so how can President Sun, a layman, have the cheek to say what's not good? Besides, I can't afford to offend the investor. That's true. A voice suddenly sounded. Even you can't afford to offend him? Who's that? Susani turned around. Yang was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He got out of the car and looked like a decent human being. His expressionless face was cold as ice, and he still looked the same as before. "Your investor daddy. 600. It's another day of hard work. Quick, praise me. I've been locked for a full 5 hours in the previous chapter. My heart was broken waiting for it to be unlocked. Thank you to the students who voted for me. You've spent a lot of money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, QWE1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, Yang is so cute. Heart 1118, Rainbow Candy, Warm Little Fox, Ukiyo-e, No Money on 1111. Chapter 30. The moment she saw Yang, Susani was extremely calm. She knew in her heart that she couldn't panic at a time like this. She first instructed the makeup artist to wait in the dressing room. Then, she walked up to Yang with a frown. "Why are you here?" His tone didn't seem to welcome Yang's arrival, and he even had some misgivings. "Weren't you the one who kept saying on the phone that you wanted me to visit you?" "What? Are you unhappy that I'm here?" After saying that, Yang gave his assistant, Zhao Ben, who was about to come over, a look. Zhao Ben understood tacitly and stood where he was. Susani looked at Yang's face that deserved a beating. She didn't know where she got her patience from. She was actually able to control herself and not find a stick to smash this bastard's head. "I don't usually see you being so proactive. Now that I've said that I miss you, you came over without saying a word. You're up to no good. You must be trying to harm me." "That's not what I mean." Susani's expression was anxious. She lowered her voice and quickly pulled him to a place where there was no one around. "Go to the hotel and wait for me. I'll ask the director for leave later and come to see you immediately." "Are you kidding me? If others know about my relationship with this dog of a man, I won't be able to live. Do we still need to hide when we meet?" Yang stood still. Susani forced a smile on her face and looked like she was doing this for his own good. She earnestly advised, "Hubby, I know you missed me, so you came to see me. But we haven't made our relationship public yet. There are people coming and going in the crew. If someone takes a picture of us, it will be troublesome." Yang lowered his eyebrows and looked at her. "It's no trouble. I know what you mean. You want to support me on set so that no one will dare to bully me in the future. But there are too many people on the internet who are jealous of me. They spare no effort to slander me, so my reputation has been bad. Hubby, I don't want to implicate you and cause you to be scolded by others. How about this, after I clear my name, we can openly tell everyone about our relationship, okay? Yang said to her meaningfully, I don't mind these things. I mind, you hear me? Dog man, I mind. Although he had already thought of 100 ways for Yang to die in his mind, Susani's face was still filled with gratitude. He was almost moved to tears by Yang's words and emotionally said, but I mind. I've tasted the feeling of being scolded by others. I don't want you to suffer with me. If I implicate you, Grandpa will. Grandpa won't mind. Susani corrected herself. Even if Grandpa doesn't mind, Mom will. Mom has been saying that she wants to come to the film studio to see you. She has changed her opinion of you. I think she won't mind. With that, Yang pretended to walk in. Susani anxiously grabbed his arm with both hands. Her lower body was as steady as a rock and as stable as Mount Tai. Yang turned around and looked at her with a pair of puzzled eyes. Susani racked her brains to come up with an excuse. Don't, that's not good. It's like this. The people on set are all very kind. They are actually quite nice to me. I get along well with them. Your visit will expose our relationship. Who are you? You are the CEO of the Yi clan. Yang watched her performance. As if his conception and governing vessels had been opened, Susani had an idea. She praised him non-stop. You have managed the Yi clan so well at such a young age. You are a famous person in a city. Who doesn't respect you and give you face? If they find out that I'm your wife, they won't get along with me as well as they did before. They'll be more cautious. It'll be uncomfortable to work with Mrs. Yi on one side and Teacher Sue on the other. In the end, she asked him, don't you think so? So, you don't want our relationship to be public? I already said that it's not that I don't want to. It's just that now is not the right time. Susani hugged his arm and swayed back and forth like a retarded child. Her voice was so coy that it gave her goosebumps. Hubby, listen to me just this once, okay? When Yang heard her deliberately speaking in such a tone, he felt uncomfortable all over. With a look of disgust, he pulled his arm out of her hands. Okay, I understand. Susani sighed in relief. Then wait for me at the hotel. I will be right back. No need. Yang pretended to walk towards the set. Susani suddenly grabbed him. What are you doing? If that D*MN man insists on killing me today, I'll take him down with me. Yang looked at her helplessly and said, as an investor, can't I come to the set? To take a look? Susani loosened her grip on his clothes. Excuse me, I didn't know you were an investor. No, when did you invest? Yang smoothed the corner of his clothes that Susani had wrinkled. It has nothing to do with you. How much did you invest? 30 million. 30 million? Evil capitalist, throwing out 30 million without even blinking. Wait, 30 million, Susani seemed to have been enlightened. She tightened her grip on him and looked at him pitifully as if she had been greatly wronged. Hubby, someone inside is bullying your wife. Who dares to bully you? Susani nodded fiercely. It is one of your investors. I heard that he has invested a lot of money and is Li Hanqing's sugar daddy. He came to the set today to avenge Li Hanqing and deliberately made me act for him. Later, he will definitely pick on me and embarrass me. Hubby. Susani twisted her body like a fried dough twist. Yang pointed at her forehead and gestured for her to move further away from him. Speak properly. Susani's expression changed in a second. You have to help me later. If he slaps my face, it is the same as slapping your face. If he makes things difficult for me, you will buy his company and let him be the king of Tianliang. Yang was so angry that he almost laughed. What are you thinking about all day long? Are you done? Susani was fearless. If you don't help me, I will tell Grandpa that you did not help me when others bullied me. Yang turned around and left expressionlessly. At the set, CEO Sun and Li Hanqing sat together and talked very intimately. There were a few laughs from time to time. Su Dao reminded Han Xiao, you and Cindy should be ready for this scene later. Let's try to get it done in one shot. He looked in CEO Sun's direction. They are not friendly. Tell Cindy to be careful. Han Xiao had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and had interacted with all kinds of people. He could tell the relationship between CEO Sun and Li Hanqing at a glance. Moreover, during this period of time on set, Li Hanqing had been trying to please him from time to time. Occasionally, she would deliberately knock on his door at night. She was wearing revealing clothes and her intention was obvious. It was annoying. Such a woman, no matter how good she was at pretending in front of outsiders, would show the hypocrisy and greed in her eyes. He lowered his head slowly. I will be careful later. Seeing Su Dao and Han Xiao studying the script, Li Hanqing's smiling face suddenly fell and she sighed. What's wrong, baby? They were in public. If they were in a private space, CEO Sun would have already hugged Li Hanqing. Li Hanqing pretended to be worried. Nothing. I just feel that people nowadays are too flattering. It's boring. Flattering? CEO Sun looked in Su Dao's direction. Did they bully you? No, don't think too much. I'm already here. What else do you have to worry about? Other than Susini, whom you mentioned on the phone last night, tell me, who else bullied you? I'll deal with them for you today. Li Hanqing looked at CEO Sun happily. Then, she seemed to have some concerns. CEO Sun, don't be so nice to me. I'm just a C-list celebrity. I'm already very grateful to you for taking care of me and getting the role of the third female lead in this drama. Don't get into a conflict with them because of me. There were beauties acting coquettishly, and there were also beauties being considerate. The man instantly became an animal that thought with his lower body. Baby, my heart aches when I see you like this. Don't be afraid. If anyone bullies you, just tell me. I'll stand up for you. Li Hanqing looked at CEO Sun with melancholy. Actually, no one bullied me. Cindy Jia's words are usually unpleasant, but her temper is like that. I shouldn't have provoked her. I just feel that my acting skills are not that bad. But Su Dao always makes me NG 20 to 30 times before I pass. I've become a joke for no reason. Okay. I'll talk to Su Dao later and ask him not to make things difficult for you. Really? Of course. And that Susini, I'll definitely stand up for you today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang walked in from outside and happened to hear CEO Sun's bold words in front of the beauty. CEO Sun, you're so impressive. CEO Sun looked in the direction of the voice. When his gaze landed on Yang, the surprise in his eyes deepened. He hurriedly stood up. President Yi, why are you here? Su Dao was attracted by CEO Sun's voice. He had the honor of meeting Yang once before the filming started. He had a good impression of this rich third generation who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He knew that this big investor had never been involved in the entertainment industry. His extravagant spending had really surprised Su Dao for a long time. President Yi, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? Su Dao stepped forward and generously shook Yang's hand. Yang looked around and sat down unceremoniously on the chair that the staff had brought over. He was not reserved at all and was as relaxed as if he was in his own territory. He leaned back in the chair and looked at the people standing around him with an indifferent expression. His eyes were engraved with a sense of alienation that kept people thousands of miles away. If Susini saw this, she would probably scold him for being pretentious again. I'm just here to take a look. I don't think I'm disturbing Su Dao's filming, right? A staff member brought over a glass of water, but Zhaobin rejected it. Sorry, our boss doesn't drink. Su Dao smiled. Of course not. Yang looked at CEO Sun and asked knowingly, CEO Sun is also here? CEO Sun smiled. Like President Yi, I'm also here to check on the progress of the filming. If I had known that President Yi was coming, I would have definitely waited for President Yi to come along. Yang did not comment. Li Hanqing saw Yang and immediately blushed. There was no harm without comparison. Which beautiful woman did not love handsome men? CEO Sun was bald and had a big belly. He was a businessman who had suddenly become rich and reeked of money. On the other hand, Yang was not inferior to Han Xiao just based on Yang's looks and figure, not to mention the Yi clan that had monopolized many industries. Li Hanqing was secretly delighted. Luckily, she had dressed up well today. With her looks and figure, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for her to capture a man's heart? If she really got into the good graces of this famous President Yi, wouldn't she have anything she wanted in the future? Thinking of this, the blush on her face deepened. Hello, President Yi. My name is Li Hanqing. I've admired you for a long time. It's an honor to meet you here today. Her tone was soft and gentle as she sent flirtatious looks. But in Yi Yang's eyes, he was just imitating Dongshi and making a fool of himself. He was not even a fraction of Su Xinyi. Yi Yang looked at the slender finger that was sent over and ignored it. He said to Su Dao as if nothing had happened, Su Dao, don't worry about me. You guys go about your business. Li Hanqing froze on the spot and awkwardly retracted her hand. No one cared about her awkwardness. Su Dao said, CEO Sun said that he wanted to watch the filming. We're all waiting for Xinyi to come over with her makeup done. Yi Yang glanced coldly at CEO Sunday. CEO Sun seems to be in a good mood. CEO Sun was also a sly old fox in the business world. He was good at reading people's expressions. He was puzzled. He didn't offend Yi Yang, so why did he feel that he had bad intentions? President Yi, let me introduce you. These are the staff members of our production team. These are the actors in our production team. This is the male lead of our production team, Han Xiao. Yi Yang glanced at Han Xiao through the crowd. As if he sensed something, Han Xiao raised his head and looked over in the direction of Yi Yang's gaze. Their gazes met and intertwined in midair, setting off a storm of lightning. Yi Yang got up and walked over to Han Xiao as he said, there's no need to trouble Su Dao to introduce us. I've heard of this Mr. Han. He bought a house in Yipin Lanting some time ago. I heard from my subordinates. I've heard a lot about Mr. Yi. The two of them shook hands expressionlessly. They were obviously two people who had never met each other before. However, it felt like they were enemies who hadn't seen each other in years. Yi Yang sized up Han Xiao calmly. He thought of the kissing scene, nude scene, and passionate scene that Su Xinyi had been looking forward to. He narrowed his eyes and the dark emotions in his eyes intensified. Just as Yi Yang was sizing up Han Xiao was also sizing up Yi Yang. Although men didn't have a woman's sixth sense, Han Xiao was still keenly aware of Yi Yang's malice towards him. Thinking about it carefully, this was the first time he had met Yi Yang. He had never offended him before. Why would Yi Yang have such undisguised malice towards him? This unknown malice made him subconsciously reject the man in front of him. There was no reason to hate him. The people around them fell silent. Just as the two of them were in a stalemate, a gentle voice came from the set. Su Dao, I'm ready. The two of them suddenly let go. Xinyi, you're here? Let me introduce you. This is the main investor of our show, Mr. Yi. Su Xinyi had a strange smile on her face that said, I don't know you at all. She tried her best to distance herself from Yi Yang. Hello, Mr. Yi. Yi Yang glanced at Su Xinyi's ancient costume. Her long hair was spread out behind her head, and there were pearls and jade hairpins in her hair. The gorgeous ancient costume wrapped around her slim waist well. As she walked, the hem of her skirt spread out, and she was as graceful as a willow in the wind. This D*MN man is so fascinated by me. He must be attracted by my beauty. Yi Yang came back to his senses. Hello. Mr. Yi, please sit for a while. I still have to tell Xinyi and Han Xiao about the scene later. Coincidentally, the scene between Su Xinyi and Han Xiao today was quite ambiguous. It was the scene where Han Xiao's character was saved by Su Xinyi, and Su Xinyi took care of him. And at the end of the scene, there was a passionate kiss. Of course, they didn't kiss. It was said beforehand that all the kissing scenes would be staged. The crew on set was ready. Director Sun and Yi Yang sat in front of the monitor screen and watched Su Xinyi and Han Xiao on set. Su Xinyi walked in with a bowl of medicine and sat by Han Xiao's bed. She tested the temperature of the medicine in the bowl and wanted to wake Han Xiao up to drink the medicine. However, Han Xiao was unconscious, and the medicine couldn't be fed. After serious consideration, Su Xinyi angrily took a sip of the medicine. She pinched Han Zhao's chin, leaned over, and was about to feed the medicine to Han Xiao mouth to mouth. Yi Yang, who was behind the monitor screen, frowned. His face was gloomy, and he pulled the tie around his neck. His face was full of displeasure. His assistant, Zhao Ben, looked at his boss's expression and knew that she must have made him unhappy. He looked at the screen and suddenly remembered the rumor that Su Xinyi was being kept by a big shot. He was shocked, as if something he had guessed for a long time had been confirmed. He lowered his head. At the set, Su Xinyi and Han Zhao's lips were only a millimeter away. Just as their lips were about to touch, Han Xiao woke up. The two of them looked at each other, and for a moment, they were stunned. Su Xinyi seemed to realize something and suddenly got up. Han Xiao ignored his injuries and grabbed Su Xinyi's wrist, knocking over the medicine in her hand. "Don't go." His voice was weak and dry. "Why did you save me?" Han Xiao exerted force, and Su Xinyi was caught off guard and fell back into Han Zhao's arms. An urge to push Su Xinyi away spread in Han Zhao's heart like ripples on the surface of water. But under Su Xinyi's clear and panicked eyes, he held back his fear. Feelings gradually arose. Han Xiao suddenly pressed Su Xinyi down on the bed. Su Xinyi looked at Han Xiao in horror and expectation. In front of the camera, Yi Yang clenched his fists. "Jing Heng. Don't." His words stopped abruptly. The camera was pulled very long, and in that shadow, there seemed to be a passionate kiss that was half hidden. "Cut," Su Dao smiled and said, "Very good, pass." Su Xinyi got up from Han Zhao's body, afraid that the intimate contact just now had made him unhappy. "Teacher Han, I'm sorry for offending you just now. Are you okay?" Han Xiao waved his hand. "I'm fine." Yi Yang's eyes were even gloomier. Su Dao smiled and looked at the two investors. "President Yi, President Sun, what do you think?" President Sun sized up the situation and didn't speak for a while. Instead, he looked at Yi Yang's expression and asked for his opinion. "President Yi, what do you think?" Yi Yang looked at Su Xinyi with a frown and didn't speak. His expression was very ugly. His originally unsmiling face was now cold and didn't look like he was satisfied with this scene. President Sun suddenly understood. "I don't think it's very good." He shook his head and picked at the thorn. "Before coming here, I heard that although Miss Su's reputation online is bad, her acting is good. But after seeing it just now, it's not very good. It's just SOSO. The rumors can't be heard." Su Dao didn't expect President Sun to really dare to say that, so he had to be patient and ask, "I don't know what made President Sun dissatisfied?" President Sun pretended to shake his head and sigh. "I'm a layman and don't understand these things. But I just don't think it's good and can't get into character. I say, Su Dao, with Miss Su's acting skills, you can pass it in one take. Why does our haunching have to NG so many times? You're not bullying our haunching, are you?" Su Dao's expression didn't look good either. He replied stiffly, "Why would I?" President Sun said meaningfully, "You know very well whether I would or not. But from what I see now, I'm afraid my 10 million yuan has gone down the drain. Miss Su's acting skills really don't make me feel assured." Han Xiao had been in the entertainment industry for a long time and had interacted with investors and directors countless times. When he heard what President Sun said, he didn't hold back at all. "If even Xinyi's acting can't make President Sun feel assured, I don't think you can find another actress in the entertainment industry that can make you feel assured." President Sun couldn't swallow his pride after being rebutted in public, but he also knew Han Zhao's weight. He didn't flare up in public and continued to make things difficult for Su Xinyi. "Since Mr. Han approves of Miss Su's acting skills so much, how about this? Miss Su, you can perform a few more scenes for us to see. Let us see Miss Su's true ability. I think Miss Su wouldn't mind, right?" Li Hanqing added fuel to the fire in a reasonable manner. "Xinyi Jia, President Sun is straightforward and doesn't have any bad intentions. After all, he invested 10 million yuan in this drama. It's not a small amount, so please be understanding. Although he's not an expert, he's still an audience member. Isn't our drama for the audience to watch? If the audience says it's bad, then it's definitely bad. Why don't you perform a few more scenes for President Sun to see?" Su Dao put on a fake smile. "It takes some time to put on makeup. I'm afraid it'll take up President Sun's time. How about this, Miss Sue, you don't have to put on makeup. You look pretty like this. I've seen many historical dramas, and the women in the brothels look like this. Why don't Miss Sue perform an impromptu dance? When Yang heard this, he raised his head and looked coldly at President Sun. His gaze was eerily cold, revealing an undetectable coldness and hostility. His cold facial features seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. The atmosphere dropped to a freezing point, and no one spoke. Eunuchs only know how to stand up for their prey. This dog of a man just watched indifferently from the side as I was bullied. What kind of man is he? He's worse than a eunuch. I've long known that dog of a man is unreliable. I still have to do it myself. Susani sat down at the side as if nothing had happened. She spoke bluntly, I'm sorry, my words are unpleasant. President Sun, since you know that you're a layman, don't make blind comments in front of an expert. Su Dao and I were very satisfied with the scene just now, but you said that my acting wasn't good. President Sun, if your eyesight is bad, you have to wear glasses when you go out. If you don't know anything, don't make blind comments. If you don't know anything, you'll be mocked. Moreover, you said that you're the investor of this drama, and you've already invested 10 million yuan. You're being picky here and now, and you even want me to perform a few more scenes and dance. Forgive me for being blunt, but are you worthy? It's just 10 million yuan, and you still have the cheek to talk nonsense in front of me. Investor? Don't make a fool of yourself with a 10 million yuan investment in front of me. I don't care for that little bit of pocket money. I've seen many people like you. Who do you think you are to point fingers in front of me? Yang, who was about to speak, Su Dao, who wanted to shirk responsibility for Susani, Han Xiao wanted to say something, but stopped himself. The actors and crew present were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Although they had seen Susani's mouth in the past few days, they didn't expect her to be so blunt in front of the investor. Su Dao also didn't expect that Susani would dare to speak to him like that in front of so many people. He was so angry that he trembled. His tone changed. Susani, do you know what you're saying? Su Dao, is this the actress in your production team? Director Sun pointed at Susani and questioned Su Dao sternly. Su Dao, I invested 10 million yuan in your drama because I trusted you. But look at the female lead you found. Her acting skills aren't that good, and her online reputation is terrible. But she's quite good at talking. Do you know that even now, there are fans on the official Weibo who are boycotting this drama because of Susani? This Susani is clearly a waste of money. I can't afford to use a female star like her. Only you insisted on using her. I'll explain this to Director Xiao when I get back. If you can't handle this matter well, then we'll have to consider withdrawing our investment. A female star like me? What kind of me? Or does Director Sun think that your relative's child, Li Hanqing, is more suitable for the role of the female lead? After Susani finished speaking, it suddenly dawned on her. I forgot. When I was still at Sky Entertainment, the company asked me to give the female lead role to Li Hanqing. I think it was your idea, Director Sunday, so what's the use of marrying a dog man? He won't care about you, take care of you, and stand up for you at critical moments. Women, it's better to rely on yourself than on heaven and earth. No one spoke at the filming site. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After being humiliated by Susani in public, Li Hanqing was so angry that her nose was crooked. She looked at Director Sun with tears in her eyes. How could Director Sun take it? Su Dao, this is the female lead you chose. If you don't replace Susani today, I'll withdraw my investment. After speaking, he said to Yang, President Yi, you heard it too. This is Susani's attitude towards us. Replace the female lead? Yang looked at Director Sun coldly. Then, do you have a female lead in mind, Director Sun? Hearing Yang's words, Director Sun took it for granted that Yang was also dissatisfied with Susani. He pulled Li Hanqing's hand and said, I have confidence in Hanqing's acting skills. Before Li Hanqing could squirm, she heard Susani's ridicule. So the good acting skills that Director Sun was talking about are people like Li Hanqing who can't even remember their lines after 20 or 30 NGs. Director Sun's taste is unique. I really don't deserve Director Sun's praise. Susani looked at Li Hanqing from head to toe. She looked at her with disdain and said, "Those who don't know will think that Miss Li is in the crew of the Republic of China. Who in our crew doesn't wear ancient costumes all day long? Who are you wearing a cheongsam for in broad daylight? If Director Sun wants to withdraw his investment, that's not a problem. Su Dao, I'll invest as much as Director Sun withdraws. Don't worry, I still have that little pocket money, and I'm very confident in my acting skills." Yang felt that there was no need for him to appear here. Susani didn't need him. She could handle the whole scene alone. NG 20 or 30 times? Yang sneered. He looked at Li Hanqing from head to toe and quickly looked away. "I don't agree with Director Sun's taste. 2 days ago, I was talking to Director Xiao about a collaboration. Director Xiao recommended Director Sun's products to me. Now, it seems that the collaboration will have to be carefully considered. This. Director Sun didn't expect Yang to take advantage of this situation. He had spent a lot of effort to establish a partnership with the Yi clan. He immediately became anxious. President Yi, these are two different things. If you don't believe me, you can ask Hanqing to put on a show for you. NG 20 or 30 times is pure nonsense. Su Dao, is that nonsense? Su Dao laughed. It's not as exaggerated as 20 or 30 times as outsiders say. It's only 10 or 20 times. Hanqing's acting is not bad. She just needs to work harder. Susani didn't hide her sneer. Yang said to Su Dao, Director Sun is right about one thing. You should be more careful when choosing actors for your show. Director Sun's face lit up. Yang continued, for someone like Li Hanqing who NG 20 times, she's just wasting everyone's time. Director Sun's face turned pale. Director Sun, every industry has its own standards. I'm not an expert, so I can't easily judge an actor's acting. However, Su Dao has been directing for many years. I believe in his judgment and professionalism. Also, I have confidence in Miss Su's acting. If she wasn't acting just now, I would have thought that Miss Su was really attracted to this Mr. Han. He looked at Susani with an unreadable expression. Susani looked away guiltily. Since Yang said that, Director Sun knew that he had misjudged. Yang's expression just now clearly showed that he was unhappy with Susani. Why was he speaking up for Susani now? But no matter what, he couldn't offend Yang here today. He had to sacrifice the rook to save the king. He laughed and said, President Yi is right. Every industry has its own standards. President Yi's standards are high, unlike me. I don't know much about television recently. I misspoke. Susani purposely asked, oh? So Director Sun finally thinks that my acting is good and Li Hanqing's is bad? Li Hanqing secretly tugged at Director Sun's sleeve, but Director Sun brushed her away. Of course, Hanqing still needs to practice her acting. Her NGs will delay the progress of the production team. Learning is not something that can be done in a day. If this continues, I'm afraid it will delay the progress of the entire production team. Director Sun, Hanqing is your relative. Why don't you go home and hire a teacher to give Hanqing a few more lessons? When her acting improves, you can arrange a few more roles for her. What do you think? Director Sun's expression couldn't be described as ugly. Li Hanqing immediately said angrily, Susani, what do you mean? Are you trying to chase me away? Let me tell you, I signed a contract with the production team. Who do you think you are? You still want me to leave? Yang looked at Director Sun with a dead look. Director Sun hurriedly smiled and said, of course. I definitely can't delay everyone's progress. Li Hanqing was in disbelief. Director Sun. That's enough. Director Sun scolded in a low voice. Don't speak. Fortunately, Miss Li hasn't been in the production team for long. Her acting skills are poor and she only NGs a few scenes. After a newcomer joins the production team, she can catch up with the previous progress in 2 days. Susani smiled and stood up. I still have to shoot the next scene later. I won't accompany you guys. CEO Sun was filled with anger and did not want to stay any longer. CEO E, I've seen you at work today. It's getting late and I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. When are you free? I'd like to meet you alone to discuss our collaboration. Yang was concise and didn't give a definite time or answer. We'll talk about it later. Director Sun secretly scolded himself for losing the big picture for the sake of the woman beside him. He would probably have to spend a lot of effort on the collaboration. At the same time, he was a little annoyed by Li Hanqing. Then I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he left Li Hanqing behind and left in a hurry. When Li Hanqing saw that her backer had left, she immediately stomped her feet and cried as she chased after him. Seeing that she had left, Yang unconsciously rubbed the wedding ring on his ring finger. The staff who were secretly watching on the side dispersed. Susani swayed her waist as she walked over. President Yi, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to end this. Yang raised his eyebrows and pretended to be polite with her. Miss Su, you're welcome. If you really want to thank me. He took a room card from his assistant, Zhao Ben, and handed it to Susani. I'm very interested in Miss Su and plan to stay here for the night. So, I wonder if I have the honor of inviting Miss Su to my room for a chat. His tone was flirtatious. The small card was the center of attention. I knew he was up to no good and wanted to harm me. Bastard, you'll definitely die tonight. Susani declined politely. I heard that Mr. Yi is already married. A man and a woman living together in the same room. I'm afraid that your wife will misunderstand. Yi Yang smiled. Miss Su misunderstood. I have an appointment with Su Dao tonight for a chat. Susani laughed dryly. So that's how it is. Yi Yang suddenly got up and looked down at her. Dad's leaving. Susani had a smile on his face. Bastard, tonight, it's either you die or I die. Just you wait. I wrote 6,000 last night, but I wasn't satisfied. I've been revising it because I didn't want to be perfunctory, so I'm late. QAQ sorry, please forgive me, the comments will randomly drop 100 red packets to compensate everyone. Thank you for your support, thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you so much, thank you to the little angels who threw the grenade, 2 self-aware, 139757423, thank you to the little angels who threw the landmine, Manyo, 27223831, Ukiyo-e, Step, Life of Luxury, 39684238, Micron Under the Sun, Xianxia, Sumu, Yang is too cute. No money for 11, TDF? There was one tear fall deaf. After leaving the set, Yang stayed at the hotel where the crew was staying. There had been a lot of filming in the film city recently, so the hotel couldn't find any good rooms for the time being, so they booked a standard business room. Assistant Zhao Ben had been paying attention to his boss's expression, ready to take out another luxury suite if his boss was not satisfied. But unexpectedly, Yang didn't say anything. Return to the company at 10 tomorrow morning. Okay. Also, I don't want anyone to know that I'm here today. Facing his assistant who had been with him for 5 years, Yang said, Susani is my wife of 2 years. Zhao Ben was shocked. It was as he had guessed. But facing his boss, he remained calm and replied in a low voice, I know what to do. Yang nodded slightly. Zhao Ben left the room and closed the door behind him. Although the room was only a standard business room, there was a desk by the window and a sofa opposite the desk. The sofa extended out to a balcony, so it was quite spacious overall. Zhao Ben had already put the computer files and urgent documents on the desk. Looking at the time, Yang had nothing to do, so he sat behind the desk and worked on the documents. The clock on the wall went round and round until it was dark outside the window. Yang got up to move his stiff body and turned on the lights in the room. 7:30. The crew should have gotten off work at this time. Zhao Ben knocked on the door and asked if he wanted to order dinner. Yang thought about it and called Susani, but Susani didn't answer. Let's book a table first. Okay, 8 o'clock. Someone knocked on the door. Why are they here so soon? Yang raised his eyebrows, walked slowly to the door, and opened it. Su Dao was standing outside the door with a smile on his face. Yang was stunned for a moment and then invited him into the room. Thank you, President Yi, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to visit the set. I wonder if President Yi has any comments on the set after watching today? The two of them sat on the sofa. It's not my opinion. I'm not an expert. How can I criticize Su Dao's work? There was some unpleasantness this afternoon. I hope Su Dao doesn't mind. How could that be? I can't thank President Yi enough. Su Dao, don't worry about the investment. I've already told the crew that I'll invest as much as Director Sun has withdrawn. I won't let Su Dao have any financial worries. President Yi, you're exaggerating. Yi Yang lowered his head and rubbed the wedding ring on his ring finger. He twirled it and smiled mysteriously. I've watched a lot of TV dramas in the past, but this is the first time I've watched an actor act in a drama. Su Dao's drama seems to have a lot of ambiguous scenes. Su Dao smiled and said, romance is an essential element in TV dramas nowadays. Of course, there are a lot of them. Yi Yang nodded in agreement. After a while, he said, romance is an essential element, but ambiguity isn't. I think it's better to keep a certain distance between actors. Otherwise, why would the crew prepare a stunt double? President Yi, you might not understand this. The stunt double prepared by the crew is used when the actors are unable to perform a certain professional action. These intimate scenes. Su Dao inadvertently saw the wedding ring on Yi Yang's ring finger. He paused and was stunned for a long time. Connecting everything that had happened today and what Yi Yang had just said, he seemed to have understood something, but at the same time, he couldn't quite understand it. President Yi, you mean? Su Dao, there are some things that don't make sense if they're explained too clearly, Yi Yang said. I don't like to see Miss Su act in intimate scenes with other men. I hope that Su Dao can use a stunt double for those scenes. A certain truth was on the verge of being revealed. Su Dao was a person who liked to listen to gossip. He knew all the gossip in the entertainment industry that outsiders didn't know about. However, he had never heard that Susani was married. Moreover, it was to Yi Yang. No, he seemed to have vaguely heard a rumor before that the boss of the Yi clan had been secretly married for 2 years to a female celebrity in the entertainment industry. From the looks of it, it wasn't as if there was no news at all. There were still traces that could be followed. Therefore, it wasn't without reason that Yi Yang stood up for Susani on set today. This also completely solved something that Su Dao didn't understand. Susani had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and had offended many celebrities. How could she still get such generous resources time and time again? It turned out that she had the Yi clan behind her. This? Su Dao hesitated. Yi Yang said slowly, the quality of a TV series doesn't depend on a few intimate scenes, right? Su Dao pondered for a moment. His eyes fell on the wedding ring on Yi Yang's ring finger. In the end, he compromised with a smile and said, President Yi is right. The quality of a TV series doesn't depend on a few intimate scenes. Don't worry, I know what to do. Thank you, Su Dao. It's nothing. After chatting with Su Dao for a while, Yi Yang looked at the time with an impatient look on his face. Su Dao instantly understood. President Yi, don't worry. It's troublesome to remove makeup in ancient costumes. Originally, when director Su saw Yi Yang pass the room card to Susani on set this afternoon, he felt that something bad was going to happen. He thought that Susani was involved in the unspoken rules. He didn't expect that Susani would invite him. Now that he knew the relationship between the two, there was no need for him to continue to be a third wheel. President Yi, it's getting late. I have something to do on set, so I have to go now. If I have time in the future, I will treat President Yi to a meal and we can have a good chat. Yi Yang didn't ask him to stay. He just nodded and said, okay. After Su Dao left, Yi Yang waited for half an hour. It was 9 o'clock, but Susani still hadn't arrived. Did she need an hour to change? Yi Yang calmed down and called her, but she still didn't pick up. He had specially come to see her, but she had been dilly-dallying for a long time. He didn't know what she was doing. His phone rang. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and took a look at his phone. His brows instantly furrowed. Boss, the meal we ordered, wait. His voice was cold as ice. He wanted to see when exactly Susani would arrive today. Zhaobin didn't dare to ask further. After waiting for another half an hour, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, the strong smell of alcohol wafted out. Yi Yang subconsciously held his breath and looked at the person outside the door with his brows tightly knitted. Susani stood alone outside the door. His cheeks were flushed, and his red lips were unconsciously slightly parted. Coupled with his rapid breathing, even his chest was heaving up and down. He looked at Yang with misty eyes. The corners of his mouth hooked up in a seductive arc. The corners of his eyes and eyebrows were charming and delicate. Had she been drinking? Yang sized her up quietly. I'm here. Where's Sudao? Susani took a step forward as if he wanted to stretch his head into the room to take a look. However, he seemed to have drunk too much and his body was out of his control. He only wanted to move his head, but he didn't expect his head to be so heavy that he staggered forward and fell forward. Throwing herself at him, Yang quickly reached out and held her, preventing her from falling to the ground. He didn't like alcohol, and he didn't like the smell of alcohol. Back then, Yang's father was unfortunately killed in a car accident. It was said that the other party's driver was drunk and caused the tragedy. Therefore, he rarely drank in recent years. Even at the table, he didn't drink much. At his position, no one dared to force him to drink if he didn't want to. She fell into Yang's arms. The smell of alcohol on Susani's body was even stronger. Together with the smell of her usual perfume, there was a strange smell that was not unpleasant. Are you drunk? Susani casually grabbed Yang's necktie and used it as leverage to stabilize himself. Yang, who was caught off guard, almost suffocated from Susani's grip. Susani. Susani covered her mouth. She looked at Yang apologetically and said, I'm sorry. I'm a little dizzy and can't stand properly. Yang tore off his tie and threw it on the ground before closing the door. There was a deafening bang. Susani trembled and jumped in shock. The room was empty. All the lights were turned on, and the room was as bright as day. Susani glanced around and asked him curiously, why is your room so small? It's smaller than the bathroom at home. Where's Sudao? He went back first when you didn't come. Yang looked at her. His eyebrows were furrowed so tightly that they could kill a fly. Why are you drinking so late at night? Susani's brain was a little slow. She paused for a while and seemed to remember something. I was looking for you for something. Has Sudao left? He's gone. Susani stood rooted to the ground. She was confused. Forget it. It's good that he's gone. Yang looked at her. She seemed to have drunk a lot. He poured a glass of water for her. Why are you looking for me? Susani didn't take it. She just looked at the glass of water. She seemed to be thinking about what the glass of water was. Seeing her like this, Yang could only stuff the glass of water into her hand. Susani held the glass of water and suddenly remembered something. I remember now. I'm here to have a baby with you today. After chatting with Sudao for half an hour, Yang, who had poured himself a glass of water, spat it out. Some of the water entered his windpipe, causing him to lower his head and cough nonstop. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? Susani looked at Yang, who was bent over and coughing nonstop. She smiled and took a few steps back. Then, she sped up and rode on Yang's back. Yang was still gasping for air. He almost fell to the ground when Susani pounced on him. Fortunately, he was able to stabilize himself and hold on to Susani, who was on his back. Susani! Get down from me first. I won't. Susani wrapped her arms around his neck and refused to let go. Grandpa said that he wants us to have a baby as soon as possible. How dare you not listen to Grandpa? Yang tried to catch his breath. When he heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. You're not drunk, are you? You're pretending to be drunk again, aren't you? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Susani loved to pretend to be innocent in front of him. Now, she was pretending to be drunk to prank him. She had thought it through quite thoroughly. Was she so sure that he wouldn't lay his hands on a drunk person? Okay. Come down first. Come down and we'll have a baby. Susani, who was riding on Yang, was stunned. She hugged Yang's neck and rested her chin on his right shoulder. She tilted her head and looked at him doubtfully. You really want to have a baby with me? Of course. He paused, thinking that he could hear Susani's insincerity, but, 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds later. Everything was silent. You bastard. I finally know why you didn't divorce me. You must have taken a fancy to my beauty. Now, you actually want to have a baby with me? Susani held heartbreakingly. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? Do you deserve it? Yang, he gritted his teeth and said, come down now. No. The asterisk starred, I thought you only had a little crush on me. I didn't expect you to really want to sleep with me. Let me tell you, tonight, it's either you die or I die. She was like a piece of pork on the chopping board. Susani didn't have any rationality left. Her limbs were not enough, and she couldn't wait to bite him. Susani, come down now. Although the floor was covered with a blanket, it still hurt to fall on it. He tried to pry Susani's hands off him, wanting to pull her down. However, Susani didn't care about that. Her limbs weren't as strong as Yang's, and she was subdued in an instant. However, she couldn't take it anymore and bit him directly on the back of his neck. Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. He loosened his grip, and Susani slid down. Both of them fell on the bed together. It didn't hurt, but falling from a high place made Susani dizzy. She swayed for a long time before coming back to her senses. Looking at Yang's gloomy face, she was silent for a second before scratching him. The asterisk starred, I'll fight it out with you today. Like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, Yang fell back on the bed. Fortunately, he was quick enough to grab Susani's clawing hands and flip them down. With his absolute advantage in strength, he suppressed Susani. Otherwise, his face would be scarred by Susani's scratches. What are you doing? This position was extremely dangerous. Susani had the illusion that she was being eaten clean by Yang. She clenched her hands in front of her chest and glared at Yang. Let me tell you, you want me to give birth to your child? You want to eat swan meat? Don't even think about it. Yang was so angry that he laughed. So you've been lying to me all this time? Hearing this, Susani instantly quieted down. She gradually came back to her senses from the alcohol. I didn't, he continued to ask, didn't you say you like me? You want to have children with me? Why don't you want to have children with me now? Realizing that she might have said something wrong, Susani said guiltily, Did I say that? Didn't you say that? Susani bit her lower lip and said with difficulty, I didn't, then what did I hear just now? You must have heard wrongly, right? That's right. I'm drunk. Hubby, how can you believe the words of a drunk person? Fine, you really can't believe the words of a drunk person. Then tell me now, are you willing to have children with me? Xianxia opened his mouth and said, no. Yang raised his eyebrows. You're not willing? You can't say that. Of course, I'm willing to have children with you, but now is not the time. Then who's the one who sent herself to me? Susani blinked. You. Yang laughed. Are you trying to play the blame game? I didn't. Susani's mind was in a daze. She felt a little nauseous now. Hubby, believe me. I want to have children with you, but I'm still acting now. Let's have children after this show, okay? Yang obviously didn't believe her. You're drunk. How can I believe what you said? Have you always wanted to divorce me in your heart? How is that possible? How can I think of divorcing you? How can you believe what I said? You definitely won't remember what you said when you wake up. I remember. I definitely remember. How about this? I'll take a video for you as evidence, okay? She looked around but couldn't find her phone. Instead, she saw Yang's phone on the bedside table. She took the phone and turned on the video. She said to the phone, Susani, promise that after I'm done with this show, I'll give birth to a child for Yang. After that, she was about to turn off the video. Yang grabbed her hand. Do you love me? I love you the most. Then, are you going to divorce me? Susani shook her head like a rattledrum. No. Never. Are you serious? Yes. It's more real than the diamond ring I bought myself. Yang was satisfied. He took the phone, saved the video, and got up. Seeing Yi-young get up, Susani quickly got up from the dangerous bed. However, she ignored the fact that she was drunk. She got up suddenly and felt the world spin. She leaned into Yi-young's arms weakly. "Susani, are you rich?" Her words came to an abrupt end. Yi-young reached out and pulled Susani into his arms. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and his face was pale. He used his strong self-control to endure and endure, and endure, and endure, and endure, and not push Susani away. "How much did you drink?" The next day, the first ray of sunlight shone into the room. Susani, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, woke up. All she saw was pure white. The discomfort from her brain made her feel uncomfortable all over. She forced her weak body to sit up. The bedding on the bed was a mess. Susani was stunned. The room in front of her didn't look like the room she was staying in. "What's going on? Where am I?" She looked around. There were 2 suits hanging on the hangers in front of the wardrobe. They looked familiar. They seemed to be Yi-young's. "This is Yi-young's room. Wait a minute. Why am I in Yi-young's room?" Susani lifted the blanket and was about to get up when she found that she had changed into a clean and comfortable nightgown. This nightgown wasn't hers. Did someone change her clothes? Who changed it? Why did they change it? What happened last night? Susani patted her head that was aching from the hangover. She vaguely remembered that after the crew finished work, she drank a little to mess with Yi-young. She wanted to pretend to be drunk to make this D*MN man suffer. Heaven and earth could be her witness. She really only drank a little before coming here last night. Just a little. Why didn't she have any recollection of what happened last night? Losing her memory made her feel confused. She hurriedly picked up the phone beside her pillow. As soon as the screen lit up, she saw 2 messages. They were from Yi-young. "I sent you the video you asked for last night." "Last night's video?" She asked for it? What video? Susani opened the phone with trembling hands and looked at the small video sent by Yi-young on the screen. It clearly said, "Susani. Avi. The update will be fixed at around 6 o'clock in the evening, but there will be an additional chapter for everyone in the early hours of the morning. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the students who voted for me. You spent a lot of money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the rocket launcher, Lu Haoran's little sweetheart one. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, Rainbow Candy, Chu. Yi-young is so cute. Yi-young is so cute. Xianxia, 407520024, Xiachu, Yi-young. No money for Double 11, Step, Neurotic 1, Chapter 32. The unfamiliar room, the clothes that he had changed out of, the video that he had taken, and the completely blank memory of last night. Everything pointed to one conclusion. Something must have happened between her and Yi-young last night. A couple who had been married for 2 years. One was young and impetuous, while the other had lost his mind after drinking. What would happen if they were both in the same room? What else could happen? This conjecture was like a bolt from the blue. Susani looked at the video with the suffix. His hand holding the phone trembled slightly. Did she request for it herself? Was she this crazy when she was drunk? Wait, don't panic. Calm down, it's just a guess. Susani took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Even if you haven't eaten pork before, have you ever seen a pig run? In the novels, it was common for women to bleed during their first time. Moreover, it was very painful and they couldn't get out of bed for a few days. It was simply torture. Susani checked herself. Other than feeling a little dizzy and weak, she didn't feel any other discomfort. Moreover, she looked down at the nightgown she was wearing. She pulled it open to look at her neck and arms. They were as white and tender as before, without any red marks. Yes, not necessarily. Yi-young, that dog of a man, did not have the guts to do that. Calm down, this video might just be a scam. Susani uneasily clicked on the video that Yi-young had sent her. I, Susani, promise you that after I finish filming this drama, I will definitely give birth to a child for Yi-young. Do you love me? Love you, love you, love you the most. Then do you want to divorce me? Never. 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 Are you serious? I mean it. It's even more real than the diamond ring I bought myself. Her face filled the entire screen in the video. Pa, Susani put her phone on the bed expressionlessly. Yang was dead. The dog man exploded. I'll kill you. He actually dared to trick her into taking this kind of video while she was drunk and unconscious? And he even said such words, listen, is this something a human would say, give birth to children, bah. Was he worthy? Susani's eyes searched the room. The D*MN man's suit was still here, which meant that he hadn't left yet. Instead of being threatened by this D*MN man to make her give birth to his child, she'd rather die together with him. His gaze finally settled on the bedside lamp. She went over to pick up the lamp and waited. When Yang comes in, I'll smash his head. I wonder if I can smash his head. Yang, who was about to swipe his card outside the door, stopped in his tracks. Assistant Xiaobin mistakenly thought that Yang had something to say, so he asked, Boss, is there anything else? Yang passed the room card to him. Open the door. Okay. Xiaobin took the room card and opened the door. Under Yang's gaze, he entered the room. Just as he walked to the junction between the bathroom and the room, he looked up and saw Susani, who was standing beside the bed, holding up the lamp to him. Yang walked in behind. His eyes were slightly gloomy and his brows were tightly knitted. He looked at Susani calmly. What are you doing? Susani and Xiaobin looked at each other, then looked at Yang. The corners of her stiff lips gradually curved into an awkward but polite smile. Honey. I think this lamp looks quite nice, so I wanted to show it to you. Look, is it nice? Xiaobin took a step back. Hello, Mrs. E. Susani slowly put down the lamp. Yang looked at Xiaobin and asked him to leave first. Xiaobin, who was still oblivious to his near-death experience, left respectfully. After the door closed, Yang looked at her. Put on your shoes. Susani then realized that she was barefoot on the marble floor. She shrunk her toes, as the marble floor was quite cold. She put down the lamp embarrassedly, then heard Yang ask her, why did you drink so much last night? In all honesty, she could swear to God that she had only drunk 2 mouthfuls last night. The smell of alcohol all over her body was caused by her pouring the wine on herself. She had pretended to be drunk to torture this man. If I hadn't pretended to be drunk to torture this man yesterday, I wouldn't have drunk. But I only drank 2 mouthfuls last night. How could I be drunk? Of course, she couldn't say such things out loud. I'm happy. What are you happy about? You came to see me on set and helped me so much yesterday, so I'm happy. When I'm happy, I drink too much. I didn't expect the alcohol to be so strong. I only drank a few mouthfuls. You haven't drunk much in the first place. Some alcohol is strong. You don't feel it at the time, but after a while, the alcohol will kick in. With your alcohol tolerance, it's better if you don't drink too much in the future. Susani nodded embarrassedly. What was that saying again? The truth comes out when drunk. Susani suddenly realized that she hadn't said everything last night, had she? Yang, you know that I was drunk last night. If I said anything, it's all nonsense. Don't take it seriously. She took out her phone. What I said in this video can't be counted. Don't take it seriously. It can't be counted? Yang raised an eyebrow. Then do you remember what you said and did last night? Susani's mind was blank. How could she remember? You were the one who hugged me and cried that you wanted to have a child with me last night. It didn't seem like nonsense. Susani laughed dryly. How is that possible? Didn't you say that you love me? Yes, I love you, but do I have to have a child with you just because I love you? Susani looked self-righteous. I told you before that I don't like children. It's very painful to have a child, and children are very annoying when they're naughty. I hate children so much. Why would I promise you that I'll have a child with you after this show? That's impossible. After thinking for a moment, she continued, Honey, if you really like children, how about this? Let's go to the orphanage and choose a cute and obedient child to adopt. The E family has the throne to inherit. I don't believe that bastard Yang can resist it. It's best if he divorces me because of this. Then, Grandpa and Mom won't be able to say anything. However, Yang only nodded thoughtfully after listening for a long time. You're right. Children are indeed troublesome. Okay, I'll keep the matter of children in mind for now and talk about it later. Now, let's continue talking about what happened last night. A drunk person was most afraid of being told what had happened last night when they were sober. You vomited all over me last night. Susini frowned. You even bit me. Yang looked down at her, pulled off his tie and unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. There was a deep bite mark on his neck below his ear. Susini sucked in a breath of cold air. I bit you? Yang asked, what else? Did I bite you myself? Susini laughed weakly. He covered his forehead and weakly fell onto the bed. He pretended to moan, hubby, I'm dizzy. I'm not feeling well. I need to rest for a while. When are you leaving? I won't see you out. I didn't expect that I would be so fierce when I'm drunk. The next time Yang dares to provoke me, I'll get drunk again and bite him to death. Yang snorted coldly, buttoned his shirt and tie, and tidied up his clothes. The next time you dare to get drunk, I'll record the whole process of you being drunk and see if you're ashamed. Bastard. By the way, there's something I forgot to tell you. Susini had a bad premonition. I saw the scenes between you and Xianxia yesterday. Some of them are too intimate. I believe that you don't want to be intimate with a strange man, so for your sake, I talked to Su Dao last night. He promised to use a stunt double for all the intimate scenes between you and Xianxia. You don't have to worry if Grandpa and Mom see it in the future. I'll explain for you. Calm down, Susini, calm down. Murder is against the law. You can't cry behind bars. You've lost the chance to smash his head just now. If you do it now, it'll be like throwing an egg at a rock. Don't be rash. Susini raised a big smile. Is that so? Thank you, honey, for thinking of me. I'm really touched. You're welcome. I'm busy at the company, so I won't stay here any longer. If you miss me next time, remember to call me. I can make time to come and see you. Susini's smile froze on her face. Okay, I'll remember. Yang glanced at his watch. I've told the hotel to send you some food later. Remember to eat something. I'm leaving now. Have a good rest. If you're free, call Grandpa and Mom. Bye, honey. Take care. Yang nodded and left with a deadpan expression, feeling refreshed. The door closed. It was not until a long time after the door closed that Susini gritted her teeth and grabbed the pillow to suppress the murderous intent in her heart. That day, Susini left the hotel to go to the set. However, she realized that the way the crew looked at her was different from before. But this was not important to Susini. Her top priority now was to work hard to make up for the homework that she had missed out on. Sini, what are you watching? Susini took off her headphones and smiled as she turned the screen to Su Dao. Detective Conan. Su Dao was interested. Detective Conan? There are more than 1,000 episodes. Why are you suddenly interested in watching Detective Conan? I think it's quite interesting. I can learn a lot of useful knowledge from it. It might be useful in the future. A lot of useful knowledge? It might be useful? Director Su muttered to himself but did not ask any further questions. Susini smiled and said, Su Dao, don't worry. I won't fall behind in filming. Su Dao trusted Susini's acting and learning ability. He smiled and said, okay, continue watching, then. Susini put on her headphones. After watching the new episode, she noted down the villain's latest killing method in her memo. Sorry, it's a little late for the second watch. For the sake of the author's hard work, are there any little cuties who are willing to give me nutrient solution? Sob, sob, sob. Only then will the author have the motivation to continue with the second watch. Thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending money. Thank you to the little angels who threw the landmine. Xianxia, Chu. 2. Yu Yang are too cute. Kulsuk, who said leisurely feelings abandoned one translator, lawn editor, Ephidacia because of Li Hanqing's departure, the filming of Phoenix Road sped up. Even though Su Dao didn't say anything, he was smiling a lot more. He was regretting that he didn't replace her earlier and delayed the filming. Sini, for the fight scene between you and Han Xiao, let the stunt double do the last scene. You don't have to do it. Stunt double? Susani looked at the script carefully. Aside from the last scene where she hugged Han Xiao and rolled on the grass, everything else was normal. Thinking about what Yi Yang said to her before he left 2 days ago, Susani was filled with hatred. One day, that bastard Yi Yang would die in her hands. Director, the martial arts teacher and I rehearsed the last scene before. If the safety measures are good, there shouldn't be a problem. We don't have to use a stunt double. Susani felt that she had to pull Su Dao to her side. Director, I know what your concerns are. Actually, you don't have to be so serious. Whether it's a fight scene, or these intimate scenes, it's inevitable. We're actors and this is our job. If the audience finds out about the stunt double, they'll laugh at us for not being professional. Besides, how can we take acting seriously? If we take it seriously, we can only say that he's too narrow-minded. Yes, she was talking about Yi Yang, the man with a tiny bit of magnanimity. Su Dao also thought that Susani's words made sense, but, also, it wasn't easy for you to invite such a heavyweight actor like Han Xiao. If this show doesn't have a good reputation, which heavyweight actor will dare to take the initiative to act with you in the future? Su Dao was deep in thought. You don't have to worry about other things. I'll explain to Yi Yang clearly. Susani's words were equivalent to admitting her relationship with Yi Yang. As a director, he couldn't be bothered to get involved in the matters between the couple. Since Susani had agreed to settle the problem, he couldn't be bothered to settle the problem and focused on directing. Okay, then you and Han Xiao should find a martial arts instructor to practice with you for your scenes later. Practice twice more, and don't get injured. Alright, I got it. After pulling Su Dao to her side, Susani heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Yang was really naive. Would a director with a small reputation in the entertainment industry with a limitless future ruin his own reputation for some stinky money? If he didn't direct a scene well, his professionalism as a director would be questioned. But then again, Su Dao's matter had been settled. He wondered what Han Zhao's intentions were. Previously, she wanted to let a stunt double do the intimate scene, but Han Xiao rejected the stunt double and insisted on doing it himself. In other words, Han Xiao and his agent had reached an agreement that he would no longer reject the intimate scene between him and the actress. Susani looked at Han Xiao. Han Zhao's agent, Luo Jia, was always by his side every day. There were 2 assistants and a makeup artist. Today, there was an additional woman wearing glasses. She looked very scholarly and didn't look like someone from the entertainment industry. After thinking for a while, she secretly took a photo and sent it to Anya. Anya, who was 100 kilometers away, received the photo from Susani. I see Han Xiao showing off in front of me every day? Don't be ridiculous. I'm asking you, who is that woman wearing glasses? Have you seen her before? Anya zoomed in on the photo. I've seen her before. She's a psychiatrist. She's quite famous. You know how stressful it is to be in the entertainment industry. Many celebrities can't handle it and more or less have some psychological problems. I know that most celebrities seek treatment from this psychiatrist. Psychiatrist? Susani looked at the woman wearing glasses thoughtfully. Han Xiao had a psychological problem. Thinking about it, it made sense. He was under so much pressure at work every day. He couldn't reveal his sexual orientation even though he had kept it a secret for decades. Every day, he was surrounded and harassed by different illegitimate fans. He didn't have any personal space. It was normal for him to have a psychological problem. Thinking about it, Han Xiao was quite pitiful. Although he was handsome, had good acting skills, had won a Grand Slam in awards, had become famous at a young age, and was still standing at the peak of his career. He was voted as the dream lover of all women, had money and power, and had won a house at Yipin Lanting without batting an eye, but, pitiful? How was he pitiful? There was no harm in comparing. Was he as pitiful as her? Every day, she would be ravaged by that B***** Yi Yang. Susani was really worried that one day, she would be dazzled by Yi Yang until she was old and yellow. What would she do if even the little fresh meat didn't like her? She took out a mirror and placed it in front of the script. Then, she looked at her delicate face. She made up her mind to rest for a while after filming this drama and take good care of herself. Just as Susani was sizing her up, the woman wearing glasses beside Han Xiao was also sizing her up. Luo Jie glanced at Susani nonchalantly and asked her, "How is it?" The woman shook her head. Han Xiao's condition has obviously improved. This time, I also suggested that he try to overcome his psychological barrier with other actresses. But according to what you said, it seems that he hasn't recovered and is back to square one? Han Xiao, are you only like this to Miss Su or to everyone else? Han Xiao, who was sitting at the side and reading the script, lowered his eyebrows and didn't say anything. The woman wearing glasses saw his expression and knew that he didn't want to say anything. She thought for a moment and said, "How about this? Let's go back to the hotel tonight and have a good chat." Han Xiao rubbed his tired eyebrows. "Okay." As soon as he said that, he saw Susani walking over with a smile. "Teacher Han, the scene later will be a little difficult. Please guide me. If it's not convenient for you for the last scene, I can ask the director to get a stunt double. You don't have to feel troubled." Han Xiao seemed to be at a loss. His 5 bent fingers held the script and said stiffly, "Okay. Teacher Han, Cindy, come here for a moment." Su Dao was standing at the foot of the city wall and discussing the last scene with the martial arts director. She called the two of them. Han Xiao got up and walked towards the foot of the city wall with Su Cindy. The woman wearing glasses looked at their backs and asked Luo Jia strangely, "Why, does this Miss Su know about Han Zhao's illness?" Luo Jia looked confused. "That's impossible, right? She didn't say anything about it?" At the foot of the city wall, Su Dao was discussing a few moves with the martial arts director and coach. When she saw Su Cindy and Han Xiao walk over, she said, "Cindy, Han Xiao, the two of you have to be careful with your last move, especially you, Han Xiao. When Cindy falls from the city wall, you have to hug her and roll around on the grass. If you can't do this scene in 1 take, then we'll film it in 2 takes. First, we have to ensure safety. Han Xiao. Is the last scene okay?" Han Xiao didn't answer immediately. Su Cindy saw his hesitation. "Su Dao, the last scene is quite dangerous. Why don't you let a stunt double do it? After that, we'll just film Teacher Han Zhao's face." Su Dao looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao said, "No need for a stunt double. All right then, let's try the last scene again. You have to catch Cindy." Han Xiao had learned martial arts before and had done more dangerous moves on the silver screen before. Of course, Cindy wasn't worried. Teacher Han has acted in many period dramas. He'll definitely be able to catch me. "Su Dao, don't worry." After Su Dao left, Su Cindy asked him again, "Teacher Han, is it really okay? If you don't want to interact with me, you can tell me directly." "It's okay, I understand." Han Xiao was stunned. "You know, I guessed a little, so it's okay. I really can understand. You don't have to care about my feelings. I'm fine. I'm okay." After a moment of silence. "No need," Han Xiao said. "Don't worry, I'll definitely catch you." Su Cindy and Han Xiao were hung with pressure as they stood on the city wall. A thick layer of cushions was laid at the bottom of the city wall for protection. All the crew members were in position. Just as Su Cindy thought, Han Xiao had acted in many period dramas and was no stranger to hanging from a wire. But at this moment, facing the high city wall and thinking about what they were going to do later, his palms inexplicably became sweaty. He didn't know where the wind came from, but it brought with it a gentle fragrance. Han Xiao took a deep breath and his sweat subsided. He didn't know if it was because of the wind or because of the fragrance. Su Cindy looked in the direction of Han Zhao's manager. That manager didn't stop him and didn't blush. He should be more tolerant than Yang. "All departments, get ready. You must pay attention to your safety." After Su Dao shouted, Su Cindy fell from the city wall. The wind whistled in her ears and the feeling of weightlessness made her panic. The next scene should be Han Xiao flying down from the city wall and hugging her. Then, he rolled down to the cushions at the bottom of the city wall and rolled twice on the lawn. Han Xiao looked at Su Cindy, who had jumped down without hesitation. He was not worried about whether he could catch her and had placed all his trust in him. He seemed to see a ferocious-looking monster suddenly explode and burn into ashes in front of him, blown away by a gust of wind that came out of nowhere. He saw Susanie's panic-stricken face in the midst of the disappearing ashes. Han Xiao jumped down from the city wall. The martial arts director shouted from below, "Pay attention to your safety." Han Xiao's pressure dropped very quickly and caught up with Susanie in midair. In her panicked eyes, he calmly hugged Susanie's waist. The wind was still blowing in their ears and the fragrance was even stronger. When Susanie jumped down, she saw Han Xiao standing on the top of the city wall for a long time without moving. Her heart turned cold. At that time, she thought that Han Xiao might have changed his mind at the last minute and wanted to keep his chastity for his sweetheart. Fortunately, she jumped down in the end. It wasn't the first time Susanie was hanging from a wire, but the shock of weightlessness still made her subconsciously hug Han Xiao tightly. It wasn't until the two of them rolled onto the cushions and rolled twice on the lawn that Susanie's little heart recovered. "Are you okay?" The surrounding staff rushed over. Susanie regained her composure. The frightened expression on her face had already been wiped clean. She smiled at Han Xiao, who was hugging her, and pulled her hand out of his embrace. "Thank you, Teacher Han." Han Xiao silently let go of her hand and stood up with the help of everyone. In the distance, the bespectacled psychiatrist nodded thoughtfully and looked at Luo Jia. "Isn't it good?" Luo Jia wanted to say something but stopped. After this rehearsal, Susanie and Han Xiao seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding during the next official shoot. When Susanie jumped, Han Xiao jumped as well. He held Susanie firmly in his arms in midair and rolled a few times on the lawn. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, completed in one go. Su Dao said excitedly, "Cut. Pass." After that, he asked again, "Are you hurt?" "No." "Okay, then clean this place up. Everyone else, get ready for the next scene." The last scene of Susanie and Han Xiao jumping over the city wall was the last scene of the city wall scene. After filming, the crew had to go to the next set to film. The crew and a few workers from the film studio swiftly cleaned up the debris here in preparation for the next set. "I say, can't you be more nimble? You asked for sick leave yesterday and didn't come. Don't you look good now? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Do you still want your salary?" The worker who was being scolded was wearing a hat, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. He bent over and tried to move a heavy log to the side, but he didn't manage to move it several times. Perhaps it was because the log was too heavy or because he didn't have the strength to move it. Okay, you can leave after you're done today. The two of you, come over and move this." The worker stood there at a loss as he watched the other two workers move the log in front of him away. He stepped forward and tried to plead with the leader. "I'm sorry, I haven't been feeling well these 2 days, so, if you're not feeling well, then rest at home. Don't delay everyone's work. Please give me another chance. I'll work hard. Okay, don't block the way." Susanie, who was about to leave with the crew, heard the argument and seemed to hear a familiar voice. But she couldn't tell who it was. And looking at the figure, it was tall and thin. It was a little familiar. "Sini Jia, aren't you leaving? Did you leave something behind?" "Wait." Susanie was very curious and walked toward the workers. With just a glance, the tall and thin worker hurriedly pulled down his hat and walked quickly toward the exit. "Stop," Susanie shouted. That person was really standing in the same spot. "Turn around." That person didn't move. "I told you to turn around." Looking at his back, that person wanted to leave. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly turned around. He was wearing the loose worker's uniform of the film studio. His head was lowered and his hat was pulled down, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. "Raise your head and let me see." But not only did that person not listen, he even took a few steps back. Susanie didn't have so much patience. She took a step forward and took off his hat. "Jiang Yan? Why are you here?" Susanie's eyes lit up. "Why are you here?" Jiang Yan's lips moved. He glanced at Susanie and quickly lowered his head guiltily. "Why are you?" Susanie looked at this unlucky kid. Compared to the Jiang Yan she saw before, he was much thinner now. His face was covered in dust and he didn't look good. There were a few bruises on his cheekbones and the corners of his eyes. How did he become like this in such a short time? but he was still handsome. I'm working here. Why didn't you reply to my message? Jiang Yan seemed a little nervous. Only his clear eyes blinked. Susani thought his panicked look was quite cute. Susani patted the dust off his hat and tiptoed to put it on his head. Okay, come with me. Jiang Yan looked at her in disbelief. Go with you? Susani looked at the mess. Don't tell me you still want to work here? She noticed the scratches on the back of Jiang Yan's hand and frowned. Why are there so many injuries on such a beautiful pair of hands? Jiang Yan hurriedly covered the ugly back of his hand with his sleeve, lowered his head and said, It'll be fine. Not far away, Han Xiao, what are you looking at? Han Xiao silently looked away. Nothing. Seeing that everyone was talking about the progress, the relationship between the male and female leads was actually progressing a little. The development of the relationship would only happen after filming, but there wasn't much plot to film. Keep calm, thank you for your support. Thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you so much, thank you to the little angel who threw the rocket launcher, 1 watercolor painting, thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, 2 watercolor paintings, thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, IO 789, 408385553, Anan, Rainbow Candy, Ukrainian Little Suckling Pig, Wang Yuan's Goddess Powder, Siyi, Penniless 11, Arrow Firefly, Aguero, Jiahe Zhongning 1. Susani did not expect to meet Jiang Yan at the film studio. When she met this unlucky kid a month or 2 ago, he was still a high-spirited and sunny young man. Although he was in an awkward situation, he should not have fallen to such a state. Looking at Jiang Yan's tired and dusty face, she knew that he must not have been doing well. How could he be a porter with such small arms and legs? I still have a few scenes to shoot today. You don't look too good. I'll ask my assistant to accompany you to the hospital to see the doctor. No, I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. Jiang Yan lowered his head to hide the tiredness on his face. This brat was quite proud. Susani did not insist. Okay, I'll ask my assistant to take you to the hotel for a shower and a change of clothes. Have a good rest. When I'm done, I'll talk to you. Talk? Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. He looked at Susani with anticipation and uneasiness in his eyes. What do you want to talk to me about? Su Dao was calling her, so Susani did not care too much. She said, let's talk tonight. Then she left in a hurry. Looking at Susani's back, Jiang Yan wanted to say something, but stopped. Jiang Yan, where are you staying now? Susani's assistant was a cute girl with a round face. The top of her head just reached Jiang Yan's chin. They were in the same company, so the girl had seen him a few times. She bumped into the handsome and masculine boy in the corridor accidentally, which made the girl's heart flutter. I'm staying at. Jiang Yan paused. I don't have a place to stay now. How about this? I'll book a room for you at the hotel where Xianxia is staying. Come with me. Okay. Where have you been? I heard that Xianxia and Xianxia have been looking for you for a long time, but they couldn't find you. The assistant looked up at him and chatted with him casually. Jiang Yan was slightly stunned. Then an unexpected look of joy flashed across his eyes. He said in a surprised tone, looking for me? Xianxia is looking for me? Yes, but I'm not sure about the details. I didn't expect you to come to the film studio. Have you been on set all this time? Do you want to act? Jiang Yan did not know how to describe his feelings at that moment. He didn't need to go through so many twists and turns. He had schemed and plotted, and it was actually very easy to obtain. The scarred hands hidden under his sleeves clenched tightly into fists, but it didn't matter. As long as the ending was what he wanted, the process wasn't important. Yes, I want to act. After a day of filming, Susani dragged her exhausted body back to the hotel. After removing her makeup and taking a hot bath, she was so sleepy that her upper and lower eyelids were fighting. Just as she was about to fall asleep in bed, her assistant called her to ask when she had time to meet Jiang Yan. Susani woke up immediately. She had almost forgotten about that unlucky kid. Ask him to come over now. Susani put on a windbreaker and called Anya first to tell her about meeting Jiang Yan at the film studio. I have no problem with Jiang Yan, but his contract is with Sky Entertainment. Are you sure you can handle Sky Entertainment? Speaking of which, I have to thank Yang for this. After he helped me terminate the contract last time, Mr. Gao probably thinks that the man behind me is Yang. He won't fall out with me because of a small star, right? Sounds feasible. Okay, then it's settled. I'll talk to Jiang Yan later. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It's probably Jiang Yan. I'll talk to you later. After hanging up the phone, Susani went to open the door. There was only Jiang Yan outside the door. He was wearing a t-shirt and denim windbreaker, looking clean and fresh. He was much thinner than before and his body seemed to be swaying in the clothes. Come in. Susani opened the door and stepped aside. Jiang Yan entered the room. Xiao Yuan has arranged a room for you, right? Jiang Yan looked so nervous that he didn't even know where to put his hands. Yes, it's arranged. It's on the 12th floor. Susani smiled, poured him a glass of warm milk and put it in front of him. Sit. Thank you. Susani sat opposite him, resting her chin on her hand and looking at him holding the glass of milk with a helpless look. Noticing the gauze wrapped around Jiang Yan's hand, she asked, Is the wound on your hand so serious? Jiang Yan avoided her eyes and looked at the steaming milk, saying, It'll heal faster this way. Susani nodded. She remembered that she had seen Jiang Yan dancing on the stage in the training room before. At that time, Jiang Yan was in high spirits, which was how he should be at his age. But now, there was avoidance and shyness in his eyes, and he didn't even dare to look her in the eyes. Was it because the company forced him to accompany a client that this boy's confidence was damaged? That was true. After that kind of thing, he was shelved and bullied in the film and television city. No matter how proud he was almost worn out. We know each other. I wonder if you mind telling me about your future plans. Jiang Yan's hand holding the glass of milk tightened. You've been in the film and television city for a long time, right? Do you want to act? Jiang Yan nodded. Do you like it, or do you want to find a way to eat and drink? Jiang Yan opened his clear eyes and stared at Susani without blinking. Susani felt that Jiang Yan was a little wary of her from his attitude. But then again, why should he trust someone he had only met a few times? It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. I do like it, Jiang Yan said. I've always had a dream to act with a celebrity I like. A celebrity you like? Who is it? The fresh and sweet smell of the warm milk in his hand reached his nose. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and wanted to tell Susani that the celebrity he liked was her. But when the words reached his mouth, he said, I like teacher Han Xiao, and, Han Xiao? You have good taste. Teacher Han is handsome and has good acting skills. He has won many film awards. No wonder you appeared in our production team. Jiang Yan swallowed the rest of his words and said with a smile, Yes, I like him very much. Okay, since you like him so much, you can come with me to the production team some other day. I'll let you meet your idol. Thank you. Sini Jia. When facing Susani, he was inexplicably nervous. He couldn't speak or move freely. He took a sip of the milk in the cup cautiously. You're welcome, but... Susani smiled at the milk stain on the corner of his mouth and handed him a tissue. Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment. Susani pointed at the corner of her mouth. The corner of my mouth. If it was Xianxia, that womanizer, she would have probably wiped it off herself, right? Jiang Yan took it and wiped the corner of his mouth. You've been doing odd jobs in the film studio for a long time, right? What you're doing now is not a long-term plan. I know the boss of Sky Entertainment. How about this, I'll help you talk to him. How about that? Jiang Yan stammered, How could I do that? It's just a small matter. After saying that, Susani sighed and said worriedly, Although Sky Entertainment is good, you've been there for almost 2 years. Sky Entertainment has a lot of competition. The resources are divided by the upper management, and the artists at the bottom can't even get a little soup. It's a bit difficult to make a name for yourself. Jiang Yan didn't care about these things. When he heard Susani's words, he didn't say anything. Jiang Yan, I still think highly of you. You're good-looking, have a good foundation, and can sing and dance. You just need a team and company to focus on supporting you. Susani finally showed her trump card after laying out the groundwork. It's like this. After I terminated my contract with Sky Entertainment, I opened my own studio and didn't sign any other artists. You're the most talented and promising star I've ever seen. Although our studio is still in its infancy and we may have few resources, I believe there will be more in the future. She leaned closer to Jiang Yan and said, "So, do you want to come to our studio?" Jiang Yan leaned closer and smelled the fragrance on Susani's body. After all, he was young and shy. His ears turned red and he moved back. Susani guided him patiently. It's okay. I've laid out the pros and cons of our studio and Sky Entertainment. You can think about it carefully. But I can promise you that as long as you sign with our studio, I'll bring you a lot of resources to support you. I'll never let you suffer the same treatment as you did in Sky Entertainment. What do you think? Seeing that Jiang Yan was still hesitant, Susani reflected on herself. Did she go too far just now? Was she like an evil old woman tempting a child with candy? Or do you need to discuss it with your family? My family doesn't approve of me entering the entertainment industry. They don't approve? Jiang Yan nodded. They think the entertainment industry is too messy. They hope that I can go home and continue to study, and then, continue to study abroad. How old are you this year? 10, in your teens? Susani was shocked. Jiang Yan quickly corrected himself. No. I'm in my 20s. Susani breathed a sigh of relief. She knew it. A teenager was really a child. Your family isn't wrong. It's good to study more when you're in your 20s. I don't like studying. I just want to. You're acting with Han Xiao, right? Susani looked like she knew everything. Then think carefully about signing the contract. It's okay, don't feel pressured. I just think that you have good potential and can't be buried. Don't worry. Even if you don't sign with our studio, I'll help you talk to Sky Entertainment. Looking at the time, Susani stood up. That's it for today. Go back and rest. I'll bring you to the set in 2 days to meet Han Xiao. Jiang Yan stood up and walked to the door. After hesitating for a long time, he made up his mind and asked, Xianxia, I don't have a job now. Can I be your assistant? I don't need a salary, as long as I give you something to eat. Susani was amused by him. Why did it sound like he was selling his body? Jiang Yan nodded embarrassedly. Okay, if you're not tired, then come. I happen to need an assistant. She opened the door. It's late. You should rest early. Think about signing the contract. Thank you, Xianxia. It's okay. The door closed. Susani sighed. This Jiang Yan seemed to be shy, but he was quite scheming. What a good plan. He was actually willing to be her assistant for the celebrity he liked. It seemed that he had his own ideas. It would not be so easy to sign the contract. Jiang Yan stood outside the door. The cold wind from the corridor hit him and he shivered. He recalled that Susani wanted him to sign the contract with her studio, but he did not agree immediately. He was so annoyed that he wanted to slap himself. Why didn't I agree? What was I thinking just now? Jiang Yan stood in front of the elevator waiting for the elevator, feeling extremely annoyed. The elevator went up and stopped at his floor. The elevator door opened. Han Xiao, his agent, and a few assistant makeup artists were about to get out of the elevator when they saw Jiang Yan standing outside. Jiang Yan looked at the elevator that was full of people and frowned slightly. Without saying a word, she stepped to the side and gave way. Han Xiao looked at Jiang Yan from top to bottom and walked out of the elevator. Jiang Yan and the rest went into the elevator after they came out. Before the elevator door closed, Han Xiao suddenly stopped and turned to look at Jiang Yan. You are Susani's. Han Xiao's assistant stopped the elevator door that was about to close. I am Xianxia's assistant. Assistant? I have not seen you before. Jiang Yan said calmly, I was previously an artist under Sky Entertainment. Xianxia said that she wanted to sign me to her studio. Han Xiao was expressionless. I see. Then you should make good use of this opportunity. Jiang Yan nodded. I will. With that, Han Xiao turned and left. The elevator door closed and went down slowly. Han Zhao's agent, Luo Jia, was puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing. I was just asking. Han Xiao never told outsiders anything and kept it in his heart. Luo Jia was already used to it. If it wasn't something important, he couldn't be bothered to get to the bottom of it. Back in the room, after removing his makeup and changing his clothes, the makeup artist pointed at Han Zhao's back. What's the matter? Luo Jia asked. The makeup artist said in a low voice, Teacher Han has a large bruise on his back. Han Xiao said nonchalantly, it's nothing. After hearing this, Luo Jia said to an assistant, go get some medicine. The assistant immediately went to get it. Luo Jia looked at the abrasions on his back. There weren't any major problems, but the surface area of the abrasions was too large, and there were some lacerations. The clothes underneath were clotted with dried blood, so they had to be torn off. When did this happen? Probably when he jumped over the city wall, the assistant said. Han Xiao glanced at the assistant. The assistant lowered his head and didn't say anything else. He was about to take off his clothes. Wait a moment. When the medicine comes. Before Luo Jia could finish, Han Xiao pulled his vest off. The blood stains on his clothes were also pulled off, and a lot of blood immediately seeped out. Look at you, it's nothing. It doesn't hurt. Han Xiao looked at the bruise on his back and shoulder in the mirror. Luo Jia still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the bespectacled psychologist, so he gave up. Not long after, the assistant came with the Yunnan Baiyao. After applying the medicine, the assistant and the makeup artist left. The psychologist said, Han Xiao, let's have a chat. Han Xiao was silent for a moment before sitting across from the psychologist. I did psychological treatment for you before. At that time, your symptoms showed signs of improvement. At that time, I advised you to accept a TV series and try to interact with an actress. But Luo Jia said that your condition seems to have worsened recently? I don't know. It's just that suddenly, it seems to have returned to how it was before. But from what I saw on set today, your condition doesn't seem to be as serious as Luo Jia said. Han Xiao was silent. Actually, he didn't know why. When he stood on the city wall, he really didn't dare to jump down. It wasn't that he didn't dare to jump, but he didn't dare to do what he wanted to do after jumping. But when he saw Susani's frightened expression, he felt that it was no big deal. It was as if there was some kind of power that helped him resist the fear in his heart. Han Xiao, I'm your psychologist. You can't hide anything from me. You should trust me and tell me what's in your heart. Han Xiao looked at his right hand and recalled the scene when he jumped down from the city wall and hugged Susani. It seemed like there was nothing to be afraid of. Susani was different from other women. She wouldn't lean toward him like other women. Instead, she would think for him and could accept his rejection of her approach. He didn't need to be forced to accept and get close to such a person. He was more willing to accept and get close to such a person. This made him very comfortable. I'm fine, Han Xiao said. The next morning, Jiang Yan went straight to work as Susani's assistant and followed Susani to the set. Teacher Han, let me introduce you. He's Jiang Yan. He's your fan and has always wanted to meet you. I wonder if Teacher Han could give your little fan a chance to take a photo with you. Han Xiao frowned slightly. Mine? Fan? Jiang Yan, who was standing behind Susani, had no choice but to step forward. He smiled insincerely at Han Xiao and said politely, yes, Teacher Han. I've always liked you. It didn't seem like he liked him. It seemed like he had no choice but to like him. Susani watched from the side. She thought that this unlucky child, Jiang Yan, was very scheming. If he wanted to sign the contract, she would have to give him some benefits so that he would completely trust her. So she said to Han Xiao, Teacher Han, why don't I take a photo of the two of you? Keep it as a memento. Han Xiao and Jiang Yan looked at each other. Sure. Susani took her phone and retreated a few meters. She looked at Jiang Yan, who didn't dare to stand too close to Han Xiao. She was exasperated that he didn't live up to her expectations. It was such a good opportunity to get close to his idol. This unlucky child looked smart, but why was he at a loss when it came to this kind of situation? Xianxia, stand closer. Stand closer. Yes, yes, yes. Don't move. She raised her phone. Smile. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Click, in the photo, one was expressionless and the other was faking a smile. The two of them couldn't wait to be thousands of miles away from each other. The more they looked, the more awkward it became. Okay, you're both very handsome. Han Zhao's assistant jogged over. Teacher Han, the director is looking for you. Han Xiao looked at Susini. I'll go over first. Susini turned off her phone and nodded. After Han Xiao left, Xianxia said to Susini dejectedly, Sini Jia, Teacher Han doesn't seem to like me very much. Don't think too much. That's just how Teacher Han is. You'll know when you get to know him more. It's okay. Xianxia looked hesitant. It seemed like he had something to say. What's the matter? Is there anything else? I thought about it for a long time last night. If Sini Jia can help me settle my contract with the company, I can sign a contract with your studio. Susini looked at him seriously. You've thought it through? Yes, I've thought it through. Susini smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Very good. I'll talk to Anya tonight and ask her to arrange it for you. But you'll have to wait until I have time to cancel your contract with Sky Entertainment. Recently, the crew, it's okay, Xianxia said hurriedly. I'll be your assistant while you're filming. I'll also observe and learn from you. That was very thoughtful. Okay. After that, Susini sent a message to Anya to explain the matter. She estimated that it would take more than 2 months to wrap up the filming. If it was slow, it would take more than 3 months. But she wasn't afraid. With Xianxia by her side during this time, nothing would happen. Today's filming was quite heavy. They filmed until the evening. Susini still had 3 scenes to film in the evening. It seemed that she would finish after midnight. After filming a scene, Susini finally had time to rest for a few minutes. Host, let me remind you. You haven't contacted Young for more than a week. Okay. Susini slapped her forehead. She had almost forgotten about her cheap husband. Okay. Right away. She picked up the phone and sent a video call request to Young while there was no one around. After waiting for a long time, the video call went through. Susini put on her earphones and kissed the camera. Honey, long time no see. I miss you so much. Behind the video, Mrs. E coughed softly and said with a smile, Xine, it's me. Susini blushed. She really wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it. She smiled embarrassedly and said, Mom, how are you and Grandpa? Pretty good. Yang is in the study. He left his phone in the living room. I'll send it to you. Okay. Thank you, Mom. After a short suffocating awkwardness, the phone was sent to Yang. What's the matter? I just want to call you. I miss you and want to see you. After that, she asked softly, has Mom left? Yes. Susini breathed a sigh of relief. She acted freely and kissed the camera. Honey, long time no see. I miss you so much. Did you miss me? Yang looked up and saw the scene behind Susini. Where are you? Where else can I be? I'm filming on set. With that, Susini turned the camera on the phone to the rear camera mode and showed him the environment of the set. There were several headlights on set that were enough to illuminate the whole set. It was as bright as day. I have 2 more scenes tonight. I might have to shoot until the second half of the night. She complained in a pitiful tone. Honey, filming is so tiring. You can choose to quit the entertainment industry and go home to be Mrs. E. Damn straight man, Susini rolled his eyes at a place where Yang couldn't see. Honey, I know you care about me. You're so good to me. I'm so touched. I want to go home and be with you right now. Yang could not see Susini's face, but he could hear her infectious tone. It went in one ear and out the other. It's good that you know. Is there anything else? If not, I have to work. Oh, I just want to chat with you and take a few more looks at you. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. I have something to do. Okay. Susani was reluctant to leave. A bright and clear voice sounded. Xianxia, I've poured a cup of honey water for you. You have a lot of lines later. Moisten your throat first. Yang's hand that was about to hang up the video call paused. Susani put the phone on the small table next to her. The phone's camera was aimed at the filming site in front of her. Honey water? Susani took it. It was slightly warm. She could not help but exclaim that Jiang Yan was too considerate. She took a small sip. With the idea of letting Jiang Yan interact more with his idol, she said, "Send a cup to Teacher Han too." Jiang Yan was not very willing, but he pretended to be very willing. Okay. Yang looked coldly at the video call. Who was the boy who gave Susani water? Why had he not seen him before? He had no impression of him at all. Susani also thought that Yang had already hung up the video call. She did not care about the phone. She went straight to the crew and chatted with them. What are you talking about? I have a few scenes with you guys later. Is there anything you don't understand? Chinshu did not let go of any opportunity to talk to Susani. She immediately came over with the script. Xianxia, I'm not very clear about this part. Susani moved closer. From a distance, it was as if the two of them were touching each other's heads. Yang put down his pen and looked at Susani through the camera. She was laughing happily with a group of young men. He frowned. There were quite a lot of young male actors in this crew. He thought that there was only Han Xiao. Then, wasn't this heaven for Susani? She wanted to go home immediately to be with him. She was so happy that she forgot about home, right? After chatting for a while, Susani got up and returned to her chair. She propped up her eyes and read the script. Susani, you have a family and a husband. Keep a distance from other men outside. Susani had her earphones plugged in. How could she hear Yang's words? Susani, did you hear me? Susani looked at the script seriously and turned a deaf ear to him. Han Xiao walked over. Thank you for the honey water. Susani did not get up. She looked relaxed, as if she was very familiar with Han Xiao. It's nothing. Teacher Han, our scene later will be a little difficult. Can you help me? When she was asking for help, Susani looked up and her tone subconsciously became pleading. It was a little soft. Of course. But you don't have to be so formal. Call me Teacher Han. Then? Brother Han? Sure. Xianxia, it's a little cold tonight. Wear a coat to keep out the cold. Don't catch a cold. Jiang Yan brought over a long black cotton padded coat. Susani got up and took it. She put it on. I was just thinking of asking you to bring me a coat. I didn't expect you to bring it for me yourself. Not bad. I'll give you a raise tomorrow. Jiang Yan was a little embarrassed by the praise. Thank you, Xianxia. It's what I should do. The few of them were in front of the phone. The scene was magnified in front of Yang's eyes. He looked at everything in front of him in silence. Susani, who was wearing the long cotton-padded coat, shivered for no reason. The cold wind was biting cold and murderous. Yang, I avoided the mind reading, but I couldn't avoid the camera. It's too hard for me. Sigh, life is not easy. Yang sighed. Thank you to the students who voted for me. It's expensive, thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade. 1 rice. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine. Yang is so cute. 2. Poor double 11, gentleman makes song 1. 1. The entire live broadcast lasted for about 2 hours. After Susani finished filming a few scenes in the evening and was about to return to the hotel, she picked up her phone from a pile of junk on the table. She glanced at it and happened to see Yang's deadpan face on the screen. Ah, caught off guard, Susani screamed at the top of her lungs. Her hand went limp and her phone fell to the ground. Her heart almost stopped. Xianxia, what's wrong? The surrounding staff members all turned their gazes over. Susani was almost scared to death by Yang. She thought she had seen a ghost when such a big face appeared on her phone screen so late at night. Who were they trying to scare in the middle of the night? It's nothing, it's nothing. I saw wrongly. He thought he saw a ghost. The assistants lowered their heads and continued to clean up. Jiang Yan wanted to ask more, but Xiao Yuan stopped him and whispered to him not to ask about Xianxia's private affairs. Susani took a deep breath and picked up her phone from the ground. She realized that her video call with Yi Yang hadn't ended yet. He glanced at the small table where the miscellaneous items were placed. Before the assistant took away the items, he placed his phone vertically on the table according to the previous visit angle. Through the camera lens, he looked at the entire crew. Did Yi Yang see everything just now? Susani had an inexplicable sense of nervousness as if she had been caught red-handed. With this feeling, Susani was stunned. Wait, what did I do to be nervous? It was just a normal shoot. So what if they were seen and photographed? I have a clear conscience. Why should he be nervous? She looked around and saw that there was no one around. Putting on her earphones, she was touched and whispered, "Hubby, you didn't hang up the video call. Were you waiting for me?" Yi Yang looked at her expressionlessly. Susani, your acting skills are not bad. Through the screen, Susani could feel the stagnant and heavy pressure coming from Yi Yang. Thank you for your compliment, hubby. The actors in the film crew are taking good care of you. Susani pinched her throat and said, your wife is loved by everyone. But don't worry, hubby, the person I love the most is still you. How thick-skinned. I see that your filming is progressing quite quickly. How much longer will this drama take? How long will it take? We've only been filming for less than 2 months. According to Su Dao's requirements, such a big production would take at least half a year, right? And this was under the condition that the filming went smoothly. If the shooting doesn't go well, it's possible that it could take a year. Half a year to a year, Yi Yang leaned back and loosened the bow tie on his neck, suppressing the throbbing veins on his forehead. Hubby, I don't want to take so long. I want to go back to see you as soon as possible, but there's nothing I can do. This is my job, and I can't make the decision. Don't worry, when I'm done, I'll go home and accompany you, okay? Xianxia, it's all packed. Jiang Yan said loudly. Susani hurriedly turned the phone down, afraid that someone would discover Yi Yang's existence. Okay, I'll be right there. Then she lowered her voice and said to Yi Yang, I have to go back to the hotel now, so I can't talk to you now. Don't worry, the filming is progressing very quickly. I can go back to see you in a year at most. It's getting late, you should rest early. Love you. With that, Susani didn't care about Yi Yang's reaction and immediately hung up the video call, not giving Yi Yang any chance to speak. What was wrong with that D*MN man today? How could he spend 2 hours watching her film? Was it really like what Anya said, that he was starting to be interested in her? This was not a good sign. Just in case, Susani told Anya about this matter. After careful consideration, Anya came to a conclusion. Yi Yang is definitely interested in you. Cindy, congratulations. You've finally seen the light of day. If you work harder, Yi Yang will fall head over heels in love with you. Looking at Anya's conclusion on the screen, Susani was devastated. She replied, are you serious? Yi Yang is really starting to like me? I was just guessing before, but after hearing what you said today, I can be sure that it's not far from the truth. You have to believe me, I've seen too many men. If he doesn't like you, I'll let you sit on my head. You don't have to do that. Anya continued to reply, believe me, a man who is not interested in you will not waste 2 hours watching you. Susani's heart was dead. She asked tentatively, then why do you think Yi Yang likes me? The key was to find the right remedy. Anya, distance makes the heart grow fonder. Susani, but I barely saw Yi Yang in the first 2 years of our marriage. Anya, that's different. You two barely spent time together before. Before you came to the set, you lived under the same roof as Yi Yang for a while, so you two already had a basic communication. Anya, maybe he had a different view of you during those 2 months. Anya, someone like Yi Yang, who is always alone, suddenly has a woman sleeping next to him for 2 months. He's probably used to your existence. Anya, do you know what's the scariest thing? Habit is the scariest thing. He's used to your existence. Suddenly, you're on the set, and he's facing an empty room every night without you. He's definitely not used to it. Anya, he'll think of you every night before he goes to sleep. He'll think of you every night. Maybe it's just a fleeting thought, just a little bit. But these thoughts come together day after day, and it'll be the beginning of your relationship. In the end, Anya concluded, "Congratulations, your dream has come true." Susani wished she could turn off the phone. She did not want to reply to Anya at all. She leaned against the car window and looked at the night view outside. Her heart was like the scenery she saw along the way. It was barren. If it weren't for the fact that someone else was in the car, she would have burst into tears. What was so special about her that Yang liked her? As long as Yang said so, she would change. "Xianxia, what's wrong?" She sighed. "The sky is falling." Jiang Yan looked at the phone in Susani's hand and seemed to be deep in thought. The actress who replaced Li Hanqing joined the set a week after Li Hanqing left. In the past, Su Dao had been troubled by Li Hanqing's poor acting skills and her frequent NGs. Now, Su Dao was extremely glad that Li Hanqing's acting skills were poor. It was because she was dragging down the progress of the set that Su Dao kept pushing back Li Hanqing's scenes. Therefore, in the past 2 months, Su Dao deliberately suppressed Li Hanqing's scenes. As a result, Li Hanqing's role as the third female lead did not have many scenes to film. The new actress who joined the set was a little interesting. She was a new actress in the entertainment industry who had come to the set for an interview previously. Her name was Li Hanqing. Su Dao thought that she was quite good and wanted to sign her. However, later on, Li Hanqing was shoved into the set and had to leave. Su Dao estimated that Li Qingman's acting skills were not bad and she should be able to catch up with the filming progress in a week. When Li Hanqing left the set, it did not cause much of a stir. She left quietly. Actually, Li Hanqing was quite popular in the beginning. She was pretty and gentle. Moreover, before this, she was not famous and had no negative news. However, people got along with each other. The more they got along, the harder it was to hide the dirt on them. Did Li Hanqing come to the set yesterday? I think I saw her. During the break, a few young and energetic male supporting actors in the set gathered together and chatted in low voices. She's here. I greeted her yesterday, but she ignored me. Do you guys think that CEO's son that day is Li Hanqing's? That person said meaningfully and did not say anything. What's the big deal? It's so obvious. Who doesn't know? I feel that Li Hanqing is not that kind of person. Not that kind of person? Can you stop joking? Wasn't she very friendly to us before? Friendly? That was just a greeting 2 days ago. Did you see her pay attention to us after that? She kept trying to get in front of Teacher Han. When CEO's son came that day, she had a scene that day. However, when CEO's son came, she immediately changed into a Chong Sam and put on makeup. Why do you think that is? Don't make sarcastic remarks here. Didn't you also think that Li Hanqing is quite a good person? How many people in the entertainment industry are easy to deal with? I think that Xianxia is quite a good person. Although she's outspoken, she takes good care of newcomers. She's not like the rumors online. That's why gossip is a fearful thing. Some things can only be judged after you see it with your own eyes and hear it with your own ears. But did you guys notice Jiang Yan beside Xianxia? Xianxia said that he's her assistant. I know this Jiang Yan. He used to be in Sky Entertainment. He debuted with a group called Big Five. Some time ago, Sky Entertainment announced that he left the group due to personal reasons and his return date is uncertain. I heard that Sky Entertainment wanted him to do it with an investor, but Jiang Yan didn't agree. That's why he's in such dire straits now. Then why did Xianxia ask Jiang Yan to be her assistant? Hey, Chen Shu, you're closer to Xianxia. Have you heard her mention this before? Chen Shu frowned and looked at Jiang Yan, who was busying himself. Xianxia opened her own studio. She must have taken a liking to Jiang Yan and wants to sign Jiang Yan. Sign him? Sky Entertainment wants to freeze someone. Can Xianxia do anything about it? Haven't you guys heard? Xianxia has a big backer. Big backer? I've heard about it before. Xianxia's family used to be quite powerful, but after her relatives passed away, she fell into dire straits. However, her family's connections are still there. She knows many rich and powerful people, so no matter how bad Xianxia's reputation is, no one dares to blacklist her. So that's how it is. I was wondering before. All the stars who terminated their contracts with Sky Entertainment were involved in lawsuits. Xianxia was the only one who signed the contract and left immediately. She didn't hesitate at all. So awesome? But these are all rumors. They haven't been confirmed. The few of them suddenly understood. Susini, who they were talking about, was sitting in the corner of the set and looking at her phone quietly. After hearing Su Dao's words, Jiang Yan walked over to Susini and told her what Su Dao said. Xianxia, are you reading the script? Su Dao said that you don't have any scenes tonight and can go back and rest early. Susini put down her phone. Is that so? Okay, then I'll go back to the hotel first. Jiang Yan's eyes were sharp. He saw a page on Susini's phone screen. It was the details of a novel. On the left was the cover, and on the right was the title of the novel. The Self-Cultivation of the Evil Supporting Female. Jiang Yan, ? Susini studied very hard in between filming. She had read 30% of The Self-Cultivation of the Evil Supporting Female on her phone. The plot was wonderful. The female lead played the role of the evil supporting female incisively and vividly. Susini was fascinated by it and simply admitted defeat. Although it was a novel, there were so many things that she could learn from it. She had to study hard and learn the essence so that she could perform well in front of the young in the future. When she returned to the hotel and saw that it was 47% done, Anya called her 3 times in a row. What's wrong? Anya's tone was unusually calm. According to Susini's experience, the calmer Anya was, the more serious the matter was. Someone is slandering you online. Open Weibo. Susini raised his eyebrows and opened Weibo. It took him 20 minutes to sort out the whole matter clearly. She had already guessed that Li Hanqing would definitely cause trouble after leaving the set. So, it came immediately. According to what Anya told her, first, the spoilers of Phoenix Road appeared on the hot search. However, the hot search revealed that a marketing account with 8 million fans had posted a short video. The video was of Li Hanqing trying to intimidate Susini on the first day of the set. However, she was slapped by Susini instead. Of course, Li Hanqing's first part was removed. The content was only the second part of Susini's arrogance. Susini was a professional when it came to playing the role of an evil female supporting character. Her tone was just right and her gaze and actions were enough to make one's teeth itch. This video went viral immediately. Susini didn't even need to click on the comment section to guess what it was about. What else could it be? Oh my god, is Susini always so arrogant on set? When she slapped Li Hanqing, my face hurt just from the sound. There were so many people watching and no one stopped her? No wonder Li Hanqing left the set midway. She's so pitiful. Is this your first day meeting Susini? Hasn't she always been such an evil woman? What's the big deal about slapping someone on set? In the previous show, she almost pushed an actress from the same set down the stairs. Susini is so disgusting. With Susini in this show, I definitely won't watch it. There were more and more voices condemning Susini on the internet and she was pushed to the bottom of the trending search list. Gradually, the direction of the wind changed from condemning Susini to condemning the production team of Phoenix Road. According to Anya's analysis, someone went to Han Zhao's trending page and said that Susini's acting with Han Zhao was holding up Han Zhao and dragging down Han Zhao's level. At the same time, there was a video of Han Zhao and Susini's kissing scene. It was just a kissing scene, but they used 2 body doubles. Han Zhao was famous for his professionalism. Of course, he wouldn't use a body double, so it could only be Susini. Under the lead of some marketing accounts, there were more and more calls for the production team to change the female lead. There was even a hashtag resist Phoenix Road hashtag. If the production team can change Li Hanqing, why can't they change Susini? Susini is in this show. Even if Han Zhao is in it, I won't watch it. How strong is Susini's backer? Why is the production team supporting her so much? Aren't they afraid that the ratings will be a flop? Connecting the dots to the rumors of Susani having a sugar daddy, there was also an expose on the internet. It said that the investor visited the set not long ago and Susani was an old acquaintance of the investor. In order to make the expose more realistic, 2 blurry photos were posted. The photos were taken secretly. Susani looked like she was drunk when she knocked on the door of a hotel room. According to the informant, the investor was staying in this room. There was also a photo of a man in a suit coming out of the room. The man's face wasn't in the photo, only his back view was blurry. No wonder Susani is so daring. She has someone backing her. Damn. Xianxia lost because she doesn't have anyone backing her. That's why she was bullied by Susani. I think Xianxia is much prettier than Susani. Why is her sugar daddy so blind? Did you just find out? Susani's private life is very messy. I have insider information. She has an affair with many male actors in the entertainment industry. Susani was now in a difficult situation, but everyone was praising him. Some people seemed to think that there wasn't enough dirt on her. When everyone was full, they posted a few more photos. In the middle of the night, Xianxia entered Susani's room. It was clear as day. As a woman, I admire him. This little fresh meat is so handsome. He looks a little familiar. Isn't this Xianxia from the Big Five? He left the group before. Why did he enter Susani's room? Susani really deserves the title of King of Sea. She can hook up with so many men. I'm convinced. If you ask me, Susani is still very capable. She's entangled with so many little fresh meat male stars, and her sugar daddy is still willing to support her. A certain sugar daddy, have you seen it? Susani has planted a large grassland for you. After reading a few popular Weibo posts, Susani put down her phone calmly. Anya on WeChat kept comforting her, telling her not to be angry and not to get involved. She had a team to help her solve everything. Susani didn't take it to heart. It wasn't like she hadn't experienced this kind of dirt before. She just sighed. She finally had a chance to be famous again. She was finally on the hot search list. This popularity was much higher than the popularity that appeared in some unknown random magazine. The overwhelming amount of dirt was obviously prepared. It was probably Xianxia's doing. She didn't know if Yang saw it. Could she make him stop liking her? Xianxia, work harder. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was involved in this matter, found out the whole story immediately. From my experience, someone must be deliberately slandering Susani. These dirt are all from the crew. I'm guessing it's Xianxia's doing. Han Xiao looked very unhappy. Luo Jia knew that Han Xiao didn't like to get involved in these kinds of scandals. He immediately said, "Don't worry. I'll contact the studio later and ask them to clarify. You don't have to worry." Han Xiao didn't say anything for a while. Instead, he got up and walked to the window to smoke a cigarette. "Why are you smoking again? Didn't you quit?" He was silent for a long time. After a while, he turned around and asked Luo Jia, "Has it always been like this?" "What?" "Susani's dirt." Luo Jia shrugged. "It's the entertainment industry. You step on each other and I step on you. As long as you have a strong enough background, you can turn black into white. What about Susani's side? How will she deal with it?" "I heard that in the past, she dealt with it coldly. After a while, no one will pay attention to it." The smoke between his fingers slowly rose. Han Xiao looked out of the window in silence. If he hadn't been on set these days, he wouldn't have known what kind of person Susani was. He took out his phone, opened Weibo, and searched for Susani's Weibo. He followed her Weibo and reposted her latest post. "Han Xiao, it's my fault that I used a stunt double for the kissing scene. I'm sorry. Susani is a very talented actress I've seen. It's very easy for me to act with her. I hope that these groundless rumors on the internet won't affect your performance on set. I also hope that everyone can be rational about this matter." Han Xiao posted on Weibo and immediately sent it to Luo Jia's phone. "Han Xiao, are you crazy? Why are you getting involved in this?" Han Xiao put away his phone casually and put out the cigarette in the ashtray. I'm not crazy. I know what I'm doing. In the hotel lobby, Jiang Yan hurried from the film studio. As soon as he went upstairs, he ran into Xiao Yuan, who had come out of Susani's room. Xiao Yuan, is Xianxia all right? Xiao Yuan had been by Susani's side for many years, so she had seen many such things. She's fine. Of course, Jiang Yan didn't believe her. There was so much dirt on Susani that he was furious. How could a woman like Susani be fine? Xiao Yuan, can I borrow your phone for a moment? Phone? Don't you have one? Jiang Yan remembered that he had thrown his phone into the bin. He looked anxious. No, I don't. Can you please lend it to me? I need to use it. Okay. Xiao Yuan handed her phone to him. Jiang Yan opened Weibo and logged into his account, which he hadn't used in 800 years. He reposted Susani's latest Weibo post. Big 5 Jiang Yan, Xianxia has always been my idol. It's my honor to meet Xianxia at the film studio. I've learned a lot by working with Xianxia. I'm very grateful for Xianxia's help. I hope someone won't maliciously slander me. Enough is enough, he clicked send. The message was sent successfully. Only then did Jiang Yan feel slightly at ease. At the same time, at the Yi clan's headquarters, Zhao Bin sent the information he had collected today to Yi Yang's desk. President Yi, do you need me to make some arrangements? Yi Yang looked at the dirt on Susani online and frowned. What's going on? I've checked. It was released by a marketing company and they were paid to do so. Since you've been paid, you should know what to do, right? Why do you need to ask me about such a small matter? Zhao Bin naturally knew. I'll do it now. Wait, Yi Yang glanced at the Weibo posts that Han Xiao and Jiang Yan had clarified. He slammed his tablet on the table and looked very unhappy. Zhao Bin was confused. President Yi, what's wrong? Han Xiao and Jiang Yan were quick to clarify things. In the future, let me know immediately when something like this happens. Okay, I'll remember it. Do you have any other instructions? Yi Yang looked at Susani's Weibo. This Weibo, Zhao Bin understood. Do you need to open a Weibo account? Yi Yang looked up and glanced at Zhao Bin. I'm not interested and I don't have time to play with this kind of social media app. Zhao Bin nodded and left the office. The office door was closed. Yi Yang opened the Weibo interface and hesitantly swiped his finger across the interface. Finally, his eyes fixed on the words register now. Frivolity saps ambition, he had so much work to deal with on a daily basis. Where would he find the time to look at this mess? Yi Yang closed the Weibo page. 10 minutes later, Yi Yang was scrolling through Susani's Weibo with his brows furrowed. Why were the photos taken in this women's magazine so explicit? Yi Yang's eyes were full of disgust and he followed her. Thank you to the students who voted for me. I've spent a lot of money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, Tina 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, 4022891142. Return, no money on double 11, blow away the moon, Idong sand grains? TDUDV? Demeter, Huai 1, Susani's overwhelming black material came with a bang in the evening, but disappeared without a trace in the middle of the night. There were no more than 3 reasons for this. First, Han Xiao had spoken. Speaking of Han Xiao, it had to be said that he had won a grand slam in all kinds of film festivals over the years. He deserved the title of Best Actor, and his fans were proud of him. His acting skills were superb, and he kept a low profile. There were no scandals, and no scandals could be dug up. He was the most popular person in the entertainment industry. But what did he mean by that Weibo post 5 minutes ago? First, he took the blame for the rumors that Susani was not professional and used a stunt double for kissing scenes. Then he praised Susani for being the most talented actress he had ever seen and for being very relaxed. Finally, he urged everyone to treat this matter rationally and not to slander others because of such groundless rumors. This Weibo post was openly and covertly defending Susani. This was not like Han Zhao's style. For a moment, many fans thought that Han Zhao's account had been hacked. But after 10 minutes, this Weibo post did not disappear. Only then did they realize that it was indeed posted by Han Xiao himself. What should they do? Since it was posted by their idol, the fans had to pinch their noses and accept it. Even if they had been led by the marketing account a second ago and had just mocked and scolded Susani for not being worthy of acting with Han Xiao, the next second, they still had to kindly call on everyone to treat this matter rationally and not listen to the rumors of the marketing account. The second reason was that Jiang Yan had spoken. As an idol star who debuted with a small group under Sky Entertainment, Jiang Yan had very few fans on Weibo. But when it came to this matter, the attention he received was much higher than before. The latest Weibo post was a selfie of him sweating profusely in a dance studio 2 months ago. There were only a pitiful 100 or so comments, all of which came from his fans. After this incident, Jiang Yan's attention skyrocketed. Many fans saw that selfie and left comments to express their shock. They immediately became fans of Jiang Yan's appearance. Those who laughed at him and Susani became an outlier among these fans. What was that saying again? Looks were justice. Jiang Yan's face was really remarkable. He was young and had a good foundation. It was so tender that one could pinch water out of it. Just the photo of him sweating profusely without any filters or beautification. It was a selfie with the front camera of the Apple camera. Many fans said that they had found a treasure. No wonder Susani liked him. Following that, Jiang Yan posted a clarification on Weibo. Although her words were filled with admiration and gratitude towards Susani, in the eyes of the fans who only cared about appearances, it wasn't a problem at all. They directly tacitly agreed that this matter was deliberately created by the marketing account. He climbed the wall faster than anyone else. The third reason was that Yi Yang had made a move. His steps were very simple. After Xiaobin investigated and found out that Li Hanqing was behind this whole thing, he directly called President Sunday. At that time, CEO Sun was worried sick about the failure of his collaboration with the Yi clan. Ever since he returned from the film studio that day, Yi Yang had not seen him. He tried to use his connections, but to no avail. Just as he was at his wit's end, he received a call from Yi Yang. Just as he was about to happily say a few words, Yi Yang's voice was so cold that it made him shiver. President Sun, even if we can't make a deal, we can still be friends. What do you mean by this? President Sun was stunned. I don't know what President Yi is talking about. Susani is one of my people. Li Hanqing is one of yours. Now, your people are finding people on the internet to defame my people. Isn't that a little too unkind? With that, the phone call ended. President Sun held the phone to his ear. He was stunned for a long time, unable to react. Susani was one of his people? President Sun slapped his thigh. So it was true, no wonder Yi Yang was so protective of Susani that day at the film studio. It turned out that he had offended Susani that day, which was why he had offended Yi Yang, so the source of this matter was Li Hanqing. If it wasn't for Li Hanqing, why would he have offended Susani? With that thought, he quickly called Li Hanqing and asked directly, "What have you done?" President Sun had neglected Li Hanqing for more than a week. Li Hanqing had been pampered since she was young and had been bullied on set. Now that she had been kicked out of the set, how could she take it lying down? After thinking about it, she contacted a marketing company and gave them all the photos and videos she had seen on set during this period. She spent a lot of money to make them spare no effort to defame Susani. Li Hanqing watched coldly as Susani was besieged by fans. She was so happy that she ate 2 extra bowls of dinner. Just as she was secretly delighted, Director Sun called and questioned her. She was so angry that she didn't know what to do. She was so happy that she ate 2 extra bowls of food. What have I done? Pretend? You're still pretending? Didn't you ask people to defame Susani on the internet? Li Hanqing, let me tell you, Susani is not someone you can touch. Li Hanqing had never been wronged like this before. Why can't I touch her? She slapped me in the face in front of so many people on set. I want her to have a taste of her own medicine. President Sun gnashed his teeth in hatred. If he had known that Li Hanqing was such a bad and stupid woman, he would not have raised her. Li Hanqing, let me tell you, the person behind Susani is not someone I can touch. If you continue to be stubborn, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to survive in the entertainment industry in the future. What, do you mean? What I mean literally. You're on your own. After that, he hung up the phone. Li Hanqing sat where she was. She was so angry that she threw the phone on the ground. So, you mean that the marketing company apologized? Susani looked at Anya, who had come all the way from a city for this matter, and asked. Anya nodded. This matter is over just like that? What else do you want? Beauty, since Han Xiao has spoken up, who wouldn't give him face? Li Hanqing also posted on Weibo, explaining that the video was filmed. Susani looked at the Weibo post that Han Xiao had reposted and her heart sank. She had thought that her name would stay on the hot search list for a while longer, but it had only been a short while and it had already been removed. Was it so easy to clear her name? Weren't the fans nowadays a little too smart? But I'm quite curious. How did you manage to persuade Han Xiao to speak up for you? He even reposted your Weibo post. Do you know that Han Xiao has never cared about such things? It's just a scandal created by a few marketing accounts. If he personally dealt with it, he would be lowering his standards. I'm not too sure either, but I think that Big Brother Han is quite nice. He's not as cold as you say. Anya raised her eyebrows. Big Brother Han? You're quite close. Susani smiled. It's alright. Maybe it's because I'm more likable. Alright, stop being so smug. Tell me, what's the deal with Jiang Yan? Oh, I almost forgot. I picked him up at the film studio. This unlucky kid is really unlucky. At that time, I saw that he was working as a porter at the film studio, so I kept him by my side as my assistant. Film studio? He said that he wanted to act, so he came here to take a look. Anya thought about it and felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Alright, Jiang Yan, I'm guessing that he's hiding something in his heart. He's ambitious. Let's not talk about whether he came to the film studio on purpose or not. Just look at his face. With that face of his, is it worth signing? Susani showed Anya the selfie of Jiang Yan's sweaty Weibo post. Anya couldn't take her eyes off it. It's worth it. Then it's fine. Oh yes, this matter has made it to the hot search list. You should post a message to thank him. Okay. Susani thought about what she should post. Anya saw that she was not typing anything and said, you don't have to be so conflicted. Just thank him in a normal tone. It'll show that you're close. That makes sense. Susani, thanks. The message was sent successfully. Anya looked at Susani's two-word Weibo post. She was so angry that she couldn't say anything. 2 words? Can't you say a few more words? Or mention it? Susani looked very innocent. Didn't you ask me to be more casual? Anya expected better from her. Forget it. Take a look at the comments. Show it to me. I don't want to. Susani stuffed her phone into her hands. Anya took the phone and scrolled through the comments on Weibo. There were fewer vicious words. Although there were still anti-fans who kept questioning and nitpicking, they disappeared in an instant. However, there was one Weibo account that left such a message that was instantly pushed to the top by fans. It was a Weibo account with the nickname Eyoung12138. He posted 2 words, "You're welcome." Yang's name had been very popular on the internet recently. It was because Han Xiao had bought a house in Yipin Lanting. At that time, everyone knew that a house in Yipin Lanting was worth an entire building. It was also from that time that Yang appeared in front of everyone. He was rich, handsome, and had a good family background. He was simply a 1 in a million candidate for a boyfriend. When the Weibo account with Yang's name appeared in the comments, regardless of whether it was true or not, fans started to like this nickname. And in Yang's reply, fans crazily called him husband. Anya thought she had seen wrongly. She clicked on the account and saw that it was a newly registered account. Sini, look, there's a Yang's Weibo. Yang's Weibo? Susani hurriedly went over and looked at the photo with his tie below his neck. It was a Weibo account with the nickname of Eyoung12138. With an angry expression, he said, block him. Anya looked over with a puzzled gaze. She was filled with righteous indignation. Eyoung can't be on Weibo. This person has the name Eyoung. He must be an imposter. Quick! Blacklist this damn fake account. After scrolling through Susanie's Weibo for half an hour, Yang, who was about to comment, suddenly found that he had been blacklisted and could not comment, was confused. It suddenly dropped in the second watch period, 100 red packets were randomly dropped. Thank you everyone for your support. Thank you so much, thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you so much, thank you to the little angels who threw the landmine, Feng Ligua, above the clouds, Little Wanya, Namo*, Demeter, Wangwan Little Fairy, 373564511. As a president with a high status and a lot of work to do every day, other than the necessary email and WeChat, he might have experienced other leisure social media apps, but he had never used them in depth. A message flashed across the screen. Due to the other party's settings, you are unable to operate. Yang, who had experienced being blacklisted for the first time, remained silent. Although she hadn't used Weibo much, she could vaguely guess what this sentence meant. He threw the phone aside expressionlessly. In the blink of an eye, he had scrolled through Weibo for half an hour. He had actually wasted half an hour of his time. Sure enough, he was a playful person. 20 minutes later, Susanie sent her first video call request. Yang glanced at it but did not take it. The video call ended. 5 minutes later, Susanie called again. Yang glanced at it again and continued to read the documents as if nothing had happened. 5 minutes later, Susanie called for the third time. Yang's gaze shifted from the computer screen to the phone. Looking at the phone screen, his expression eased a little. He slowly accepted the video call. Susanie's face appeared on the screen. Hubby, what are you doing today? Did you miss me? The moment the call connected, Susanie knew that the account with Yang's name under her Weibo belonged to Yang. The necktie in the portrait was the one that Yang was wearing. Yang said calmly, "What's the matter?" "Nothing much, I just wanted to see you." "Are you busy today?" Yang replied concisely, "I'm busy." Susanie's expression seemed a little sad. "Then did you see?" "No. I haven't said anything yet." Yang's expression froze. "What I mean is, I'm very busy today. I don't have time to pay attention to other things. If there's nothing else important, I'll hang up first." "Wait." Susanie bit her lip as if she found it difficult to speak. Yang seemed to have lost his patience. "What is it?" "It's like this. Something happened today. There are rumors on the internet that I'm having an affair with Xianxia. They also said that I'm keeping Jiang Yan as my mistress. They said it with certainty. There are photos and evidence. Hubby, you must not believe them. You must believe me. I love you." Susanie guessed that since she had said so, Yang would at least ask about it, right? The photos on the internet were not fake. How could Yang not be suspicious? Disloyalty? Not angry? "Yes, I believe you." On the other end of the video call, Susanie froze. Usually, Yang didn't trust her at all, but now he trusted her without a doubt. What? Did he want to play psychological violence with her? "Hubby, do you still remember Li Hanqing, who always made things difficult for me on set? She was the one who did it. She deliberately found someone to frame me. You can't let her off. Alright, ban her." The D*MN man didn't give her a chance to show off. "Thank you, hubby. I love you. Wax." Susanie paused for a long time and finally seemed to remember something. "Hubby, do you have Weibo?" Yang lifted his eyelids. His face was so cold that Susanie could feel it from 100 miles away. "I don't have the interest and time to play with this kind of social media." "That's true." Susanie said, "Today, a Weibo account with your name appeared in my Weibo comments and said don't thank me. At that time I guessed that it couldn't be you. It must be someone impersonating you, so I blocked him. Don't you think that this kind of person is disgusting? He actually dares to use your name. Hubby, it's all thanks to Han Xiao and Jiang Yan today who helped me clarify this matter. Otherwise, I don't know how big the commotion would be. I have to thank them properly." Susanie said, "I'll treat Big Brother Han to a meal later. Jiang Yan's contract is with Sky Entertainment, but Sky Entertainment banned him. I want to help him settle the contract issue. What do you think? Big Brother Han?" Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't misunderstand. Big brother Han is a very good person. He's just like an older brother. Yang snorted coldly. I didn't misunderstand. Susani looked happy. It's good that you didn't misunderstand. I'll hang up first. Wait, Yang stopped her. Is there anything else? Yang remembered that he was blocked on Weibo and Susani's thank you Weibo post. After all, he did make a phone call. It was just a small effort. Shouldn't Susani thank him? If the person who pretended to be me under your Weibo post is me, hubby. It's really you? Susani sounded extremely surprised. I thought you didn't use Weibo? That account isn't verified, and there's a bunch of words behind the nickname. It's really you? Why don't you even know how to change your nickname? You should at least verify it, right? She looked like she was mocking him. Forget it, forget it. It's really infuriating. Yang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, it's not me. Susani had an I knew it expression on his face. I knew it. How could that fake account belong to you, hubby? Hubby, don't worry. In the future, as long as someone uses your name, I'll block them every time I see them and report them. You should be nicer to people online. Block them for no reason. They didn't offend you. They didn't offend me when they used your name? No, I'm going to block them. Forget it. As long as you're happy. Susani looked at the time. Hubby, it's very late. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. You should rest early too. Bye, hubby. The screen went black. After hanging up the video call, Yang was silent for a moment. Then he dialed the company's internal line and asked Xiaobin to come in. Assistant Xiaobin knocked on the door and entered. He ordered expressionlessly, open a Weibo account for me. Although Yang said an hour ago that he didn't need a Weibo account, as a subordinate, Xiaobin was not qualified to laugh at his boss. After all, he had to eat. Do I need an official verification? Thinking of how Susani blocked him, Yang gave his registered account to Xiaobin. Verify this account. Xiaobin took it. This Weibo account looked like a fake account. He didn't dare to laugh. I'll do it right away. Susani, who was hundreds of miles away from Yang, held her phone with a complicated expression and cried bitterly. It's over, it's over. Yang really helped me. Is his love for me so deep? The next morning, Jiang Yan stood outside Susani's room with a guilty expression. When Susani came out with her makeup done, he apologized to her in a low voice. Sini Jia, I'm sorry. I didn't expect that what happened that night would have such a big impact on you. When Susani opened the door, she saw Jiang Yan's guilty expression. She thought something had happened. She waved her hand generously. It's okay. Don't take it to heart. Those marketing accounts were paid to do things. They're all like this. You don't blame me? Why would I blame you? Susani walked towards the elevator and said, Jiang Yan, when you come to my studio in the future, you must remember not to let these things ruin your mood. You have to know that those people who are defaming you will only say a few words online. They don't have the right to meet you in real life. So, you don't have to take it to heart. The team will solve everything for you, okay? Jiang Yan was one step behind Susani. When he heard these words, he stopped in his tracks. He looked at Susani's thin figure standing in front of the elevator and lowered his eyes slightly. Okay, I'll remember. The few of them arrived at the filming location. The crew had already prepared the set. Su Dao saw them and asked, Sini, are you okay? Sini smiled and said, I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Don't take it to heart. Just focus on filming. When we're in the show and the audience sees your acting skills, they won't say anything. Susani nodded her head. Han Xiao, who was one step behind Susani, arrived at the filming location with his manager and assistant. Han Xiao had taken the initiative to clarify things for her yesterday. Logically speaking, she should thank him. Susani walked over and looked at him with a sincere expression. Brother Han, thank you for speaking up for me yesterday. Han Xiao was still as calm as before. It was as if it was nothing in his eyes. It's okay. It was nothing. Luo Jia, who was beside Han Xiao, looked unhappy. Yesterday, Han Xiao insisted on clarifying things for Su Xini, which tied the two of them together. Now, there were many criticisms about Han Xiao online. Although this matter had been settled, there were still many discussions about Han Xiao online. Unable to dissuade Han Xiao, Luo Jia could only choose to give Su Xini an attitude. Anya saw Han Xiao at first glance and hurriedly followed behind Su Xini. After Su Xini thanked her, she reached out her hand to Han Xiao. "Hello, Mr. Han. I'm Xini's manager. My name is Anya." Han Xiao looked at the hand and hesitated for 2 seconds. While he was hesitating, Luo Jia went up and shook Anya's hand. "Hello, my name is Luo Jia. I'm Han Xiao's manager." He helped Han Xiao get out of this situation. Anya smiled awkwardly. "I've long heard of Miss N's reputation. Now that I've met you, you are indeed extraordinary. Why don't we sit down and add each other on WeChat and have a good chat?" "I'm sorry, I didn't bring my phone." Anya forcefully pulled her hand out of Luo Jia's grasp. Luo Jia was quite good-looking and suited her taste. Unfortunately, he was gay. She had no interest in gays and never wasted her time on them. Su Dao was calling for someone on set. "You guys chat first. Brother Han and I are going to film." "Wait." Anya pulled Su Xini back. "Xini, I'm relieved that your incident is over. I still have some work to do at the studio, so I have to leave in a bit. Focus on filming on set. Don't get agitated if anything happens. Call me." How could Su Xini not know what Anya was thinking? She was probably going back to meet some young hunk. She did not force her to stay. "Okay, be careful on the road." Luo Jia patted Han Zhao's shoulder and looked at Anya's back as she left. "Do you know what I'm thinking right now?" "What?" "I'm thinking about what to name Anya and my child." Han Xiao, ? The filming of Phoenix Road was progressing at a rapid pace after Li Qingman, who had replaced Li Hanqing's scenes, joined the crew. Su Xini admired Su Dao's foresight. She had estimated that the filming would take at least half a year. At this rate, it would probably take less than half a year. They might even be able to finish filming ahead of time and go home for the new year. The crew members wore thin jackets and thick cotton-padded clothes. Su Xini wrapped herself up tightly. There were 2 little sons by her side, a hot water bottle on her knees and a hot water cup in her hands. She was living the life of an old person ahead of time. Looking at the snowy film city, Su Xini felt like a lifetime had passed. Everything had passed so quickly since she had joined the crew. "Xini Jia, do you want to go to the hot spring tonight?" "Hot spring?" Xiao Yuan smiled mysteriously. "It's specially prepared for you." In the evening, Su Xini finally understood what Xiao Yuan meant when she said, "specially prepared it for you." It was specially prepared for her and Han Xiao to have a passionate scene in the cold pool. After interacting with Han Xiao for so long, Su Xini had gone from being excited and expectant to being embarrassed and troubled. It had only been 3 or 4 months. Su Dao stood by the hot spring and smiled. "Xini, the hot spring is comfortable, but don't ng on purpose just to soak for a while longer. Pass it in one go. I'll let you soak as much as you want tonight." "Su Dao, don't worry. We'll definitely pass it in one go." She then glanced at Han Xiao. Han Xiao, on the other hand, looked magnanimous and did not think much of it. She had no choice but to bite the bullet. Su Xini took off her long cotton-padded jacket and handed it to Jiang Yin, who had a gloomy expression. She thought that the unlucky child was in a bad mood because of the cold, so she did not care. Then, she walked into the hot spring with shaking arms. She was surrounded by the warm spring water and felt extremely warm. But when she got up, the cold air blew and she felt even colder. Han Xiao also took off his cotton-padded jacket and went into the water. Both of them wore very little in the hot spring and only had a thin layer of underwear. Especially Han Xiao, after his clothes were soaked, the lines of his body could be seen clearly. Su Xini blushed slightly and turned her face away. "All departments, pay attention. Check carefully. It's so late. Let's try to pass it in one go. Let's wrap up early and go back to the hotel to rest." At Su Dao's order, the two people in the cold pool also began to get into the zone. Han Xiao was expressionless the whole time. Susani was thinking from Han Zhao's point of view throughout the entire drama. She said in a low voice, "Teacher Han, don't be nervous. When we're acting later, you can stay away from me. We're not filming underwater anyway." Han Zhao's eyes gradually darkened and he gave an ambiguous This scene was mainly about the relationship between Han Xiao and Susani from the soul to the body. Susani still blushed when she recalled the description of this scene in the novel. Fortunately, Su Dao's scene blurred the mood. The steam in the cold pool rose. Han Xiao supported himself with one hand on the side of the cold pool and Susani was in his arms. With such a face-to-face distance, the two of them were almost pressed against each other. Especially Han Zhao's faintly discernible muscles. Susani only glanced at them, but she didn't know where to look. Cut. Su Dao got up. "Sini, what's wrong with you? Where are your eyes looking? Are you doing it on purpose? Do you want to soak in the hot spring for a while longer?" Susani apologized profusely. "I'm sorry, Su Dao. I'll definitely act well." "Okay, let's do it again. All departments, get ready. Action." Susani was once again in Han Zhao's arms. The waves stirred up hit her face. Susani took a deep breath and slowly raised her head. She forced herself to forget the plot in the novel she had read several times. Her tenacious and unyielding eyes finally had a moment of tenderness. The camera moved away. The sound of the water in the cold pool became louder. The back view of the two intertwined necks gradually became blurred under the steam. Occasionally, there was a sweet moan. Cut. Su Dao stood up with a smile. Pass. Han Xiao was slightly stunned when he heard that. He leaned over and looked at Susani, who was blushing in front of him. He didn't know if it was because the hot spring was too hot or because the scene was too intimate, but the blush on her face had dyed the tips of her ears. His Adam's apple twitched. "Brother Han, we've passed." Susani smiled awkwardly and reminded him. Han Xiao looked away from her clear eyes. After a moment of silence, he got out of the cold pool with a splash. Immediately, a staff member came forward to hand her a dry towel. "Quick, go take a shower and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold." Susani wrapped herself up tightly and pushed her way into the bathroom that the crew had arranged in advance. After changing her clothes and soaking in the hot spring for half an hour, Susani felt warm all over. "Sini, it's been hard on you today." After that, Su Dao paused and continued, "Our filming progress is quite good. It's all thanks to you and Han Xiao that we've been shooting for 3 months. In 2 days, the media will come to visit and interview you. Take a look and see if you have any taboo questions." Su Dao handed a notebook full of questions to Susani. Susani took it and glanced at it. They were all daily teasing questions, nothing special. "No problem. That's good. Think about it carefully and think about how to answer." Susani agreed. It was the first time that the media had come to visit the set. From the director to the supporting actors, the media didn't let them go. Of course, the ones they didn't let go the most were the male and female leads. "Teacher Han, you haven't taken on any drama production before and have always been active on the screen. Many fans and I want to know why you took on Su Dao this time." Han Xiao looked at Su Dao. "Before I took on this drama, I talked to Su Dao and studied the script. It's really exciting. I won't let go of any script that interests me." Previously, Teacher Han praised Sini's acting on Weibo and said that she's very comfortable with the role. "I'm a loyal fan of yours, but I don't remember you publicly praising any female actress. I would like to ask Miss Su, what do you think about this?" What could Susani think about it? She smiled. "I'm also very surprised that Teacher Han has such an evaluation of me. Teacher Han is also the actor that I admire the most among all the actors I've worked with. I've always set Teacher Han as my goal. Since Teacher Han praised me so much, I have to work harder in the future." The reporters' questions were nothing more than this. They would ask inside and outside the show. If they could dig up some gossip, that would be even better. But the people being interviewed were all experienced old foxes in the entertainment industry. How could the reporters find a loophole? The questions went on for half an hour and it was time for the free Q&A session. The interviewees could refuse to answer in this session. Miss Su, some time ago, there were rumors on the internet that you and Teacher Han fell in love after working together for a long time. Is this true? Of course not. Teacher Han is my idol. I wouldn't dare to blaspheme. Miss Su, you just debuted not long ago and have always been called Little Su Weiyin. Do you know that Su Weiyin has recently returned to the country? Susini was slightly stunned. What? Su Weiyin has returned to the country? Don't you know? 2 days ago, the media took photos of Su Weiyin at the airport. Susini's surprised expression was especially obvious. Han Xiao frowned slightly and helped her out. Are there any other questions? The reporters immediately turned to Han Xiao. Teacher Han, you have worked with Su Weiyin before. Can you talk about Su Weiyin? Han Xiao's eyes turned cold and he refused to answer this question. Next question. During the free interview period, Susini was absent-minded and did not answer any of the reporters' questions. When they returned to the hotel, Xiao Yuan comforted Susini. Sini Jia, don't worry. Su Weiyin has been abroad for so many years. The audience has long forgotten about her. She's not as famous as you know. Susini was worried and she forced a smile. I'm fine. It's late. You should go back and rest. I want to be alone. Xiao Yuan wanted to say something, but Jiang Yan stopped her. The two of them left the room. Who is Su Weiyin? Jiang Yan asked Xiao Yuan while waiting for the lift. Su Weiyin is a very popular female celebrity 4 years ago. When Sini Jia debuted, she looked a little like her. That was why she was called Little Su Weiyin. Jiang Yan checked Su Weiyin's photos on his phone. What he saw was a photo of Su Weiyin at the airport. She did look like Susini. It's Su Weiyin who looks like Sini Jia. Jiang Yan turned off his phone with a sullen face. Susini was in the room. After Jiang Yan and Xiao Yuan left, she couldn't wait to search for Su Weiyin on Weibo. Sure enough, the photo at the airport was a hot topic. After 4 years, Su Weiyin had returned in a low-key manner. However, she still couldn't escape the eyes of the paparazzi. Su Weiyin was carrying a child in her arms. The child looked about 3 or 4 years old. Occasionally, the paparazzi would take a photo of the child and politely censor it. She sent a message to Anya. Su Weiyin is back? Do you have a first-hand high-definition photo? How could Anya not have it? She immediately sent it over and told her not to take it to heart. Susini looked at the high-definition photo and zoomed in on the photo of the child in Su Weiyin's arms. She's finally back. This was Susini's first reaction. As the female lead of the novel, Su Weiyin was unstoppable in the entertainment industry. Whether it was her popularity 4 years ago or her low-key return now, she was holding the script of the female lead of the novel. The men around her were like a beehive that had been poked. The biggest mystery in the novel was the identity of the father of Su Weiyin's child. Unfortunately, Su Weiyin had never said anything and didn't do a paternity test with any of the men. Every man who had been in a relationship with Su Weiyin thought that she was their child. Of course, that included Yi Yang, that B** starred. Unfortunately, that B** starred didn't have the male lead's halo. The beauty was taken by the male lead. The male lead also tacitly agreed that the child was his. After he got together with the female lead, he didn't do a paternity test. This kind of love, was stronger than gold, moving one's countenance. This child was so similar to Yi Yang. He had a pair of beautiful eyes, a small nose, and a small mouth. He had everything that Yi Yang had. It was exactly the same. There was no need for a paternity test. After rounding it up, this was Yi Yang's child, Susini. He has a nose, eyes, and a mouth. He's Yi Yang's son, Yi Yang. Don't think that you can slander me just because the child has eyes, a mouth, and a nose like me. Update a little late, sorry CACIV finally made it here. Thank you for your support. Love Mud. Thank you to the students who voted for me. I've spent a lot of money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the rocket launcher, 4091762241. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, Yeji 2, return, Lonely Cat 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, a little dinosaur. 8, Lonely Cat 5, 25117768, 4092011862, Hisua Dong Dong Wan, Fu Wan Wan, 2nd floor D area 251, Heart 1118, Bar Spirit, Don't Bar Me. Yap, 2333 Retard, 241835563, Meaty Sleeves, Twilight Didati, Big Girl, Happy Fool, 40915718, 40376113, Tortoise Does Not Turn Over, Ling Vishi, Demeter, Yeji, Shefe, 381534332, 32463795, 40911693, 40909227, by Xianxia. Jiao Ruoming, Purple Ice Lotus, one Ukrainian little suckling pig. After 4 years, Su Weiyin's return with her son caused a sensation at the airport. There were 3 types of fans. Those who had just entered the entertainment industry, such as Jiang Yan, had never heard of Su Weiyin and were dismissive of her. The second type were Su Weiyin's fans from 4 years ago. Although she was no longer in the limelight, they firmly believed that Su Weiyin would return to her former glory. The third type were fans who were not interested in her. They had seen what happened 4 years ago and the changes in the entertainment industry. So what if Su Weiyin came back now? It was not like she could not replace her. The second type of fans and the third type of fans were in a heated argument. But no matter what, Su Weiyin's return was a success. Just as everyone was eagerly anticipating Su Weiyin's return, 1 month passed. 2 months passed. There was no news at all. The airport photo from 2 months ago was like a stone that had been dropped into a calm lake, causing a ripple. After the ripple subsided, there was no more sound. Su Weiyin was able to keep her composure. Susini, who was far away in the film studio, was also able to keep her composure. As usual, she filmed during the day and had a video call with Yang at night. Although she was excited and looking forward to Su Weiyin's return, she was an actress and had professional ethics. Even if the sky fell, she would have to wait until she finished filming the drama. Sini, come over and look at this child. Child? Susini looked over. It was a child dressed in ancient clothing. He was about 3 or 4 years old. He opened his clear eyes and stared at her without blinking. He was very obedient. This is? Su Dao said half-jokingly, you and Han Zhao's son. Han Xiao, who was reading the script, glanced over. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. This is Qi Mingyue and Zhao Jingheng's child. Hurry up and get ready for your last scene. Susini glared at Su Dao and squatted down to pinch the child's soft cheeks. Little kid, what's your name? How old are you? The child's voice was soft, but he was trying his best to speak clearly. He was very cute. My name is Zhou Qingqing. I'm 3 years old this year. Then do you know what to do later? I know, the child said obediently. Acting. You even know how to act? Mom taught me. Good girl. Children of 3 or 4 years old were really cute. They were not noisy or annoying. She wondered if Su Weiyin's son was as cute as them. The staff at the scene got ready to shoot. Susini sat on the swing, holding a cute child in her arms and swinging the swing slowly. The winter sun was just right, casting a touch of refreshing warmth on the desolate imperial garden. The light nursery rhyme floated out of the garden. The camera panned to the outside of the garden. Han Xiao, who was dressed in brocade clothes, stopped in his tracks when he heard the song. The eunuchs and bodyguards behind him retreated one after another. He stepped into the imperial garden quietly. The only thing left in his pitch-black eyes was the beautiful figure on the swing. The camera zoomed in and turned to the 2 cross-necked birds at the top of the branches. A child's tinkling laughter came from the garden. Cut, Su Dao stood up and clapped. Pass. Sini, you've finished filming. Han Xiao gave her a bouquet of flowers and gave her a big hug to congratulate her on the successful completion of her filming. Susini held a large bouquet of roses, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. Su Dao stepped forward. I should be the one saying thank you. Thank you for playing the role of Qi Mingyue. If there's a chance, let's work together again. Definitely. That night, Susini treated the entire crew to dinner. She had a good time filming this time, without the scheming and deceit that she had with other actors. If there was a chance, she really wanted to work with Su Dao again. Before they left, Han Xiao called out to her. The entertainment industry was like this. During filming, they would spend a few months together, but after filming, they would hardly see each other again. Let's keep in touch if there's a chance. Susani was slightly stunned, but she smiled and said, okay. The next day, Susani did not stay at the set for long. Instead, she brought Jiang Yan and the rest back to a city. She did not inform anyone. She asked Anya to find a temporary house for Jiang Yan to stay in. She would talk to him about signing the contract after settling the matter of his contract with Sky Entertainment. Jiang Yan agreed. What's wrong? Look at your sullen face. After settling Jiang Yan down, Susani asked Anya to send her home. Susani rubbed between her eyebrows tiredly and shook her head. I'm fine. Anya turned the steering wheel. Don't. Susani stopped her. I'm not going back to the old mansion. Send me to Yipin Lan Ting. Anya joked, what's wrong? You kept saying that Yi Yang wanted to finish filming and go back to him. Why don't I see him now that we're done? Susani stared out of the car window, her face calm. No one knew what she was thinking. The long silence made Anya feel that something was wrong. What's wrong with you? Susani sighed. Do you know Su Weiyin? Of course, I think. She came back to China 2 months ago with a child. She was silent for 2 months. 2 days ago, she went on an interview program and talked about her experiences over the years. She sounded quite pitiful. What's wrong? Pitiful? Susani smiled coldly. Is she as pitiful as me? The more she said, the stranger she felt. What's wrong with you? Anya, do you know? Su Weiyin and Yi Yang used to know each other. Know each other? Anya was shocked. To what extent? If it was just an ordinary acquaintance, Susani would not look so lost. Could it be, but she had never heard of it? They used to be very close. Seemed? Cindy, you have to be clear about this. Don't let your imagination run wild. Susani's face was full of loneliness. You don't know, Yi Yang and Su Weiyin used to. She closed her eyes in pain, as if she did not want to continue. Anya held the steering wheel tightly and asked, used to what? Susani covered her face and choked. Don't ask, I don't want to talk about it. This time, Su Weiyin came back with her son. Anya, do you know? This child might be Yi Yang's. Yi Yang's? Anya was shocked. She wanted to comfort Susani, but she did not know what to say. She was used to playing around and had never spent so much effort on a man like Susani. If her man had another woman and that woman had a child, she would definitely kick that B***** away. She would not be upset at all. No, how do you know it's Yi Yang's? Did Yi Yang tell you? Or did you find out something yourself? Others can't tell, but I can. That child and Yi Yang are exactly the same. Were they made from the same mold? Anya tried to recall the child's appearance. They don't look alike, right? How are they alike? Anya, you have to help me. Tell me, I'll help if I can. Help me ask her out. Ask her out? Yes. Susani said seriously and calmly, I want to talk to her. Talk? No. Cindy, calm down and listen to me. We haven't figured things out yet, so don't be rash. Can you ask Yi Yang first? We'll take action after we figure out the child. Figure it out? Susani looked at her angrily. What's there to figure out? Yi Yang was her classmate in university. They were a single man and a single woman, so they fell in love over time. Otherwise, how could she have Yi Yang's child? Wait a minute. The more Anya listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. Do you have any evidence that the child is Yi Yang's? Susani seemed to be unable to listen to anything and was immersed in her own world. I will never let her ruin my marriage with Yi Yang. Anya, help me ask her out as soon as possible. I want to talk to her. You're not willing to help me? I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. Okay, I'll find a way to contact her and help you ask her out, okay? Susani's eyes were filled with tears. Thank you, Anya. She had learned this trick from a novel. Evil female supporting characters all did this. They were arrogant, domineering, impulsive, and stupid. They didn't investigate the truth and blindly believed what they saw and believed what they wanted to believe. Especially when it came to targeting the female lead, they were on the road to death. Susanee believed that it wouldn't be long before Yang hated her completely. Then he would divorce her. Wasn't that what happened in novels? She was a woman who would do anything for Yang. It was perfect. Perfect. Anya was reliable. 2 days later, she called to inform her that she had succeeded in asking Su Weiyin out at a coffee shop. That day, Susanee wore heavy makeup and red lips. She carried the latest limited edition Louis Vuitton bag, wore sunglasses, and went for the appointment. Susanee pushed open the door of the coffee shop and saw a gentle and low-key woman sitting in the corner. Susanee knew that this was Su Weiyin's motherly disguise after she had a child. The years were tranquil and peaceful. There was no fighting, just like the gentle white moonlight in the night sky. She was the type of woman that men liked the most. Her every frown and smile could fully arouse men's possessiveness. When she was sentimental, it could arouse men's desire to protect her. It was unforgettable with just a glance. She walked up to Su Weiyin aggressively. "Tell me, how much do you want to lead a Yang?" Su Weiyin was slightly stunned. "You're Cindy, right? I know you. Hello, I'm Su Weiyin." Su Weiyin reached out her hand in a friendly manner. Susanee glanced at her hand in disdain. She didn't intend to shake her hand and sat down in front of her. Two people, two types of extremes. "You asked me out. What's the matter?" "Of course." Susanee took off his sunglasses and placed his limited edition bag on the table. He looked like he was the richest person in the world. "I heard that you brought a child back to China. Tell me, who is the child's father? Is it a Yang?" When she mentioned this name, Su Weiyin was slightly distracted, as if she was immersed in her memories. She didn't say anything. Such a long period of silence made Susanee furious. "Is it really Yang's?" "Su Weiyin, you're such a scheming woman. Are you trying to use the child as a bargaining chip to marry into the Yi family? I don't understand what Miss Su means." "What do I mean?" "Don't pretend. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? But let me tell you, Yi Yang and I have been married for 2 years. Do you think that Yi Yang's mother and grandfather will let a mistress into the Yi family? You and Yi Yang are married?" Looking at Su Weiyin's surprised expression, Susanee raised her chin arrogantly. "Don't you just want money? I have money and I'll give it to you. Tell me, how much do you want to lead a Yang and bury the child in your stomach?" Su Weiyin adjusted her expression and smiled gently. "So Miss Su is looking for me because of this? What else? Maybe you want to enter the entertainment industry? It's okay, I can introduce you to a few roles. It won't be a problem for you to support yourself and your son, as long as you bury this matter in your heart." Su Weiyin remained silent. She sat there like a little white flower that stood aloof from worldly affairs. Susanee frowned slightly. Why did it feel like this little white flower was acting better than her? No, she couldn't lose to this little white flower for the role of the evil supporting female lead. Susanee took out a bank card from her bag and threw it in front of Su Weiyin. She didn't care about the woman in front of her just because she had some stinky money. The money in the card is enough for you to live for the rest of your life. As a person, you should be content with what you have. Don't be too greedy. Su Weiyin looked at the bank card indifferently, as if she didn't care about it. "Tell me, how much do you want to lead a Yang?" Su Weiyin didn't deny or refuse. She said, 50 million, 50 million? Susanee smiled. "So you're admitting that the child is a Yang's? Are you sure you can lead a Yang with 50 million? Su Weiyin looked at Susanee and smiled, which was a silent admission. The two of them looked at each other without giving in. 1 second, 2 seconds. Susanee took the card back from the table and got up calmly. She picked up her newly bought limited edition LV bag and said to Su Weiyin's puzzled gaze, "I wish you both happiness." She turned around cleanly. "Pooh, 50 million, is this dog man worthy?" Suddenly added more chapters, explain. "I've never written about the male and female lead having exes in my novels. It's not for any other reason, it's simply because I find it troublesome. So this book is the same." Yang and Sunny don't have exes, and they didn't have any relationship with their exes. Susani, who came out of the cafe, listened to the recording on her phone. The more she listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. Su Weiyin was quite smart, she didn't admit that the child was Yang's at all. This was indeed the biggest mystery in the novel. Su Weiyin's mouth was really tight. But why didn't Su Weiyin follow the script? Shouldn't she have shouted at her in humiliation when she saw her throwing the bank card in front of her? No matter how much you pay, I can't leave Yang. My child can't live without a father. Then she left the cafe crying. Why did she bid 50 million calmly? 50 million, Susani rolled her eyes. Why was Su Weiyin blackmailing her? 50 million? She might as well rob, how dare she? She wanted her to pay 50 million to redeem the bastard, dream on, but no matter what, she humiliated Su Weiyin with money today. She definitely wouldn't let it go. Someday in the future, Su Weiyin would probably bring up this matter to Yang at an appropriate time to sow discord between her and Yang. As long as Su Weiyin took this matter to heart, it was no wonder she acted like this today. Host, why are you so sure that Su Weiyin's child is Yang's? There's no answer to this in the novel. Susani smiled. That's why I said that AIs like you don't have human feelings. Look. She took out the high-definition airport photo of Su Weiyin holding the child and zoomed in on the child's face. This face looks so much like Yang. How? I forgot. You don't have human eyes, so you can't see it. Let me tell you, we can scan. Then you should be able to scan it. Look at this child's eyes, nose, mouth, eyebrows, ears. Does Yang have it? It's exactly the same. Little wanted to say something but stopped. She whispered, I don't think so. Don't worry about it. Listen to me, I have the final say. I will solve the mystery in the novel for you right now. This child is Yang's. After thinking for a while, Cindy called Anya. On the phone, she sounded depressed and choked with sobs. Hey, Anya, come out and talk to me. Half an hour later. What? 50 million? When Anya heard Susani tell her what happened today, she was shocked beyond words. She looked at Susani as if she was looking at a fool. As expected of you, Susani. You paid her to leave Yang before you even figured out what happened? Susani was not regretful at all. What else is there to figure out? Su Weiyin and Yang knew each other. They had a relationship when they were in university. If it wasn't for a freak combination of factors, they would have been together a long time ago. At this point, Susani was filled with grief and indignation. She gritted her teeth. They even have a child together. What else is there to figure out? Do I have to wait for Su Weiyin to bring the child to me before I? She couldn't continue. You always tell me that the child is Yang's. Do you have any other evidence other than your eyes? Have you done a paternity test? Su Weiyin admitted it in front of me. Then you shouldn't have paid her to leave right away. Anya poked at her in exasperation. Susani, you are usually such a smart person. Why is it that when it comes to Yang, you seem to have been hit so hard that your IQ has dropped to the level of a paramecium? This is such a big matter. Can you wake up a little? Or can you ask me before you do anything? But I can't let this child meet Yang. Susani looked extremely anxious. You know that Yang doesn't like me. He hasn't touched me yet. Grandpa and Mom have always wanted a grandson. Now that a grandson is right in front of them, what do you think they will do? But you can't be so impulsive. Let's discuss everything slowly, okay? If you look for her, won't you be giving her something to use against you? If she casually mentions this matter in the future, what will everyone think of you? What will Yang think of you? I can't help it. Anya, I'm really scared. I'm scared that once Yang sees the child, he will forget about me. He used to want to divorce me. Do you think he will start to ask for a divorce again? Anya calmed down. Don't worry. The current situation is not irreversible. Yang has feelings for you. He won't casually ask for a divorce like before. Then what should I do now? Anya pondered for a moment. From today onwards, you will do as I say. Susani stopped talking and looked at her as if she had grasped at a life-saving straw. Tell me what I should do and what I shouldn't do. Tell me everything. I will never be as impulsive as I was today again. Okay, listen to me. First, you must never look for Su Weiyin alone in the future. You are a Yang's wife now, and she hasn't done anything to come between you and a Yang for the time being. You have to be magnanimous with her. Humiliating her in any way will only make you look bad. Susani nodded. Second, if a Yang knows about this matter, pretend that you don't know or have never heard of it. Don't make a fuss in front of a Yang. If you do, it will only accelerate his dislike of you. You have to be magnanimous and make a Yang feel guilty towards you. But, bear with it. Anya continued. Third, control your emotions. No matter where you hear or see Su Weiyin, especially Su Weiyin's son, you can't be angry or do anything outrageous. Fourth, as you said, if old Mr. E and Lady E find out about the existence of the child, don't make a fuss. Trust me, they are reasonable people. They will never let you divorce a Yang and let that woman marry into the family just because of an illegitimate child. Fifth, Su Weiyin will definitely return to the entertainment industry in the future. When that time comes, there may be conflicts and clashes between you and her. After all, you debuted with the reputation of little Su Weiyin. The media will definitely compare the two of you. If there is a comparison, there will be criticism. If there is criticism, don't take it to heart. Use your works to conquer your fans. Every time Anya said something, Susani wrote it down on her phone. First, continue to look for Su Weiyin. She had to be mean with her words, arrogant with her attitude, and think of ways to humiliate her. Second, Yang would make a fuss in front of her after finding out. Third, see Su Weiyin son. Susani thought about it. The child was innocent, so forget it. She deleted the third one. Third, old Mr. E and Lady E would cry and make a fuss when they found out about the child. Fourth, meet Su Weiyin in the entertainment industry. She would buy an advertisement to defame her, step on her, and spread rumors about her. After she finished writing, she added another sentence to the fourth point, let Yang know that she was the one who defamed Su Weiyin behind his back. By then, Yang would be furious and settle the score with her. He would divorce her. This kind of love was truly moving. Okay, I'll remember it. Don't worry, I won't act rashly in the future. I will do as you say. Anya was relieved. If you can calm down, you won't lose to Su Weiyin. You will definitely be able to protect a Yang. Protect a Yang, Susani rolled her eyes in her heart. Who would want to protect a Yang? Who would want to protect him, but she pretended to be touched. Anya, thank you. There's no need to say thank you between us. Anya looked at the time and got up. Okay, it's late. I'm worried about you. I'll send you back first. Waiter, the bill. Susani handed over the card. 2 minutes later, the waiter walked into the room with a smile. Miss Su, I'm sorry, your card is insufficient. Susani was confused for a moment. Looking at the bank card, she suddenly came back to her senses. She took out another card from her bag and handed it to the waiter. I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong card. In the car, Anya asked Susani, are we going back to the mansion or Ipin Lanting? Susani thought for a moment. Can you send me back to Ipin Lanting first and then send me back to the mansion after I get some things? Anya started the car. You must keep this to yourself when you get back. Bear with it and pretend that you don't know anything. Do you understand? Susani nodded. Don't worry, I know what to do. Half an hour later, the car was parked in the garage under Ipin Lanting. The two of them went upstairs. Susani changed her clothes and picked up her gift. She was in high spirits. She was completely different from the dispirited and insecure Susani half an hour ago. Anya looked at the time and rejected the date with the young hunk on WeChat. She sighed. I've really become your chauffeur. Okay, Anya. I'll thank you properly when this is over. With their relationship, they could talk about anything. Okay, I'll be waiting for your thanks. The car started. An hour later, Anya's car stopped outside the mansion. You can go and buy yourself. Have a good rest for the next few days. I'll help you postpone your work. With that, she left. Susani stood outside the mansion. She was carrying a lot of gifts in her hands. She looked at the two street lamps in front of the mansion and took a deep breath before entering the house with a smile. In the mansion, Lady Yi was sitting on the sofa in the living room, cutting a bouquet of flowers that she had bought today. Old Mystery was reading a financial magazine beside her. The two of them would occasionally exchange a few words. "Grandpa, Mom, I'm back." A cheerful voice came from the door. Old Mystery and Lady Yi were stunned and looked up. "Cindy is back?" Old Mystery put down the magazine and Lady Yi put down the scissors. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" Susani put the gifts on the coffee table. "I wanted to give you a surprise. By the way, Grandpa, I brought you some gifts. It's a type of tea from the film studio. It's very popular there. There's not a lot of it, so I didn't sell it in the city. I brought some for you. Take a look." As she spoke, she took out a box of delicately wrapped tea leaves and handed it to Old Mystery. "Mom, this is a new facial cream from the brand. It should be very suitable for you. Try it. If you don't think it's suitable, you can tell me." Lady Yi took the beautifully wrapped box of facial cream. Although she said that she didn't need to buy it, the love in her eyes couldn't lie. "You're back. Why did you bring so many gifts?" Old Mystery lovingly asked her to sit down and looked her up and down. "You've lost weight in the past few months. Is it because you're too tired and haven't eaten well?" "No, you're wrong. You always think that I've lost weight because I haven't eaten well. My weight hasn't changed. You're lying to me. You should rest well at home for the next few days, right? Ask Auntie Chen to cook more delicious food for you." "Thank you, Grandpa. We're family. You don't have to thank me." Susani smiled and kept glancing upstairs. Old Mystery saw the direction of her gaze and knew what she was thinking. Yang hasn't come back yet, but he should be back soon. Susani nodded and didn't say anything. "Come on, tell Grandpa what fun things you've encountered in the film studio." "Nothing fun. I just don't have enough time to film every day." "Then you must be tired." "I'm not tired. I'm fine. Dad, I think Cindy and Yang have been married for 2 years, but they haven't even had a honeymoon. Let Cindy rest for a few days while Yang has finished filming." Lady Yi said to Susani kindly, "You and Yang can find a place to have fun for a few days and relax." Susani lowered her head shyly, but in fact, she was hiding the shock on her face. Oh no, oh no. One was concerned about her well-being, and the other was kind. In the past, they had helped her divorce, but now they had become two big obstacles on the road to divorce. Could it be that Anya was right? Old Mr. and Mrs. E were reasonable people. They wouldn't let her divorce Yang and let Su Weiyin marry into the family just because of an illegitimate child. No, she couldn't continue like this. If she didn't make a decision, she would suffer. What's wrong? Seeing that Susani suddenly stopped talking, Old Mystery smiled and joked, "Yang will be back soon. Don't worry." Susani smiled bitterly and shook her head. "It's okay, Grandpa." "Then why are you suddenly unhappy? Did Yang bully you?" Tears slowly welled up in Susani's eyes. They wanted to fall, but they couldn't. His eyes instantly turned red. Old Mystery was shocked and hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Don't cry. If you feel wronged, tell Mom. Mom will help you." Old Mystery and Lady Yi's worried and gentle voices made Susani's nose sting. The tears in her eyes finally couldn't help but fall. She held her mouth and shook her head. Wiping the tears on her face with the back of her hand, she choked and said, "It's okay, Grandpa, Mom. I'm really fine. It's just that I haven't seen you for too long." "You child," Susani lowered her head. "Don't be so nice to me. I'm actually not good at all. I've done a lot of bad things. Grandpa knows what you've done. You're still young, and Grandpa has the temper of a young person before. Who can guarantee that they won't make a few mistakes when they're young? Let's not take the past to heart. If you know you're wrong, change. In the future, be careful and don't make mistakes. Your mom and I will forgive you. Come, tell Grandpa. What bad things did you do this time?" "Nothing." Susani deliberated over her words in her heart, thinking about how to tell them about Yang's child. The Bentley stopped outside the villa. Yang got out of the car and strode inside. As soon as he reached the door, he heard faint voices in the living room. Should I say it directly, or should I beat around the bush? Will Grandpa's body take it if I say it directly? Let's just say it directly while Yang isn't here. And Grandpa and Mom have always wanted a grandson, right? Having a son isn't a bad thing, is it? Son, Yang stopped in his tracks. He has a son. Susani is pregnant. When did she get pregnant? Whose child was she carrying? Yang, I was cuckolded? Sorry, this chapter is a little short. There will be a second chapter tonight. The time is uncertain, but it must be before dawn equals 3 equals. Thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending so much. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, warm little fox one. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, Sue. Bugia Sugia 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 Su. Chapter 40. While Yang was in a daze, Susani had already figured out how to explain the matter of Su Wei's son. She lowered her head, her face full of grief and indignation, as if she was enduring some kind of humiliation. Grandpa, I know that you and Mom have always hoped that I can give birth to a child for Yang as soon as possible. But Yang and I have been married for 2 years and there has been no news. You must be very disappointed in me. You just came back, what are you thinking about? If you don't have children, then so be it. You are still young. Take your time. Grandpa is not in a hurry. No, Grandpa. Yang has a son. You have a son? Old Mr. E and Lady E looked at each other. Outside the house, Yang clenched his teeth and tried to suppress the anger in his chest. His first reaction was Han Xiao or Jiang Yin. When they were filming in the film studio, these two people were most likely to be in contact with Susani. Susani, how dare she? Sini, are you pregnant? A joyous voice sounded from inside the house. Old Mr. E and Lady E looked at Susani's flat stomach. Lady E held her hand and asked, how many months has it been? When did she get pregnant? Have you done a checkup? What did the doctor say? Is the child healthy? Yes, 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 what did the doctor say? Old Mr. Yi's face was full of joy, but he thought it was inappropriate. No, Sini, Grandpa will personally accompany you to the hospital tomorrow. Let's have a thorough examination. The words that Susani had been brewing in her heart for a long time were shocked back down by Old Mr. E and Lady Yi's words. No. Grandpa, by the way, Dad, since Sini is pregnant, we have to redesign the meals at home. Pregnant women should avoid certain foods. What do you think? You don't have to worry about me. I can even be a vegetarian. Susani got up in a panic. Grandpa, Mom, I didn't. Listen to me. Quick, sit down. You have to be careful when you're pregnant. Lady E, who was immersed in joy, said loudly, Chenbo, please come over here. I have something to tell you. Wait. Seeing that Lady E was about to call Chenbo over to tell the world, Susani hurriedly shouted, who said I'm pregnant? The living room fell silent. Didn't you just say that you were pregnant with Yang's child? Aya, child, don't be shy. I'm talking about Yang's illegitimate child. How could I possibly be pregnant with Yang's child? Illegitimate child, the veins on Yang's forehead throbbed. His first reaction was that Susani was up to something again. He strode into the living room in large strides. Grandpa, Mom, I'm back. The two of them, who were about to ask Susani about the child, were interrupted by Yang's return. You're back? Lady Yi was stunned for a moment. She sighed and said, come over quickly and ask Sini what's going on. Yang walked over quietly. What's wrong? Susani looked up at him, and her eyes gradually showed an aggrieved expression. Yang, I found out something today. I want to ask you if it's true. What is it? You're outside, aren't you? Susani suddenly became emotional. It was as if she was too embarrassed to say what she was going to say next. She cried and hugged old Mr. E. She cried and shouted, Grandpa. What's going on? Old Mystery looked at Yang sternly. Hurry up and ask me what's going on, you be ****. You have an illegitimate child outside, and you still have the cheek to stand in front of me? Yang stood there like a block of wood and refused to ask. Yang, tell me. Grandpa, I don't know what happened either. Susani sobbed as she got up from old Mr. Yi's arms. She looked at Yang with tears in her eyes. You really don't know anything? Yang narrowed his eyes. I went to see someone today. She said that her child is. Susani didn't even have time to say the lies she had made up. Yang quickly covered her mouth and wrapped his arms around her waist. Grandpa, Mom, Cindy, and I will go up first. Susani wanted to speak, but she was powerless. Her mouth was covered tightly by Yang, so she could only make vague sounds. Yang, you. Yang covered her mouth without another word and pulled Susani upstairs. Susani punched and kicked, but she was mercilessly suppressed. This is a great opportunity. As expected. That be *** came prepared. I'm so angry. That be ***. Pretty? That be ***. Do you think I'm pretty? When they reached the entrance of the third floor, Susani held onto the doorframe with both hands and refused to enter. Yang didn't say a word and directly carried her into the room. Her hands that were holding onto the doorframe couldn't resist the strong pull, leaving Susani howling at the top of her lungs. Grandpa. Yang has an illegitimate child. Of course, the words Yang has an illegitimate child were followed by the sound of the door slamming shut, echoing throughout the room without a sound. Yang threw her onto the bed and stood at the end of the bed, looking at her with deep eyes and a very calm expression. On the other hand, Susani struggled from the first floor to the third floor. Her hair was messy, and she was panting. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. What did you say just now? A cold and monotonous voice sounded. Susani took a deep breath and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She supported her body with her elbows and kept retreating. Guilty. How could she not be guilty? There were only the two of them in the room. With such a huge difference in strength, what if this be *** really wanted to kill her? Didn't you hear it? I'm afraid that I heard wrongly, so I want to hear you say it again. Susani mustered up her courage and her hands were trembling. I found out today that you have an illegitimate child outside. The child is already 3 years old. Mine? Illegitimate child? Susani's voice was trembling. She bit her lower lip and said in a choked voice, yes. Yang, are you happy? You have a son. Whose? Yours. I'm asking who the child's mother is. When Susani heard this, she seemed to have lost all her strength in an instant. She looked at Yang solemnly. You admit it? That child is really yours? I knew it. The child must be Yang's. The unsolved mystery that has troubled countless people has been solved by me just like that. However, Susani thought about it again. In the novel, Yang's son called someone else dad? Isn't this too tragic? Yang was so angry that he had a headache. He frowned and warned her, Susani, don't make me believe you. Explain this matter clearly. Susani asked him with tears in her eyes, do you still remember Su Weiyin? It sounded a little familiar. Yang tried his best to search for Su Weiyin's name in his mind. I know. Su Weiyin was your university classmate. You two spent a lot of time together and developed feelings for each other. Later on, due to an unforeseen event, she was pregnant with your child and left her hometown. Now, she's bringing you and her child back to China. Yang, are you going to abandon me for the sake of her and her child? Susani's performance was on point. Her tone was sorrowful and uneasy. She looked at him expectantly with her teary eyes. Yang looked at Susani's emotional performance with an indescribable expression. Unforeseen event? What unforeseen event? How would she know what unforeseen event was? The author only mentioned it briefly and did not write about it. Why didn't I know that she was pregnant with my child? Susani sobbed silently. I looked for her today and asked her if the child was yours. She admitted it. What's more, the child looks exactly like you. At this point, Susani seemed to have decided to throw caution to the wind. She was so disheartened that she was not afraid of anything. Yang, I've been married to you for 2 years. Even if Su Weiyin is pregnant with your child, she's still a homewrecker. I won't allow her to interfere in our marriage, even if she has a child. Seeing that Yang did not say anything, she swallowed the humiliation and walked to Yang's side. She tugged at his sleeve in an extremely humble manner. Yang, you can't divorce me for Su Weiyin and her child. Even if you two knew each other first, she's still a homewrecker. Her child is an illegitimate child. It's not presentable. Even if you bring it out in the future, you'll be laughed at by others. Seeing that Yang still did not say anything, Susani continued, If you can't let your child wander outside, I can let your child into the family for your sake. But Su Weiyin can't. I won't allow her to enter the Yi family. On one hand, you have an emotionless wife, and on the other hand, you have feelings for a lover with a son. Any man would know which one to choose. I wonder when Yang will meet Su Weiyin. When the time comes, the two of them will reminisce about the past and cry in each other's arms. I'm afraid that her heart will melt when she sees a well-behaved and sensible son. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. After saying so much, Yang was actually only interested in Susani's words that the child looks exactly like you. Do you have a photo of the child? Let me see. Susani reluctantly handed the photo to him. The moment he saw the photo, Yang was so angry that he laughed. Was this what Susani meant by the child looks exactly like you, exactly like you? He placed the photo in front of Susani. Susani, when did you become blind? How do they look the same? Susani said self-righteously, of course you'll find it strange when you look at yourself. As a bystander, I'll analyze it objectively and rationally. Of course, I'll think that they look alike. It doesn't matter whether they look alike or not. What's important is to spread the idea that they look alike. If you say too much, you'll be brainwashed. Even if they don't look alike, they look alike. Moreover, Su Weiyin won't take the child for a paternity test. No one knows who the father is. Su Weiyin probably doesn't even know who the father is. I won't avoid the question. Yang, let me ask you, how will you deal with this matter? What does this have to do with me? However, Yang did not say that. Instead, he looked at Susani meaningfully. How do you want to deal with it? He threw the question to Susani again. Susani's attitude was arrogant and extremely sinister and vicious. She went with the flow and fully immersed herself in the act. I will never divorce you, nor will I give up the position of Mrs. E. I can't accept Su Weiyin's existence. If you can't cut all ties with her, then I'll tell Grandpa about this. Yang was considerate for her. Grandpa likes you very much. He will never give up on you because of an illegitimate child. Susani wanted to say something but stopped. What that D***MN man said seems to make sense. Grandpa is a very traditional person. What if he forces me to have a child with him earlier because of this matter? Wouldn't that be the end of it? No, Grandpa, I'll find another day to sound him out. I can't act rashly. Grandpa's health isn't very good. Don't tell him about this first. But I'll never let Su Weiyin off. Doesn't she want to enter the entertainment industry? She can forget about it. I'll find someone to ban her. I won't let her have the chance to make a comeback. I'll make her leave City A with the child and never appear in front of me again. Whether it was in the novel or now, Su Weiyin was her enemy. If she didn't prepare in advance, she, the supporting female lead, might be beaten to a pulp by the female lead. Moreover, when she confronted her today, Su Weiyin wasn't at a disadvantage at all. She had some tricks up her sleeve. She couldn't lose. If she lost, she would have to live the rest of her life miserably. Yang reminded her, but you don't have much influence in the entertainment industry. You can't control everything with one hand. Su Weiyin returned to the country 4 years ago. She must have made some arrangements. Susani paused and looked at him hesitantly. Hubby, do you like her that much? You've been speaking up for her, or are you going to help her in the future? I'm just analyzing it from the perspective of a bystander. Moreover, what you said is only a temporary solution. I'll teach you what to do. Susani, ? Aren't you worried that Su Weiyin will take over the role of the host? Yang looked at her without blinking. As long as you have a child, you don't have to worry about Su Weiyin anymore. Susanie's expression was serious. Child? Whose child am I pregnant with? My future husband is still in kindergarten. He's still a child himself. Who am I going to have a child with? Yang was stunned. Susanie. Second update. 50 red packets will be randomly dropped. Thank you for your support. Equals 3 equals recommend a gay friend's romance novel, Su Shuang. If you like it, you can go and take a look. Title: The Whole World Thinks I'm a Little Vixen by Sweet and Sour Lotus, Entertainment Industry Plus Transmigration System Novel. Search for the title of the novel or the author's name. Description: As the most popular starlet in the entertainment industry, Su Qimon is fair and beautiful. Her seduction methods are top-notch. She always lives in the biggest mansion, drives the most flashy sports car, and finds the richest boyfriend. But even so, she still managed to hook up with Qin Shen, the heir of a wealthy family with a bright future. Qin Shen's career fans and friends, what's so good about Su Qimon? CEO Qin, wake up, the whole world thought that Su Qimon was the little vixen who seduced the CEO of a wealthy family. Until one time, someone accidentally took a picture of the handsome Su Qimon who had just landed her own plane. Everyone suddenly realized, it turned out that Qin Shen was the little vixen who seduced the big boss to marry into a wealthy family. 2 years ago, Su Qimon was seriously ill and could only rely on collecting contact points to survive. But she never thought that she was actually just a tool. Changing the plot would also change the fate of the female lead. According to the plot, she would lose the male lead, Qin Shen. Su Qimon smiled slightly. Only a child would make a choice. Of course she wanted both the male and female lead. End of chapter 40. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.